I never thought my life could get any worse until the day I was thrown into a mission with nothing but a tiny dagger. It was the year 3934 in the apocalypse, and while everyone else awakened powers, I had none. Zhao Feng, the base's disgusting old leader, ordered me to join the first team to clear out zombies. I fought with all I had, cutting off zombie heads while drenched in sweat and barely staying on my feet. Then, out of nowhere, a bomb was thrown at me. Exhausted, I couldn't dodge. A sharp piece of metal pierced through me, and I fell onto the corpses. As everything faded, I heard the captain's voice. He said this was all planned. Zhao Feng knew I was trying to escape with Lin Muxue. I wanted to scream, "Why don't you offer your own family to that scumbag instead?" Before I could even process the betrayal, something strange happened. A soft, almost childish voice announced a system error. It said my identity as the ticket holder was being replaced. Then, everything went dark. When I woke up, it was 10 days later. Sitting on my stomach was a palm-sized, talking white rabbit. It claimed to be a time-space train spirit. Apparently, the train had brought me to another world because its original passenger had died. I had 1 month to earn enough money to buy the rabbit. If I didn't, I'd be dragged back to the train and killed by some time-space rules. I couldn't believe it. Just days ago, I was fighting zombies and dealing with betrayal. Now, I was stuck in an entirely different world, trying to survive with a talking rabbit as my only ally. Life had definitely taken a bizarre turn. When I woke up, everything felt surreal. A talking rabbit named Tuyu perched on my shoulder, urging me to start making money, because I only had about 20 days left to avoid a gruesome end. I wasn't sure what to believe. Then the door to the room opened, and a handsome man walked in. His name was Zhuo Xiefeng, the leader of a mercenary squad who had rescued me when I was injured in the wilderness. He explained that the strange metal fragments they'd removed from my body were unlike anything in their world, and asked if I'd sell them to a researcher. The rabbit encouraged me to agree. It seemed I was broke and needed money desperately. Zhuo Xiefeng provided me with a temporary wrist device, a place to stay, and clear instructions on navigating the city. He even left his contact info in case I needed help. For someone in this strange world, he was surprisingly kind. After he left, I noticed something alarming: red spots on my skin. They looked like the early signs of turning into a zombie. Panicking, I asked the rabbit if there was a way to stop the transformation. It laughed and explained I wasn't becoming a zombie at all. Instead, I was awakening a special ability. The rabbit, now calling itself Tuyu, claimed it had chosen me because of my potential. This changed everything. If I gained abilities, I might finally have a fighting chance in this world. Memories of my struggles with Lin Muxue in the apocalypse filled my mind. I'd risked my life so she could survive, but we'd been barely scraping by. Now, with 20 days left, I needed to earn enough money to secure my place here. I decided to become a mercenary and headed to the guild to apply. The city was breathtaking, tall buildings stretching into the sky, a blue sky I hadn't seen since the apocalypse. It was so different from the blood-red moon and dead landscapes I had known. The guild receptionist, Hua Shi, greeted me warmly. Her kindness was unexpected, and I felt a strange comfort in this unfamiliar place. Despite her urging me to rest, I insisted on starting my journey as a mercenary. I couldn't waste any time, survival depended on it. I insisted on getting my mercenary license, even though Hua Shi suggested I should rest first. She gave in eventually, guiding me to the registration area while reminding me not to push myself too hard. I appreciated her kindness. She went out of her way to help me apply for everything I could possibly need: equipment, supplies, even a hover car. Though some items required payment, she put them on credit for me, trusting I'd pay her back when I earned enough money. Holding all the supplies she'd packed into my temporary device, I couldn't help but choke up. Her warmth and generosity were so different from what I'd known in the apocalypse. She even applied for tools to help me survive outdoors, like guns, storage boxes, and a device to suppress physical issues, something she thought was essential for women. After thanking her, I returned to my temporary home. It was beautiful, clean, and safe, so different from the crumbling ruins of my old world. For a moment, I wanted to just lie on the bed and forget everything. But I couldn't. I had too much to do. When I opened the storage cabinet and saw fresh, edible food, I almost cried. I tore into a watermelon, savoring the sweetness I hadn't tasted in years. Memories of starving in the apocalypse surfaced, rotten, maggot-ridden food, and the constant fight for survival. But now, I had real food. I ate until I was stuffed, despite the rabbit, to you, teasing me for looking like I'd been starved for days. There was no time to rest, though. I needed to earn money to pay Huashi back, gather supplies, and prepare for my return to the apocalypse. Mushue and Lu Minfeng might still be searching for me, and I had to be ready for anything. After packing up the hover car with food, water, and gear, I set out for the wilderness. As I left a city's towering white walls, I marveled at their design. Tall and sturdy, protecting the people inside like a fortress. I even dreamed of building my own base back in the apocalypse someday. Tuyu encouraged me, saying with the right resources like a building machine, I could make it happen. Once outside, I put on the physiological suppressor, a small silver collar that looked delicate but promised to suppress physical discomfort. I activated the hover car's auto-driving and turned my attention inward, focusing on my awakening ability. Tuyu mentioned that if I awakened a gold-based power, it could be my ticket to survival and even wealth. This world didn't have gold mines, and a gold ability could revolutionize their weaponry against the creatures here. Closing my eyes, I began to sense the energy within me, ready to uncover what this strange new world had awakened in me. When I used my new wind ability for the first time, I felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. Excitement because I finally had powers, and disappointment because I had hoped for something like a gold-based ability to make money faster. The rabbit, Tuyu, cheered me on, saying I was quick to master it, but I knew my survival in the apocalypse had forced me to study abilities even though I never had one. Then we heard the croaking of a mutated frog, a first-level monster worth $1 million. I immediately packed up the hover car and dashed toward the sound, using wind energy to speed myself up. It felt incredible, like flying, until I lost control and crashed into a tree. Tuyu scolded me, but we both knew it was my first time trying this. The massive mutated frog was smarter than I expected, sneaking up on me while making decoy noises ahead. I dodged its attacks, but my wind blades were useless against its tough skin. Tuyu suggested physical attacks instead, so I lured it into a bamboo forest. Using the trees and my enhanced speed, I managed to leap onto its back, stabbing it with sharpened bamboo poles. The frog fought back fiercely, but eventually I wore it down and killed it. Exhausted but triumphant, I stuffed the huge frog into my storage box. Tuyu was ecstatic, urging me to hunt more frogs to reach the money needed to buy its freedom. It told me I'd need a total of 10 million to buy it, a daunting number, but not impossible. After resting briefly, I reflected on my situation. I couldn't stay here forever, no matter how much I liked this world. I had people waiting for me back in the apocalypse, Mushue and Lu Minfeng. They'd risked everything for me before, and I couldn't abandon them now. I promised Tuyu we'd work together as long as it didn't betray me. It swore we were on the same side. I also had a strange feeling about my powers. Although I had awakened wind abilities, it felt like there was something else locked inside me. Tuyu suggested I push my limits, completely exhausting my powers to see if I could unlock more. It was risky, but I agreed. Before heading off, I set up a trap, a pit filled with sharp bamboo stakes, as a fallback plan in case my energy ran out mid-battle. We continued our search for more mutated frogs, but all we found were smaller, weaker creatures, mutated insects, fish, and other low-level monsters. Tuyu, who had been so excited earlier, grew increasingly disappointed. I reassured it that we'd find more frogs tomorrow if we ventured farther. For now, all we could do was keep moving forward. The rain started to fall softly, and the air grew damp and heavy. Tuyu, perched on my shoulder, whispered that it felt like we were being followed. I nodded. I'd noticed it since we passed the reeds. My senses, sharper now thanks to my awakened ability, picked up faint sounds that had vanished in the rain. Still, I was sure something was trailing us. Suddenly, I stumbled, almost falling to the ground. That was when a crocodile leapt from behind me, its massive jaws aimed at my neck. But I was ready. Twisting midair, I sent a wind blade flying while propelling myself forward, skimming along the ground. The crocodile roared in frustration, and more emerged from hiding. It was a pack. Their thick tails and sharp teeth made them formidable. My wind blades were useless. One crocodile even bit through them like they were nothing. In a panic, I grabbed a bamboo spear I'd saved from the mutated frog and hurled it, but the crocodile chewed through that too. Tuyu checked my wrist device and confirmed they were only level 2, but with a bounty of 800,000 each, they were worth the fight. I wasn't so sure. These creatures were relentless. Desperate, I focused on becoming one with the wind, using it to build a wall around me. Their tails struck the barrier, cracking it with each hit. My energy was draining fast, but just as the wall shattered and they lunged, something inside me snapped. A barrier in my body broke. My wind abilities surged, stronger than ever, and I unleashed a barrage of blades. But it wasn't enough. My powers ran out, and I collapsed into the mud. The crocodiles closed in, and I prepared myself for the worst. Then, in a last-ditch effort, I used abilities I didn't even know I had. Shouting commands, I summoned earth-based powers, a pit trap, stone shields, and sharp rock spears. The ground erupted, impaling the crocodiles. When the dust settled, I lay in the safety of my makeshift underground shelter, exhausted but alive. Tuyu, ever impatient, climbed out to check the surface and confirmed the crocodiles were all dead. Relieved, I climbed out too, surrounded by their massive bodies, each pierced by stone spikes. I was too weak to move. Tuyu collected the bodies into my storage box and helped me take a recovery potion. Back in the hover car, I finally let myself rest, but there was no time to relax completely. Tuyu tallied our spoils, over 1,300,000 credits worth of creatures. It was enough to buy Tuyu's freedom and even pay off my debts. But I wasn't done yet. I needed more money, not just to secure my place in this world, but also to prepare for my return to the apocalypse. There was no telling what awaited me back there, but I couldn't risk being unprepared. Rest would have to wait. For now, there were still monsters to hunt. Wow, that's gold. Vines. Oh my, there's also water and fire. Every time Sang-Chu used a new ability, the rabbit beside her exclaimed, "Ha ha ha," as expected of the partner Tuyu chose. You're really amazing, Chu. You're actually a multi-element superhuman with 5 powers: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and even wind. Sang-Chu looked at her hands in disbelief. After exhausting all her abilities in a fight against a crocodile, she felt the wall within her body gradually breaking apart. When she woke up, her body had undergone a significant change. Unexpectedly, she had awakened 6 abilities. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Does this mean I can now condense gold bars and exchange them with Huashi and the others for money? Yes, of course. You'll soon become a little rich lady. The pair were excited, but their excitement lasted only a minute. This won't do. It's too draining on my abilities. After condensing just a 1-meter-long, arm-thick golden sword, Sang-Chu was already drenched in sweat, completely depleted of her energy. I'm still too weak. She had seen Zhao Feng using his metal ability, and he was far more powerful than she was. Tuyu saw Sang-Chu looking disheartened and comforted her. You've only just awakened your abilities. Being able to do this much is already amazing. Take it slow, don't rush. But I don't have much time before I have to return to the apocalypse. After paying off the debt and buying you, I hardly have any money left, Sang-Chu growled anxiously. Realizing what she had done, she lowered her head. Sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Usually calm, Sang-Chu was visibly anxious as the days passed, knowing her return to the apocalypse was imminent. Tuyu, it's okay. But I think you don't need to be so stressed. take it one step at a time. The thought of returning to the apocalypse disgusted her. Perhaps life here was simply too good. Opening her eyes, she could see blue skies and white clouds, and the air was fragrant. These were luxuries in the apocalypse. Can I bring my family and friends out of the apocalypse to live here? Sang-Chu looked at Tuyu, hoping for a positive answer. But it said, no. Why? If I can come, why can't they? Because it's different. You got here because a high-level psychic bought a ticket, but before he could bind with me, he died. The train stopped at the ticketed location, but no one was there. The train doesn't leave empty, so I brought you on board. To be honest, you don't fully meet the requirements for a time-space traveler, but your physique is excellent, your talent remarkable, and your potential limitless, so you barely made the cut. Is there no other way? Once you level up, you can bring people with you. Right now, you're just a passenger. Buy a ticket, board the train, disembark at the stop, and return with the train. But when your strength, wealth, and points increase, you can become a time-space traveler and take others on journeys through time and space. This grand promise gave Sang-Chu a goal. I understand. Let's get off the train and make money. Huh? How did the topic suddenly shift to making money? Still, Tuyu saw this as a good sign of progress. Tuyu, once you bind with me, you need to save up 10,000 star coins, so I can buy you a psychic cultivation manual from the Time-Space Mall. Time-space travel requires a high level of psychic strength. The more advanced the continent you're heading to, the faster the train goes. Weak psychic strength can lead to serious problems. Can I return to the monsterized world next time? Fixed destination tickets are very expensive, even more than me. Don't think about it for now. So, are all the tickets random? You don't know where the next stop will be either. That's right. The train moves rapidly through the 3,000 great worlds on varying routes, stopping at different worlds. That's why I want you to start cultivating psychic strength quickly. If you encounter a train looping through an advanced continent, you'll be shattered the moment you board without strong psychic power. That sounds dangerous, Sang-Chu muttered as she stored her hovercraft, setting traps in the bamboo forest along the way. After noticing some small animals in the traps, she stored them in her box and filled in the traps to avoid accidents. Suddenly, the ground shook as if something massive was moving underneath. Chew, it's probably an earth dragon. An earth dragon, a tier 3 monsterized creature, had a bounty worth hundreds of thousands. Earth split. With a soft command, Sang-Chu split the ground, revealing a massive brown earth dragon. She smiled faintly. Perfect timing to test out my thorn bind. The earth dragon lashed its thick tail, but Sang-Chu extended her 10 fingers. Thorned vines shot out instantly, tightly binding the earth dragon. It struggled, writhing its massive body, but the vines constricted further. Bind. The thorn vines wrapped around the earth dragon with lightning speed until it was fully encased. Blood dripped, and the earth dragon gradually lost its strength. Without releasing her ability, Sang-Chu returned her fingers to normal, opened her storage box, and placed the earth dragon inside. Tuyu, why didn't you release the vines before storing it? The earth dragon has strong regenerative abilities. This way is safer. Xiaoyang, retreat. Fall back. A panicked voice echoed from a distance, striking a familiar chord. Tuyu, shall we go check it out? Gripping her golden sword, Sang-Chu nodded. Let's go. She sprinted toward the source of the shouting. A brown monsterized frog had a boy in a protective suit caught on its tongue. Judging by his age, the boy couldn't be very old. Without a protective suit herself, Sang-Chu knew she'd be vulnerable to the mercenaries' weapons. She quickly climbed a tall tree using her wind ability. Surveying the scene, her eyes landed on a familiar face. Zuo Sufeng, Duju, Tatsha Zuo Sufeng. That must be his team. But how will you save the boy without a protective suit? Ignoring Tuyu, Sang-Chu shouted, Zuo Xiefeng. Hearing his name from a stranger, Zuo Xiefeng turned toward the voice and saw Sang-Chu perched on the tree. How could this mute girl suddenly speak? And what was she doing here?
Danger!
Run. The shout drew the monsterized frog's attention, its head rising into the team's blind spot. Seizing the moment, Sang-Chu leapt down. Cease fire. Cease fire, Zhuo Xiefeng yelled. She's not wearing a protective suit. To everyone's astonishment, the monsterized frog didn't attack. Instead, they watched the frail woman sever its tongue with a single stroke. Using the momentum, she flipped over the frog's body and with another strike, decapitated it. The frog was dead. When the mutated frog died, everyone felt like they were dreaming. They stood frozen in place, not moving at all. It was Sang Chu who used her portable medical pod to save the child who had narrowly escaped the frog's mouth, bringing him back from the brink of death. Zhuo Xiefeng stared at her intently, taking a moment to process.
Sang Chu?
She nodded, wiping the blood off her sword with her clothes. Sorry, when we met last time, I had just woken up and my throat wasn't working properly. I couldn't speak. No problem. Have you been hunting monsters in the wild this whole time? Zhuo Xiefeng continued. No wonder Huashi couldn't find you. Later, we saw a mercenary with the same name as you upload footage of mutated creatures to the mercenary mall for reward calculations. Huashi was shocked, thinking it couldn't possibly be you. Turns out, watching her skillfully deal with a frog, Zhuo Xiefeng had no doubts now that the female mercenary who earned an astronomical bounty was indeed Sang Chu. Chao Dianhui, drenched in sweat, took off his helmet, shaking the moisture from his hair as he approached. Thank you for saving us.
Cao Dianhui.
Can I ask how you managed to kill the mutated frog? This was critical for them. Zhuo Xiefeng also looked at her expectantly. Sang Chu took out her sword. I found this weapon in the Earth Dragon's nest. It's strange but very effective. It can kill mutated creatures. Also, sharpened bamboo can pierce their skin. In the bamboo forest over there, I set traps and used them to hunt a mutated frog. Rocks and trees can also work. Anything sharp can be used to attack them. Lu Weipeng was incredulous. No way. These things are more effective than our weapons? Knowing they'd struggle to believe her, Sang Chu opened her storage box and showed them the footage. It's probably a matter of natural opposition. I killed the mutated frog with bamboo. The bees, mosquitoes, and other mutated critters were lured into traps I set, and then I burned them alive. The crocodile was killed with sharp rocks, and the earth dragon was strangled with vines. I didn't dare unwrap the vines because I was afraid it might regenerate. These are real, no tricks. You can try them next time and see for yourselves. Seeing the evidence in her storage box, no one dared doubt her anymore. Eyes widened, they eagerly took in every detail of her methods for killing mutated creatures. Kong Liqian eyed the yellow sword in her hand, so different from their laser blades. You said you found that sword in the Earth Dragon's nest. Why aren't there any creatures in your collection that were killed with it? Sang Chu scratched her head awkwardly. I was curious when I found it, so I tested it on a dead mutated creature.
Then
I used it to cut up a long-tailed fish and grilled it to eat.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing her embarrassed expression, the mercenaries broke into hearty laughter. Zhuo Xiefeng patted her shoulder. There's no need to feel awkward. It's normal to want meat after being in the wild for so long. Kong Liqian chuckled, surprised by her candidness. Sang Chu, can we ask you to use that sword to cut something for us later? Lu Weipeng chimed in. Yeah. We caught some wild chickens. Can you help us prepare them?
Sang Chu not dead? Sure.
Zhuo Xiefeng added. Sang Chu, you should put that mutated frog away. It's your prize. Want to rest at our temporary base for a while? Sang Chu looked at him. You don't want the mutated frog? The bounty for it was high, and she had considered suggesting they split it. But seeing how many of them were injured, and remembering how Zhuo Xiefeng had saved her before, she didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. Still, she desperately needed the money. Kong Liqian said firmly, this mutated frog is your kill.
How could we take it?
Put it away and come back with us to the base. I want roast chicken. Food seemed to draw more attention than the mutated frog. For these mercenaries, who killed the creature wasn't as important as the fact it was dead, and their teammates were safe. That brought them more joy than any bounty. On top of that, Sang Chu had shared such valuable information. They were already planning to retrieve the footage from her storage box through the Mercenary Guild and spread it widely so others could use her methods to reduce casualties during missions. Hearing their words, Sang-Chu was deeply moved. She had never expected the people in this monsterized world to be like this. She had assumed Zhuo Xiefeng and Huashi were just exceptionally kind, but now it seemed like this was a common trait here. Initially, she had intended to sell her golden sword for money, but now she stared at it in a daze. Tuyu observed her absent-minded state. Chu, are you okay? She didn't respond, and Tuyu quietly perched on her shoulder, watching as she skillfully processed the mercenary's level 5 mutated creatures without a word. Zhuo Xiefeng sat beside her. Chu, are you alright? She shook her head. Lu Weipeng, worried they had given her too much work and upset her, quickly said, Chu, you don't need to process all of it. This much is enough. Just sit and enjoy the food. We're great cooks. Sang-Chu paused, looking at their concerned faces. Taking a deep breath, she handed the golden sword to Zhuo Xiefeng. I enjoy living in the wild, and I might find more things like this. Take this sword as a thank you gift for saving me. Zhuo Xiefeng shook his head vigorously.
No way.
This is yours. How can I accept it? Lu Weipeng agreed. Exactly, Chu. This is something you earned. It's obviously a rare resource. You should keep it. Precisely because it's rare, I want to give it to you. With this, you'll be much safer in the wild. You're good people, and I want you all to stay safe. Her words left Zhuo Xiefeng speechless. Mercenary missions were often life or death, and the idea of increasing their odds of survival was incredibly tempting. But they couldn't avoid going out to deal with mutated creatures. The more there were, the less land was left for humans to inhabit. Zhuo Xiefeng finally spoke. Chu, I don't want to refuse. We've all seen how powerful this sword is. But I can't let you give it away for free. I'll hand it over to Dr. Li, and you'll get the benefits you deserve. No need.
Take it.
I'm planning to return to the Earth Dragon's nest to explore further. I didn't search it thoroughly last time. Maybe there's more in there.
Cao đi anh uy lâu get.
Silly girl, the people above us have money. Don't hold back when it's your due. But this sword really is great. Where's that nest? Let's go with you. More people means more strength. It's in a pit not far from here. Eat first, there's no rush. She needed to act quickly, condensing gold for Tuyu to throw in. Since they couldn't see Tuyu, this was the perfect opportunity. Captain, there's some here. Captain, there's some here too. A group of people excitedly searched everywhere. Tuyu discreetly avoided the crowd and hopped onto Sang-Chu's shoulder. Actually, you could have just sold it to them directly. Why go through all this trouble? Sang-Chu didn't respond and just watched them search for gold nuggets. It didn't take much effort to condense them, but she couldn't produce too many at once. Chu, aren't you going to look? I'm not. Brother Zhuo, you guys take your time. I'm heading off now. Hearing that Sang-Chu was leaving, the mercenaries stopped what they were doing and gathered around her. Yuan Ku asked, Why are you leaving so soon? I've been out for nearly a month, so I plan to head back to the city while exploring nearby areas to see if there are other places like this Earth Dragon nest. Zhuo Xiefeng, understanding Sang-Chu's preference for working alone, pulled out his communicator. I'll give you Dr. Li's contact info. Add her number. If you find anything else, you can sell it to her directly. She'll give you a fair price. All right, thanks, Brother Zhuo. Sang-Chu, with Tuyu in tow, began walking out of the cave. So, we're heading back now? Tuyu asked. Only after leaving the group did Sang-Chu reply.
Yes.
It's harder to act freely with them around. On the way back to the city, I'll try to condense more gold blocks to sell for a good price. Then why did you give that golden sword to Zhuo Xiefeng? You worked so hard to make it. Sang-Chu fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. Maybe because he's a good person. That's it, Sang-Chu nodded.
Yes.
In the apocalypse, people are just trying to survive. Even kind-hearted people eventually become cold and ruthless because you never know if the person you save will stab you in the back. Other than Mu Xue and Lu Minfeng, I haven't met good people in a long time. Mu Xue and I grew up together, and Lu Minfeng liked Mu Xue, so there was some connection. Zhuo Xiefeng and his group, on the other hand, were complete strangers to me. Yet they saved me, gave me food and shelter. To put it more dramatically, they gave me a lifeline. Giving them a golden sword in exchange for a better chance at safety is worth it. Tu didn't understand this reasoning but flapped its big ears and said, "All right, it's yours after all. Do as you wish, Let's go back." The pair boarded the hovercar. Watching Sang Chu's departing figure, Chao Dianhui placed a hand on Zhuo Xiefeng's shoulder. "This girl may be a bit naive, but she's a good person. When you sell that thing to Dr. Li, make sure to ask for a higher price. Don't let her get shortchanged." "I know. I'll talk to the doctor first and have her appraise it. We'll be in the wild for a while longer, so we'll hand it over once we're back." "How's the search going?" Yuan approached. "There's another layer below the nest. We finished searching this one and found 15 golden beads. That golden sword Sang Chu had is probably the biggest find here." Zhuo Xiefeng said, "Tell everyone to proceed cautiously. Don't miss even the smallest amount of gold material." "Got it." The group continued exploring the cave, while Sang Chu collapsed from exhaustion inside the hovercar. This time, she had condensed round gold spheres instead of swords, as crafting swords consumed too much psychic energy. With limited time, she opted for quantity over intricate shapes. City A. After storing her hovercar, Sang Chu headed toward the mercenary guild. Huashi spotted her from afar and jogged over, muttering, "Thank heavens, you're finally back safe." When she reached Sang Chu, she couldn't help but inspect her from head to toe. "You're such a troublemaker. If I'd known, I wouldn't have helped you get that mercenary license. I told you to rest, but instead, you went straight out of the city." Her worried, stern tone made it sound as if Sang Chu, a woman in her 20s, was a mischievous child. In the monsterized world, the average lifespan was significantly longer. Although Huashi looked like a young woman in her 20s, she was actually in her 60s or 70s. "Sorry, Sister Huashi. I couldn't sit still, so I went out. I've killed a lot of mutated creatures and can pay back my debts now." Huashi glared at her. "You're still talking about that? I went looking for you the next day to discuss this, but you'd already disappeared. Dr. Li said the material extracted from you is highly effective against mutated creatures. She wanted to ask if you preferred payment in star coins or other forms. Since you weren't around, we decided to use that material to pay off your mercenary guild debts for weapons and equipment. You're debt-free now." "Huh? That stuff is worth so much." "Just some scraps, right?" "How could it be worth so much?" Seeing Sang Chu's shocked expression, Huashi laughed. "This material has never been seen on Lightstar before. Dr. Li has spent a century researching weapons. While our weapons have become more powerful, the mutated creature's defenses have also evolved. But Dr. Li discovered that the material from you could pierce the mutated frog skin. She believes your contribution to research and development is monumental, which is why your debts were covered. Is Sang Chu here?" "Who's Sang Chu?" Dr. Li, having received news of Sang Chu's return, rushed over. Her sleek silver hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she wore a pristine white lab coat with a glowing badge on her chest that marked her identity. Wearing smart glasses, she scanned the room, and detailed information about everyone's health appeared in her lenses. Spotting Sang Chu, she eagerly approached and grabbed her hands with stars in her eyes. "You're Sang Chu, right?" "I'm Li Yu, but everyone calls me Dr.
Li.
I heard from Zhuo Xiefeng that you found a golden material in the wild, but he hasn't returned yet. Do you have any left?" Startled by Dr. Li's enthusiasm, Sang Chu quickly nodded. She retrieved the gold spheres from her temporary storage unit. "After discovering that the Earth Dragon nest contained these materials, I kept digging on the way back to the city. I didn't find another sword but collected these instead." "Wow! So much! Sang Chu, you're truly our lucky star." Dr. Li's eyes sparkled as she admired the gold, making Sang Chu worry the scientist might devour it in her excitement. "Can I buy all of this from you?" "Name your price." Sang Chu hesitated. "Dr. Li, I saw on the database that there's a device called a construction module for building shelters. Could I trade for one of those? It would make resting in the wild much safer and protect me from mutated creatures. All right, I'll trade these gold pieces for a construction module, but don't tell anyone about this. When you're in the wild, make sure to put the module away when you're leaving." Sang Chu was shocked to hear this. She only knew the construction module could build houses. She hadn't realized it could be stored away anytime. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Doctor. She glanced at Huashi, who was about to lead her away, and said, Doctor, wait. I want to sell these mutated creatures first. Sang Chu took out her storage box, and Huashi and the doctor remembered she had just returned from the wild. Dr. Li said, All right, I'll wait here. Be quick. Huashi led Sang Chu to the trading area. Sang Chu, hand your storage box to that robot. Once the settlement is done, the star coins will be transferred to your account automatically. Every mercenary's storage box is linked to their squad leader's communicator, but since you're solo, it's directly tied to your communicator. Next time you head out on a mission, you can request a new storage box. Mutated creatures were difficult to process immediately, so they were typically left in storage boxes for gradual cleaning. Sang Chu, unfamiliar with this process, nodded and followed Dr. Li back to the research institute. At the research institute, Dr. Li handed her a small spherical device. This is the construction module, the latest light energy robot. To build an average house, it takes about a minute. For a city, it might take a month. You'll notice 3 indicators. Green means the light energy is sufficient. Orange indicates low energy, and you'll need to recharge it. If the red light flashes 3 times, the robot will enter sleep mode. Doctor, how do I recharge the light energy? The apocalypse didn't have any light energy for her to use.
Doktor Li similet.
I have 5 permanent light energy systems. If you can pay the price, I'll sell them all to you. How much? It depends on how much golden material you can provide me. Dr. Li's smile made Sang Chu instinctively take a step back, her pupils slightly widening.
Sensing her unease, Doktor Li lafet softly.
Don't worry. I won't disclose your secret. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. This is my private lab. No one else can enter. My glasses allow me to see the golden elements in your body, so I know you didn't just find these materials. You created them, didn't you? Seeing Sang Chu remain silent, Dr. Li quickly explained, afraid she'd seem like a villain. I'm not threatening you. The mutated creatures are too damaging to us. You've seen it yourself in the wild. The areas they occupy are far greater than human settlements. These creatures release toxic gases that stimulate plant growth. While the plants aren't as dangerous, they're still a problem. This has reduced habitable space for humans, making it harder to clear areas for living. Travel between cities takes months. From city A to city B, even by hovercar, it takes 5 months. You've been out there this long and haven't seen another city, right? Sang Chu nodded. She had assumed using plants to attack mutated creatures would be simple, but it was evidently a major challenge for the locals. Dr. Li continued, So, Sang Chu, I'm not threatening you. I'm begging you. If you have more of these materials, please sell them to me. I'll pay any price. I don't want to wake up one day to find our home lost and have to make a long trek to another city. You can agree, Sang Chu. She's not a bad person.
Tu interjected.
After some hesitation, Sang Chu asked, Doctor, besides seeing golden elements in me, what else did you find? Dr. Li immediately moved to a nearby machine and synced it with her smart glasses. Wind elements, golden elements, this should be wood, fire, earth, and water elements. They form a sphere rotating inside you, with the wind element being the strongest. The chart was clear, and it was Sang Chu's first time seeing herself this way. Dr. Li, can you sell me these glasses? I'm afraid not. They're issued by higher authorities and are coded, so outsiders can't use them. I haven't been able to replicate them yet. The construction module I gave you was my invention, so it's fine to sell it, as are the light energy storage systems. All right. I'll refine the gold for you. What else can you offer me? What do you want? Sang Chu thought for a moment. Food, a large supply of it, and water. I'll also need a spatial tether, a physiological suppressor, weapons, and 2 hover cars and communicators at least. They're expensive, but the more, the better. Dr. Li was stunned by her demands, but gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll prepare them, Sang Chu added, quickly. 4 days. In these 4 days, you prepare the items and I'll refine the gold spheres. Dr. Li asked, What's the approximate quantity? Sang Chu pointed to a nearby box. I can fill a box of this size with gold spheres. All right, understood. You go rest. I'll contact you within these 4 days. Don't disappear like last time, Sang Chu chuckled. I won't. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways.
Ding.
A notification popped up on Sang Chu's communicator. You have received 20 million star coins. Tu leaped excitedly on her shoulder.
Wow. So much money.
As expected of my chosen ticket holder. Sang Chu was infected by Tuyu's excitement. I'll transfer to you then. Yes, yes, yes. Not knowing how to operate it, Sang Chu let Tuyu handle the transaction. The rabbit's paw pressed the communicator, instantly transferring 10 million star coins out of her account. It felt as if an invisible thread tied their fates together, a shared life force. Chu, you still have 10 million left. What should we do with it? Tuyu flapped its ears excitedly in front of her. Sang Chu was about to speak when Tuyu said, You don't have to say it out loud. Just use your thoughts to communicate with me. Like this? Yes, I can hear you. Sang Chu considered her options. She couldn't place all her hopes on Dr. Lee. What if she'd change her mind? She decided to purchase some items herself. I'll transfer your portion first, then use the rest to buy food. In that case, why not give me money for the next ticket too? Just in case you can't earn enough for the next trip back in the apocalypse. If you can't buy the ticket, you'll be destroyed by the rules. How much is the ticket? Tuyu brought up the ticket prices for Sang Chu to see. The ticket starts at 500,000 star coins, and the longer the stay, the higher the cost. Sang Chu checked her account and saw she still had 10 million star coins. She wasn't very trusting of others, so despite Dr. Lee promising to prepare supplies for her, she planned to gather her own as a precaution. After completing a mission, the free storage boxes and containers would be reclaimed, meaning she needed to prepare a spatial tether herself if she wanted to buy anything. Tuyu, after returning to the apocalypse from the monsterized world, I won't have to participate in this year's mandatory travel, right? Nope. The monsterized world doesn't count because you hitched a ride on someone else's ticket. Once you leave, you'll still need to complete one official journey. After some thought, Sang Chu transferred 1 million to Tuyu. This money is just in case. Whatever's left after buying supplies, I'll give it to you. All right. As long as the funds came through, Tuyu was happy. It didn't want Sang Chu to end up dead. They chatted while walking until Sang Chu noticed a shop called Space Station. The advertisements promised the latest spatial tethers. The shopkeeper, a plump man dressed in dazzling, shiny clothes, greeted her warmly. A new customer. What can I get for you? He smiled, revealing 8 teeth, his cheerful demeanor making it hard not to laugh. Sang Chu suppressed her amusement and said softly, Boss, I'm interested in your latest spatial tether. The ad said it has a large capacity. The shopkeeper beamed. That's right. Our new model offers plenty of space and customizable layouts. Come this way. The boss, who introduced himself as Mr. Jean, led her to a display. You've come to the right place. Our latest spatial tethers allow you to adjust the internal layout, control time, temperature, and climate within the space, and even change the external appearance. The base area is about 160 square meters, with up to 7 layers, each about 3 meters tall. 7 layers, each about 3 meters high. That's correct. Do you like it? How much is it? This state-of-the-art tether uses new solar energy technology and energy stones sourced from a new star, recently released for use. Its customizable features are made possible by these energy stones. So, before he could continue, Sang Chu interrupted, Boss, just give me a number.
If I can afford it, I'll buy it.
If not, I'll take a cheaper one. This model costs 5 million star coins. All our tethers come with certification, and you can verify them on your communicator. We won't overcharge you. 5 million? With the amount she'd already given to Tuyu, her spending exceeded 5 million, but after some hesitation, she gritted her teeth and paid the price. Oh, by the way, do you know where I can buy food? While processing the spatial tether, Mr. Jean chuckled and said, First time in a district? Are you a tourist or a mercenary? Mercenary. Hearing this, he looked her over. Initially mistaking her for a tourist due to her slim build, he now noticed her tan skin and scars, hallmarks of a mercenary. If you're a mercenary, you can apply for a food order through the guild. Just list what you need, and the kitchen will prepare and deliver it to you. It costs half of what you'd pay in the market. If you don't want to wait, you can shop at the market. Look for the tallest building labeled fresh food. That's the place. He handed her the spatial tether. Here you go. Thank you. After a quick lesson on how to operate the tether, Sang-Chu found it incredibly convenient despite the high cost. She now knew where to buy food as well. Thanking the shopkeeper, she headed toward the tallest building, which took her about 30 minutes to reach. Fresh food. As soon as she entered, Sang-Chu understood why it was called fresh food. Everything was genuinely fresh, still growing in soil. Grapes, greens, tomatoes, watermelons, cucumbers, an array of fruits and vegetables were thriving in oddly shaped cultivation containers. She hadn't had watermelon in ages, so she went straight to the watermelon stall. Boss, are these sold individually? Or can I buy them with a container? The stall owner was briefly stunned by her question but patiently explained, You must be a mercenary. It's rare for mercenaries to shop here, so you wouldn't know. These cultivation containers are for sale, but they cost extra. A watermelon is 10 coins, a vine is 100 coins, and a cultivation container is 500 coins. Can the plants on these containers regenerate? Of course. These are premium vines that yield fruit 4 times a year. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. Realizing this was the only stall selling watermelons, Sang-Chu decided to buy a dozen containers. She paid and stored everything in her spatial tether, which she had conveniently configured into a wristband. The stall owner handed her a small bottle of nutrient solution as a freebie. After thanking him, she continued shopping. She purchased cucumbers, pumpkins, tomatoes, chestnuts, whatever she could find, buying both the produce and the pots. Finally, she reached the meat section, where prices were exorbitant. There were whole chickens, ducks, and fish, dead but unprocessed. How much are these? She asked. The butcher's eyes lit up at the prospect of a customer, but dimmed slightly upon seeing a young woman. He couldn't help but ask, Little lady, these are grade 5 poultry. Their outer shells are tough, and regular laser knives won't work. Are you sure you want to buy them? Uncle, I'm a mercenary. I can handle processing these. Is this all you have? A mercenary?
Great.
Yes, this is all I have. Do you want everything? Yes, pack it up. The butcher, grinning ear to ear, quickly packed everything, fearing she might change her mind. Before long, word spread throughout fresh food that a female mercenary was buying everything in sight without haggling. If she liked it, she bought it. After spending over 200,000 star coins, her spatial tether was nearly full. Thankfully, the shopkeeper had taught her how to layer the space. Exhausted from shopping, she sat on a nearby step and painstakingly organized the tether's layers, finally getting everything in order. Wow, so much stuff. Tu flew around excitedly as it watched Sang-Chu create layers at her space and organize her belongings. After their contract, they could share vision, allowing Tu to see everything in Sang-Chu's spatial tether. These can regenerate, not bad. Since I have wood element abilities, let's test if I can speed up their growth once we're back. Then let's hurry back, Tu urged. No rush. I want to buy clean water sources first. Sang-Chu stood up from the steps and headed toward a nearby water store. The shop owners, a young couple, lit up when they saw her. Customer, looking for water sources? Come take a look at our water storage devices. They're all top-notch. Here, this one, made with the latest energy stone technology, can store about 140 cubic meters of water and control water temperature. Seeing Sang-Chu frown slightly, the woman grabbed her hand eagerly. If my husband's recommendation doesn't suit you, how about this? It's an old-fashioned water storage unit. It's affordable and practical, though it holds less water. But hey, it's cheap, right? You can always refill it later. Sang-Chu pulled her hand back uncomfortably. How much for the new energy one? And the old-fashioned one? The husband glanced at his wife, and they answered in unison. This new energy water storage device uses rare raw solar energy stones and has a 140 cubic meter capacity. Despite its high quality, it's just 880,000 star coins. A great deal, right? And the old one, Sang-Chu asked. The woman smiled warmly. The old one doesn't have as large a capacity, only about 20 or 30 cubic meters, and it can't regulate temperature. But it's cheap, just 100,000 star coins. Sang-Chu searched for other water stores on her communicator, but found this was the only one in City A. Tuyu flew in front of her and whispered, "Ah Chu, this place is shady." "They're lying. These so-called new energy storage devices aren't even for sale." "What did you see?" Sang-Chu asked. "Their inventory log. They have 3 new energy storage devices, but they've sold over 10. The numbers don't add up. So, the new energy devices are real?" "That's true." Sang-Chu fell silent. The devices were genuine, but the fact that no one had raised complaints despite mismatches in sales numbers suggested this shop had powerful backing. Sure enough, corruption existed everywhere. The woman, seeing Sang-Chu hesitate, pushed again. "Young lady, are you buying? These new energy storage devices are selling fast. Once they're gone, they're gone." "Boss, I don't have enough star coins. Just give me an old-fashioned one for now," Sang-Chu replied. "Sure, no problem. Wait here, I'll get it ready for you." "Husband, collect payment," the woman called out softly, and her husband loudly replied, "On it." "Over here, young lady." He led Sang-Chu to the side counter, while the woman unlocked a storage room and quickly shut the door behind her. From a dusty corner, she dragged out a barrel and rummaged through it. "Another poor fool. I'll just give her some ancient junk this time." Tuyu seethed at the dishonesty, muttering, "Ah Chu, she's not even giving you a proper old-fashioned unit." "It probably doesn't even have clean water," Sang-Chu replied calmly. "It's fine. Didn't you say your contracted space has some room? For 100,000 star coins, I'll let you fill it with whatever you can. The old units may still work if cleaned, and we'll grab all their new energy units too." Tuyu's ears perked up. "Oh, right. I didn't think of that. Once she leaves, I'll grab the good stuff off the shelves, and take some of the old ones too. They'll be useful if cleaned. The mercenary dorms have connections to the main water pipelines, so we can repurpose them. Just take all the new energy ones too." Tuyu laughed. "I thought you were a good person." "Goodness is relative. If they're honest, I'll pay. But if they're scamming me, why shouldn't I take from them? Right, I'll wait until you're far away to avoid causing trouble for you." "Good plan." While they spoke, the man handed Sang-Chu the receipt. When she tried to inspect the unit, the woman grabbed her hands. "Sweetie, look, it's getting late. My husband and I need to pick up our kid from the mercenary academy. This storage device is definitely fine, no need to check. Head home. We're closing up. But how can I know if the water is clean without checking?" Sang-Chu asked. "It's clean, absolutely clean. We've been running this store for years. Why would we cheat you? Come on, let's go." The woman pushed her out of the shop, locked the door, and walked off hand in hand with her husband. Expressionless, Sang-Chu carried the storage unit back to the mercenary dorms. Upon inspection, she found algae growing in the tank and bugs in the water. It had clearly been neglected for ages. Her face darkened. "Tuyu, skip the discarded units. They're full of algae and filth. Only take the clean ones." Tuyu fumed. "Unbelievable. Even the old units are unusable." "Exactly. Be quick, they're coming back." "Talk later." "Got it. I'll handle it and come find you." Inside the shop, the couple laughed smugly. "When do you think she'll realize she bought junk?" "Ha ha ha, who cares? We've got 100,000 star coins. Let's have a feast tonight." She's so naive. Without official clearance, who gets good stuff anyway? "Let's close up and head home." Tuyu, hearing this, quickly stuffed all the good items from the shelves into its spatial storage and quietly flew away. In the mercenary dormitory, Tuyu rolled around on the bed laughing at the stash it had stolen. "This is so funny. I really want to see the couple's faces when they realize they've been cleaned out." "All right, be careful you don't roll off," Sang-Chu said as she organized the water storage devices Tuyu had brought back, setting the old ones aside for cleaning and replacing them with fresh water. "I won't," Tuyu declared, hopping up from the bed and flying to the fridge to grab a bunch of grapes. While munching, it asked, "Ah Chu, is this enough for you? Or should we steal more?" "No. Business is hard for everyone. If they hadn't tried to scam me, I wouldn't have had you take all their new energy storage devices. You're so different from most apocalypse survivors. From what I remember, they're all selfish." "I know. I've seen it too. Maybe, in time, I'll become just like them, selfish and cold. But until that day comes, I want to hold on to my principles as long as I can. I don't want to become a monster. Sang Chu's voice was flat and emotionless. Tuyu paused, then flew to her side, stuffing a grape into her mouth. You won't. I know you're a good person, Sang Chu didn't respond. In the apocalypse, there were no truly good people, only fragments of humanity. Tuyu shifted topics, looking at the storage devices beside the purifier. Chu, what are we doing with these? Sang Chu pulled up a video on her communicator and began playing it as a guide, using it to drain the water from the storage devices. Tuyu hovered nearby, snacking and watching her work. After a while, it asked, "Why isn't any water coming out?" Sang Chu pointed to the sink. This is a special mineral from Star Ocean. According to the communicator, it absorbs water infinitely. So you just open the storage device and let the Star Ocean stone drain it. Oh, so just leave them there and they'll empty themselves. Exactly. It'll take all night to drain. I'm going to sleep and start refining gold beads for Dr. Lee when I wake up. Wait. Tu quickly handed her a mental cultivation manual. Chu, don't sleep yet. Look at this book and practice first. This is the mental cultivation manual you mentioned. Sang Chu opened it, seeing diagrams of meridians and explanations of spiritual energy.
Yes.
If you improve your mental energy, refining gold beads will be much easier. And believe it or not, when you're tired, it's the best time to train. Really? Sang Chu looked at Tu skeptically. Of course. In the wild, you barely sleep, so your mind is tense. If you sleep now, your mental tension will relax, and you'll miss the best time to cultivate.
Don't sleep yet.
Even if you don't grasp it immediately, at least meditate and try to align your spiritual energy. Nodding, Sang Chu sat on the floor with the manual and began practicing as instructed. Time passed slowly, and sweat dripped from her face. Her expression grew strained as she focused on gathering the scattered threads of mental energy in her mind. Suddenly, a surge of power burst through her consciousness, powerful and boundless, as if it were breaking through a barrier. Elated, Sang Chu thought she was succeeding, but then a sharp pain stabbed her brain, as if it were being torn apart. She gritted her teeth, refusing to give in. By the time the sun rose, her mental energy had condensed into tiny threads. Phew! She exhaled heavily, drenched in sweat as she emerged from her meditation. Tuyu was lounging in a pile of fruit, crumbs covering its face. Chu, you're awake. How do you feel? Sang Chu glared at its carefree attitude. Not great. I'm going to take a shower. Clean up your mess. After a quick wash, she changed into clean clothes and collapsed onto the bed, realizing she hadn't bought any new ones. Whatever, she thought. I'll buy some after I sleep. Exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted off. When she woke up 2 days later, the room was filled with new items. Rubbing her eyes, she asked groggily, "What's all this?" Tu flew over excitedly and plopped onto her stomach. Dr. Lee brought it. She knocked, but no one answered, so she asked Huashi to open the door. She saw you sleeping and couldn't wake you, so she checked you with some device, realized you were fine, and left a bunch of stuff here. Tu handed her a note. Sang Chu, the items are ready. Once you wake up, remember to give me what I asked for. The items are ready. Sang Chu quickly got out of bed and rushed to the table. There were storage devices, communicators, a small medical pod, spatial tethers, and even new energy water storage devices. Her spatial tether was now stocked with clothes, food, and weapons, far more than she'd prepared herself. The more she looked, the wider her grin grew. So much. This should last us a long time in the apocalypse. More than enough, Tuyu replied. Then, after a moment's thought, it added, You've always been alert, but sleeping for 2 days must have been because you exhausted yourself training your mental energy. Try using your wood element to grow some plants now. Sang Chu, midway through organizing her spatial tether, paused. She pulled out a watermelon vine she had harvested and placed her hands on it. Moments later, a large watermelon sprouted. She thumped it, hearing a crisp sound, then split it open with her hand. The bright red flesh inside was sweet and juicy. She took a bite, savoring the flavor.
Wow.
I didn't expect mental energy to boost my abilities so much. This is delicious. Tu urged her. Try refining the gold beads next. Dr. Lee brought you so much stuff, and you haven't given her a single bead. The interdimensional train will arrive in a couple of days. Alarmed, Sang Chu put down the watermelon, wiped her mouth, and began refining gold beads. This time, it was much easier. In no time, she had filled a small pouch. Still, it was far from what she had promised Dr. Lee, so she kept refining throughout the day. Meanwhile, Tu organized the food in the mercenary dormitory and replaced the stolen water storage devices with clean water. After a day and night, the work was finally done. Dr. Lee, sorry for the delay. I was asleep the past 2 days. I've prepared what you asked for. Come pick it up when you're ready. After seeing off Dr. Lee, Sang Chu collapsed back onto the bed. Tu flew over to her side. What's wrong? Didn't you just wake up? I don't know. I'm just so tired. I've put everything in the spatial tether close to my body. Are you sure I can bring everything back to the apocalypse? Of course, Sang Chu yawned widely. Then I'll sleep a bit more. I'm so sleepy. She was so exhausted that her eyes barely stayed open, and she drifted back to sleep. Half asleep, half awake, she heard a whistle sound, followed by Tu's voice. Ah Chu, wake up, we're going back. Wake up, so tired. Sang Chu could barely open her eyes and turned over, falling back asleep. Lu Minfeng and Mu Shui were fleeing toward the city gates. Under the giant blood-red moon, the strange plants that had suddenly appeared had now become their lifeline. Mu Shui, wearing Lu Minfeng's jacket, gasped for breath as she looked at the mutated trees. Senior, are we really going up? Aren't these mutated plants dangerous? My invisibility ability is about to expire. Zhao Feng, for some reason, isn't dead. We can't stay here. Rather than go back, we might as well take a chance. At the mention of Zhao Feng, Mu Shui gritted her teeth. That jerk, despite being shot full of holes, was still alive. All right, I'll go first. Mu Shui couldn't let herself be the one holding them back. She climbed first, thinking if the mutated plants turned out to be dangerous, Lu Minfeng could still escape. There, Zhao Feng's subordinates spotted the now visible Lu Minfeng and Mu Shui and quickly ran toward them. Zhao Feng heard the news and started shooting madly. So it's you, Lu Minfeng? Mu Shui, run. Lu Minfeng quickly raised a dirt wall to block Zhao Feng's attack, but Zhao Feng's bullets were refined with abilities and could barely be stopped. The wall was shaky and on the verge of collapsing. Senior, hurry up, Mu Shui called urgently, trying to pull Lu Minfeng up, but he said, you go first. In the apocalypse, all the city walls were reinforced and raised. Mu Shui, you need to go first, or I'll go down with you. Zhao Feng sneered, little beauty, don't rush. You can't escape. Go. At Zhao Feng's command, everyone surrounded them. The mutated tree, though near the city wall, was still a bit far from it. They had originally planned to climb it, and Lu Minfeng's ability could have safely taken them out. But now, with people watching them closely, climbing out was too risky. Come on, hurry up. Lu Minfeng gritted his teeth, wrapped his abilities around himself, and swiftly climbed the tree. Mu Shui followed him, running up the mutated tree. Endless golden bullets rained down, and they had to dodge as they ran. Bang! A bullet struck Lu Minfeng in the back. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let out any sound. Using his body, he shielded Mu Shui from the bullets, but when they finally reached the top, Lu Minfeng's face was pale, and his body felt as if it had been soaked in ice water. Mu Shui, wait for me to block them. You climb over first. Once you're out of the city, we'll talk. What about you? I might not make it. Lu Minfeng didn't finish his sentence. He believed Sang Chu wouldn't die, so it was safer for Mu Shui to escape the city. I'll follow you. Zhao Feng's cold voice came from below. He won't make it. I hit him with my bullet. He's as good as dead. Mu Shui gasped in shock, looking at Lu Minfeng, and sure enough, she felt the wetness of his back. Her eyes turned red, and with a trembling voice, she said, Why didn't you say anything? What do we do now? Lu Minfeng tried to control his voice, gently saying, It's fine. It's not a serious injury. You go ahead, I'll follow. Zhao Feng laughed. Little beauty, if you come down and spend the night with me, I'll have someone save your lover. What do you say? His smug voice echoed from below, like a hunter waiting for his prey to deliver itself. Lu Minfeng ignored the lover part and said coldly, in your dreams. He trembled but still forced himself to use his abilities to build a dirt bridge connecting the tree and the city wall. Go quickly. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people below fired wildly at the dirt bridge, instantly destroying it. Lu Minfeng's abilities were destroyed, and he was hit by the backlash, spitting blood. Senior, Mu Shui rushed to hold the weakened Lu Minfeng. Lu Minfeng. Are you alright? Lu Minfeng? Lu Minfeng, losing consciousness, wanted to comfort Mu Shui, but no matter how she shook him, it was futile. She finally realized that his back was covered in blood. Grinding her teeth, she shouted down to Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng, get a doctor here now. Zhao Feng chuckled. No problem, little beauty. Come down, and I'll have someone save him. Get a doctor here first. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off, Zhao Feng sneered coldly. He wouldn't let this switch go either. If he weren't a mutated ability user, he would have been dead after Mu Shui's attack. Now that the roles had reversed, he was going to make these two pay. Boom! A powerful explosion rocked the ground, creating a massive crater, and the heat wave forced Zhao Feng and his men to retreat. When they recovered, the tree was silent, and the people were gone. Mu Shui blinked in disbelief. Then Sang Chu silently handed her a set of clothes. Hurry and change, it's me. You didn't see wrong. Sang Sang. Yes, Sang Sang. Are you calling my soul? Whoa, where did you go? You scared me to death last night. Last night? But she had been in the monsterized world for a month. Before Sang Chu could ask you what was going on, Mu Shui rushed at her. After a night of worry, Mu Shui couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into tears. She gasped for breath, pointing at Lu Minfeng. Lu Minfeng was shot by that jerk Zhao Feng. He's lost a lot of blood. Please help him. Mu Shui sobbed as she spoke, and Sang Chu pushed her into the hovercar's guest room. I'll treat his wounds. There's hot water inside. Go wash up and change into clean clothes. We'll talk later. Mu Shui, who had already noticed the strange, oval-shaped thing Sang Chu was flying in, and the odd weapons she used to attack Zhao Feng's group, knew something extraordinary had happened. So, while curious about where Sang Chu had gotten such things, she obediently took the clothes and went to take a bath. When she came out, Sang Chu had already treated Lu Minfeng's wounds and put a strange device on his hand. Sang Sang, what's that? A small medical pod. It's for saving lives. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. I'm hungry, but I want to hear you explain what happened. How amazing. There really are other worlds. After listening to Sang Chu talk about the monsterized world and the interdimensional train, Lin Mu Shui found it all so fantastical. If Sang Chu hadn't shown her so many good things, she wouldn't have believed it at all. Tuyu perched curiously on Sang Chu's shoulder. Why didn't you tell her you boarded the train by accident? Sang Chu smiled as she watched her childhood friend devour the food and replied, I don't want to test people's humanity. Instead of telling them I boarded because the train wouldn't leave empty after someone died, I'd rather say, I don't know why I got on. Either way, I'll share everything I have with her, so it doesn't matter. Tuyu didn't understand what she was worried about, but since Sang Chu had spoken, it kept quiet. Eat slower, there's plenty. No one's going to take it from you.
Sen hu handed Lin Muksu a handkerchief.
I haven't eaten properly in ages. It's all Zhao Feng's fault. That jerk gave me such terrible stuff to eat, Lin Mu Shui said between bites. Sang Sang, let me tell you, there's something off about Zhao Feng. Remember the gun you had me hide? I turned him into a sieve with it, yet he's still alive and kicking. She grabbed a tomato and bit into it. So good. I haven't had fresh food in forever. You have no idea how shocked Lu Minfeng and I were when we saw him alive while escaping. That guy's terrifying. He came back to life. Came back to life, Sang Chu asked. Yeah, he was dead and then he wasn't. And it's like nothing happened to him. Plus, his powers seem even stronger now. Hearing this, Sang Chu thought of her own awakening powers and felt a chill. She realized that others in the apocalypse might have awakened strange abilities too. Zhao Feng's revival was likely one of them. Luckily, when her flame gun didn't work on him earlier, she chose to retreat rather than impulsively confront him. Don't think about it too much. We've escaped for now, so there's no need to face him yet. Want some meat? I'll grill you some. There's meat. Lin Mu Shue's dull eyes suddenly lit up, sparkling like a little deer's. Sang Chu chuckled. Yes, I bought plenty. Check on Lu Minfeng while I prepare the meat. If he's okay, bring him to the dining area to find me. Though the hovercar looked small on the outside, its interior was spacious. Sang Chu went to the kitchen, took out the chicken, duck, and fish she'd bought, and conjured a handy knife to process the meat. Once prepared, she connected an old-fashioned water tank to the hovercar's built-in purifier, opened the valve, and let water flow out. When Mu Shui and Lu Minfeng walked in, their jaws dropped. On their way over, Mu Shui had explained everything to Lu Minfeng. Though he had accepted the unbelievable story, seeing the hovercar dispensing water like it was the pre-apocalypse days left them both dumbfounded. Mu Shui dashed past Lu Minfeng to Sang Chu. Sang, this water's drinkable, right? Right? Neither Mu Shui nor Sang Chu had water-related abilities, so drinking water was a luxury. Adding to that, Zhao Feng, the jerk, always monitored her closely to prevent her from hoarding supplies. During their escape, she and Sang Chu had to be extremely cautious when sneaking supplies. They could only steal tiny amounts each time. But now there was food and water. Life had suddenly become so much better. Mu Shui, unable to resist, leaned directly toward the faucet to drink. Sang Chu stopped her. This old tank is a bit dirty. Hold on. After washing her hands, Sang Chu swapped the old tank for a new energy one, filled a glass, and handed it to Mu Shui. Drink this. Mu Shui eagerly grabbed the glass and gulped it down. Sang Chu then took out 2 spatial tethers, handing one to each of them. These are spatial tethers. You can customize their appearance. I've labeled everything inside for you. The water in the new energy tanks is clean, so you can drink directly from it once it's installed in the hovercar. There's also a communicator. It's like a phone and easy to use. Try it out. Sang Chu helped Mu Shui put on the communicator. Seeing this, Lu Minfeng followed suit without hesitation. Mu Shui gazed at Sang Chu with wide eyes. Sang, you've been to space, haven't you? I don't know, Sang Chu explained. I only stayed there for a month, hunting monsters every day to make money. These things are all bought. Looking at the items in his spatial tether, Lu Minfeng said, Thank you. He knew he was benefiting from Mu Shui's connection, but in the apocalypse, he wasn't going to be overly polite. No need. I should thank you for protecting Mu Shui. Lin Mu Shui threw an arm around Sang Chu's shoulder with a grin. See? This is my rich, generous benefactor. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Sure, you looked out for me before. Now it's my turn. Mu Shui shamelessly leaned closer and planted a kiss on Sang Chu's cheek. You really are the best, Sang. Finally, I can live a carefree life of luxury and indulgence. It's about time. She flopped into a chair, lazily popping grapes into her mouth one by one.
Shan Xiao Zhu, Hu Di Up.
Your ladyship is starving and wants meat. Seeing her carefree attitude, Lu Minfeng chuckled. I'll handle it. This should work like gas stoves, right? Pretty much. I'll prepare the meat, and you can grill it. This one's useless anyway, Sang Chu teased, glancing at Mu Shui. Mu Shui didn't even blink at the jab and threw a grape at Sang Chu. How can you call me useless? Have you ever seen such a beautiful and charming useless person? She glared playfully, and Lu Minfeng, used to their dynamic, took the meat from Sang Chu, started the cooking device, and pulled out a white pan-like object to grill the meat. Curious, Mu Shui leaned on the counter and asked, What's that? It looks like a stone. It's a high heat-resistant mineral. The monsterized world doesn't have metals like steel. Everything is made from light and minerals, Sang Chu explained. No wonder it looks so strange. But as long as it works, I don't care. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl that couldn't be ignored. Have a snack while you wait. It'll be ready soon, Lu Minfeng said, taking the cooked meat from the pan, seasoning it, and handing it to her. The aroma hit, and Mu Shui didn't hesitate to dig in. This is amazing. So tender. She grabbed a piece and fed it to Sang-chu. Isn't it delicious? It is, Sang-chu agreed. Monsterized creatures are indeed more tender than regular meat. Eat more. I've got this. Lu Minfeng, you should eat too, all right. After finishing the meat preparation, Sang-chu walked over to Lu Minfeng, took over his grilling duties, and encouraged him to eat as well. As she grilled the meat, she pulled out a watermelon, sliced it, and handed pieces to everyone. Mu Shui, her face already shiny with grease, lit up at the sight of the watermelon. Sang-chu, you're the best. I love you so much. She formed a heart with her hands before hurriedly stuffing a piece of watermelon into her mouth, eating with such gusto that it almost looked comical. Watching her, Tu suddenly recalled how Sang-chu had eaten in a similar way before, and it felt a pang of sympathy. Ah, Chu, your life was so hard. It's all in the past. The good days are just beginning now. With their bellies full, the three of them sprawled on the sofa. Sang-chu felt fine since she hadn't gone hungry in the monsterized world, but Mu Shui and Lu Minfeng were too stuffed to move. Seeing them like this, Sang-chu sat beside them and said, Mu Shui, Lu Minfeng, I also bought you both hover cars. I even have a construction module. Maybe we can build our own base somewhere. But I probably can't stay with you. I need to search for gold, silver, and other treasures to exchange for money. She left out her plan to look for her brother. Finding someone in the apocalypse was like searching for a needle in a haystack. She didn't want to burden them with it. Mu Shui perked up. Oh, right. You mentioned that this interdimensional train forces you to board and that you need to buy tickets. Yes. Lu Minfeng, who had only heard about this briefly from Mu Shui, still found it fascinating. What happens if you can't afford a ticket? You die, Sang-chu said bluntly, adding, I spent most of the money I earned in the monsterized world on these supplies. They should last you a long time. All the plants with soil are renewable resources, so you don't need to worry about running out of food. Die, Mu Shui exclaimed, horrified. What are we supposed to do? The apocalypse is full of scrap metal and garbage. Where are we supposed to find valuable treasures? Lu Minfeng pondered for a moment. Ah, Chu, does that system spirit of yours have something like a treasure map? Sang-chu blinked. Why hadn't she thought of that? She quickly asked Tu. It does, but it costs money. Only about 100 credits. All right, buy me one. After purchasing the map, Tu said it had been integrated into her communicator, ready to display. Mu Shui, noticing Sang-chu had zoned out, was about to ask what she was doing when a large treasure map projection appeared before them. I exchanged for this map with the system spirit, Sang-chu explained. Mu Shui gawked at Lu Minfeng. There really is one? You're a genius. Lu Minfeng shrugged. I figured if they suggest exchanging treasures for money, there should be a map. It was worth a shot. You're so smart, way smarter than Sang-chu. Are we going treasure hunting? Mu Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she and Lu Minfeng turned to Sang-chu, startling her. I can go alone. It's too dangerous, Sang-chu said. Dangerous? Where isn't dangerous in the apocalypse? Mu Shui retorted. Besides, we've eaten so much of your food and taken all these supplies. Helping you treasure hunt is the least we can do. Exactly, Lu Minfeng agreed.
Don't worry about me.
My abilities are at level 2 now. Even though my invisibility is only level 1, it's good enough to be helpful. Mu Shui narrowed her eyes at Sang-chu. Sang-chu, you don't think I'd be a burden, do you? Though her tone was accusatory, her expression was even more threatening, as if daring Sang-chu to admit it. Of course not. I'd be grateful for your help. Sang-chu reassured her quickly. Great. Then let's take a closer look at this map. Where's the first marked spot? I can't read maps. I'm terrible with directions, Mu Shui admitted.
Sang-chu sighed.
Lu Minfeng examined the map and noticed that the closest marked spot was near the base of a mountain. This place looks strange, like it's under a mountain, a treasure under a mountain, Mu Shui said skeptically. Sang-chu frowned and zoomed in on the location. It did appear to be at the base of a mountain. Could it be a tomb? She speculated. That's very likely, Lu Minfeng agreed. But none of us have experience with this. How should we proceed? Sang-chu took out some weapons and explained, these are laser guns, cold light and flame guns. They're high-powered. Here's a light energy battery for each of you. Keep them in your spatial tethers. If your communicator flashes red or orange, charge it immediately by plugging the light energy battery into it. She handed them 2 or 3 weapons each, along with a hover car and a synchronized copy of the map. I've added your communicator numbers. Signal issues shouldn't be a problem. If we lose contact, use the communicators to reconnect. If things get dangerous, retreat to your hover cars. They have strong defense systems. I'll teach you how to use them. The controls are almost the same for all hover cars. Despite knowing how risky exploring a tomb could be, Mu Shui, usually timid, seemed uncharacteristically excited. She'd always dreamed of adventure and figured if she'd already faced zombies, what was a tomb? At worst, she'd encounter a mummy, and she had a laser gun for that. Unaware of Mu Shui's grand ambitions, Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng would have reconsidered their route if they had known. Can the communicator be used as a light source? Lu Minfeng asked. Yes, it has many functions. You can think of it as a phone that doesn't need an internet connection, Sang Chu replied.
Got it.
Teach us how to use the hover cars, then let's rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll explore the location. If it's too dangerous, we'll retreat. There are plenty of marked spots on the map, so there's no need to risk everything for one, Lu Minfeng suggested. I agree, Mu Shui chimed in.
All right.
Let's start. I'll show you the hover car's controls. Sang Chu led them to the cockpit, where the hover car's controls were displayed. Most of the equipment was unfamiliar to them. Actually, there's not much to learn. Just watch once and you'll understand, Sang Chu said.
Impossible.
I can't even ride a bike properly,
Mu Shui exclaimed.
You don't need to ride it. Just use your voice, Sang Chu explained, pointing to the interface where a robot's ID was displayed. That's the hover car's AI. Just call its name before giving commands. For example, little A, open the route I transmitted to you. I want to go to the nearest red-marked spot. A female voice responded. Understood, Master. Please wait while I load the map. Moments later, the map appeared on the screen, with the nearest marked point highlighted. The route has been set. Please confirm if it's correct, the AI said.
Correct.
Adjust the hover car's temperature to optimal sleeping conditions. When we arrive, park in a safe spot and activate defense mode. Little A, please wait. Sleep mode has been activated, and defense level is now set to A grade, capable of withstanding attacks from level 1 monsterized creatures. Please rest assured and sleep well, Master. The hover car's lights dimmed to a warm yellow, creating a cozy ambience that made it hard not to feel drowsy. Mu Shui's eyes widened in amazement at Sang Chu's interaction with little A. Overcome with excitement, she grabbed Sang Chu's arm in a tight hug. This is amazing, sang Xiao Chu. Now I can drive too.
See?
I told you it's easy. Mu Shui practically hung onto Sang Chu like a koala. This is incredible. I'm officially a car owner now. How should I thank you, my dear Sang Xiao Chu? Sang Chu dragged her to the rest area and firmly pried her off. Stop messing around and go to sleep. You're not sleeping with me? Sang Xiao Chu. How heartless. Mu Shui stared at Sang Chu with wide eyes, but Sang Chu merely smiled, opened the door, and asked, Are you sure you want me to sleep with you? Looking at the inviting, soft bed inside, Mu Shui immediately stepped in. On second thought, we each have our hover cars now. We should enjoy some privacy. I won't disturb your alone time, my dear benefactor.
Good evening, Sang Chu.
Good night, senior. With a grin, she shut the door and flopped onto the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket like a cocoon. I hope this is all real and not just a dream. If it is, maybe I can go find Grandma. I wonder if she's still alive. Grandma, please wait for me. Mu Shui drifted off, inhaling the faint fragrance of the blanket. Meanwhile, outside her door, neither Sang Chu nor Lu Minfeng had any idea she had fallen asleep so quickly. Lu Minfeng followed Sang Chu to another rest area. Thanks. Let me know if you need anything. No need for thanks. You've helped us a lot in the apocalypse. Without you, Mu Shui and I wouldn't have survived in Zhao Feng's base. Speaking of which, what do you make of Mu Shui's claim that Zhao Feng came back to life? The two stood facing each other in the doorway of their respective rooms. Lu Minfeng frowned. It's odd. I'm certain Mu Shue's shots killed him, but less than a minute later, he was leading people to chase us. What's your theory? Lu Minfeng's voice lowered.
He almost harmed Mu Shue.
I won't let him off the hook. But given how unclear the situation is, the best approach is to wait and observe. As for building a base, leave it to me. Once you've found what you need, we'll need more people. Perhaps we can look for our families. If they're still alive, they can help us build the base. Just the three of us won't survive long in the apocalypse. After saying this, Lu Minfeng hesitated to meet Sang Chu's gaze. He knew his suggestion was partly selfish. Life in the apocalypse was tough. Finding family members was unlikely, and even if they were alive, locating them would be almost impossible. But with hovercars, the odds of success and safety were much higher. Sang Chu thought of her brother. Of course, she wanted to find him too, if he was still alive. Family is worth looking for, and I trust you. In the apocalypse, you and Mu Shue are the only ones I can rely on. I know you care for Mu Shue, but she might not share your feelings. I hope you can separate personal feelings from our survival priorities. Whether your relationship deepens or not, I don't want the bond between the three of us, forged through surviving the apocalypse together, to fracture over emotions. Lu Minfeng smiled at her seriousness. Don't worry. I'll handle it. In her eyes, I'm probably just a good-natured senior or an older brother who's looked out for her during the apocalypse. As for anything more, I won't force it. I'll let things happen naturally.
All right.
Rest well. Feel free to use anything in your room. Thanks. They both opened their doors and entered their rooms to rest. Tuyu perched on Sang Chu's shoulder, curious. You seem pretty cautious around Lu Minfeng, huh? Sang Chu stepped into the bathroom and pressed the button to fill the bathtub. Watching the water flow in, she crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. He treated us well in the apocalypse, but I always worry he might turn dark. I'm naturally suspicious, so I prefer to address things openly. I really don't want personal feelings to tear us apart. He's skilled and resourceful. If he remains on our side, I'll feel reassured even when I'm traveling across dimensions. But if unrequited love turns him against us, he'll be my most formidable enemy. Tuyu flapped its large ears and flew onto Sang Chu's bed. Human relationships are so complicated. Not that much. Then why not keep everything from him? Sang Chu sank into the tub and shut the door. Because it's impossible. The origins of these things need explaining. I'll disappear and reappear suddenly and bring back items the apocalypse doesn't have. These aren't things I can hide. Better to be upfront from the start than risk my lies unraveling later. Tu sprawled out on the bed, sighing. So complicated, not really. Meanwhile, Lu Minfeng, after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, sat on the sofa and began organizing the supplies Sang Chu had given him. I didn't expect there to be so much. The communicator had a unique feature for storing hovercars. He found a small sphere labeled hovercar in his spatial tether, holding it with some disbelief. This little ball is a hovercar? Following the communicator's instructions, he placed the sphere on the device, which then displayed an image of the hovercar along with its specifications. The more he explored, the more excited he became. He even took out a laser gun to examine it. Time passed unnoticed as he tinkered with his gear. Eventually, the hovercar stopped. Under the eerie blood moon, the world outside was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything clearly. He stood up, left his room, and went to the kitchen to prepare food. Sang Chu had stocked his spatial tether with plenty of ingredients, so he decided to cook a meal. That smells amazing. Mu Shue, still groggy from sleep, stumbled into the kitchen like a zombie following the aroma. When she saw the food, her eyes lit up.
Ah!
Is that stir-fry? And rice? Meat and eggplant, braised pumpkin, chestnut chicken, and fish? Lu Minfeng, you're incredible.
Can we eat now?
She plopped onto a chair, staring at him with anticipation. Lu Minfeng handed her chopsticks. If you're hungry, eat. These are all things Sang Chu brought back. I'm just passing them along. Then I won't hold back. Oh, Make sure to save some for Sang Sang, okay? Without waiting for a reply, she dove in. The warmth of the chicken soup brought tears of joy to her eyes. I never thought I'd get to eat proper rice in this lifetime. I promise I won't be picky anymore. Sang Chu arrived just in time to hear Mu Shue's declaration. You'd better remember that promise. It wasn't easy earning all this. Mu Shue nodded vigorously, her mouth stuffed with food. Seeing Sang Chu, Lu Minfeng brought out the portion he'd saved for her. I thought you'd rest longer, so I saved this for you. Thanks. Neither Sang Chu nor Mu Shue had ever been skilled at cooking. Before the apocalypse, they lived off takeout. After the apocalypse, they ate whatever they could find. Not bad, Chef Lu, Sang Chu complimented. Mu Shue nodded enthusiastically in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. Very impressive. After eating their fill, the three stepped out of the hovercar. When Sang Chu offered to help them load their hovercars into their communicators, Lu Minfeng surprised them by saying he'd already figured it out. Mu Shue stared at him in disbelief. You did it yourself? Lu Minfeng chuckled at her expression. I was curious and couldn't sleep, so I gave it a try. Pouting, Mu Shue grumbled. Fine, just me, passed out like a log. Using the light from their communicators, the three followed the map to a stone wall. Mu Shue touched the wall, frowning slightly. The map says there's an entrance here, but it doesn't look like it. Sang Chu pulled out a blue laser gun. Step back. The two moved aside, and Sang Chu fired at the wall. Within moments, the laser carved out an entrance, leaving Mu Shue wide-eyed.
Whoa.
I've only ever seen this kind of thing in movies. Me too, Lu Minfeng added. Sang Chu explained, the laser guns I gave you each have different effects. This blue one has a steady attack power, making it the best for carving tunnels. Let's head down. Be careful. The hole descended into pitch-black darkness. Sang Chu led the way, with Lu Minfeng bringing up the rear. Their communicators were set to highlight mode, consuming more energy, but providing the safety they needed in the apocalypse. Carefully navigating the winding path, Sang Chu suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Mu Shue asked. Come up here and see for yourselves, Sang Chu replied. Cautiously, the two joined her, finding themselves at the edge of a vertical shaft. Peering into the void, they saw only a mysterious, impenetrable blackness below. What now? Do we go down? Mu Shue asked nervously. Lu Minfeng opened the map and confirmed the red marker hadn't moved. This was likely the place, but the unknown below gave him pause. Sang Chu took out her hovercar and adjusted its size to match the shaft's dimensions. We'll take the car down. The interior space stays the same regardless of the exterior adjustments. Mu Shue's eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I've never seen an unexplored cave before. She eagerly climbed aboard, followed by the others. After issuing the command, the three stood inside the hovercar, its transparent walls offering a view of their surroundings. The car's dim light mode provided just enough visibility to navigate. The shaft seemed endless, narrowing as they descended. Little A, Master, the upcoming gap is very narrow and dangerous. Should I activate safety mode? Activate it, Sang Chu commanded. Little A, understood. Disabling transparent mode and entering safety mode. The excited 2U instantly grew tense, leaping onto Sang Chu's shoulder for security. Thud, thud, thud. A strange sound echoed as something relentlessly struck the hovercar, shaking it violently. The three inside were thrown off balance, but the safety measures, including airbags, prevented injuries. Eventually, Little A's voice returned.
Danger resolved.
Exiting safety mode and reactivating transparent mode. As the airbags deflated and the hovercar became transparent again, the trio finally saw their surroundings. It felt like they had entered another world. The shaft was gone. Now, the cave around them was entirely crystalline, shimmering like an intricate palace of ice and snow. The brilliance made it look like a dreamlike wonderland. The entrance they'd come through was no longer visible. Instead, a thin crevice in the crystalline ceiling above hinted at where they had descended. My gosh, how did the hovercar even fit through such a small gap? Mu Shui exclaimed, marveling at the opening. Lu Minfeng, however, focused on the hover car's depleted light energy. Ah, Chu, we've lost more than half our energy. Checking the indicator, Sang Chu found it nearing orange. She quickly set up a light energy recharge, though it would take time to replenish. This place is far more dangerous than I expected, she admitted. Her unease deepened. The hover car, fully charged before they left, had burned through most of its energy just ascending one shaft. This was unprecedented even in the monsterized world, where she had used the car extensively for a month without similar depletion. As they fretted over their next move, Mu Shui suddenly squealed in delight.
Wow.
It's so beautiful, she ran ahead, forcing Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng to follow her hurriedly. The sight that greeted them left them equally stunned. Spanning out before them was a magnificent underground terraced field, glowing with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ah, Chu, this place is incredible, Tu exclaimed, flapping its ears excitedly. It really is stunning, Mu Shui agreed. Neither noticed they were speaking to each other until Mu Shui realized the voice was unfamiliar. Turning, she finally saw the flying white rabbit. Eh? What is that? A monster. Startled, she stumbled back, but Lu Minfeng and Sang Chu quickly steadied her. You're the monster, Tu retorted indignantly. I'm Ah Chu's spirit guide, Tu. It flew to Sang Chu's shoulder, its excitement completely gone. Peeking from behind Lu Minfeng, Mu Shui tentatively reached out to poke the rabbit.
You're
a rabbit? I'm a spirit guide, Tu corrected emphatically. Tu couldn't help but shout, and suddenly, echoes reverberated through the cave, startling him so much that he leaped into Sang Chu's arms. Mu Shui was equally frightened, clutching Lu Minfeng's slim waist tightly and trembling all over. You darn rabbit spirit, why did you shout so loud? You scared me to death. I didn't mean to. I scared myself too. Tu stammered, equally startled by the unexpectedly loud echoes. Lu Minfeng reassured them calmly. Don't worry, it's fine. Let's keep moving and take a closer look. The echoes gradually faded. Mu Shui, regaining her excitement, grabbed Sang Chu's hand and dragged her forward. Sang, I've never seen such a huge underground terrace before. It's so colorful and beautiful, the underground terraces stretch layer upon layer, resembling intricately carved jade pools. They line the sloping cave walls in neat, orderly patterns. The terraces held crystal clear, mirror-like water that reflected the stalactites and stalagmites above, shimmering like exquisite glass. Tu spoke up. Ah Chu, try slicing through the surface of the water in one of the terraces. His suggestion stunned all three of them. Slice through the water, Sang Chu repeated, incredulous. Yes, I think something valuable might be hidden underneath, Tu explained earnestly. Sang Chu nodded and glanced at Lu Minfeng, who immediately turned his back to guard the area. Mu Shui positioned herself at the front, holding a gun at the ready. Taking out a suitable blade, Sang Chu carefully began slicing through the water's surface. To her surprise, the surface wasn't water at all but a thick, jelly-like substance. The translucent material felt soft and pliable in her hands, reminiscent of gelatin. Tu shuddered, exclaiming, Ugh, your cutting technique is gross. Hurry up, his complaint made both Lu Minfeng and Mu Shui chuckle, though Sang Chu merely shot Tu a glare as she placed the cut material into a container. This strange stuff might come in handy, she muttered. As she peeled away layer after layer of the gelatinous substance, reminiscent of millefeuille pastry, they finally uncovered a bed of jade-like minerals beneath. The jade was extraordinary. Its smooth surface contained streams of golden liquid that seemed to flow within. Tu let out an ear-piercing shriek. These are spiritual jade stones. Spiritual jade stones. Mu Shui turned to Sang Chu, wide-eyed. Like the ones in novels. Tu clarified. No, these are unrefined spiritual jade stones. They're far more valuable than regular spiritual stones. Ah Chu, hurry up and collect them. Quickly, Sang Chu immediately resumed her careful slicing, but when she tried to cut the jade with her golden blade, she found it impossible. This jade is too hard. I can't cut through it at all, she admitted. Lu Minfeng offered. Let me try. Sang Chu stepped aside, and Lu Minfeng attempted to cut the jade himself, but encountered the same issue. It's incredibly tough, he confirmed. So, what now? Mu Shui asked, frustrated. We can see it, but can't take it. Hey, Big Rabbit, do you have any ideas? Tuyu retorted indignantly. I'm a spirit guide, not a big rabbit. If you can't cut it, what do you expect me to do? Wow, some spirit guide you are, Mu Shui teased. Tuyu, visibly annoyed, turned his back to her and grumbled. Ugly woman, I'm not talking to you anymore. Who are you calling ugly? Mu Shui yelled, grabbing Tuyu's large ears. I'm naturally beautiful, adored by everyone. If you call me ugly again, I'll pluck all your rabbit fur and turn you into a bald bunny. As the two bickered, Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng exchanged helpless looks and shook their heads in unison. Amid the chaos, Lu Minfeng absent-mindedly squeezed a piece of the gelatinous substance they had sliced from the terrace. Suddenly, his eyes lit up.
Sang Chu, I have an idea. Sang Chu smiled knowingly.
I do too. Let's see if we're thinking the same thing. They spoke simultaneously. The water, Lu Minfeng explained. Exactly. I was thinking about how nature often balances itself. For example, areas with venomous snakes often have antidotes nearby. Similarly, the roots or flowers of poisonous plants can sometimes counteract their toxins. This jade might work the same way, Sang Chu nodded. I was thinking the same. Since these jade stones are submerged in this liquid, the liquid must hold some significance. Let's test it. Carefully, Lu Minfeng placed a piece of the gelatinous material over the blade of the golden knife. As he tried cutting the jade again, the previously impenetrable stone yielded effortlessly. It works, he exclaimed. Encouraged, Sang Chu conjured another golden blade and began cutting the jade alongside him. By the time Mu Shui and Tu stopped bickering, they noticed Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng successfully extracting the jade stones.
Whoa.
How did you manage that? Mu Shui marveled. Lu Minfeng explained their method, leaving Mu Shui thoroughly impressed. Tuyu, meanwhile, rolled his eyes and remarked, You're so clueless. Hey, what's wrong with being a beautiful airhead? I'm not bothering you. So quit nagging, Mu Shui shot back, picking Tuyu up and tossing him aside before joining Sang Chu. Sang, let me help too. The underground terraces were vast, with countless sections visible. 2 people alone would take ages to finish. Sang Chu handed her blade to Mu Shui and conjured another for herself. Tuyu perched on Sang Chu's shoulder, watching the progress. Chu, give me a piece. I'll take it to the marketplace and see how much it's worth. Sure. Sang Chu cut a palm-sized piece and handed it to him. As soon as he received it, Tuyu disappeared in an instant, leaving Mu Shui blinking in surprise. Wow. He really is a little spirit. Watching her astonished expression, Lu Minfeng couldn't help but smile. He came with Chu, so obviously he's real. Just don't tease him so much next time. Whose side are you on, senior? Mu Shui pouted. Lu Minfeng chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Yours, of course. But Tuyu is Chu's spirit guide. She'll rely on him a lot in the future.
Mu Shui sighed.
Fine, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll try to get along with him, Sang Chu laughed. Don't worry. Say whatever you want. Tuyu enjoys it when people joke around with him. He's like a child at heart. Really? Mu Shui asked, intrigued.
Sang Chu nodded. Yes.
He comes from a place even darker than the apocalypse. At least we have the blood moon and some lighting, but where Tuyu is from, there's no light at all. Having someone to play with probably makes him happy. Didn't expect his life to be so rough too, Mu Shui pouted. Seeing his tiny body with that bulging belly, like a middle-aged man with a beer gut, I thought he must be living a carefree life. Realizing Tuyu had faced struggles just like them, she softened. Fine. I'll forgive his foul mouth this time. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll try not to argue with him. Lu Minfeng's gaze was full of affection as he quickened his pace. That must be such a sacrifice for our noble Lady Lin. It truly is, Mu Shui agreed smugly, humming a cheerful tune as the 3 tirelessly cut the spiritual jade stones. Chu, you should store these for now, Lu Minfeng suggested. Sang Chu looked at the jade he had cut and said, There's so much here. You two should also store what you've cut in your space bracelets. Keep the liquid too. We can split everything after we leave. But Lu Minfeng started. Oh, come on, senior, Mu Shui interrupted. Just listen to Sang Sang. You can't expect her to run around collecting everything behind you. Let's all hurry up and get this done. We can give it to her later if need be. All right. I'll move a bit further ahead. You two, be careful. Just then, an excited scream erupted. We've hit the jackpot. We're rich, Sang Chu flinched. Keep it down, Tu. You scared me. Her tone was icy, though Tu doubted she was actually frightened. He was giddy with excitement, staring at the price displayed in the dimensional marketplace. Chu, do you know how valuable this stuff is? That tiny piece you gave me. It's sold for 1 billion. 1 billion. You're filthy rich now, Sang Chu froze mid-action. Seeing her blank expression, Mu Shui grew alarmed. Sang, are you okay? Don't scare me like this. Senior, come here quick, Mu Shui shouted, her voice shaking slightly. Lu Minfeng dropped what he was doing and rushed over. What's wrong? Look at Sang. What's going on with her? Sang Chu remained in a daze, her face caught between disbelief and astonishment. Previously, she had earned money in the monsterized world, but it was all spent almost immediately. But now just one small piece was worth so much. She was suddenly wealthy.
Chu?
Chu, are you there? Tuyu's voice pulled her back.
I'm
here, she replied, her voice shaky. Chu, let's just sell this one piece. The rest should be kept. This stuff will be invaluable for developing your abilities. All right, Sang Chu agreed without hesitation. Just one piece was already more than enough to last them a long time. Mu Shui and Lu Minfeng exchanged glances, deeply concerned by Sang Chu's vacant look.
Shan si ao chu. Stop shaking me.
If you keep at it, I'm going to throw up. Sang Chu finally snapped back, holding her head as Mu Shui released a sigh of relief. You scared me half to death. Don't do that again. Lu Minfeng frowned thoughtfully. Is this stuff incredibly valuable? Sang Chu looked up at him. There was no fooling someone as sharp as Lu Minfeng. Yes, it's worth a fortune. I guess the sudden realization of going from broke to rich threw me off. Oh, come on. You scared us to death. Next time, I'll beat you if you pull something like this. Mu Shui raised her delicate fists and thumped Sang Chu's shoulder, clearly still shaken by the earlier scare. I didn't expect it to be so valuable either. Let's finish extracting these. Tu says they can enhance our abilities. I'll keep some for that purpose and sell the rest to fund our survival. I don't think that's a good idea, Lu Minfeng objected. Why not? Sang Chu asked. Lu Minfeng explained, we don't know how long the apocalypse will last. It might never end in our lifetimes. Right now, these otherworldly journeys are our only lifeline. Our abilities just need to be functional. Wasting such a rare resource to enhance them would be short-sighted. These stones are irreplaceable opportunities. We shouldn't squander them, Mu Shui nodded thoughtfully. He's right. If you end up in a world where you can't earn money, what will you do then? Just save it all. Lu Minfeng agreed. Sang Chu was their pillar of support. Ensuring she could successfully navigate the otherworldly travels and return with supplies was paramount. All right, I'll hold on to them, Sang Chu relented. Satisfied, Lu Minfeng and Mu Shui resumed cutting jade. After cashing in the small piece, Tu returned, beaming. It's all sorted. So much money. Good. Keep it safe, Sang Chu said as she continued cutting and storing the jade into a new space bracelet. Layer by layer, the first compartment was soon packed to the brim. My hands and back are killing me, Mu Shui groaned, slumping into a freshly cut terrace. I can't do this anymore. Lu Minfeng, looking far less exhausted, walked over and gazed at her sprawled-out form. Smiling wryly, he said, Get up. Go rest in the hover car. No way. I'm too tired. I need to lie here for a bit. Suddenly, the entire cavern shook violently. A sharp, piercing screech echoed, so deafening that all three instinctively covered their ears. Despite their efforts, Mu Shui's weaker constitution left her bleeding from her nose and ears. Mu Shui, Snowy, Sang Chu, and Lu Minfeng hurriedly shielded her. Earth Wall. The two conjured twin earthen walls, hoping to block the sound, but the tremors sent rocks tumbling down, smashing against their defenses. As Sang Chu prepared to summon the hovercar for escape, she froze. Crimson, serpentine eyes glared at her from the shadows. Wind blades. Without hesitation, Sang Chu unleashed wind blades. Gathering wind energy beneath her feet, she exchanged a glance with Lu Minfeng. Their silent agreement was clear. One would distract the creature while the other got Mu Shui to safety. Mu Shui trembled at the sight of the snowy white dragon-sized serpent. Senior, go help Sang Sang. Please. After ensuring Mu Shui was armed and secure, Lu Minfeng dashed into the fray. Meanwhile, Sang Chu unleashed every ability she had, but the serpent emerged unscathed. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's crimson eyes glowed ominously. Tu Yu, crouching in terror on Sang Chu's shoulder, wailed, "We're doomed. This is its treasure. It was planning to use these spiritual jade stones to evolve into a dragon, and we've ruined everything. It's never going to let us go." Lu Minfeng and Sang Chu both heard what Tu Yu said, and they looked at each other. They took out their freezing guns and shot at it wildly. Shoot and retreat at the same time. Roar. There was another roar, and the big white dragon's thick tail swept across, instantly dispersing the cold air. The big white dragon roared angrily at the two of them, and the raging heat wave directly knocked them over. Wind shield. Earth shield. The two fell on their own shields. Mu Shui had already released her hovercraft and activated the safety mode. Sang Sang, seniors, you two should avoid it and don't attack it. The hovercraft shrank to the size of a particle, too big to be seen with the naked eye. Mu Shui shot at the big white dragon to attract it while issuing commands to the hovercraft. Roar! The big white dragon flew angrily towards the direction of Mu Shui's attack, and its huge body kept hitting the invisible hovercraft. After attracting the big white dragon away from Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng, the particle car rushed towards Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng at an extremely fast speed, loaded them directly into the car, and looked for a new route to leave. Roar, roar. People disappeared. The big white dragon crashed around madly, and the entire cave was smashed into pieces. The way they came in was no longer available, so the hovercraft had to find another route to leave. The three of them fled in a hovercraft, crossed an underground river, and finally escaped from a mutated strange plant. Mu Shui sat in the car and gasped for breath. Oh my god, this scared me to death. What the heck is that? It can't be a dragon. After leaving the cave, Lu Minfeng and Mu Shui could no longer see Tu Yu, so he simply appeared in front of them. Tu Yu, that's a jiao. It takes 1,000 years to become a jiao and 10,000 years to become a dragon. It's just one step away from becoming a jiao. Now that you've taken away its spiritual jade, it's normal for it to go crazy. Hearing this, Mu Shui couldn't help but tremble all over and said faintly, "That's right. Whoever dared to harm me over the years, I would make him be buried with me even if I died." Tio stared at her with his rabbit eyes wide open. "Miss, it seems that you are also the one who dug the spiritual stone jade. Yeah, so what? Good things are for everyone who sees them. From our perspective, it's fine, but from Jiao's perspective, it's normal for him to want us dead." Lu Minfeng took a long time to calm down before he stood up tremblingly. He was hit by the dragon's tail, and now his whole body was in great pain. Chu, how do you use your treatment chamber? He was not polite at all. In the end times, only good health can help you survive. Mu Shui, senior, are you injured? Lu Minfeng nodded. That big dragon is very strong. My internal organs feel like they have moved house, and my whole body aches badly. He was still a little breathless when he spoke, and Sang Chu took him directly into the treatment room. I will help you place a large treatment chamber on each hovercraft, but I hope you can keep this place secret. Mu Shui supported Lu Minfeng and asked, "Is it different from the optical brain?" Sang Chu nodded and said, "There are only 3 of these large treatment chambers. I checked on the optical computer and found that we don't even know a lot of the technology. So, we can only use this thing ourselves." As she spoke, she opened the treatment chamber. It was all white inside and nothing could be seen at all. "Xiao Xue, put him in." After Sang Chu lent a hand and put the person in, he closed the lid, and the green light in the treatment chamber instantly lit up, leaving Mu Shui stunned. "Oh my god, it's amazing." Tio rolled his eyes at her and said, "You've said it many times today. That's magical." Sang Chu, Xiaoxue, let's go out first. I have a manual on spiritual practice. Let's practice together. Mu Shui glanced at Tuyu uncomfortably. Can I too? Okay, I know you've always felt that spatial abilities are useless and can't be used to fight and protect people, but after you've cultivated your mental power, you might be able to use it to attack others. I want to learn. Well, let's go. This is the conclusion Sang Chu came to after practicing. Once his mental power becomes strong, he can not only attack people's minds, but he can even change other people's thoughts and control them. After handing Mu Shui the spiritual training manual and some precautions, Sang Chu returned to the room. Tuyu, Chu, do you want to try the spiritual jade? It will be safer for you to improve your abilities. Time travel is very dangerous. Well, that's what I planned. If they don't need it, I'll leave some for them. So I need to find other good things. Help me find the next place and see if there is a marked point for the Sea City. Tio, Haishur? Haishur is so far from here. Why do we need to go to Haishur? Mu Shui and I are from a small town in Hai City. When the apocalypse broke out, we wanted to go back, but it was difficult. Now we have food and money, so we want to go back and see if our family members are still alive. It's been so long since the end of the world, they might. Let's go back and take a look first. Besides, I think the town is very suitable for building a base. First of all, Haishur town is backed by mountains and has many farmlands. Although these have been almost destroyed after the apocalypse, at least there are fields and land. When traveling in another world, I will try to find some plants suitable for survival in the apocalypse and plant them back. Tio. Okay, since you have already thought about it, I will go out first. You try to use the Spirit Stone Jade to improve your supernatural power. I will help you lock the room just in case. Sang Chu nodded and said, Lumen Feng and I are not here. Don't let Mu Shui go out. Set the hovercraft to particle mode. Don't let anyone see it. Tio patted his chest and said, Leave it to me. After watching him leave and locking the door, Sang Chu took out the Spirit Stone Jade from the space bond. Tio didn't know how to use this thing, so Sang Chu could only figure it out on his own. According to her experience of reading novels, this thing is absorbed, so Sang Chu simply held it in her hand, crossed her legs, and meditated. She followed her method of cultivating spiritual power by regulating her breathing with each breath, and it seemed to really be working. Power continuously flowed out from the Spirit Stone Jade and entered her body through her palm. Boom! A raging fire suddenly erupted from her body, burning her whole body, but not long after, the gurgling stream slowly flowed through her body, instantly smoothing out the places burned by the fire. Suddenly, she seemed to be in a wilderness forest, and the sweet spring breeze was blowing on her face, bringing with it a refreshing vitality. I don't know how long it took, but the two pieces of spirit jade shattered bit by bit and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. Sang Chu then opened her eyes and felt her whole body became a lot lighter. She quickly took out a small potted plant, picked all the grapes, and then tried to use her wood-based ability to stimulate it. Really? Sure enough, wood-type abilities are the fastest to level up. Of all his senses just now, only the perception of the wood ability was the most obvious. Looking at the 5 or 6 grapevines that were splitting and the many grapes, Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh. Sang Chu took out 2 more pieces of spirit jade and continued to absorb. Mu Shui sat in the kitchen board, eating watermelon and grapes and cooking a lot of chestnuts. Tio held the bowl of chestnuts and kept eating them one by one. Mu Shui couldn't bear to watch him eat so much that his mouth was full of chestnut crumbs. Can't you be more polite? Bullshit you, Sven, who was the one who was wolfing down the food before. Mu Shui refused to admit it. It's you, you big bald guy. Snort. Tio turned his back to her and even childishly stuck out his red butt and farted at her. You're crazy. I'm going to beat you to death. You big baldy. Don't run away. Mu Shui grabbed Tio's big ears in a rage, but his ears were slippery and flew away in a short while. Tio. Give up. Ah Chu said that she can't let you out until she and Lu Minfeng come out. Lulyulu. Humph. I'm going to practice in seclusion. Under the eternal blood moon, the ruined town looked particularly eerie and terrifying. Mu Shui was timid to begin with, but after she cultivated her mental strength, her hearing and sensitivity improved. She shivered when she heard the roars of the zombies around her and the humming of the wind blowing through the broken walls. Sang Xiaochu, why can't we turn on the power of the hover car or the optical computer? Sang Chu, there should be survivors in this town. It's better not to show these things to others. You can't expose yourself easily before you are fully grown. Otherwise, if they were attacked by a group of people, the three of them might not survive. Seeing that Mu Shui was really scared, Lu Minfeng said, Xiaoxue, why don't you go back to the hovercraft and follow us? Forget it, just follow me. Otherwise, how are you two going to explain if I suddenly show up later? Mu Shui held Sang Chu's arms tightly all the time, but the sounds in her ears kept rushing into her ears. It was so scary. She bit her lips tightly, and the movements of her hands became more obvious. Sang Chu, Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? This is not right. Even if Mu Shui was timid and afraid of ghosts before the apocalypse, she had been out on missions for so many years in the apocalypse. She shouldn't be so afraid. Lu Minfeng also noticed it and couldn't bear to watch her trembling with fear, so he asked softly, is that a sound? Mu Shui raised her head with difficulty, her eyes slightly red, and nodded. So noisy, so scary. Lu Minfeng didn't care about much else, and directly covered her ears with his hands, looked at Sang Chu and said, it should be the sequelae of practicing spiritual power. Is there any way? Sang Chu looked at Tuyo, but he shrugged and said, I'm just a tool elf. I don't understand the practice of you psychics. Sang Chu looked at Mu Shui, who was shaking while holding her with both hands. Xiaoxue, is this okay? If not, don't force yourself. I will take you back to the hovercraft. Lu Minfeng. Well, you go back and rest first? Mu Shui shook her head with difficulty. I should be able to get used to it. I can do it. She didn't want to be a burden, even though she said she wanted to cling to Sang Chu's golden thigh, but she couldn't really be a daughter in the end of the world. Lu Minfeng looked up at Sang Chu and said, how about we find a place to rest? Good. Sang Chu walked in front, holding a golden sword in one hand and the other hand held by Mu Shui. Lu Minfeng stood beside Mu Shui, covering her ears with his hands, and vigilantly used his supernatural power to cover the surrounding soil. As long as something stepped on it within 100 meters, he could find the enemy from the feedback from the ground. There was a big rock ahead. Mu Shui sat on it, breathing heavily. Suddenly, did she hear a faint cry for help? There were so many noises, and it was so faint that it was almost inaudible. Lu Minfeng and Sang Chu had been paying attention to Lin Mushua's condition. Seeing that she frowned slightly, they asked, Shuer, what's wrong? Senior, did you hear any noise? Lu Minfeng shook her head. Lin Mushua looked at Sang Chu and saw that she also shook her head. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Maybe I heard it wrong. Lu Minfeng, tell me what you heard. Maybe Sang Chu, and I didn't notice it. Well, tell me about it. Mu Shui, I seemed to hear a cry for help. She was not very sure. Among the three people present, her ability was the least useful. Even Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng did not hear it. What she heard must have been an illusion. Sang Chu, want to go and have a look? Lu Minfeng, well, this town doesn't seem to have any zombies, so it should be safe. Let's go and see who is asking for help. He did not forget that Sang Chu chose this town because it was their hometown. If Lin Mushua's family had not died, they should still be living in this town. Mu Shui looked at Lu Minfeng in shock. Senior, why do you say there are no zombies here? Didn't you hear the zombies howling? There were sounds of wind and zombies howling everywhere, but why did Lu Minfeng say there were no zombies nearby? When Lu Minfeng heard what Mu Shui said, he looked at Sang Chu in shock, only to see that she was also bewildered. Xiaoxue, did you hear the zombies? Well, you didn't hear it. Tio flew in front of Mu Shui, spun around, and finally clapped his ears, suddenly realizing, I see, she was originally a space power user. After her power was enhanced, she could hear all the sounds in the space she was in. It's normal that you can't hear them, because these sounds may not be nearby at all. Mu Shui, yes, like this? Tuyo, yeah, aren't these sounds just pouring into your ears, impossible to block them out? Hold head high. That's right, your superpowers have improved and your space should be much larger. Don't you feel it? Listening to Tio's complaints, Mushua suddenly remembered that even with the space link, she seemed to have never looked at her own space. Now that he was reminded, he looked inside and saw, wow, it was twice as big as before. Really? It's much bigger than before. She casually put the space bond into her own space and found it much more convenient than the space bond. Using the space link, she needs to look through everything one by one, but in her own space, all the things are clearly visible. Only then did she intuitively see how much Sang-Chu had given her. But after a brief moment of excitement, Mu Shui became depressed again. What should I do with this sound? It's too scary to keep hearing it. Tuyo, then I don't know. Maybe there's a way, but I'm not a monk or a psychic. I don't know how to deal with it. Lu Minfeng and Sang-Chu had studied many things about superpowers before, but their understanding of space superpowers was still limited to storage. So there is no particularly good advice. Mu Shui could only sigh helplessly. Since this is the sequelae of the space power, I can only bear it. She let out a long sigh, endured the feeling of her ears about to explode, and stood up with Sang-Chu's help. Lin Mushua, let's go. Sang-Chu, are you sure? Seeing that she insisted, he helped her and got back on the road. The further you walk into the residential buildings in the town, the weirder the scene becomes. In the small town with broken walls, towering trees of strange shapes emerged from under the abandoned buildings. The branches of the trees forcibly split the concrete and steel bars and merged with the buildings to form one. The eerie and horrifying alien plants are even more terrifying under the blood moon. They walked all the way to the residential building, but found no zombies at all, which was unreasonable. Lu Minfeng. The absence of zombies means that this place is regularly cleaned by people with special abilities. Perhaps this place has been occupied by someone as a base. Everyone be careful. Sang Jingwen, don't be shameless. You are not a superpower, but you are eating and drinking with that old man. It's good enough to give you food. What else do you want? Sun Wukong, the boss of the base, said that no matter whether you are a superpower or not, as long as you clean up the zombies, you can get food with the zombies' heads, but look at what the food is distributed. It's all maggoty and moldy. Why did you give it to me? Humph, now the rules have changed. If you don't have superpowers, you can only eat these low-quality foods. Now the food is getting less and less, and the acid rain is lasting longer and longer. There are no living things. You still want to be the same as before? Dream on. That's right, Sang Jingwen. Take it or leave it if you want, but don't get out of here. Next one. Brother Sun, if Sang Jingwen doesn't want me, please give me a share. Okay, come here, I'll give it all to you. Sun Wukong, you're going too far. What's wrong with me bullying you? If you have the guts, get out of the base. There are mutant plants everywhere now. These plants suddenly appeared. No one knows what strange things will happen next. You are an ordinary person without superpowers, and you are carrying an old thing. It is still a question whether you can survive if you leave the base. Don't be so arrogant. That's right, Sang Jingwen, if you are too arrogant, you'll be struck by lightning. That's right, an ordinary person dares to talk to Brother Sun like this. How shameless. Sang Jingwen clenched his fists tightly, his pale face full of anger. Sun Monkey, will you give me what I deserve? Sun Wukong is thin and has dark skin. Just like his name, he looks like a monkey. Sang Jingwen clenched the dagger in his hand, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward instantly. Unexpectedly, a vine came from behind, wrapped around his waist, and threw him out. Fan Jian pulled the vine in his hand hard, with a sneer on his face. The vines grew countless tiny thorns that pierced Sang Jingwen's body. Sang Jingwen, you may have been a character before the end of the world, but in the end of the world, without superpowers, you are just a waste. Looking at Sang Jingwen biting his lips tightly and not making any sound, Fan Jian retracted his vines without any interest and kicked him out. Waste. Sun Wukong took the bread and saw that it was full of maggots. He walked up to Sang Jingwen with a smile and threw the bread at him from a superior position. This is a reward from my grandfather. Take it back and enjoy it with that old man in your family. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong laughed crazily. The people behind him, although they found his behavior disgusting, did not dare to say anything, for fear that they would be the next to be treated like this. Sang Jingwen's waist and abdomen were covered in blood. He struggled to sit up from the ground, looked at the group of disgusting people, gritted his teeth, picked up the bread, and turned away. Without superpowers, he is nothing. He can choose not to eat, but Grandma Lin can't. Sang Jingwen's eyes were red, and he staggered towards his underground residence. Open the gate of the passage and walk all the way home. Room 109 ahem. A low cough was heard in the room. Sang Jingwen opened the door and walked in. When Grandma Lin saw him, she hurried over. On. Why are you injured? Come quickly, let Grandma take a look. Grandma Lin went to find medicine for him with a distressed look on her face, but it had already expired a long time ago.
Grandma, hai fine.
I'm sorry I couldn't get the food. Looking at the bread in her hand, Grandma Lin patted his hand and said, It's okay. I'm a burden to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have stayed here. He originally wanted to go to Beijing to find his sister Sang Chu, but unexpectedly, he met Lin Mushua's grandmother. As an old woman, she could not survive in the end times. Sang Jingwen couldn't take her with him on the journey. At that time, there were too many zombies and people were in chaos. People were killing people, robbing money, and stealing food everywhere. It's really impossible to travel with an old man. Looking at the food in front of her, Grandma Lin sighed helplessly, took it from Sang Jingwen, and opened the packaging bag. She said with a kind look, This mealworm is high in protein, so I won't be polite to you. Sang Jingwen. Grandma, this thing. Grandma Lin said softly. It's good to be alive. I still want to wait for Xiaoxua to come back. Grandmother. I don't know when the door opened. Mu Shui stood at the door, rushed over with tears in her eyes, and hugged her grandmother. Grandma, Xiaoxua? Xiaoxua, my dear granddaughter, Grandma finally sees you. Grandma Lin thought it was an illusion at first, until Lin Mushui hugged her, and the warmth from her body made her realize that her granddaughter was really back. Sang Jingwen stared at the direction of the gate. Sang Chu was thinner and darker, with wounds on her face, which made Sang Jingwen feel distressed. Little sister. Sang Chu walked up to Sang Jingwen and said with a smile, Brother, I'm back. Little sister. Sang Jingwen directly hugged Sang Chu in his arms. He never dreamed that Sang Chu would come back from Shangjing. Lu Minfeng watched them reunited and quickly closed the door. They had just followed Sang Jingwen all the way back, and fortunately, he did not close the door, so they could come in directly. Achu, heal your brother first. We have to find a chance to leave. They had originally seen Sang Jingwen on the road, but there was a person with special abilities following him, and he didn't know what the other person was going to do, so they could only wait until that person left before getting out of the hovercraft. Sang Chu, well, brother, you sit down first. I'll give you the treatment chamber. Being pulled to the side by Sang Chu, Sang Jingwen touched the scar on her face with great guilt. Little sister, I'm sorry that I couldn't find you the first time. Grandma Lin has come back to her senses now. She held Lin Mushua's hand and said, Ah Chu, don't blame your brother. It's all because of an old woman like me that he is dragged down. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have stayed in this place. Sang Chu. Grandma, I don't blame my brother. It's good enough that we can still meet. It's great to be able to meet again with someone you thought you would never see again. When Sang Chu put the treatment chamber on Sang Jingwen, he didn't ask anything. At this moment, there was a sudden violent knock on the door. Sang Jingwen, get out here. Sang Jingwen. Sang Jingwen took Sang Chud's hand and protected her, whispering, You guys find a chance to leave quickly later. Lu Minfeng. Who is outside the door? Sang Jingwen looked at the man who came with his sister and others, and gave him a look with a discerning look. It's Monkey King. When Lin Mushua heard the name, she immediately flew into a rage. Brother Wen, is this Monkey King the one who bullied others in junior high school and was beaten up by you? Sang Jingwen nodded. Sang Chu. He is the one who is making things difficult for you? What is the level of his special ability? Level 2 wind ability. Lu Minfeng closed his eyes and sensed it. There are 5 people outside, 1 at level 2, 1 at level 1, and the rest are ordinary people. The level 2 person should be the Monkey King that Brother Wen mentioned. Sang Jingwen. Are you also a level 2 mutant? Lin Mushua. Brother Wen, Ah Chu is also a level 2 psychic. Me too. He was a little proud while speaking, and Sang Jingwen felt a little sad when he thought that he was just an ordinary person, but he still looked at Sang Chu with satisfaction. Sang is really amazing, even better than your brother. He gently stroked Sang Chu's head, and at this time the knocking on the door outside was getting louder and louder, as if it was going to break the door down. Sang Chu glanced at the door and took out a freezing gun directly from the space link. Brother, this is a freezing gun, which can freeze people into ice in an instant. I will tell you how it came about later. Now, let's go and get revenge. She was already very frustrated that she couldn't kill Zhao Feng before, and now she didn't want to let this lone monkey king go. Lu Minfeng looked at Lin Wuxue and said, Xiao Xue, take Grandma into the hovercraft first and leave this to us. Hovercar? Sang Jingwen looked at them in amazement, but Lin Wuxue didn't explain too much. After nodding, she operated the watch on her hand and disappeared with Grandma Lin. Sang Jingwen, this. Sang Chu, brother, I'll tell you these things later. Good. Sang Jingwen, open the door quickly. Why are you hiding? Aren't you awesome? What are you afraid of? That's right. Now the boss has issued new regulations. You don't have a golden ticket to avoid death. Come out now. Lu Minfeng looked at Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen, and after seeing them nod, he hid aside and opened the door. Monkey King, I think you really want to die. It took you so long to open the door. As soon as he walked into the room, he immediately saw Sang Chu standing next to Sang Jingwen and said with a sinister smile, Isn't this Sang Chu? Sang Jingwen, you are breaking the law by bringing people into the base without permission. It seems that even Xiao Yifei can't save you this time. Sang Jingwen, you stupid monkey, you dared to do this to me because he was away on a mission and not at the base. When he was here, when did you dare to raise your voice to me? Brother Monkey, why are you saying so much to him? The boss said to deal with it quickly. Boss? Sang Jingwen frowned slightly. He knew that Xiao Yifei had a conflict with the boss of the base, but why did the boss of the base attack him? What kind of threat could he, a person without superpowers, pose? Monkey King. Yeah, he's just a waste anyway, let's do it. Sun Wukong took a step forward, and at that moment, the invisible Lu Minfeng kicked him down and closed the door. Sang Jingwen shot him cleanly and neatly, and soon, Monkey King was frozen into an ice cube. Brother Monkey? Sang Chu. Brother Monkey? Does he deserve to be called that? Sang Chu spoke in a grim voice, condensed a wind blade in his hand and threw it out, and the only remaining psychic hurriedly built an earth wall. Sang Chu. Earth thorns. With a light shout, many thorns grew out of the earth wall built by the man. He was unable to avoid them, and was stabbed to the core. Lu Minfeng knocked all the ordinary people unconscious with one hand each. What should we do with these ordinary people? According to him, if they were all killed, and if they were not ruthless in the end times, it would be equivalent to leaving troubles for themselves. But he didn't dare say that. Sang Chu just looked at Sang Jingwen, only to see him raise his gun and freeze the man directly. Sang, these people can't stay here with me. If they are discovered, I won't be able to stay. Sang Chu, brother, are you waiting for Xiao Yifei that Monkey King mentioned? Well, he is a third-level fire-type superpower user in this base, and he is also my college classmate. He came to High City with me this time. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse broke out, and we were all trapped in this place and couldn't move. He has been helping me find news about you. We know that you are in Zhao Feng's base, but Zhao Feng is a complete villain and has been holding you hostage. His superpower level is almost the same as Ai's, so we have not been able to rescue you. However, Ai said that he sent you supplies. Did you get them? Sang Chu shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now, brother. Let's deal with these bodies first. Sang Jingwen nodded and followed Lu Minfeng to lift the body onto the hovercraft. He was totally shocked. Grandma Lin was also stunned like him. Oh, when Wazi, this must be Grandma's dream. When she saw Sang Jingwen coming up, Grandma Lin blinked and spoke in a trance. Sang Jingwen swallowed hard, his whole body shuddered, and he bit his arm with all his might. Hiss! It's not a dream. Oh my god, What's wrong with you, Sang Sang? Lin Muxue came over with the freshly washed fruits, smiling, and stuffed the grapes into her grandmother and Sang Jingwen's mouths. Grandma, Brother Wen, these are all earned by Sang Sang. Come on and eat them. These grapes are so sweet. We don't have to eat those messy and dirty things anymore. When Grandma Lin heard this, she couldn't help but shed tears on her old face. As long as you are doing well, I am always worried that you are suffering out there. If I were not old, I would have followed Ai and on to look for you. Don't cry, Grandma. We are back. The days ahead will be better and better. Yeah, you are all very capable people. You can definitely do it. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu, only to see her stop the work in her hands, take out a light computer from the space link, and put it on Sang Jingwen's hand. Brother, this is the optical computer. I got on a time-space train by mistake and went to another world. These are what I brought back from that other world along with the space ties and a lot of food and drinks. It's also because of the hovercraft that we were able to come back to find you this time. Sang Jingwen hugged Sang Chu with red eyes. I'm sorry. It's okay, brother. Look, I'm fine, Lin Muxue. That's right, Brother Wen. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. Look, in the end times, everyone has nothing to eat or drink, but we still have so much to eat and drink. How great! Today is the day of our reunion. I never dreamed that I could see you again. We should be happy. I just came back to try my luck, but I didn't expect my family members to be alive. That's great. After Lu Minfeng carried the last person onto the hovercraft, he smiled and said, I'll get you some food. You guys chat first. Lu Minfeng walked towards the kitchen, and Sang Jingwen quickly pulled Sang Chu to ask what was going on. But Sang Chu asked first, Brother, you said that Brother Yi went to Zhao Feng's base to find us and said that he gave us supplies. What's going on, Lin Muxue? Yes, that pervert Zhao Feng never said that. Sang Jingwen. Ai is the second in command of the base, responsible for the circulation of supplies with other bases. I told him that you and Muxue were in Shangjing. He happened to be going to Shangjing to find psychics to exchange supplies. There was nothing to eat nearby. When he came back, he said he got the news that you were in Zhao Feng's base, but Zhao Feng would not let you go. Even if Ai promised to give him supplies, he would not exchange them, let alone let Ai enter the base. He couldn't stay for too long at that time, so he had to come back first. Darn Zhao Feng, Lin Muxue cursed viciously. Sang Chu, what happened next? There are mostly wood-type psychics in Shangjing. Ai and his friends went to find wood-type psychics to trade with. But who would have thought that Zhao Feng actually said that his base had no shortage of supplies? No one knew how many psychics there were in his base, and no one had ever seen him trade with anyone in any base. So, Ai has no choice. The base is surrounded like an iron wall. If someone hadn't said that you were in their base when they came out to clean up the zombies, I wouldn't have been sure. I heard from those people that you also had to go out to clean up the zombies, so I waited outside for several days, but I couldn't see you. Later, they were in a hurry to come back, so I had no choice but to come back first. Lin Muxue suddenly remembered that there was a time when the base completely ignored the two of them when scheduling shifts. It was probably that time. Sang Chu also thought of this. I didn't expect it to be like this. Zhao Feng is so disgusting. Lin Muxue. That's right, Brother Wen, that Brother Yi actually gave him supplies and passed them on to us, but we can't see anything. Sang Jingwen sighed helplessly. Although Ai is a level 3 psychic, Zhao Feng is also level 3, and I heard that he is a dual-system psychic, and most of his subordinates are level 2 psychics. The people Ai brought had no way to force their way in. When he came back and told me about it, he was also quite helpless. If it was closer, we could still find a way, but it's too far and out of reach, so Ai and I are thinking about how to bring you back. Hearing this, Sang Chu suddenly thought of what Monkey King said. Brother, could it be that the leader of your base suddenly became angry just because you and Brother Yi wanted to leave the base to find us? If you and Grandma Lin were gone, Brother Yi would not leave the base alone. Sang Jingwen suddenly laughed and said, then he is wrong. If it weren't for me and Grandma Lin, I would have left long ago. His parents are in Xinshi. We thought that after we had enough supplies, we would leave and look for you and Muxue first, and then go to Xinshi to look for his parents. In the end times, one can't go anywhere without supplies. not to mention having to take along two ordinary people, him and Grandma Lin. Lin Mushiwa, but your base boss doesn't know that Brother E is a three-element superpower user, and your boss can't let him go, so this is the case. It must be like this, Sang Chu. It's very likely, brother. Do you know Brother Yi's route map? How long will it take for him to come back? Sang Jingwen shook his head. The route of each trip is a secret, and it is estimated to take 3 months to go back and forth, but now they have just set out not long ago. Sudden, a fragrant smell wafted over the area, and Sang Jingwen and Grandma Lin's stomachs growled. Lin Mushiwa said, "Let's go eat first, and talk while we eat." "Well, brother, Grandma, let's go over there." Lu Minfeng prepared a chicken, caught a few fish, fried some vegetables, and steamed some rice. The table full of delicious food made Sang Jingwen drool. Lu Minfeng, "Brother Wen, Grandma, come and eat. I have shaved the fish clean. There are no fish bones. The strange fish is not only delicious, but also has few bones." Sang Jingwen hadn't seen food for a long time, so he took the chopsticks and said, "Well, I won't be polite. Brother, eat quickly. Yeah, Grandma Lin, you eat too. Hey, everyone eat, everyone." After eating and drinking his fill, Sang Jingwen slumped in a chair, constantly touching his bloated stomach with his hands, his eyes still fixed on the after-meal fruit on the table. He said with a gloomy look, "Mushiwa, aren't you making things difficult for me? I can see that I can't eat anymore. Haha, Brother Wen, who made your stomach so small? Look at me." As she spoke, she picked up the watermelon and ate it in big mouthfuls, saying as she slurped it, "So sweet, so juicy, so delicious." Sang Jingwen looked at her resentfully. Grandma Lin smiled and patted Lin Mushiwa's hand. "You." After Lin Mushiwa finished eating, she wiped her mouth hastily, leaned over and hugged her grandmother's neck, and said affectionately in her arms, "It's great. Our family is reunited. Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu's parents died when they were young, and they have been living with their grandfather in a small town. Grandma Lin lives next door to them and often helps take care of them." Lin Mushiwa and Sang Chu were the same age, so they played together. After their grandfather passed away, Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu both supported themselves by doing odd jobs. Fortunately, they lived in a small town, and there were not many requirements for length of service. Otherwise, it is still unknown whether the two children can go to school. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lu Minfeng said, "Brother Wen, we came here this time because we wanted to find our relatives and because Ah Chu said he wanted to build our own base. You are familiar with this place. Can you tell me how many forces there are in High City?" Sang Jingwen suddenly became serious. "There are 5 major forces in High City, and our Qingshan town is one of them. The boss is Quan Jian, and the second is A.E. and Xiao Yifei. They are both level 3 psychics. There are about 10 level 2 psychics and about 30 level 1 psychics. As for ordinary people, we haven't counted them carefully. People starve to death or are bitten to death by zombies every day. It's impossible to estimate. This camp is at the middle and lower level among the 5 major forces." Sang Chu. "In other words, if we want to build a base, we also need such a team." Sang Jingwen was silent for a while. "Not necessarily, Sang. The weapon you brought back is very powerful. It can kill the 2nd-level psychic Monkey King instantly, so I think it is not afraid of the 3rd-level psychic. But just in case, we have to find a chance to try it." Sang Chu. "Brother, it's useless against a level 3 mutant." Lin Mushiwa and Lu Minfeng looked at her at the same time. Sang, "How do you know it's useless? Remember when I just came back to save you? I shot at Zhao Feng, but he blocked it directly and could not cause any damage." Lin Mushiwa. "But Zhao Feng is not an ordinary psychic. I shot him into pieces with an ordinary gun, but he still came back to life." Lu Minfeng. "I think it would be better to try privately with a level 3 psychic just to be on the safe side. Tuyo, Achu, I think maybe you can make a deal with that dragon." Tuyo, who had been acting as a background, suddenly spoke, which made Sang Chu stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" "Look, if you take away all its things, it won't be able to advance. But what if you give it some and let it help you defend the city?" Sang Chu. "That dragon is indeed very strong, but how could it agree? Don't let it destroy our city. Fool, don't forget, you still have the spiritual training manual. At this level, the dragon transformation must be the top priority, and everything else is unimportant. Please let me think about it." Why are you doing this? Xiao Yifei and a man of medium build were standing back to back surrounded by a group of people with guns. Brother Yi, the brothers all know that you have powerful abilities, but we put a herb that can make people weak in the water you drink, so you'd better not resist. Xiao Yifei, why did you betray me? The man who seemed to be the leader laughed and said, Brother Yi, don't you know? There is a rumor that as long as you drink the blood of a superpower, you can awaken superpowers. Brother E, you are so kind to everyone, so don't resist. Give us some blood to drink. Maybe everyone can awaken superpowers and improve their superpowers. Isn't that great? Xiao Yifei endured the discomfort in her body, her hands burning with fire. Bullshit, those are all lies and you believe them. Fighting side by side with Xiao Yifei, the man standing behind him whispered, That's it, a brainless idiot. Ah Sheng, that's not what I meant. The boss said the rumors are true. Brother E, you don't want everyone to awaken their superpowers, do you? Xiao Yifei, haha, if what Quan Jian said is true, then why didn't he give you blood? Why did he have to look for me? Who said the boss won't give it to you? The boss has already bled money, and he has indeed awakened 2 people with special abilities. Otherwise, how could they take the risk to come to you? The boss said that the higher the level of special abilities, the greater the chance of awakening. Sorry, Brother E, buddy, do it. Looking at the disgusting appearance of this group of people, Xiao Yifei tried his best to stay awake, intending to fight hard and escape. Ah Sheng, Brother E, hurry up, I'll help you stop them. The man behind him pushed Xiao Yifei away and protected him with a tang sword. Xiao Yifei couldn't let Ah Sheng face everyone alone, so he staggered back to Ah Sheng and said, Let's die together. I, Xiao Yifei, am not a coward. Xiao Yifei condensed flames in his hands, but the poison in his body gradually spread and the flames in his hands gradually weakened. Where he couldn't see, Ah Sheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and winked at Lu Shiyang. Ah Sheng. Okay, Brother E, let's break through with all our strength. Xiao Yifei. Okay, he was completely defenseless against a Sheng who wanted him to leave first, but at the moment he was poisoned and his supernatural powers disappeared. A Sheng's tang sword pierced straight into his body. Xiao Yifei's body was stiff. He slowly lowered his head to look at his chest, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Why, Lu Shiyang? Haha, of course it's a setup. Even if you don't have superpowers, I still have to be on guard against you. Ah Sheng turned the tang sword in his hand with a smile on his face. Seeing that he was bleeding more and more, he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Brother E, just think of it as you sacrificing yourself for others. We brothers will never forget your kindness. Pooh! Xiao Yifei glared at Ah Sheng fiercely, stumbling forward. Ah Sheng was smug and wanted to draw his tang sword. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yifei rolled backwards, with her back pierced by the sharp knife pressing on him. She held the tang sword with both hands, piercing her body and letting the sword pierce into Ah Sheng's body. Well, with a muffled groan, Xiao Yifei drew out his long sword, looked at Ah Sheng who was lying on the ground, and chopped off the other's head with a single move. Blood splattered all over his face. Xiao Yifei sneered and stood up using the tang sword to support his body. If you want to kill me, then let's all die together. Everyone was shocked by the way Lu Shiyang died. They didn't expect that Xiao Yifei, who no longer had any superpowers, could still kill people. Don't be afraid of him. He no longer has any special powers. Let's attack together. At this time, Sang Chu and his group, who were still on the road, were standing by the road, watching Sang Chu operate the computer. A lonely painting. Sang Jingwen stepped forward and said, Little sister, why don't you let me try? Sang Chu looked at the off-road vehicle he had drawn and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I thought this was also intelligent. This is very embarrassing. Who knew that in order to turn a hover car into an off-road vehicle, detailed drawings must be drawn to change the appearance? Mu Shui laughed happily and lay on her grandmother. Sang Xiaochu, why didn't you ask brother when to come earlier? With your rookie level, you can't even beat me. Grandma looked at Sang Chu, who looked a little embarrassed, and patted Mu Shui's waist helplessly. Xiao Shui, don't laugh. Mu Shui couldn't help pouting her red lips and said, It's really quite funny. Lu Minfeng didn't say anything, but when he saw Sang Chu was free, he walked up to him and said, Chu, I want to discuss something with you, you say. I wonder if we should split up into two groups. Since we have decided to build a base in High City, we can't all go to one place. It will take a lot of time. He didn't finish his words, which was that he felt that although the modified hovercraft was very convenient in the end times and not easily exposed, it was also less suitable for the elderly to live in. Apparently, Sang Chu had thought of this as well. Brother, Xiao Xue, what do you think? Sang Jingwen was still patiently drawing the layout of the car and said casually, I can do anything, but I want to follow Sang Sang. Mu Shui glanced at her grandmother, then at Sang Chu. Then I'll stay with Grandma. I don't want to go through all this trouble anymore. It's exhausting. Besides, Grandma and I are quite familiar with Haishur. Although it has changed a lot, it should be pretty much the same. There was another reason. She was a nuisance to follow, and the noise that entered her ears made her irritated. Then Min Feng and Mu Shue stay here. Brother, come with me to rescue Brother Yi. When Sang Jingwen was painting the car seat, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Lu Minfeng. If you want to build a base, I suggest you explore the deep mountains. You don't need to modify Song Song's hovercraft. This is very safe for you. In the deep mountains, firstly, there are alienated plants as camouflage, so you won't be discovered by others in a short time. Secondly, there are many zombies in the deep mountains, and most people won't go there easily. This is the best choice for our early development. After that, Sang Jingwen said to Sang Chu, Sang Sang, how many laser guns do you have left? There are about 10 or so flame guns and freezing guns with high attack power. That's enough. Lu Minfeng, Mu Shui, and Grandma each carry 2 guns. The 3 of you go deep into the mountains. Take the particle hovercraft and, after choosing a location, try to clear out the zombies nearby. Sang Sang and I will bring AE back to meet you as soon as possible. Lu Minfeng. Okay, Chu, Brother Wen, you two should be careful. After Mu Shui and the other 2 left in the hovercraft, Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen and said, Brother, you don't believe in Lu Minfeng? Sang Sang, do you know what rumors there are recently? Sang Chu shook his head. Sang Jingwen, many people in the base are saying that as long as you eat a superpower, you can awaken superpowers. The higher the superpower, the more valuable the person is. What? Sang Chu was shocked. Brother, are you worried that Lu Minfeng will harm Brother Yi? Sang Sang, he is your friend. Logically, I should not doubt him. But in the end times, I have seen too many hypocritical people. We don't know what Yi's situation is now. If he is injured or has any problems, we will be unable to guard against Lu Minfeng's attack from behind. Little sister, I dare not gamble. Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen and said, Well, I understand. Brother, this thing is for you. A blue palm-sized ball was handed to Sang Jingwen. He stared at the blue ball in shock. What is this? This is a hover car. Just put it on the optical computer and activate it, and you can use it anytime. Hearing this, Sang Jingwen asked in surprise, Didn't you say there were only 3 cars? Brother, do you think I won't keep something for you? Even though I'm not sure if you can survive the apocalypse, what if? Sang Chu looked at him and continued, Brother, we depend on each other. Although we were admitted to different universities and live in different places, I don't think distance will make our feelings fade. I have always believed that you are still alive, but it is too difficult to find someone in the end times. That's why I chose High City as my first stop. I think you will definitely come back to this place. Is this the tacit understanding between brother and sister? Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu with a smile in his eyes. She nodded firmly and said, Brother, please draw the off-road vehicle quickly. Okay. Wait a minute. Sang Chu stood aside holding an apple, eating it while watching Sang Jingwen carefully describe the internal and external structure of the off-road vehicle. The more I look at it, the more I feel that I need to learn to paint in the future. Bite. Identify the modification diagram. Do you want to change the shape of the hover car according to the diagram? Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu, and only after she nodded did Sang Jingwen click OK, and a black SUV appeared instantly. Sang Chu rushed into the driver's seat first. Tuyi squatted on her shoulder, staring at the changed hovercraft in amazement. Chu, your brother is so awesome. Sang Jingwen suddenly heard a boy's voice. He opened the car door and saw a little white rabbit with big fluttering ears flying around in the car. Little sister? What is this? Tio flew in front of Sang Jingwen and introduced himself generously. My name is Tio. I am Achu's elf. Hello, Achu's big brother. Hello, brother, come up, let's go find brother E. Sang Jingwen hadn't recovered yet, but his body was already close to getting into the car. He kept staring at the rabbit flying in front of him. Seeing that his eyes were about to pop out of his head, Tio simply sat on his lap. Brother, does this feel a little more real? Ah?
Well,
This seems better. He held Tuyo in his arms and curiously turned his ears over. Are your ears wings? Yes. Seeing that they were chatting enthusiastically, Sang Chu withdrew his gaze and operated the light computer for a while. A transparent screen suddenly appeared. The screen is analyzing the traces on the ground. After a while, a female voice came. A day ago, a group of 10 people went west on foot. Do you want to follow this trail? Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen. Brother, does this time make sense? If that doesn't work, we will have to start a deep investigation, but it may take longer. After all, footprints are difficult to find after a long time. It's about this time. Let's catch up and see. If not, we can come back. If it's just one day, you can catch up quickly using a hover car. Xiao A, turn on the full coverage mode and drive forward at full speed. Little A. Yes, master. Please fasten your seatbelt. Sang Chu subconsciously glanced at Sang Jingwen. This car is more safety-oriented. Sang Jingwen nodded, took out the seatbelt from the side, and fastened it. Xiao A turned on the automatic driving mode, and Sang Chu took a look at the off-road vehicle on the computer. He found that all the spaces that did not belong to the off-road vehicle were folded up. He followed the instructions on it, opened a panel, took out an apple from it, and handed it to Sang Jingwen. Brother, I don't know if your brother E is on this road. After Sang Jingwen took the apple, he said with a worried look on his face. He looked out the window while eating the apple. Brother, don't worry. Little A is going at full speed and will catch up soon. If not, we can return immediately and look for it somewhere else. Hopefully on this path. Xiao A. Master, we have detected people ahead. We are slowing down. Are you heading towards a crowd? Turn on manual mode and defense mode. Yes. Sang Chu glanced at Sang Jingwen and saw him immediately take out the flame gun. Unbuckle your seatbelt, open the window, and point your gun outward. Sang Chu drove the car towards the place marked by Xiao A. At this moment, Xiao Yifei was panting and squatting beside a corpse, covered in blood. Looking at the zombies that kept surrounding him, a sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that Xiao Yifei, didn't die at the hands of my own people. Instead, after killing everyone, I was surrounded by zombies. Seeing that it was Xiao Yifei who was surrounded by zombies, Sang Jingwen quickly shot at the zombies and opened the door of the back car. Get in the car. Xiao Yifei thought he was hallucinating because of his serious injury, but when he looked towards the direction where the sound came from, he really saw Sang Jingwen. There was a woman in the driver's seat. His originally excited face suddenly turned gloomy. When Sang Jingwen was painting the car seat, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Lu Minfeng. If you want to build a base, I suggest you explore the deep mountains. You don't need to modify Song Song's hovercraft. This is very safe for you. In the deep mountains, firstly, there are alienated plants as camouflage, so you won't be discovered by others in a short time. Secondly, there are many zombies in the deep mountains, and most people won't go there easily. This is the best choice for our early development. After that, Sang Jingwen said to Sang Chu, Sang, how many laser guns do you have left? There are about 10 or so flame guns and freezing guns with high attack power. That's enough. Lu Minfeng, Mu Shui, and Grandma each carry 2 guns. The 3 of you go deep into the mountains. Take the particle hovercraft and after choosing a location, try to clear out the zombies nearby. Sang and I will bring AE back to meet you as soon as possible. Lu Minfeng. Okay, Chu, Brother Wen, you two should be careful. After Mu Shui and the other 2 left in the hovercraft, Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen and said, Brother, you don't believe in Lu Minfeng? Sang, do you know what rumors there are recently? Sang Chu shook his head. Sang Jingwen. Many people in the base are saying that as long as you eat a superpower, you can awaken superpowers. The higher the superpower, the more valuable the person is. What? Sang Chu was shocked. Brother, Are you worried that Lu Minfeng will harm Brother Yi? Sang, he is your friend. Logically, I should not doubt him. But in the end times, I have seen too many hypocritical people. We don't know what Yi's situation is now. If he is injured or has any problems, we will be unable to guard against Lu Minfeng's attack from behind. Little sister, I dare not gamble. Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen and said, well, I understand. Brother, this thing is for you. A blue palm-sized ball was handed to Sang Jingwen. He stared at the blue ball in shock. What is this? This is a hover car. Just put it on the optical computer and activate it, and you can use it anytime. Hearing this, Sang Jingwen asked in surprise, didn't you say there were only 3 cars? Brother, do you think I won't keep something for you? Even though I'm not sure if you can survive the apocalypse, what if? Sang Chu looked at him and continued, brother, we depend on each other. Although we were admitted to different universities and live in different places, I don't think distance will make our feelings fade. I have always believed that you are still alive, but it is too difficult to find someone in the end times. That's why I chose High City as my first stop. I think you will definitely come back to this place. Is this the tacit understanding between brother and sister? Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu with a smile in his eyes. She nodded firmly and said, brother, please draw the off-road vehicle quickly. Okay, wait a minute. Sang Chu stood aside holding an apple, eating it while watching Sang Jingwen carefully describe the internal and external structure of the off-road vehicle. The more I look at it, the more I feel that I need to learn to paint in the future. Bite. Identify the modification diagram. Do you want to change the shape of the hover car according to the diagram? Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu, and only after she nodded did Sang Jingwen click OK, and a black SUV appeared instantly. Sang Chu rushed into the driver's seat first. Tuyi squatted on her shoulder, staring at the changed hovercraft in amazement. Ah Chu, your brother is so awesome. Sang Jingwen suddenly heard a boy's voice. He opened the car door and saw a little white rabbit with big fluttering ears flying around in the car. Little sister? What is this? Tio flew in front of Sang Jingwen and introduced himself generously. My name is Tio. I am Achu's elf. Hello, Achu's big brother. Hello, brother, come up. Let's go find Brother Yi. Sang Jingwen hadn't recovered yet, but his body was already close to getting into the car. He kept staring at the rabbit flying in front of him. Seeing that his eyes were about to pop out of his head, Tio simply sat on his lap. Brother, does this feel a little more real? Ah, well, this seems better. He held Tio in his arms and curiously turned his ears over. Are your ears wings? Yes. Seeing that they were chatting enthusiastically, Sang Chu withdrew his gaze and operated the light computer for a while. A transparent screen suddenly appeared. The screen is analyzing the traces on the ground. After a while, a female voice came. A day ago, a group of 10 people went west on foot. Do you want to follow this trail? Sang Chu looked at Sang Jingwen. Brother, does this time make sense? If that doesn't work, we will have to start a deep investigation, but it may take longer. After all, footprints are difficult to find after a long time. It's about this time. Let's catch up and see. If not, we can come back. If it's just one day, you can catch up quickly using a hover car. Xiao A, turn on the full coverage mode and drive forward at full speed. Little A, yes, master, please fasten your seatbelt. Sang Chu subconsciously glanced at Sang Jingwen. This car is more safety-oriented. Sang Jingwen nodded, took out the seatbelt from the side and fastened it. Xiao A turned on the automatic driving mode, and Sang Chu took a look at the off-road vehicle on the computer. He found that all the spaces that did not belong to the off-road vehicle were folded up. He followed the instructions on it, opened a panel, took out an apple from it, and handed it to Sang Jingwen. Brother, I don't know if your brother Yi is on this road. After Sang Jingwen took the apple, he said with a worried look on his face. He looked out the window while eating the apple. Brother, don't worry. Little A is going at full speed and will catch up soon. If not, we can return immediately and look for it somewhere else. Hopefully on this path. Xiao A, master, we have detected people ahead. We are slowing down. Are you heading towards the crowd? Turn on manual mode and defense mode. Yes. Sang Chu glanced at Sang Jingwen and saw him immediately take out the flame gun. Unbuckle your seatbelt. open the window, and point your gun outward. Sang Chu drove the car towards the place marked by Xiao A. At this moment, Xiao Yifei was panting and squatting beside a corpse, covered in blood. Looking at the zombies that kept surrounding him, a sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that Xiao Yifei, didn't die at the hands of my own people. Instead, after killing everyone, I was surrounded by zombies. Seeing that it was Xiao Yifei who was surrounded by zombies, Sang Jingwen quickly shot at the zombies and opened the door of the back car. Get in the car. Xiao Yifei thought he was hallucinating because of his serious injury, but when he looked towards the direction where the sound came from, he really saw Sang Jingwen. There was a woman in the driver's seat. His originally excited face suddenly turned gloomy. Little sister, are you keeping this for yourself? Just give me an ordinary optical computer and take this back. As he spoke, he took it down, but Sang Chu immediately refused. Brother, I have set up self-destruct devices on all the optical computers. Once they are out of the hands of the certified person and activated by others, they will explode immediately. Everything stored in the optical computer will be self-destructed. If the hover car can only be stored in the optical computer once it is turned on and used, I would not have put it in the optical computer. Sang Jingwen was frightened by Sang Chu and dared not make any unnecessary movements. Xiao Yifei said cheerfully, the self-destruct device is good, so we don't have to worry about the good stuff being snatched away by others. Sister, can your self-destruct device be cracked by others? Sang Chu shook his head. No, this was already set during the authentication. She didn't make it clear that she was the first certifier of all the hovercrafts, optical computers, and space ties, and only she could recycle these things. Once the things were activated by others without going through her, all the things would immediately enter the destruction program. She suddenly remembered that she had not told anyone else about this, so she immediately sent a message to the group, asking them not to let anyone else try it on or give it away as a gift. Once the self-destruct device was activated, all the items would turn to ashes. Sister, how about we go to Xinshi to have a look? Xiao Yifei said this cautiously. Sang Jingwen looked at him and asked, do you want to go find your parents? Well, although I don't know if they can survive, they are my family after all. I want to go and see them. I have to go find zombies anyway, so why not take the Xinshi route? Xinshi is much farther away than Shangjing, but since the hovercraft travels very fast, it may not take long to arrive there. Sang Jingwen, little sister, in that case, let's go to Xinshi. Lu Minfeng's parents are also in Xinshi, so we can go and take a look together. Yeah, sister, you are so nice. Sang Chu, since we are going to Xinshi, we can't continue to be in this off-road vehicle. Sit tight, I will change my form back. Xiao Yifei nodded excitedly, hugged Sang Jingwen's waist tightly with both hands, and stared at Sang Chu motionlessly. She just operated the light computer, and the off-road vehicle instantly turned back into a hover car. They were sitting on the soft sofa. Xiao Yifei couldn't help but kick it hard. This white, soft, cloud-like sofa was simply something he couldn't let go of. Wow, sister, do you still have this hover car? Can I buy one from you? The hovercraft is limited. Sorry. Xiao Yifei. That's fine, but if you have more, you must reserve a few for me. When you kill zombies later, I'll keep all the crystal cores for you. Okay, I'll remember it. Of course I will. My word is as good as gold. Sang Chu looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Brother Yi's personality is quite different from my brother's. I never thought that you two would be good friends. Xiao Yifei sat up, put his arm around Sang Jingwen's shoulders, and said with a brotherly look, then you don't know how aloof your brother can be. We've been living in the same dormitory for 3 years. In the first year, he ignored me. I chased after him but got rejected many times. Sang Chu smiled and said, my brother is like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Okay, you two can chat. There should be food that Lu Minfeng prepared before in the kitchen. If you are hungry, just heat it up. I'm going to take a nap. Call me if you find any zombies. Sang Jingwen. Well, go ahead. Sang Chu took you back to the room and continued to practice using the spirit stone jade. Xiao Yifei. Your sister looks much easier to get along with than you. Sang Jingwen. Well, Sang originally had a good personality, but when we met again after the apocalypse, he became much calmer than before. Hey, it's the end of the world. Everyone is growing up. Remember when you and I were killing people and zombies? Our hands were shaking so much, and you had nightmares for several days. Growth is a good thing, so why are you so worried? Sang Jingwen sighed helplessly. I don't have any special powers, so I can't help her with many things. She even gave me the computer she prepared for herself. After we met again, I just felt like I was a hindrance. Brother, you're totally wrong to think so. Think about it. How many people can be trusted in the end times? The few people I brought here just wanted to kill me. If you hadn't reminded me to hold back, you wouldn't be able to see me now. You can imagine that you are really smart. Your sister wants to build a base, so you can help her to check who can be used and who can't. If you observe more, can't you also help? What do you think is useless? Sang Jingwen couldn't help but complain. Who knew that this arrogant guy would lie back on his lap, eat the chestnuts he had peeled, and say slowly, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Who knows when this apocalypse will end? We should just live one day at a time. Why think so much? 2. Maybe he should learn from Xiao Yifei's attitude, not think too much and just focus on the things at hand. In the room, Sang Chu just stopped practicing. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Tuyu staring at her with wide eyes. Chu, your ability is improving so fast. It should be that this spirit jade has a better effect. After hunting down the zombies, I will try the crystal core. If the crystal core has the same effect as the spirit jade, I will use the crystal core to practice in the future. Tuyu shook his head. How can they be the same? Spiritual jade is much better than crystal cores. But do you really want to hunt zombies? Sang Chu heard something wrong in his words and asked, is there a problem? Tuyu, of course, not every zombie has a crystal core. If you kill all the zombies, what will you do if there are no crystal cores? Tuyu, I think you should choose some zombies that seem to have awakened superpowers to kill, so that you can ensure that you can dig out crystal cores from each one you kill, and you can keep the ordinary zombies. Aren't there many bases? When crystal cores become popular, you can use them to trade. You have so many supplies in your hands. Are you afraid that no one will use crystal cores to buy things from you? After hearing this, Sang Chu fell into silence. Although the zombies were isolated outside the high walls, they still posed a serious threat to humans. If it is really raised, as Tuyu said, will it become an uncontrollable existence in the future? Seeing that Sang Chu remained silent, Tuyu continued, besides, you can now travel between various time and space. Who knows if there will be a world that has developed a cure for zombies? If you kill all the zombies now, what if one day you find a cure for zombies? Will you feel that you are very cruel? That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if I don't kill them, it will cause hidden dangers. Tuyu, the hidden dangers right now are not small. Don't think too much about it. You are not the only one with superpowers in this world. Sang Chu was silent for a while. Okay, I'll tell them about this. When sending the group message, Sang Chu embellished the matter of not killing ordinary zombies and only told them to kill those that seemed to have awakened superpowers. If they could, they should fight, and if they couldn't, they should run away. At the same time, he also told them that Tuyu said there might be medicine to treat zombies in other worlds, so they should eliminate those that are harmful to them first and keep those that are not harmful. If I can wait until I find the medicine and come back, maybe they can still be saved. As soon as this message was sent out, other people responded almost immediately. Good. Sang, zombies can be cured. Little sister, is this true? Sister, you can't lie to us. Sang Chu replied uniformly. It's true. Tuyu said it himself. It's just that my time travel is unstable, and there's no way to guarantee that there will be a next world. That's why I wanted to tell you about this. It's better to kill as few zombies as possible that are not threatening. Everyone. Okay, got it. Xiao A, an unknown creature is detected ahead. Do you want to cross? Hearing what Xiao A said, Sang Chu hurried out of the room and happened to meet Xiao Yifei and Sang Jingwen, who came out of the same room. Xiao Yifei was wearing new clothes, her eyes were hazy, and her voice was still a little sticky. What's going on? Sang Jingwen glanced at Sang Chu and whispered in Xiao Yifei's ear. It's nothing. It should be a zombie. Go back and lie down for a while. Xiao Yifei patted her cheeks with difficulty to wake herself up. No, didn't your sister say she wanted to hunt zombies? Let's go together. I'm worried about you being alone. Sang Chu. I'm such a grown-up. I'm alone here. Why are you worried? Seeing that Xiao Yifei still hadn't come back to her senses, she gestured to Sang Jingwen to leave first, and turned around and walked towards the cockpit with Tuyu. Tuyo said with a teasing tone, "Ah Chu, I suddenly realized how pitiful you are. You are all alone." Sang Chu, "So you want to remind me to help you find a female or male rabbit?" Sang Chu said with a fake smile, and Tuyo rolled his eyes at her. "I am a noble elf. How can I be matched with ordinary things, you uneducated single dog?" Sang Chu, "Yes, bald rabbit." The whole rabbits first stood up. "I'm not bald. My fur is smooth and sleek. If you don't believe me, just touch it." Sang Chu, "Only bald rabbits would pay special attention to their fur." Tio yelled at Sang Chu, "I'm not bald, not bald. I'm a pretty, cute, little white rabbit with smooth fur." Sang Chu, "Who knows, little baldy." Ah. Tio's fur stood on end, and he said angrily, "Sang Chu, I'm not done with you. I'll bite you to death, you heartless single dog." Sang Chu pinched the back of his neck with 2 fingers, lifted him up, and watched his fat and short limbs jumping around. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Do you know what you look like now?"
What?
Sang Chu, "A little turtle whose neck is strangled by fate."
Sang Chu, dư dợ.
"You jerk. If you have the guts, let me go. Let's fight one-on-one." Tio paddled his limbs, looking more like a little turtle that couldn't turn over. Sang Chu was overjoyed and carried him to the control room while admiring his dancing posture. "Xiao A, turn on the transparent mode and detect the body energy of the zombies ahead." When Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei caught up, they happened to hear Sang Chu say this. Xiao Yifei yawned and asked, "Can it be like this?" "Well, the hover car is very smart and can do a lot of things. If you have time, you can read the operating instructions on the optical computer. There are detailed explanations." Sang Jingwen, "Little sister, look." He pointed at one of the zombies with a glowing red body on the screen, and the 3 of them surrounded it. Sang Chu took out the ice crystal core he had obtained earlier and asked Xiao A to scan it. The crystal core is blue inside and out. Xiao Yifei looked at the color of the crystal core and asked in confusion, "Is there any particularity to this?" Xiao said that this crystal core is an ice-type supernatural crystal core, and it is blue, so I wonder if this zombie with red body detection will have a red fire-type supernatural crystal core in its body. Sang Jingwen, "It's possible." The 3 of them looked at each other, and Xiao Yifei said, "I'm a fire-type mutant, so let me deal with this zombie, and you help me lead away the other zombies." Sang Jingwen hesitated. Sang Chu wanted to agree, but seeing her brother's depressed look, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you want to try the air bomb?" Xiao Yifei, "No. You're still entangled in this matter? We don't care. Why don't you listen?" Sang Chu knew that his brother was a very strong-willed person. After their parents died in a car accident, they lived with their grandparents. "My brother has been in poor health since he was young. After our parents passed away, his health became even worse because no one took good care of him. My grandfather practiced martial arts and couldn't stand my brother's spoiled look, so he kept forcing him to practice martial arts. When they were young, while others were playing, they and their brother were squatting in horse stance, running around the mountain with weights, and swinging a 12-pound iron rod 500 times a day. If they didn't finish, they wouldn't be able to eat dinner. After doing horse stance, running up the mountains, and swinging iron rods, the 2 of them didn't even have the strength to hold a pen, but even so, the brother never gave in. When she was a child, she was in better health than her brother and was left-handed, but her grandfather forced her to change the habit of using her left hand. But every night, she was so tired that she couldn't move her right hand at all and could barely write with her left hand, but she hid it well, and her grandfather didn't find out. But it was different for her brother. He had been in poor health and had to stay up all night to do his homework. Day after day, she was afraid that her brother would die suddenly. Such miserable days only ended when her grandfather passed away. After their grandparents passed away, the 2 siblings were treated like a ball and tossed back and forth among relatives. Later, their brother took her back to the small house that their grandfather left for them. It was also from that time that they became closer to Grandma Lin and her family. Because her brother had to go to school and work part-time, and she was still young at that time, Her brother could only entrust her to Grandma Lin's care. My brother has always been such a strong-willed person. Even though he hasn't awakened his superpowers in the last days, he definitely doesn't want people to treat him as a waste or a burden. Seeing his brother remain silent, Sang-chu smiled and said, "Brother, go and give it a try. Brother E and I will help you lead away the other zombies, Xiao Yifei. But, Brother E, you have to believe that my brother can do it. Besides, this is high-tech. As long as there is enough light energy and air, this air bomb can be used continuously. Moreover, this air bomb is very simple to use. Otherwise, why would I spend a lot of money to build this?" Sang Jingwen looked at Xiao Yifei. I know you are worried about me, but I want to give it a try." Looking at his determined eyes, Xiao Yifei looked listless. "Okay, but I can't leave you too far. If anything really happens, I will take action immediately. Don't refuse. If you refuse, I won't let you go. You know I can do what I say." Sang Jingwen looked at him helplessly. "Okay." Sang Chu scratched her head slightly embarrassedly. Just now, when she recalled the past events, she felt that they were a bit sentimental. But now, haha, they were not sentimental at all. Sang Chu, "Okay, leave the ordinary zombies to me, and you guys go deal with the zombies that only have fire abilities." The three of them divided the work and cooperated with each other. Xiao Yifei rushed out instantly and led away the zombies with fire abilities. Sang Jingwen frowned slightly and quickly followed. Sang Chu could only follow behind, turning his 10 fingers into vines to intercept all the ordinary zombies that wanted to surround Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei. After Xiao Yifei rushed forward, the fire-type zombie immediately spit out a fireball. He turned over swiftly, dodged it, and condensed fire blades with his hands to prepare for a counterattack. Seeing this, Sang Jingwen quickly launched an air bomb. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Sang Jingwen, who launched the attack later, shot the zombie directly. After it exploded and shattered on the spot, Xiao Yifei's fire blade reached the place where the zombie was originally standing. This air bomb is so powerful. Xiao Yifei stared at the shattered zombie in amazement and picked up the red stone on the ground. This should be the fire-type supernatural crystal core. I can feel the rich fire energy inside. After Sang Chu intercepted the ordinary zombies, he drove the hovercraft to their side and said, "That should be it. Brother E, get in the car first. We'll talk later." Sang Jingwen was still staring at the air bomb in a daze. "Little sister, can I really give this thing back to you? It's so powerful." Sang Chu didn't expect it to be so powerful, but even such a powerful weapon is useless in the monster world because it cannot penetrate the skin of the monsters. If it cannot enter the body, it cannot explode inside the organism. Sang Chu, "Brother, I am a superpower, and I am already at level 3. This thing is just icing on the cake for me, but I can rest assured when it is in your hands." Xiao Yifei, "That's right. Everyone feels more at ease knowing that this thing is on you, but it's really strong. Don't worry now, this thing is really very destructive. Brother, you should use it with caution. Let's get ready." Xiao A said, "We're almost at Xinshi. We need to get off 100 meters away from Xinshi." Xiao Yifei, "So fast." Sang Chu, "The speed of the hovercraft is okay. Check to see if there is anything you need equipment for. If there is anything that is not in the space link, please tell me." Xiao Yifei, "Sister, you'll spoil us if you do this. What will you do if you run into someone who has no shame?" Sang Chu smiled and said, "So you are?" "Yeah, otherwise how could your brother, the cool and arrogant school hunk, and I have such a close relationship, too?" Sang Jingwen looked at the two of them helplessly. "I take a look at the space link that Sang Sing gave you to see if you need any daily necessities. In case we get separated, you can make sure you have enough supplies." "Okay, housekeeper, my sister has given us everything. Besides, as long as we have water and food, it's fine. If we get separated, we can still use the optical computer to contact each other. We couldn't contact each other before, because we didn't have the optical computer. Now, this problem doesn't exist." Sang Chu, "In that case, let's get off the bus and prepare to walk into Xinshi while there is no one around and no superpowers monitoring us." Sang Chu, "Oh, by the way, remember to hide the optical computer. It has a function that is visible only to you. Once it is activated, other people will not be able to see it. Xiao Yifei smiled stupidly and said, "Oh my god, it can be like this." He was the first to use it, but he could see it and didn't feel any difference. When Sang Jingwen started it, he felt that this function was really powerful, and everything was done. After checking each other, Sang Chu put away the hovercraft, and the three of them walked to the gate of the new city. Xinqing is a first-tier city with a large population of people with special abilities. The entire city has been surrounded like an iron barrel. Standing at the city gate, looking at the completely unaltered plants around him, Xiao Yifei was very curious. These alienated plants have only grown wildly recently, with such a huge momentum that many of them cannot be eliminated. But why can't we see any traces of alienated plants in this new city? You guys are new here, a man's voice came from behind. He was wearing a black suit, and his left hand was covered with gold. It seemed that he used his supernatural power to restore his hand after it was broken. Xiao Yifei, yes, the three of us brothers and sisters finally made it to Xinshi. I lived here before the end of the world. Now we are rushing back home, but we have seen too many mutated plants along the way. Suddenly, we can't see them anymore, so I feel curious. Jin Yuan looked at the three people in front of him curiously. Are you all superpowered? Brother, you are also a superpower. Are you a current resident of the Xinshi base? Jin Yuan, yes. Then, do you know what the requirements are for entering Xinshi? Just turn in your supplies. Weapons, gasoline, food, whatever you want. Xiao Yifei. That's good. My sister is a wood-type ability user, and my elder brother is a space-type ability user. Can I get in if I hand over some fruits and vegetables? Sure, let's go and line up together. Jin Yuan looked at Sang Chu with a smile, as if he wanted to make friends with her. Sister, what's your name? What's the level of your wood ability? Before the end of the world, Sang Chu was often exposed to the sun, so her skin was a little dark. After the end of the world, her face was scratched and had scars on it. She was tall, and although she was very thin, she looked very intimidating. But in the end times, no one cares so much about appearance. The only thing that matters is staying alive. Sang Chu's face was gloomy, and he whispered, Level 2, Jin Yuan. I didn't expect that my sister's ability is so high. My name is Jin Yuan, a level 2 gold-type ability user. You and I are both level 2. The tall man Sang Jingwen squeezed directly in between Sang Chu and Jin Yuan, his face looking so cold that it could freeze someone to death. Xiao Yifei smiled and pulled Jin Yuan to continue to inquire about the news. Brother Jin, the three of us brothers and sisters are new here. It was not easy to get to Xinshi. The journey was very difficult. If we can enter the city, I hope you can take care of us. Jin Yuan. Of course, but wood and water psychics are very popular in the new city. After you register, someone might come to find you right away. Of course, if you need help, feel free to find me. I live at number 405, Luyuan Lane. Number 405, Luyuan Lane? Isn't this the address of his villa? Xiao Yifei restrained his emotions and deliberately asked, Wow, Brother Jin, you live in a villa area. Hey, that's nothing. Maybe you can get the right to use the villa when you get to the city. Xiao Yifei. How do you say it? It's the end of the world now. The original owners of the villas, unless they were superpowers, were driven away. The villas were all occupied by superpowers. Later, a ruler appeared and some order was restored. Now it's basically stable. Only superpowers have the right to live in the villas. The civilians have been driven to live in the slums. Hearing this, Xiao Yifei was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't show it on her face. I didn't expect that people with special abilities would be treated so well. Jin Yuan. That's right. I heard that the Research Institute recently launched a detector that can detect the superpowers in the human body. Didn't many people pretend to be superpowers and want to enter the city before? With this detector, such things can be prevented to a large extent. Hearing this, Xiao Yifei wanted to beat himself to death. Why did he say that Sang Jingwen was a superpower? What if he was detected? He looked at Sang Jingwen worriedly, only to see him blink and comfort Xiao Yifei. Sang Chu, little rabbit, is there any way to help my brother escape detection? Although Tuyo was still sulking, he still replied, I need to first see what their research is about and how they specifically test it so that I can come up with a solution. Well, I'll leave it to you. Tio rolled his eyes at her. Humph, little rabbit if you have something to do, little bald guy if you don't. You have no conscience. The journey into the city was smooth. When they knew that Sang Chu was a level 2 ability user, the city guards said they could take them to the city's camp for outsiders with abilities to rest. We followed them into a building. After everyone left, Xiao Yifei walked around the house and said, "TSK, TSK, what's the difference between these people and bandits?" Sang Jingwen. "It makes no difference. I remember your parents seemed to live in the place that Jin Yuan mentioned. Well, I just didn't expect that my house has been occupied by someone. What should we do now?" Sang Chu looked at the old and slightly moldy house, thought for a while and said, "Brother, I just asked Shadow to find out what the device that Jin Yuan mentioned for detecting people with special abilities is. Before he comes back, we have to find Brother Yi and Lu Minfeng's parents. If the device is real, we need to leave in a hovercraft." Xiao Yifei. "It's all my fault. If only I hadn't said you were a superpower," sang Jingwen. "It has nothing to do with you. You just hope that I can take out the supplies openly and honestly without being looked down upon. Now we should think about how to find someone," sang Chu. "I'm afraid Yi's parents are in the slums that Jin Yuan mentioned. If they have superpowers, they will never be driven out of the villa. So, brother, you and Yi go to this place to look for them. I'll go to the address given by Lu Minfeng first." "Are you alone?" Sang Jingwen was very worried. Sang Chu said, "Brother, I am a level 3 wind user and a level 2 wood user. I also have a hovercraft, which is a magical tool for escaping. What are you afraid of? I asked you to go with Brother Yi because you have a hovercraft. If there is any unexpected situation, you can leave immediately." Xiao Yifei. "That's right, sister. Don't worry. Shall we set off now?" Sang Chu nodded, and the three of them noted down the place and hung the so-called sign at the door, saying that they were going out for something. Xiao Yifei and Sang Jingwen went straight to the slums. Along the way, Xiao Yifei did a lot of psychological preparation. He felt that Xinshi was after all a first-tier city, and there were many people with special abilities here. Even if it was a slum, life would not be too difficult. But who would have thought that when I really got there, I realized that I had thought too well. The streets were smelly and dirty, with people lying on the ground, looking skinny and emaciated, which was a shocking sight. Haishur is just a small place, but even if the people in their base are ordinary people, they wouldn't be so hungry. Some people even died on the roadside, and no one cared. Here, Xiao Yifei only felt that his understanding of the end of the world had become clearer. Sang Jingwen patted his shoulder and said, "Don't think about it. Let's look for them first. If we can find them, we will take them away. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xiao Yi's eyes were red. "It's okay. I just. Not all superpowered people are human. The stronger one's strength is, the easier it is to treat people as less than human beings. On the contrary, those with average strength may still have some humanity. They can't take care of everyone. All they can do is take care of themselves and their families first." Xiao Yifei and Sang Jingwen looked like they had enough food and clothing, but as they walked along the dirty streets, none of the ordinary people dared to come forward. They all hid in the house humbly, or tried to shrink their bodies as much as possible for fear of being discovered by the two people with special powers. Brother, please help us. He is your nephew." "Yes, brother, just let Xiao Baoyu go." "Brother, I beg you, this sound?" Xiao Yifei suddenly stopped. Sang Jingwen looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" I think I heard my uncle's voice." "Where?" "This way." Xiao Yifei followed the direction of the crying sound. It was an old garage with mottled and moldy walls, and from inside came the sound of blood-soaked weeping. He heard his mother's trembling cry. Second brother's wife, you are so cruel. Your son is a treasure, but my son is not? How can you say such a thing as letting Baoyu feed zombies? Get out of my house." Xiao Baoyu took a broom he found from somewhere and hit Xiao Laoer's family hard. Xiao Laoer grabbed the broom and kicked Xiao Baoyu. "Brother, look, this is your son. I am his uncle, and he treats me like this. Let's send him to feed the zombies. This way we can get some food." When Ahao becomes a member of the guard team, I will let him honor you, okay? Seeing Boss Xiao thinking silently, Xiao Baoyu looked at him with horror. Dad, say something. Hubby, you can't let Baoyu feed the zombies. Why not? That's right. The captain of the guard team said that as long as one of our family members goes to feed the zombies, Jihao will be on duty in the guard team. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. As long as Baoyu is sacrificed, Jihao's future can be saved, and even the life of our family can be saved. Xiao Lao and his wife kept persuading him, and it was obvious that Xiao Laoda was a little loosened. Baoyu, how about? No, it's absolutely impossible. Xiao Jian, I absolutely don't agree to let Baoyu feed the zombies. Sister-in-law, why are you doing this? Baoyu is just an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be good to exchange his life for food? That's right. Women are ignorant. My elder brother has already agreed. So, why do you have to interfere? Xiao Jian looked at Jian Xiaoying helplessly. Wife, if we continue like this, we will all starve to death. Why don't we let Baoyu go? No, I won't go. I absolutely won't go. I'd rather die than help those jerks feed zombies. Having said that, Baoyu opened the door and rushed out. He ran headfirst and bumped into Xiao Yifei's arms. He was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the man's bright and beautiful clothes, he was obviously a superpower. All the superpowers in Xinshi were arrogant and would kill people to feed the zombies at will. He got into trouble. Jian Xiaoying didn't see Xiao Yifei's face clearly. She just chased Xiao Baoyu out, and when she saw her son bump into the superpower, she quickly bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, my son didn't mean it. Please let him go. Xiao Yifei looked at his mother's bent back and felt like he was struck by lightning. How come his rich and willful mother, a rich lady before marriage and a noble lady after marriage, has become such a cautious and servile person now? Xiao Yifei's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. He just stared at his mother stupidly. Xiao Baoyu was completely stunned. Hearing Jian Xiaoying's words, Xiao Jian hurried out, and Xiao Laoer's family knew that they had offended a person with special powers, so they quickly ran away through the back door. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Yifei's face, full of disbelief. Fei. Jian Xiaoying raised her head and saw her eldest son's handsome little face, clean clothes, and clean cheeks. It was as if her eldest son did not experience the end of the world like them. Instead, he looked like he did before the end of the world, going out to school and returning home on holidays. Jian Xiaoying pursed her lips to try not to cry out loud, but she could no longer control her tears and slowly walked towards Xiao Yifei step by step. With shaking hands, she gently stroked his face. Son, you are really my son, Fei. I am glad you are okay. I am glad you are okay. She took Xiao Baoyu, who was in Xiao Yifei's arms, into her arms and hugged them tightly. Mom. Xiao Yifei hugged his mother back. Xiao Baoyu already knew that this was his brother, but he did not let go and let his brother and mother sandwich him in the middle. Only Xiao Jian seemed like an outsider. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, but disappeared in an instant without anyone noticing. Sang Chu went to the address given by Lumen Foam, but found that the place was already empty. Tuyo. Achu, something is wrong with this base. Suddenly, Tuyo's slightly frightened voice came. Sang Chu was startled and asked hurriedly, What's wrong? Find a deserted place and get on the hovercraft. After you turn into particles, come find me. Hurry. Sang Chu immediately turned around and walked into an empty alley. The dark environment was a perfect protective color. Follow the route given by Tuyo. There is actually a huge laboratory underground. Chu, this way. Tuyo stood in front of a bronze wall and waved vigorously at Sang Chu. This made her speechless. You don't have to wave your short hands. What did you find? Tuyo pointed at the copper wall. Didn't you ask me to come and see what they said they invented? I explored all the way and the aura here is the strangest. I feel that there seems to be a very strong supernatural fluctuation inside. That kind of fluctuation is very similar to the feeling when you advance your supernatural power, but it is much stronger than yours. Sang Chu looked at him in shock. Are you saying that there are people with special abilities who have advanced here? And they're stronger than me? She is already a third-level psychic. If someone is stronger than her, Wouldn't that mean he is a 4th level psychic? It could be even higher. Tuyo, I can't get in, but the hover car can get in through particle form. Sang-chu nodded, and after Tuyo got on the car, the man and the rabbit slowly entered through the bronze wall. This, Sang-chu was shocked by the scene before him. Tuyo, I didn't expect that you didn't raise zombies, but the people in this base have already started raising them. Zombies are held individually in cages of various sizes, and there are many corpses in the cages, which is horrifying to look at. Haven't you found those new psychics yet, Brother Liu? Not yet, but Si has already gone to look for them. They are unfamiliar with the area, and will definitely return to the camp. Once the doctor determines their ability level, they will be sent in immediately. Hurry up. The higher-ups are pushing us to do it. I heard that the boss has successfully advanced to level 5, and the doctor is also level 5. If June also reaches level 5, we will have 3 level 5 psychics in Shinshur, haha. The conversation between the two people shocked Sang-chu. What kind of concept is a level 5 superpower? They just found out that there are crystal cores in zombies, and the people in Shinshur have already started artificial cultivation. It's simply crazy. Drip, drip, drip. A ring rang, and the man called Brother Liu took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Hello, Brother Liu, the doctor's going to your farm. Please get ready. Okay, I'll get ready. After the conversation, the two men quickly cleaned the farm. Sang-chu drove the hovercraft to a higher place, turned on the camera function of the optical computer, and recorded everything there. Soon, the heavy door opened. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. I don't know if it's Sang-chu's illusion, but she always feels that this man has been looking at her since he entered the door. But light particles shouldn't be easy to be seen. Tio looked at the elite man in horror and shouted, "Not good. Chu, run, he is a level 5 psychic. He can see the hovercraft." What? When Sang-chu was about to operate the hovercar to run, he found that his brain suddenly jerked and he could not control his behavior. This is mental control? Tio looked at Sang-chu anxiously. Achu, what are you doing? Run. Oops, this is mind control. Tio quickly took out the light energy gun from Sang-chu's space link and attacked the elite man frantically. He just raised his hand slightly and suddenly built an invisible transparent high wall in front of him, shielding all the damage. Brother Liu, Doctor, what's going on? The doctor raised his lips slightly, revealing a nonchalant smile. I saw something strange. Let everyone be prepared at all times. I want to catch this little fly alive. Tuyo was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but the man called Doctor was really strong. The light energy gun was completely useless, so he used the flame gun and the freezing gun all at once. Achoo. Sang-chu was also very anxious when she heard Tuyo's cry, but she had a severe headache and her whole body was controlled by an invisible force and she couldn't move at all. She could only roll her eyes towards Tuyo, hoping that Tuyo could understand her thoughts. Achoo. Realizing that Sang-chu wanted to ask him for help, Tuyo quickly looked over and saw her moving her eyeballs with difficulty. It seemed that Tuyo knew a little bit about what she was thinking. You want me to shoot you? Sang-chu controlled her eyes and looked downward slightly. She thought her action was very obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at all. Tuyo could only try her best. These weapons are too powerful. I will stab you with my light sword. When I can take control of your body, you will issue the command immediately. Sang-chu was controlled by the supernatural power, and Tuyo had no way of giving orders to Xiaowei, so now she only needed to release this mental restraint for 1 second. As long as he can gain control for a second, he can drive away. While Tuyo attacked the doctor and the others to prevent them from coming forward, he used his big ears to control the lightsaber and slashed at Sang-chu mercilessly with each blow. The doctor frowned slightly and quickly increased his control. Wanna leave? Daydream. He couldn't see Tuyo, but he saw strange weapons attacking Sang-chu. He controlled Sang-chu with both hands, removed the mental shield, and fired flame guns and freezing guns at the same time, and the farm was instantly in ruins. But those zombies seemed to be stupid. Even after their cages were blown up, they still didn't move. Brother Liu and the thin guy didn't have supernatural shields protecting them like the doctor, so they quickly found a place to hide. Just when the doctor thought he had won, The hovercraft disappeared. The doctor lowered his eyes. The air pressure was too low. Brother Lu saw that there was no movement. The doctor withdrew his hand and walked forward. "Doctor, what is going on?" The doctor took out a piece of paper and drew a few strokes on it. Sang Chu's face instantly appeared on the paper. "Search the whole city for this person. If you have any information, ordinary people can get permanent immunity, and those with special abilities can get a crystal core as a reward." The two of them excitedly took the things and said, "Yes, doctor, don't worry, we will do it right away." Sang Chu entered the treatment room with wounds all over his body to recuperate. Tuyo sat on the ground with lingering fear. "It's so scary. This level 5 supernatural being can actually see the hovercraft and you, my god." Sang Chu didn't expect this scene to happen. She hurriedly sent messages to her brother Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei, but found that the other party never replied. "Will anything happen to my brother and the others?" Tuyo suddenly remembered what they said about using foreign superpowers to raise zombies and swallowed and whispered, "I won't be so unlucky to be caught." Sang Chu didn't dare to gamble and quickly sent a message to Lu Minfeng. "Lu Minfeng, I need your help. Please come to Xinshi as soon as possible. Don't bring Mu Xue and Grandma. Come alone. Put away the hovercraft outside the city, and then enter the city in stealth. Don't let anyone see you. Contact me after entering the city. Lu Minfeng. I'm leaving now. What happened? I found a zombie breeding farm in Xinshi. My brother and his friends have lost contact. I'm afraid they've been captured, so I need you to come and help. There's a level 5 superpower here who can see through the particle-based hovercraft. So, on your way here, try to use the spirit stones and jade to improve your superpowers. Your invisibility superpower may be the only way for us to leave Xinshi." "Okay, I got it. I'll leave right after I tell Mu Xue. Don't mess around. Wait for me. Well, be careful and try to improve your abilities. This level 5 psychic is very scary. Laser guns have no effect on him." Hearing this, Lu Minfeng narrowed his eyes and thought of Xiao Feng unconsciously. Seeing Lu Minfeng's nervous expression, Mu Xue couldn't help but ask, "Did something happen to Sang Sang?" Lu Minfeng nodded and showed her the chat history between him and Sang Chu. Mu Xue was originally hesitant about whether to go with them, but when she saw that Sang Chu didn't want her to go, "If Sang Sang doesn't let me go, then I won't go. But you must be careful. The people in Xinshi are too scary. You must come back safely." As she said this, her eyes were fixed on Lu Minfeng. Even though she knew she shouldn't doubt Lu Minfeng, she couldn't help it. "Mu Xue, Senior, Sang Sang treats you very well. You can't betray her." Lu Minfeng helplessly stroked her long hair that had regained its luster and said in a slightly doting tone, "After all the journey through the apocalypse, don't you know who I am? I won't abandon you, don't worry. Well, I believe in you. Sang Sang also believes in you, so she asked you to help at this time. Senior, you must bring Sang Sang back safely." Mu Xue was very worried. If her special abilities were not useless, she would not want to be left behind at all. But she knew that if she went, she might not be able to help, and might even cause more trouble. "Lu Minfeng. Okay, don't worry, and don't let Grandma worry. I'll use my own hovercraft to get there later. You guys just hide here. Be sure to pay attention to safety and pay attention to light energy at all times. Recharge light energy in time, okay?" "I know. Go ahead." Lu Minfeng nodded, got on his hovercraft, and drove towards Xinshi at full speed. Ai. Wake up. Xiao Yifei woke up in a daze after hearing Sang Jingwen shouting. Following the sound, I saw Sang Jingwen lying on the ground, tied up. What is going on here? He remembered that his father said it was a rare opportunity to meet again, so he went out to get some food in advance from his employer. Before he could say that they did, he was stopped by Sang Jingwen. Later, he then lost consciousness. Sang Jingwen looked at him with a frown on his face. "Ai, where is your ability?" "My powers." Xiao Yifei's mind was in a state of confusion, and he basically followed Sang Jingwen's instructions. But when he found that he could not use his special powers, he looked at Sang Jingwen in surprise. "My superpowers disappeared," Sang Jingwen whispered. Sure enough, When he was about to use the optical computer to send a message to Sang Chu, a voice came into his ears. Emergency reminder, emergency reminder. The message comes from the first-generation binder. There is a level 5 psychic in Shinshur. No matter where you are, do not use the optical computer and the hovercraft at will. He can see it. Sang Jingwen looked at Xiao Yifei in shock, only to see that he was also full of surprise. Both of them didn't dare to move at this moment, for fear that others would discover their weirdness. Hey, wake up! A man in a white coat and a mask opened the door and walked in, holding a huge syringe in his hand, followed by Xiao Yifei's father Xiao Jian. When Xiao Yifei saw him, she was shocked. Why did you follow this person in? The masked man smiled and said, your father's employer is our research institute. He is our spy in the slums. Many outsiders come to look for their families. If they can't find them at their original address, they will go to the slums to look for them. Xiao Jian's existence is to help us drug the people with special abilities so that they lose their special abilities and then we can deal with them. Xiao Jian, Xiao Yifei roared his name viciously. He couldn't understand how such an honest and decent-looking man, who had always been bullied by his younger brother, could become like this. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jian showed a sinister smile. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Why did you come here? I have already asked the guards to hint to Xiao Zhihao that as long as he takes Xiao Baoyu away, he can join the guards and have no worries about food and clothing. But I didn't expect that you would come back at this time and say that you are a superpower. Dr. Liao, we had already given the list to Xiao Jian. He just thought it was someone with the same name, but he didn't expect it was really you. He said he went to his employer to ask for food, but he was just here to tip off. Is the food delicious? That's something we made specially to deal with people with special abilities. Are you still human? When Xiao Yifei heard what they said, she couldn't believe her ears. Xiao Jian said indifferently, as long as you and Baoyu die, your mother will be obedient and will never think of leaving Shinshur to find you again. Abnormal, Xiao Jian glared at him with disdain. Your mother used to be so obedient, but now that you two are here, she revolves around you. Later, she even gave you all her shares. Why do you think you deserve that? I worked so hard day and night to get them, but she gave them all to you. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Xiao Yifei never knew his father was such a person, but we are your sons. Humph. Xiao Jian snorted coldly, turned around and said to Dr. Liao, Dr. Liao, please go ahead. After drawing blood, I will personally push him into the zombie pool. With this 3-series mutant, I will definitely be able to cultivate a 3rd-level zombie crystal core this time. There's no rush. Let's drain the blood first. Hey, I'll do as you say. A Fei? A Fei, are you awake? Jian Xiuying called her son at the door, but there was no response. Xiao Baoyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the ground beside him. Mom, my brother hasn't woken up yet. Last night, his father got some wine from somewhere and the whole family got drunk while drinking. His brother and his brother's friend fell directly on the table. His father gave the only room in the house for them to rest. His father had to work the night shift, so his mother slept on the sofa all night, and he slept on the floor. Wife, I'm back. Xiao Jian walked in from outside with a chill all over his body. Seeing Jian Xiuying and Xiao Baoyu gathered at the door of the room, he was very confused. What are you doing? Jian Xiuying. My son and his friend haven't woken up yet. I'm worried if something has happened to them. Xiao Baoyu. Mom, you just woke me up, it's okay. Jian Xiuying was not so calm. She glanced at Xiao Jian, who was holding the food, and asked casually, Husband, what did you bring back today? Xiao Jian quickly closed the door. Xiao Bao, go and block the back door. Don't let your second uncle and the others in.
Ah?
Oh. Xiao Baoyu rolled over and climbed up from the ground. When he walked to the back door, he found that there seemed to be traces of dragging on the ground. Xiao Baoyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiao Lauer took advantage of everyone being drunk yesterday to steal something? Mom and Dad, there's something at the back door. Before he finished speaking, he saw a small piece of silk cloth on the protruding wood spur by the door frame on the ground. He recognized it. It was the cloth from the gray clothes his brother was wearing. Something happened to his brother. He said why the old man was so strange yesterday. He was so kind to go to the employer to find food to welcome his brother. As soon as he came back, he told me not to let his second brother in. He was the younger brother he raised as his son since he was a child. How could he bear to let him in? Did his father send his brother and his friends to be fed to the zombies? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He originally thought that his brother, who was a superpower, would be able to take his family away when he returned home, but now it seems that his father and that scary second uncle are on the same side. What should he do? How could he take his mother away without his father getting suspicious? Also, is his brother dead or alive? Thinking of his brother being fed to the zombies, Xiao Baoyu couldn't help but tremble all over. Xiao Jian. Xiao Bao, what are you talking about? Hurry up and close the door and come over to eat. Xiao Baoyu responded casually, squatted down, put the rag into his trouser pocket, then locked the door and walked back to the dining table with a heavy heart. Before the apocalypse, the family of 3 lived in a big villa. After the apocalypse, they were forced to live in this converted garage and have been living there for many years. Originally, he thought that as long as the family was together, there was nothing that could not be overcome. His father had a job, and so did he. He was just very sad about the quarrel yesterday, but he thought that his father was still his father after all, and he just had to wait for him to calm down and then have a good talk with him. But his brother's disappearance shattered his fantasy. When he looked at his father now, he always felt that he saw a sinister and scary smile on that honest face, which made him dare not look up. Xiao Jian glanced at the room and sighed helplessly. Hey, I'm afraid life outside is not easy. Don't bother them. Let them have a good rest. I will continue to go to work. Xiao Jian watched his wife and son finish their meal and walk out the door. But who would have thought that as soon as he went out, Xiao Baoyu looked at his mother hesitantly, with 1,000 words to say, but no idea what to say. Jian Xiaoying. Bao, do you think your brother and the others are still at home? His mother's voice was so soft that Xiao Baoyu thought he was hallucinating. What do you think, Mom? Jian Xiaoying covered her face with her hands, her eyes slightly red, and shook her head with a trembling voice. I don't know, Mom. Let's break the door down. Xiao Baoyu stood up and took his mother's hand. If Dad is really that cruel, it's time for us to make a decision. Jian Xiaoying originally wanted Xiao Jian to leave Xinshi with them, but she was afraid that his brother would get attached to him again, so she and Xiao Baoyu had been secretly stockpiling supplies, thinking that they would go find Xiao Yifei once they had enough food to eat on the road. I just didn't expect that Xiao Jian would become so terrifying. Mom, it's better to break the door open than to deceive yourself. Xiao Baoyu was a man who did what he said. Seeing that Jian Xiaoying had not made any movement, he quickly walked to the door and started banging on it. The door, which was not strong to begin with, opened. There was no one inside, and the bed was cold. Mom, with the facts before their eyes, Xiao Baoyu's face turned pale, and Jian Xiaoying could no longer hold back her tears. Let's go now. Go? Where are you going, wife? Jian Xiaoying shuddered all over, and her body trembled with her back to the door. Xiao Baoyu also turned around slowly, with a look of shock on his face. Dad, you went to work, didn't you? Why are you back? Seeing the door open, Xiao Jian slowly approached with a smile on his honest face. Wife, what were you talking about just now? Jian Xiaoying has not yet recovered from the fact that Xiao Jian has returned. She doesn't know how much Xiao Jian has heard. She should have been more careful just now. Xiao Baoyu looked at his mother nervously. Jian Xiaoying pointed at the room and let herself cry. Husband. Fei and the others are gone. Xiao Jian hurriedly stepped forward, hugged Jian Xiaoying, looked at the empty room with surprise on his face, and said anxiously, Don't worry, honey. Maybe they're sober now and are going out for a walk. Xiao Bao, why don't you go out and look for your brother? Seeing him like this, Xiao Baoyu almost wondered if he had suspected the wrong person. His father was fine? Not his father. Could it be that second uncle and the others took advantage of everyone being drunk? He had always felt that something was wrong, and it turned out that he had neglected the wine. It's the end of the world. Where can I get the wine? Even if his father found a job and took care of those high-ranking superpowers, how could he give them such a good thing as wine? Thinking of the key, he knew where to find his brother and hurriedly said, I know. I will go out to find my brother right away. Don't worry, Mom. Wait for me at home. After saying that, he turned around and ran out. Jian Xiaoying lowered her head and hugged Xiao Jian with her hands trembling slightly, but she knew that the man in front of her was very scary, perhaps even scarier than her brother. She awakened her psychic and spatial abilities, but she didn't dare to say it. When her psychic powers awakened, she discovered that her husband might not be the same as she had imagined. The strange and terrifying feeling of suffocation made her want to escape. But thinking of her husband who had spoiled her to the heavens before and after the end of the world, she really couldn't let him go. However, she didn't expect that this kind of thinking would actually harm her son. She absolutely cannot sit there and wait for death. After a frantic journey, Lu Minfeng finally arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Sang Chu. When I got on her hovercraft, I found that she was covered in wounds and was still recovering. Chu, what are you doing? That level 5 psychic was able to control people, and I was completely unable to resist. These wounds were caused by the little rabbit. The pain allowed me to temporarily escape from his control, and I gave up the right to use the hovercraft, which saved my life. Sang Chu's voice was still very weak. He had been treated for a long time, but still hadn't recovered. It was conceivable how serious the injury was to escape from mental control. So, what should we do now? Time is everything. The best way is to rescue the person immediately before the other party has completely taken control. Escaping is the best way. Sang Chu, take a look at the video I recorded first. I always feel like there's something wrong, but I haven't seen anything after watching it all night. Good. Xiao A played the video that had been recorded since they entered the farm last night. The more Lu Minfeng watched, the more his brows furrowed. He simply couldn't imagine how crazy these people had to be to use humans to feed zombies. Suddenly, he saw a figure passing by. Xiao A, stop. Rewind 2 or 3 seconds and zoom in on the bronze door at the entrance. Adjust the light sensitivity and clarity to the highest setting and make a copy of the reflection on the door. Xiao A, okay, please wait. Sang Chu walked to Lu Minfeng and looked at the place he pointed at. Chu, look at this image. A man holding something? It's too blurry. Even if the bronze door reflects a person's image, it's still not clear. Looking at the shape, it looks like a wine bottle. Not many people can drink wine in the last days. Sang Chu nodded. After Xiao A made a copy of the film, Sang Chu realized why he felt the entire film was weird but couldn't make any sense of it. There are plants on this bronze door, but I have never seen them anywhere else in Xinshi. Moreover, this breeding farm is underground. Lu Minfeng. That is to say, the people in Xinshi are not only secretly breeding zombies, but they are also cultivating alienated plants. Sang Chu nodded. I'm afraid that's the case. It's too dangerous for a hovercraft to appear in the city. The level 5 psychic named Doctor can see through it, and he has seen me. I think he is looking for me all over the city now. Lu Minfeng, I'll leave my brother and the others in your care. Don't be so polite. Even without Mu Shui, you and I are still friends. We have been through so much together in the end times. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are friends of life and death. Besides, you gave me so many supplies unconditionally. Sang Chu, Lu Minfeng, am someone you can trust. I know, so I didn't say anything polite to you. But no matter how good our relationship is, I still have to say thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You take a rest first. I'll go to the rich area to take a look. Well, be careful. Lu Minfeng got out of the car directly. He was very familiar with Xinshi, even though it had changed a lot. He walked stealthily towards the wealthy area, but unexpectedly, he saw a sneaky boy, about 17 or 18 years old. Xiao Baoyu couldn't see the invisible Lu Minfeng, so naturally, he didn't know that his sneaky movements had aroused Lu Minfeng's curiosity. He followed Xiao Baoyu to a villa that looked very old. Sudden, he hid himself quickly as if he had seen something terrible. Following the line of sight, it was a middle-aged man. The back figure looked a little familiar. Lu Minfeng quickly took out the picture in his hand and compared it. Although the picture was blurry, it still looked similar. He did not miss this clue. He sent a message to Sang Chu, informing her of the situation here, and then followed the middle-aged man into the villa. Xiao Baoyu moved the stone bricks aside and climbed into the courtyard. Xiao Jian walked all the way deeper into the villa. After going up to the top floor, he looked around and found that there was no one around, so he moved a floor tile away. Once the lock inside is revealed, use the key to open it. There is a dark pit inside. Lu Minfeng asked Xiaozi to turn on the real-time connection function and synchronize the situation here to Sang Chu. When he saw Xiao Jian pick up the rope and slide down, he hurriedly followed him down. This place is very deep. If they hadn't followed Xiao Jian, they would never have been able to find this place even if they died. Xiao Yifei, who had lost his superpowers, was tied to an iron bed. Beside him was a doctor wearing a mask. He kept drawing Xiao Yifei's blood and injecting it into a zombie locked with a golden lock nearby. Dr. Liao, my son is useful. I wonder if you can get someone to arrest my younger son right away. Liao Yu raised his head in disdain, not wanting to even look at him. This matter has been handed over to the guards. Don't you want your wife to know what you did in private? In that case, don't worry. Just maintain your image as a cowardly brother protector. We will make arrangements for your younger son. Dr. Liao, we can't wait any longer. They have already discovered that my eldest son is missing. I'm afraid something bad will happen if we delay. His wife is spoiled, but she is not a fool and is not easy to fool. If he hadn't been using his brother as a cover to do shameful things, he would have been discovered by his wife long ago. His wife was the one he had coveted since he was a child, and it took him most of his life to trick her into giving her to him. Even in the end times, he would not allow anyone to separate them. Not even if it's my son. All right, take my ID card and go find the captain of the security team and ask him to do it. Don't get in the way here. If this Xiao Jian wasn't still useful, he would have wanted to throw him into the pile of zombies to feed his little baby. This Xiao Jian is really as despicable as his name suggests. For the sake of a woman, he framed even his own brother and sent his own son to a breeding base. Thank you, Dr. Liao. I'll go right away. After Xiao Jian took Dr. Liao's work badge, he left excitedly, but he didn't know how disgusted Dr. Liao was looking at his back. After he injected the blood into the zombie's body, he found that the zombie's eyes were slightly red. He couldn't help but get excited. Fire element? It actually awakened the fire element. Ha 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 ha, I have to tell the doctor this good news. After saying that, he hurried out. Lu Minfeng walked carefully to Xiao Yifei's side and pointed at his face. After Sang Chu saw his appearance clearly, he immediately said, "It's him. He is my brother's friend Xiao Yifei. My brother must be here too." Lu Minfeng nodded. He did not take the person away directly, but continued to look for Sang Jingwen. It was obvious that the two of them were arrested together, but he still couldn't find Sang Jingwen. Suddenly, there was a strange commotion, and Lu Minfeng looked back and saw that a zombie had escaped from the cage. Sang Jingwen was mixed in with a bunch of zombies, his clothes were tattered, and there was no sense of disobedience at all. Lu Minfeng was stunned. He quickly walked to Sang Jingwen and whispered, "Brother Jingwen, I'm Lu Minfeng." Sang Jingwen was stunned. He had just crawled out of a pile of zombies. After killing the zombies with the help of air bombs, he smeared all the zombies' blood on himself, put on the zombies' clothes, and barely blended in with the zombies to escape from the deep pit. He didn't dare to send a message to his sister, fearing that she would break in. This place was far more terrifying than he had imagined, but he didn't expect Lu Minfeng to come. Sang Jingwen couldn't see him, but he nodded, then imitated the zombies' movements and began to smash things everywhere. The zombies followed suit, and soon the laboratory became a mess. Sang Jingwen then released the zombies that had awakened their powers. Seeing this, Lu Minfeng also took out a blue laser gun and coordinated with Sang Jingwen's actions. It didn't take long for all the zombies on this floor to come out. Sang Jingwen glanced at Lu Minfeng and said silently, "This way." I saw that he had already unlocked Xiao Yifei. Lu Minfeng quickly walked to their side and took advantage of the zombies' riot to cover them with his supernatural powers. "Are we leaving now?" Sang Jingwen nodded. "The zombies are all out. Let's leave quickly while the chaos continues." "Okay, you two hold me tight." Sang Jingwen was already very tired and exhausted, but he didn't dare to relax. He could only hold the unconscious Xiao Yifei tightly with one hand and hold Lu Minfeng tightly with the other hand. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies running out? Where's the blood bag? Where did that level 3 fire-type mutant go? After discovering the zombies running out, someone immediately noticed that Xiao Yifei was missing. The doctor was at the breeding base next door. When he heard what happened, he rushed over. He happened to meet Lu Minfeng, who was leaving with Seng Jingwen and the others. The sudden feeling of oppression made Lu Minfeng hold his breath. The doctor noticed something was wrong and looked towards where Lu Minfeng was. Getting closer, Lu Minfeng held Seng Jingwen and Xiao Yifei tightly, and they dared not move. I even held my breath unconsciously, not daring to breathe. This should be the level 5 psychic that Sang Chu mentioned. He can feel it. Facing the doctor's sharp, eagle-like, oppressive eyes, Lu Minfeng tried to slow down his breathing, always controlling his supernatural power at a certain wavelength, trying not to make mistakes. Doctor, Xiao Yifei is missing. The doctor paused and turned around quickly. Seal off the breeding farm, arrest all the people who came in and out today, control their families, notify the boss immediately, close the gate of the base, and don't let anyone leave. Yes, everything was handled in an orderly manner. The originally agitated and crazy zombies became as obedient as lifeless puppies under the control of the doctor, a level 5 psychic. Lu Minfeng didn't dare to stay at all, and hurriedly ran out with Seng Jingwen and Xiao Yifei. It was not until I was far away from the doctor and got on the hovercraft that I dared to breathe freely. But even after getting on the hovercraft, he didn't dare to cancel his supernatural powers. He was afraid that the doctor would discover the hovercraft and control him. If that happened, all three of them would be sacrificed together and become delicacy for the zombies. After reaching the ground, Seng Jingwen saw Xiao Baoyu. He was outside the villa, not knowing what to do. He grabbed Lu Minfeng's hand and said, "This kid is Ai's younger brother. I'm afraid he's here to look for Ai. Do you want to take it away?" Seng Jingwen thought for a while and said, "Take him away. His father is not a good man." Lu Minfeng nodded and told Seng Jingwen what he had heard. Seng Jingwen couldn't believe it. He thought that Xiao Jian just didn't like Xiao Yifei, but he didn't expect that he would not even let his own little son go. If he wanted to bring other people, he couldn't use the hovercraft. Lu Minfeng grabbed Xiao Baoyu, and just when he was about to shout, Seng Jingwen quickly covered his mouth. "Xiao Bao, it's me, your brother's friend. It's very dangerous here. We have to leave quickly." Xiao Baoyu looked at Seng Jingwen and then at his unconscious brother, nodded repeatedly, and even took the initiative to help support Xiao Yifei. Lu Minfeng told Seng Chu about the situation here. She was silent for a while, then turned on the radio communication method of the optical brain and had a direct conversation with Lu Minfeng in her mind. "How long can your superpowers last?" Lu Minfeng, "About another hour." Seng Chu, "Can we get out of the city?" Lu Minfeng, "I'm afraid not. Now there's Xiao Yifei's brother. We don't know if he's a friend or an enemy. It's a bit dangerous." Seng Chu, "Okay, then you bring them to me first. If they are good people, I will let Tuyo take the hovercraft out of the city and convert it into an off-road vehicle. Then you can take them out of the city." Hearing this, Lu Minfeng instantly understood what Seng Chu meant. She didn't want other people to know about her. "This is a good thing. Dr. Liao, we can't wait any longer. They have already discovered that my eldest son is missing. I'm afraid something bad will happen if we delay. His wife is spoiled, but she is not a fool and is not easy to fool. If he hadn't been using his brother as a cover to do shameful things, he would have been discovered by his wife long ago. His wife was the one he had coveted since he was a child, and it took him most of his life to trick her into giving her to him. Even in the end times, he would not allow anyone to separate them. Not even if it's my son. All right, take my ID card and go find the captain of the security team and ask him to do it. Don't get in the way here." If this Xiao Jian wasn't still useful, he would have wanted to throw him into the pile of zombies to feed his little baby. This Xiao Jian is really as despicable as his name suggests. For the sake of a woman, he framed even his own brother and sent his own son to a breeding base. "Thank you, Dr. Liao. I'll go right away." After Xiao Jian took Dr. Liao's work badge, he left excitedly, but he didn't know how disgusted Dr. Liao was looking at his back. After he injected the blood into the zombie's body, he found that the zombie's eyes were slightly red. He couldn't help but get excited. Fire element? It actually awakened the fire element. Ha 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 ha, I have to tell the doctor this good news. After saying that, he hurried out. Lu Minfeng walked carefully to Xiao Yifei's side and pointed at his face. After Sang Chu saw his appearance clearly, he immediately said, "It's him. He is my brother's friend Xiao Yifei. My brother must be here too." Lu Minfeng nodded. He did not take the person away directly, but continued to look for Sang Jingwen. It was obvious that the two of them were arrested together, but he still couldn't find Sang Jingwen. Suddenly, there was a strange commotion, and Lu Minfeng looked back and saw that a zombie had escaped from the cage. Sang Jingwen was mixed in with a bunch of zombies, his clothes were tattered, and there was no sense of disobedience at all. Lu Minfeng was stunned. He quickly walked to Sang Jingwen and whispered, "Brother Jingwen, I'm Lu Minfeng." Sang Jingwen was stunned. He had just crawled out of a pile of zombies. After killing the zombies with the help of air bombs, he smeared all the zombies' blood on himself, put on the zombies' clothes, and barely blended in with the zombies to escape from the deep pit. He didn't dare to send a message to his sister, fearing that she would break in. This place was far more terrifying than he had imagined, but he didn't expect Lu Minfeng to come. Sang Jingwen couldn't see him, but he nodded, then imitated the zombies' movements and began to smash things everywhere. The zombies followed suit, and soon the laboratory became a mess. Sang Jingwen then released the zombies that had awakened their powers. Seeing this, Lu Minfeng also took out a blue laser gun and coordinated with Sang Jingwen's actions. It didn't take long for all the zombies on this floor to come out. Sang Jingwen glanced at Lu Minfeng and said silently, "This way." I saw that he had already unlocked Xiao Yifei. Lu Minfeng quickly walked to their side and took advantage of the zombies' riot to cover them with his supernatural powers. "Are we leaving now?" Sang Jingwen nodded. "The zombies are all out. Let's leave quickly while the chaos continues." "Okay, you two hold me tight." Sang Jingwen was already very tired and exhausted, but he didn't dare to relax. He could only hold the unconscious Xiao Yifei tightly with one hand and hold Lu Minfeng tightly with the other hand. "What's going on? Why are there so many zombies running out? Where's the blood bag? Where did that level 3 fire-type mutant go?" After discovering the zombies running out, someone immediately noticed that Xiao Yifei was missing. The doctor was at the breeding base next door. When he heard what happened, he rushed over. He happened to meet Lu Minfeng, who was leaving with Sang Jingwen and the others. The sudden feeling of oppression made Lu Minfeng hold his breath. The doctor noticed something was wrong and looked towards where Lu Minfeng was. Getting closer, Lu Minfeng held Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei tightly, and they dared not move. I even held my breath unconsciously, not daring to breathe. This should be the level 5 psychic that Sang Chu mentioned. He can feel it. Facing the doctor's sharp, eagle-like, oppressive eyes, Lu Minfeng tried to slow down his breathing, always controlling his supernatural power at a certain wavelength, trying not to make mistakes. "Doctor, Xiao Yifei is missing." The doctor paused and turned around quickly. "Seal off the breeding farm, arrest all the people who came in and out today, control their families, notify the boss immediately, close the gate of the base, and don't let anyone leave." Yes, everything was handled in an orderly manner. The originally agitated and crazy zombies became as obedient as lifeless puppies under the control of the doctor, a level 5 psychic. Lu Minfeng didn't dare to stay at all, and hurriedly ran out with Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei. It was not until I was far away from the doctor and got on the hovercraft that I dared to breathe freely. But even after getting on the hovercraft, he didn't dare to cancel his supernatural powers. He was afraid that the doctor would discover the hovercraft and control him. If that happened, all three of them would be sacrificed together and become delicacy for the zombies. After reaching the ground, Sang Jingwen saw Xiao Baoyu. He was outside the villa, not knowing what to do. He grabbed Lu Minfeng's hand and said, "This kid is Ai's younger brother. I'm afraid he's here to look for Ai. Do you want to take it away?" Sang Jingwen thought for a while and said, "Take him away. His father is not a good man." Lu Minfeng nodded and told Sang Jingwen what he had heard. Sang Jingwen couldn't believe it. He thought that Xiao Jian just didn't like Xiao Yifei, but he didn't expect that he would not even let his own little son go. If he wanted to bring other people, he couldn't use the hovercraft. Lu Minfeng grabbed Xiao Baoyu, and just when he was about to shout, Sang Jingwen quickly covered his mouth. Xiao Bao, it's me, your brother's friend. It's very dangerous here. We have to leave quickly. Xiao Baoyu looked at Sang Jingwen and then at his unconscious brother, nodded repeatedly, and even took the initiative to help support Xiao Yifei. Lu Minfeng told Sang Chu about the situation here. She was silent for a while, then turned on the radio communication method of the optical brain and had a direct conversation with Lu Minfeng in her mind. How long can your superpowers last? Lu Minfeng, about another hour. Sang Chu, can we get out of the city? Lu Minfeng, I'm afraid not. Now there's Xiao Yifei's brother. We don't know if he's a friend or an enemy. It's a bit dangerous. Sang Chu, okay, then you bring them to me first. If they are good people, I will let Tuyo take the hovercraft out of the city and convert it into an off-road vehicle. Then you can take them out of the city. Hearing this, Lu Minfeng instantly understood what Sang Chu meant. She didn't want other people to know about her. This is a good thing. You want to use their medicine? Sang Chu nodded. That's right, but unfortunately the level 5 psychics are too alert. Even if they can't see you, you may not be able to get close to them. Therefore, it is enough to make most of the psychics lose their powers. The plants underground should be what they use to study this medicine. Find a way to destroy them all. In this way, the strength of Xinshi will be reduced to more than half, and they should not make any moves in the short term. Tuyo, but won't they still use humans to feed the zombies? Sang Chu, well, this is unavoidable, but they will give priority to those psychics who are of no use. Tuyo's eyes widened and his ears clapped in excitement. Yes, even if they have lost their superpowers, they are still superpowered. These people give priority to superpowered people when feeding zombies. But it only allows ordinary people to catch their breath for a while. In the last days, people are like animals. There wasn't much she could do. She could only do what she could while protecting herself. But she is also a selfish person, and it is impossible for her to give up so many crystal cores. There was no way he could leave these things to the enemy. Tuyo glanced at Sang Chu, picked up the things, and flew away. When Xiao Baoyu returned home, he saw his mother sitting alone by the bed crying. Just as he was about to go forward, his mother saw him, grabbed his hand in panic, and walked out. Go, don't come back. Go, where are you going? The guards blocked the front and back doors. Jian Xiaoying pulled Xiao Baoyu behind her in panic. Give up on this idea. I will never let you take my son away. What can a woman like you do? Hurry up. If you're too late, that jerk Xiao Jian will start causing trouble again. Jian Xiaoying, what are you talking about? The captain sneered at this old but still charming woman. No wonder Xiao Jian tried everything to keep you. You were actually pretty, but it's the end of the world. What's the point of being pretty? Idiot, let me tell you, your eldest son and his friend were sent to the zombie breeding base by Xiao Jian himself. He also thought your youngest son was in the way, but it was a pity that his younger brother was useless and couldn't catch your son. So he had to ask the higher-ups to put pressure on me to come and catch him myself. You're all going to die anyway, so I'll let you die knowingly. Don't be so stupid in your next life and find such a heartless man, Mom. Xiao Baoyu looked at Jian Xiaoying, whose face was pale and her body was twitching, and hugged her from behind with concern. After a long time, he heard her trembling voice say, What about my son Xiao Yifei? Dead. Your little son is dying too. A group of people burst into laughter and slowly approached the mother and son. Jian Xiaoying looked at this group of devil-like superpowers and kept protecting Xiao Baoyu and retreating. Can you please let my son go? You can have whatever you want. Xiao Baoyu. No, Mom. At worst we can die here together. We won't ask them. Xiao Baoyu was afraid that these beasts would hurt his mother, so he exerted force and threw his mother behind him, clenching his fists, looking ready to attack at any time. Captain, what can an ordinary person like you do? To prove his words, he stretched out his hand, and an invisible force like an invisible hand pinched Xiao Baoyu's head. The captain waved his hand, and Xiao Baoyu was thrown out. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Baoyu was knocked unconscious and felt as if his internal organs had moved away, and he coughed madly. But at this moment, bang! With a loud bang, the front door and the back door were all closed, and the small house seemed very crowded at the moment. Jian Xiuying's eyes were red. She lowered her head and whispered like a madman, "I am sorry for my son. I shouldn't have believed in that man Xiao Jian. It's my fault, Captain. You're playing tricks. Do you have a superpower in your family? Humph, come out." The captain snorted coldly and raised his hand in contempt. The two lackeys nodded and hurried to open the door. However, as they turned around, they were pierced through the stomach by the hand of a fellow psychic. The man shuddered all over, and with his backhand, injected the thorn vine in his hand into the body of the person behind him. The two of them died together. Upon seeing this, the captain immediately realized that there was a psychic behind the scenes. He quickly built a shield to protect himself, without suspecting Jian Xiuying at all. "Who?
Come out.
Do you know what you are doing?" Kill them." A cold voice came, and the captain frowned in confusion. "Who?" The other party's voice was low and eerie, like the whisper of a demon in the abyss, but he could not find the source of the sound no matter how hard he looked. "Kill them." Jian Xiuying raised her head suddenly and roared, "Kill them." Her red and crazy eyes shocked the captain. You're a psychic. I told you to kill them." Jian Xiuying glared at the team leader, and her supernatural power burst out instantly. "I told you to kill them. Kill everyone, kill Xiao Lauer's family, kill Xiao Jian, kill everyone who hurt my son. I told you to kill them." The furious Jian Xiuying had unconsciously enhanced her own abilities. Looking at her crazy mother, Xiao Baoyu was so frightened that he trembled all over. "Mom," but he didn't dare shout loudly, for fear of scaring his mother. The captain's eyes gradually darkened, as if he was really under control. "Team leader." "Captain, what are you doing?" "Captain, wake up," but it was useless no matter how he shouted. The controlled captain crushed a man with one hand. Looking at the wreckage all over the ground and the captain who had lost his mind, Xiao Baoyu could not believe his eyes. After killing all his men, the captain walked out without stopping. After a while, he heard sharp shouts coming from next door. After a while, the noise disappeared. Xiao Baoyu rolled and crawled to avoid the tragic corpse on the ground and walked to his mother. Mom, it's okay. My brother is not dead. I just got home and didn't have time to tell you that my brother is not dead. Brother Jingwen's friends rescued him, Mom." But Jian Xiuying was in a trance and could not hear his voice at all, and was in a state of mental breakdown. Xiao Baoyu hugged his mother with tears streaming down his face and kept whispering in her ear, "Mom, I am Xiao Bao. Please don't scare me, okay, Mom?" When Lu Minfeng heard about the riot, he saw Jian Xiuying's crazy state as soon as he arrived. He quickly contacted Sang Chu and then walked to Xiao Baoyu. "Stop shouting. We have to leave quickly. Someone is coming." "Minfeng, it's me." But just when Lu Minfeng was about to use his supernatural power to cover the two of them, Jian Xiuying suddenly stared in his direction. Although her eyes were unfocused, and it didn't look like she saw him, but that pair of eyes, that feeling of mental oppression, makes people feel very uncomfortable. "Mom, this is Minfeng. He's the one who saved my brother. He's a good man. Let's listen to him, okay? Someone come, quick. You want to use their medicine?" Sang Chu nodded. "That's right. But unfortunately the level 5 psychics are too alert. Even if they can't see you, you may not be able to get close to them. Therefore, it is enough to make most of the psychics lose their powers. The plants underground should be what they use to study this medicine. Find a way to destroy them all. In this way, the strength of Xinshi will be reduced to more than half, and they should not make any moves in the short term. Tuyo, but won't they still use humans to feed the zombies?" Sang Chu. "Well, this is unavoidable, but they will give priority to those psychics who are of no use." Tuyo's eyes widened and his ears clapped in excitement. Yes, even if they have lost their superpowers, they are still superpowered. These people give priority to superpowered people when feeding zombies. But it only allows ordinary people to catch their breath for a while. In the last days, people are like animals. There wasn't much she could do. She could only do what she could while protecting herself. But she is also a selfish person, and it is impossible for her to give up so many crystal cores. There was no way he could leave these things to the enemy. Tuyo glanced at Sang Chu, picked up the things and flew away. When Xiao Baoyu returned home, he saw his mother sitting alone by the bed crying. Just as he was about to go forward, his mother saw him, grabbed his hand in panic, and walked out. Go, go, don't come back. Go, go, where are you going? The guards blocked the front and back doors. Jian Xiaoying pulled Xiao Baoyu behind her in panic. Give up on this idea. I will never let you take my son away. Humph. What can a woman like you do? Hurry up. If you're too late, that jerk Xiao Jian will start causing trouble again. Jian Xiaoying. You. What are you talking about? The captain sneered at this old but still charming woman. No wonder Xiao Jian tried everything to keep you. You were actually pretty, but it's the end of the world. What's the point of being pretty? Idiot, let me tell you, your eldest son and his friend were sent to the zombie breeding base by Xiao Jian himself. He also thought your youngest son was in the way, but it was a pity that his younger brother was useless and couldn't catch your son. So he had to ask the higher-ups to put pressure on me to come and catch him myself. You're all going to die anyway, so I'll let you die knowingly. Don't be so stupid in your next life and find such a heartless man. Mom? Xiao Baoyu looked at Jian Xiaoying, whose face was pale and her body was twitching, and hugged her from behind with concern. After a long time, he heard her trembling voice say, What about my son Xiao Yifei? Dead. Your little son is dying too. A group of people burst into laughter and slowly approached the mother and son. Jian Xiaoying looked at this group of devil-like superpowers and kept protecting Xiao Baoyu and retreating. Can you please let my son go? You can have whatever you want. Xiao Baoyu. No, Mom. At worst we can die here together. We won't ask them. Xiao Baoyu was afraid that these beasts would hurt his mother, so he exerted force and threw his mother behind him, clenching his fists, looking ready to attack at any time. Captain, what can an ordinary person like you do? To prove his words, he stretched out his hand, and an invisible force like an invisible hand pinched Xiao Baoyu's head. The captain waved his hand, and Xiao Baoyu was thrown out. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Baoyu was knocked unconscious and felt as if his internal organs had moved away, and he coughed madly. But at this moment, bang. With a loud bang, the front door and the back door were all closed, and the small house seemed very crowded at the moment. Jian Xiaoying's eyes were red. She lowered her head and whispered like a madman, I am sorry for my son. I shouldn't have believed in that man Xiao Jian. It's my fault, Captain. You're playing tricks. Do you have a superpower in your family? Humph, come out. The captain snorted coldly and raised his hand in contempt. The two lackeys nodded and hurried to open the door. However, as they turned around, they were pierced through the stomach by the hand of a fellow psychic. The man shuddered all over, and with his backhand, injected the thorn vine in his hand into the body of the person behind him. The two of them died together. Upon seeing this, the captain immediately realized that there was a psychic behind the scenes. He quickly built a shield to protect himself, without suspecting Jian Xiaoying at all. Who?
Come out. Do you know what you are doing?
I am. Kill them. A cold voice came, and the captain frowned in confusion. Who? The other party's voice was low and eerie, like the whisper of a demon in the abyss, but he could not find the source of the sound no matter how hard he looked. Kill them. Jian Xiaoying raised her head suddenly and roared. Kill them. Her red and crazy eyes shocked the captain. You are a psychic. I told you to kill them. Jian Xiaoying glared at the team leader, and her supernatural power burst out instantly. I told you to kill them. Kill everyone. Kill Xiao Lauer's family. Kill Xiao Jian. Kill everyone who hurt my son. I told you to kill them. The furious Jian Xiaoying had unconsciously enhanced her own abilities. Looking at her crazy mother, Xiao Baoyu was so frightened that he trembled all over. Mom. But he didn't dare shout loudly, for fear of scaring his mother. The captain's eyes gradually darkened, as if he was really under control. Team leader. Captain, what are you doing? Captain, wake up. But it was useless no matter how he shouted. The controlled captain crushed a man with one hand. Looking at the wreckage all over the ground and the captain who had lost his mind, Xiao Baoyu could not believe his eyes. After killing all his men, the captain walked out without stopping. After a while, he heard sharp shouts coming from next door. After a while, the noise disappeared. Xiao Baoyu rolled and crawled to avoid the tragic corpse on the ground and walked to his mother. Mom, it's okay? My brother is not dead. I just got home and didn't have time to tell you that my brother is not dead. Brother Jingwen's friends rescued him, Mom. But Jian Xiuying was in a trance and could not hear his voice at all, and was in a state of mental breakdown. Xiao Baoyu hugged his mother with tears streaming down his face, and kept whispering in her ear. Mom, I am Xiao Bao. Please don't scare me, okay, Mom? When Lu Minfeng heard about the riot, he saw Jian Xiuying's crazy state as soon as he arrived. He quickly contacted Sang Chu, and then walked to Xiao Baoyu. Stop shouting, we have to leave quickly, someone is coming. Minfeng? It's me. But just when Lu Minfeng was about to use his supernatural power to cover the two of them, Jian Xiuying suddenly stared in his direction. Although her eyes were unfocused, and it didn't look like she saw him, but that pair of eyes, that feeling of mental oppression, makes people feel very uncomfortable. Mom, this is Minfeng. He's the one who saved my brother.
He's a good man.
Let's listen to him, okay? Someone come, quick. Xiao Baoyu didn't care about anything else. He picked up Jian Xiuying and held her tightly with both hands. When Lu Minfeng's supernatural power covered their bodies, the door opened. Xiao Jian was stunned when he saw the body parts and blood all over the ground. Wife. He searched the whole house for Jian Xiuying, but there was no trace of her. Hearing his voice, Jian Xiuying's dazed eyes became full of hatred again. She gritted her teeth and stared at Xiao Jian. Seeing the kitchen knife beside him, he pushed his son away and chopped at Xiao Jian from behind. Old wife. The defenseless Xiao Jian turned around and looked at the crazy Jian Xiuying in surprise, calling her with a deep affection. Unexpectedly, she pushed him away like crazy, with no mercy in her hands. Give me back my son's life. Give me back my son's life. Mother, Xiao Baoyu couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his mother. He ran over like crazy, not caring about his mother who was covered in blood, and hugged her tightly. Mom, it's okay. Xiao Jian is dead. No one will bully me and my brother anymore. Please let go. Be good. Lu Minfeng frowned slightly. Hearing more and more people gathering outside, he could no longer care about anything else. While Jian Xiuying was losing consciousness, he knocked her unconscious and said, Carry your mother. We have to leave quickly. No one in Xinshi, whether a psychic or an ordinary person, has seen his parents. Either they are dead, or they are not in this base. No matter which one it is, there is no reason for him to stay. He immediately told Sang Chu about his plan. When Sang Chu received the news, she was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Xiao Yifei's mother had made such a big deal. She hurried to find Sang Jingwen. Brother, get ready. Take Brother Yi to meet up with Lu Minfeng and leave Xinshi immediately. What about you? Sang Chu. Brother, I'm fine, don't worry. I've asked Tuyo to leave the city and put the hovercraft, but he can't wait for you outside the city in the current situation, so I set the transparent mode. When you are ready to approach, remember to turn on the normal mode. I will give Tuyo the right to use my hovercraft. At that time, I will attract firepower in the city, and you can take the opportunity to leave the city immediately. Lu Minfeng had not expected this to happen. When he met up with Sang Jingwen, he was worried about how to take them all away. There are people with special abilities patrolling everywhere, and it is difficult to avoid them. He can't use his special abilities all the time at the moment, which is really bad. The city gate has been closed. It seems that the people guarding the city are all psychics, who are trying to prevent the hovercraft from flying directly out of the city. The walls of Xinshi are very high. There is no other way except for Lu Minfeng to take them away in stealth. But even if he forcibly uses his supernatural powers, he must be able to open the city gate before he can leave. It's a dead end. Sang Jingwen, let's go to the city gate first. This is the only way for now. I can't stay invisible all the time. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave the city later. Xiao Baoyu, hold your mother carefully and make sure to keep up. Do you understand? Xiao Baoyu nodded nervously, and with Lu Minfeng leading the way, they carefully avoided the patrols and slowly moved towards the city gate. During this time, Lu Minfeng madly absorbed the power of the Spirit Stone Jade. I just hope to replenish the lost supernatural powers as soon as possible. Boom. The rich area suddenly burst into flames. Enemy attack. Be alert, the enemy is attacking. Sang Chu let Tio control the hovercraft. After bombing the rich area, he quickly informed Lu Minfeng and the others and asked them to escape simultaneously. Originally, Lu Minfeng and the others didn't know what Sang Chu was planning. But just as they synchronized, the next second, several holes were blown out of the walls near them. Sang Jingwen blinked and looked at Lu Minfeng. This is also possible. Sang Chu randomly bombed many places, and they can't react all at once. Let's go quickly. Lu Minfeng quickly ran to a cave that looked pretty good and went in without saying a word. When the doctor saw Sang Chu appear, he quickly used his supernatural powers to control her. In order to prevent her from running away again, dozens of psychics even appeared around the doctor. Humph, let's see where you can escape this time. Doctor, is this the flying car you mentioned? Yes, I'm talking about her, boss. Can you see her? A middle-aged man about 2 meters tall standing next to the doctor shook his head. I can't see it. Since you have already controlled her, don't let her run away. But who would have thought? Just when everyone thought Sang Chu had no way to escape, Tu directly mixed the stolen potion into the water, stirring it while speaking to Sang Chu. Hey Chu, please hold on a little longer. Time is too short to give the drug, but I've come up with a great plan. Sang Chu couldn't move, but when she heard Tu say that he had a great plan, she gave him a thumbs up in her heart. She thought it was too late to give the drug, and she would have to leave the city to place the hovercraft. She was ready to fight to the death, but she didn't expect that Tu had another trick up his sleeve. He put the water mixed with medicine on the sprayer. Ah, Chu, watch out. I'm going to use my ultimate move. After he finished speaking, he activated the jet, and the water mixed with the medicine gradually condensed into a large water ball. The psychic could see the formation of the water ball and couldn't help shouting, Be on guard, the other party is attacking. What the heck is this? Didn't the doctor say that if he controls people, the car won't move? I don't know, it's coming. The psychics raised their shields to protect themselves. The man called the Big Boss saw the water ball, leaving the hovercraft. He stretched out his hand and pinched it in midair. The water ball was crushed by the strong pressure and exploded. The water splashed everywhere like a heavy rain. The moment they saw the water, someone shouted excitedly, It's water, clean water. No, that's not right. My ability, superpowers, my superpowers. My powers are gone. I don't have any more either. This is a medicine that can suppress superpowers. Go find the antidote. Antidote, bring the antidote here. They are very frightened that the psychics have no psychics. But this medicine that suppresses superpowers has no effect on level 5 superpowers users. The boss glared in the direction the doctor was looking at. She's still there. Yes, I am in control. Good. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands and 2 huge palms instantly appeared in the air, with powerful pressure clamping the hovercraft in the middle. The hovercraft was completely immobile under the high pressure. Ah, Chu, what should we do? Aren't we going to get cold? At this time, Tio was so anxious that he was running around in circles, but suddenly, Sang Chu's body moved, which made Tio's eyes widen. The doctor was even more surprised that no one could escape his control. He immediately increased the transfer of his superpowers, but who would have thought that in the next second, the doctor would realize that his superpowers seemed to be sucked away by the other party, and a strange superpower crawled into his body along with his mental power. The doctor paused while transmitting his supernatural powers, and Sang Chu immediately broke free. Thank you very much. Strong wind, Sang Chu shouted angrily. A strong whirlwind slowly spread from Sang Chu's hand. The air originally controlled by the boss was instantly disrupted by the strong whirlwind. He was seen frowning and strengthening his energy transmission in an attempt to regain control. But at this moment, Sang Chu took the opportunity to control the hovercraft and ran at full speed. Looking at the raging flames and potholes all over the Xinshi, Sang Chu fell limply to the ground, and Tu also breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. By the way, why did you suddenly thank him just now? What did he do for you? Spiritual power. While my brother was practicing, I also sat in meditation for a while and found that my spiritual power seemed to have improved. This spiritual power could even form tentacles and leave my body. I guess the change in my spiritual power should be related to the attack by that doctor before. So, I deliberately didn't resist and let them control me directly. Are you using their mental power to stimulate your own mental power? You're really crazy. What if it doesn't work? Sang Chu. The effect is quite good. There are so many psychic abilities, and I can feel that their methods are different. So I tried to plunder their minds, and it really worked, you see. Sang Chu showed off his achievements. Dozens of spiritual tentacles of different sizes and colors flew out of Sang Chu's head, wrapped in various colors and sparkling, which looked quite beautiful. Tio touched it curiously and found that the tentacle was soft and could move on its own. Don't mention it. This thing is quite fun. At this point, Tio thought of the doctor who suddenly stopped just now. But even if that's the case, why did the doctor suddenly stop? Sang Chu smiled mysteriously. Because of this, she attached the wind energy to a strand of spiritual tentacle and then controlled the tentacle to get closer to Tuyo little by little, and he instantly jumped up from the ground. Run away quickly. What the heck is this? I feel like it's a little scary. Before, I just wanted to try it out. What would happen if my superpowers entered the human body directly, just like the principle of an air bomb? But I didn't expect that the doctor was quite alert, just like you. I just stretched out my power, and he ran away. However, my thank you is sincere. After all, he helped me. If he doesn't think this way, he will probably hate me to death. Why, didn't you see the look in that boss's eyes? He is not a good person. I didn't keep my thank you to myself, but I let little A spread it out. Not only the doctor could hear it, but everyone could hear it. Can you guess why I, a weakling in their eyes, could escape from the doctor, a level 5 psychic? Are you trying to sow discord between them? Tio stared at Sang Chu with eyes wide open. She smiled and said, once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will slowly take root. Even a very ordinary little thing will be blown out of proportion. Besides, I don't believe that their relationship is really that unbreakable. Now they are bound together because of their mutual interests, but once the interests turn against each other, it will be easy to disperse. The city gate has been destroyed, and those who don't want to stay and wait for death should leave. Although it is also very dangerous outside, there is always a glimmer of hope. If you are lucky, you can come across a good base. But these are not my business. This is all I can do. Let's go and find my brother and the others. In the base, the boss squinted at the doctor with his sinister inverted triangle eyes. Why did you let her go just now? The doctor pushed his glasses and looked around at the people around him. There was suspicion in their eyes, especially the psychic who had controlled the woman with him before. Doctor, there's something strange about this woman. Just now it seems like something entered my body through her special powers. What is it? The boss obviously didn't believe it, and the doctor couldn't tell what it was at the moment. He just felt it was very sticky, and his intuition told him that it would be a disaster if he got entangled. But it would be useless to say more at this time. I can't explain it clearly. Everyone should be careful when seeing this woman in the future. Have you brought the antidote? Change the subject? The boss looked back at the person who went to get the potion with cold eyes, and the other person said tremblingly, Boss, doctor, the potion is gone, and even the alienated plants that Brother Yun was researching are destroyed. What? The boss and the doctor rushed to the experimental base, only to find it in a mess. Both the poison and the antidote had been cleared out. The places where the crystal cores were stored were all blown up, and the ground was filled with people who had been poisoned and lost their superpowers. The boss gnashed his teeth and roared, Spread her picture to me. I want her dead, doctor. Notify all the major bases and people who have dealings with us, and tell them that this person ate all the goods. As long as we find her, we can get the goods from her. The boss turned to look at the doctor, who smiled grimly and said, Only in this way can we make those people actively look for this woman. After leaving the city and preparing to reach where Tio parked his car, Sang Chu got off the hovercraft. Brother, are you awake? Xiao Baoyu, Xiao Yifei and his mother were in a car, and Sang Jingwen was driving. When Xiao Yifei woke up, she saw her brother and mother sitting in the familiar car. We are coming out, Sang Jingwen. Well, luckily Sang found Minfeng. Minfeng can hide and escape the eyes of psychics. How are you now? Yeah, bro, how are you? Are you okay? Xiao Yifei didn't want them to worry, but she didn't dare to hide her condition. It's still not good. My superpowers are gone. Xiao Yifei was in a very low mood. He now understood why Sang Jingwen had always been bothered by the fact that he had no superpowers. In the last days, if you don't have superpowers, you are nothing but a waste. Then I stole this thing just in time. Sang Chu shook the potion in his hand, and Xiao Yifei's eyes lit up. He thought this was a good thing that Sang Chu got in another world. Will this cure my powers? Sang Chu handed him the potion. Sure, I stole this from their experimental base. Steal? Sang Chu nodded, and Xiao Yifei couldn't wait to drink it up. In an instant, he felt the strength in his body gradually recovering. He snapped his fingers lightly, and flames danced on his fingertips. My superpowers are really restored. Really restored, Sang Chu. Although you have recovered, you should still take a good rest. Brother, I will go sit in the Min windmill, okay? Don't worry about this. Sang Chu nodded and walked to Lu Minfeng's car. Are EG and the others okay? I gave him the antidote that Tuyo stole. It shouldn't be a big problem. Let's go back to High City now. Lu Minfeng nodded, and after the taillights flashed 3 times, the car started. Sang Chu, have you found your parents? Lu Minfeng shook his head. I checked the Wanderer's base, but they weren't there. I also asked someone and they said there was no psychic named Lu in Xinshi. I remember they were planning to visit my sister before the end of the world. They might be at my sister's place. I'll look for them after they've basically settled down. Tell me if you need anything. Okay, I won't be polite with you. After chatting for a while, Sang Chu leaned against the window and closed his eyes to rest. Achoo, wake up. What's wrong? Sang Chu was woken up from a drowsy sleep, his mind still a little confused. He saw that the car had stopped and Lu Minfeng was not in the car. Tuyo, Xiao Yifei's mother is awake, but something is wrong. What? Sang Chu got out of the car quickly, only to see Jian Xiaoying's eyes were red, like a madman. No one could get close to her. Mom, I'm Ah Fei, your son. Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yifei and Xiao Baoyu felt extremely distressed when they saw Jian Xiaoying had lost her mind, but they didn't dare to get close to her at all, as she would go crazy if they did. Sang Jingwen, little sister, do you have any ideas? They are now powerless. Not only do they not dare to approach, but Jian Xiaoying seems a bit weird. As soon as they get close, they are attacked by her supernatural powers. Xiao Yifei, sister, what happened to my mom? Why does she seem to have supernatural powers? My head hurts a lot when I get close to her. Lu Minfeng, didn't your brother tell you? Your mother might be a psychic. She controlled the captain of a team that went to your house to catch them and made that captain kill all the people. But she is like this. It's like her psychic power is out of control. Xiao Yifei didn't know about this. He turned around and looked at Xiao Baoyu absent-mindedly. Xiao Bao. It was Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian wanted us all to die. Later, Mom lost control. In fact, Mom awakened superpowers in the last days, which were mental and spatial dual powers. It was from that time that she felt that there was something wrong with Dad. It seemed that everything Xiao Lao Er did was pushed by Xiao Jian behind the scenes. Because she realized that Xinshi was very dangerous, she wanted to secretly store supplies and take me away. At first, my mother wanted to take Xiao Jian away because she felt that this was all her conjecture and there was no definite evidence. But when the law enforcement team came to our house and exposed Xiao Jian's true face, my mother couldn't stand it anymore. She felt that it was her indecision that killed you and would soon kill me. Xiao Baoyu lowered his head, his eyes red, and said softly, if I had superpowers and my superpowers were stronger, wouldn't Mom be safe? It's all my fault. Tio squatted on Sang Chu's shoulder, watching Jian Xiaoying's mental disorder, and whispered in her ear, Chu, how about you try your tentacles? Sang Chu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Brother, I have an idea that might work. Please help me find a way to attract her attention, Sang Chu whispered to her brother, and Sang Jingwen nodded quickly, continuing to pretend to be a space ability user and taking out some fresh fruits from the space. Aye, what does Annie like to eat? Let's try to attract her with food. It's the end of the world, and there's probably nothing more attractive than food. When Xiao Baoyu heard Sang Jingwen talking, he looked at him unconsciously and saw him constantly taking out fruits. His eyes widened. He kept pursing his lips and swallowing in big gulps. Everyone present heard that voice. When Xiao Yifei heard it, she was stunned. It was Lu Minfeng who was standing next to Xiao Baoyu, who came back to her senses and said, "If you are hungry, ask Jingwen for some. It will be ready when we return to the base." Speaking of the base, Lu Minfeng was stunned. They brought back outsiders. Even though they were Xiao Yifei's family, they were still outsiders. Their base hasn't been built yet. What should we do? He quickly looked at Sang Chu and saw that she was slightly stunned, and then quickly nodded to indicate that she understood. She was going to let Tio take the house-building device to find Mushiwa. They tried to delay the journey as much as possible. Dr. Li said that it would take a month to build a big city, so if they built a small city, 10 days and half a month would be enough. When Sang Jingwen threw the food to Jiang Xiuying, she avoided it at first, but after she smelled the fragrance of the fruit, she squatted down following the aroma. "Little sister." Sang Chu was called back to his senses by this voice and quickly extended his spiritual tentacles to attack Jiang Xiuying. As soon as she picked up the fruit on the ground, she fainted instantly. Xiao Yifei hurriedly hugged her. "Sister, what happened to my mother?" "Auntie, this is a mental riot. It's okay. I can help her sort it out slowly. But during this period, I'm afraid I have to let Annie fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, she will be as crazy as she is now when she wakes up. Then I'll leave my mother to you." Xiao Yifei said this solemnly, while Xiao Baoyu, who was standing beside him, had his mouth full and could only nod frantically to show that he agreed. The next second, Xiao Baoyu also fainted. Xiao Yifei looked at Sang Chu in confusion, only to see her explain. "Annie fainted because she needed treatment, and I made Xiao Bao faint because I wanted to discuss something with you about the base." Lu Minfeng. "Auntie and Xiao Bao don't know if it's safer for Achu to go to another world. The base is not built yet. If we take them back now, there is a risk of exposure." Sang Jingwen nodded. "Indeed, the Xinsha group let us know that there are still high-level psychics. These people are cruel and ruthless, and they can do anything to advance. The fewer people know about the base and Song Song's affairs, the better." Xiao Yifei. "Okay, I understand. What should we do now?" Sang Chu handed his optical computer to Sang Jingwen. "Brother, this house-building machine is from the monster world. Its settings are similar to the monster world, so I'll have to trouble you to draw the blueprint. She is a clumsy painter, and her paintings are not good to look at." Sang Jingwen smiled and gently stroked her hair. "Okay, let me see how to draw it." Sang Chu. "Its material should also be light energy material and some special stones, so the style should be as simple as possible. It's best to control the height, otherwise it will be easy to see from the outside. It would be best if it could extend downwards." According to Sang Chu's plan, Sang Jingwen tried to draw a sketch, with the ground as the dividing line. Above it were just a few simple stone houses, with 2 small floors. The first floor was the lobby, the second floor was the accommodation area, and the real highlight was underground. Inspired by the underground farms in Xinsha, Sang Jingwen set up an underground passage on the first floor, and each room on the second floor also has one. But this passage can only be opened by someone who holds the key. It is impossible to tell the difference between the aisle tiles and other tiles with the naked eye. The key also has a special pattern, and only with the key can you open the underground passage and enter the real rest area. After Xiao Yifei and Lu Minfeng put Jian Xiuying and Xiao Baoyu in the car, they walked over to Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu. When they saw the sketch he had drawn, they were both surprised. Although many people build houses like this in the end times, Sang Jingwen's design is very clever. Although there are gaps between the houses when viewed from the ground, they are connected underground. So, even if the underground houses cannot be built quickly in time, it doesn't matter. The advantage of the dungeon is that it is hidden. Even if the building machines are added quietly, no one will find out. Because it's too complicated. Xiao Yifei. "This is great, this is great. On the surface, our base only has 3 small houses. Even if someone sees them, they won't think much of it. These houses are self-built by villagers, so no one will pay much attention to them. And the underground is simply an underground city. The houses are all underground and are not easily noticed. It's great." Lu Minfeng. "I also think this blueprint is amazing. I used to think that the underground breeding farm in Xinsha was great, but now it seems that it is not even half the size of our underground city." Let's do this. Chu, you asked Tio to find Mushua. If the ground is only of this size, you don't need to worry too much about choosing a site. Okay, as long as you agree, I'll let Tio go right away, but there's something I want to discuss with you. What's up, Minfeng? Do you still remember the dragon? Lu Minfeng frowned slightly. What's wrong with it? Tio said we can cooperate with it, so I'm going to find it. I've used my mental power to calm Auntie. You can put her in the treatment chamber later. This is a potion that can make people unconscious. Try to let Annie and Xiaobao sleep as long as possible. Sleeping in the treatment chamber is good for their health. Lu Minfeng, then I'll go with you. Xiao Yifei, let's go together. My mom and the others have already passed out and are sleeping in the treatment chamber. Let's just go and do your business. After that, we can go back to High City. My brother is easy to fool. Just say he is full and sleeps all the time. This Lu Minfeng saw Sang Chu's hesitation and said, I know you're worried about the energy problem of the hovercraft. We can let Tio drive the 2 hovercrafts carrying Annie back to Xinshe, and we can take turns using the remaining hovercrafts. It should be possible. And the place where we escaped before doesn't require so much light energy. We can just go in by water. I can do this. Tu Yofei was beside Sang Chu, nodding hurriedly. Sang Chu agreed, and Sang Jingwen handed his hovercraft to him directly. Be careful. I will. Then I'll go first. After waving his big ears to everyone, he drove away in his hovercraft. Xiao Yifei. Where are we going now? Lu Minfeng. We escaped in Mushua's car. I asked her to send us a map of the route. We will go in from where we escaped, then let's get in the car and wait. After getting on the bus, Sang Chu looked at them and took out the spiritual jades. These spiritual jades were snatched from the dragon. They are very helpful for improving superpowers. After the Xinshe incident, everyone should know that there are more and more powerful high-level superpowers in the last days than we imagined. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's share these things and try to improve our own abilities. Brother, you can use them too. These things are very useful for cultivating mental strength. Lu Minfeng. I originally thought that the E could be used, but now it is obviously not enough. We have too many good things. We really can't keep them without enough strength. You all go to practice. I'll wait for news from Mu Shui. I'll call you after we reach the dragon's lair. Xiao Yifei glanced at Sang Jingwen and only heard him say, in that case, let's just listen to Sang. You take it too, then I'll be polite, sister. Xiao Yifei took the bag of spiritual stones and jade that Sang Chu had given him and walked into the guest room with Sang Jingwen to practice. Sang Chu saw that Lu Minfeng looked a little strange and asked, Do you want to tell me something? Lu Minfeng nodded, pointed to the kitchen, and the two walked towards it. While processing some fruits, he said, There is something wrong with Xiao Yifei's mother. What do you mean, Lu Minfeng? When I went to look for my parents, I didn't have time to watch the whole scene, but when I arrived later, I found that she was able to control the so-called team leader. The team leader's ability was similar to mine, and should be close to level 4, but she controlled him just like that. Sang Chu, you mean Xiao Yifei's mother's ability is at least level 4? Yes, although it is possible that she suffered a critical blow due to her son's incident, which led to the outbreak of high-level supernatural powers. This is too much of a coincidence. In this apocalypse, we'd better be careful. Sang Chu, okay, I get it. Keep these and try not to let my brother and the others find out. She directly gave him the Earth-type zombie crystal core that Tio had snatched. These were snatched from the base in Xinshe. I didn't dare to give them to my brother and the others, for fear that they would be disgusted. The corresponding crystal cores will improve the ability faster. Unfortunately, I can't find the crystal core of the invisibility type at the moment. You can use the Ling Xiu to improve the invisibility ability. If I can tame the dragon, I will go on another journey to another world to see if there is anything else. Before I come back, I will let the mother and child sleep. I think so too, Chu. Lu Minfeng suddenly looked at Sang Chu in silence. The tacit understanding over the years made her know what Lu Minfeng wanted to say. Tio also advised me before, but I still couldn't get over that hurdle. It takes people to raise zombies. Lu Minfeng. Not necessarily. As long as there is raw meat, it will be fine. Aren't humans also animals? You can directly exchange the spirit stones and jade for a large amount of silver money and buy living things in the other world. As long as there are living things, we can raise zombies. But we can't tell them this directly. Mu Shui seems to be carefree but actually has a soft heart. She might have some psychological burden. She is not familiar with Sang Jingwen, Xiao Yifei, and Lu Minfeng, but since Sang Chu didn't even dare to tell them about the crystal core he had snatched from Xinshi, they probably won't agree to this. In the end times, before there is an antidote to treat these zombies, they are just pests, and Lu Minfeng doesn't think there is anything wrong with using them to cultivate crystal cores. Sang Chu, let's talk about this after I come back from the other world. I will try my best to find more living things. Okay, then you go and practice first. I'll get some food here and try to see what the dragon is interested in later. Sang Chu looked at him in confusion. Isn't it enough to feed the spirit stone jade? Lu Minfeng smiled and said, spiritual jade is at best a necessity for cultivation, not something to eat. If we want it to be special and follow us, I think it's a bit risky to just use the spiritual jade, so I prepared some fruit, and we'll get some meat later. Only when we are sure of what he likes will we have bargaining chips. Sang Chu was stunned for a few seconds, then gave him 2 thumbs up and said, you are amazing. I haven't even thought about this problem. Then I will work with you. Let's do it together. It will be quicker. Good. The 2 people divided the work, one processed the fruit and the other cleaned the meat. Chicken, duck, fish, all of them, as long as they have all the meat. But they didn't expect that before reaching the dragon's lair, Xiao Yifei was attracted here first. What are you doing? It smells so good. Seeing his salivating look, Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh and said, this is Lu Minfeng's idea. Let's use these to test Jialong and see if he likes it. He's a dragon and he likes these. Lu Minfeng. I don't know. Anyway, we can eat it, so it's better to be prepared. Sang Jingwen also came out. Indeed, let's help too, because he was not sure what the dragon liked to eat. He prepared both raw and cooked food. But at this moment, Sang Chu suddenly discovered something serious. Oh no, the little rabbit can understand him, but the little rabbit has returned to High City. Lu Minfeng and the other 2 looked at each other, stopped what they were doing, and looked at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? I forgot. Sang Chu immediately contacted Tu, but the other party burst into laughter. Achoo! Are you stupid? You and I have already signed a contract. If I can understand something, you can understand it too. But I didn't understand it last time. Tuyo, you were too nervous last time. This time, adjust your mental strength and listen carefully. You will understand. I will soon arrive in Xinshi. I won't talk to you anymore. I will go find a beautiful lady to build a paradise. Peach Blossom Spring? Tuyo. Isn't this what you people often say? A beautiful and secluded paradise. Sang Chu quite likes the term Peach Blossom Spring. If possible, she might find some peach trees to plant. Maybe they would look pretty. Sang Jingwen looked at the silent Sang Chu and couldn't help asking, Sang, what's wrong? The little rabbit said that I can understand what the dragon said. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, we are almost there. Let's go and try it first. If it doesn't work, I will bring the little rabbit with me next time. That's all we can do. When they entered the terraced fields in the underground cave, they saw a dying dragon. The scales on his body had lost their luster, and he let out bursts of low whimpering sounds. Sang Chu was surprised at his appearance. What is he doing? Lu Minfeng frowned slightly. I'm afraid it's because we took away all the spiritual stones and jade. When the end of the world comes and the sun stops rising, plants and animals are basically extinct. These spiritual stones and jade are probably all owned by the dragon. Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. When Sang Chu took the cooked food and prepared to get off the car, Sang Jingwen stopped her and said, Sang, it's better to be careful. Brother, it doesn't matter. As long as he wants to live, he won't hurt me. Sang Chu felt that he had cultivated to such an extent, and he certainly didn't want to give up all his efforts. I'll go with you. Minfeng and you guys wait in the car and be ready to take us in at any time. Sang Jingwen didn't want to let his sister take risks alone, and he had tested the air bomb in his hand and found it to be very powerful, so he didn't feel like a useless person now. Sang Chu, well, my brother and I will go down. Minfeng, you, and Iga stay on guard in the car. Good. After Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen got off the car, Jialong saw Sang-chu, and the anger at his eyes was about to burst out. Roar! He growled weakly at Sang-chu to vent his dissatisfaction, and Sang-chu concentrated his attention and listened carefully to what he said.
Darn you!
You stole all my food and even dared to come back. Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! Sang-chu looked at him helplessly. Can you understand what I'm saying? I can understand, but can you understand what I'm saying? The dragon glared at Sang-chu fiercely. Sang-chu, I understand. I'm sorry for taking your things last time, but we didn't know they belonged to someone else at the time. It's impossible to return them all to you. We also need them, so I can pay you some other compensation. Is that okay with you? Sang-chu first placed the cooked meat in front of him, and he sniffed it with his nose twitching. You didn't put anything poisonous in it. Do I need to? She squatted in front of the dragon, took out some washed fruits and vegetables and a bowl of clean water, then tore off a small piece of meat and ate it in front of him. If you think there's something wrong with a fruit, just pick one, and I'll test it for poison. The dragon looked at Sang-chu hesitantly. What is your purpose? I have built an underground base, but our strength is a little weak, so I would like to ask you to protect us for a while. We can provide you with fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat. Just tell us what you want to eat. I can also give you some spiritual stones and jade regularly. How can I believe that what you said is true? You can talk to me so calmly now only because you are hungry and can't fight anymore. But what if you are full? Do you think we can be your opponent? Instead of living here on spiritual stones and jade, why not leave with us? At least you can eat fresh food and meat. Besides, if we really don't give it to you with your strength, won't you be able to beat us in a minute? Jialong stared at Sang-chu's eyes, and seeing that she didn't dodge at all, he was not sure for a moment whether what this person said was true or false. Forget it. Let's fill our stomach first. The dragon crouched down, poked its head in, and took a bite to roll all the meat into its mouth. His eyes lit up visibly. Delicious, delicious. He ate faster and faster, and soon he had finished everything. Belch. A smelly sound came from the background, and Sang-chu squatted unconsciously and took 2 steps back. The dragon didn't bother to pay attention to her when he saw her. He buried his head in the water and drank it with gulps. Hey man, as long as I follow you, can you let me eat these things every day? Sure. Okay, as long as you can take me away, I will go with you. It was boring here anyway, and he couldn't get out, otherwise he wouldn't have almost starved to death in this cave. When Sang-chu heard this, he was still confused. Just follow them so easily? Okay, then come in the car with us. Car? Sang-chu said to where Lu Minfeng was. Minfeng, adjust the hovercraft to the maximum mode. Let's take the dragon up and leave together. The dragon was trapped in this place because there were stone walls everywhere, and he had no way to break through the walls to get out. The underground river that Sang-chu and his companions came from is also behind the stone wall, and it is a polluted water source. If anyone touches it, they will most likely turn into zombies. As for whether the Jialong will turn into a zombie dragon, who knows, since no dragon has ever tried it. The dragon watched helplessly as a strange flying car suddenly appeared and grew bigger and longer, until it was even longer than his body, and the doors could accommodate him. You guys used this thing to escape last time. Yes, go up. If you are not full, Minfeng will make you something delicious later. There's nothing we can do about it. Among this group of people, only Lu Minfeng has decent cooking skills. The dragon nodded and flew directly into the car. Wow, it's so big. Jialong was flying around in the car, looking extremely happy. Seeing him like this, Lu Minfeng simply couldn't connect him with the first time they met. The dragon's head suddenly came close to Lu Minfeng. I recognize you. You also took my food last time. When Lu Minfeng heard his cold snort, he quickly looked at Sang-chu for help. Sang-chu. He said he remembered you, Jialong. This is Lu Minfeng. What do you want to eat? I'll ask him to make it for you. Chef? Humph, forget it. I want to eat the barbecue and drink some water. I also want to take a bath. He was just casually talking about taking a bath. Before the apocalypse, he really liked soaking in water. He remembered that there was an underground river where he lived. But after the apocalypse, the underground river began to become gradually terrifying, and he had no choice but to escape. I thought I had escaped to a good place, but who knew I would be ruined by this group of people? Sang Chu looked at Jialong and said, "You can take a bath, but your body is too big, so it may be difficult. Come with me first." She took Jialong to the public bathroom, where there was a huge hot spring pool. She had never used it before, but she just knew there was such a place on the hovercraft. As soon as the dragon arrived at the hot spring pool, it quickly shrunk its body and flew down. Ah, it feels so good. I haven't had a bath in a long time. Man, you're such a good person.
Shangchu.
It seems that you can become bigger or smaller. Then how could you be so big and fly so high just now? Sang Chu was speechless for a while, but she was relieved to see that Jialong was satisfied. This is warm water, and this is the cold water outlet. I'm going to install an extra water source for you. From now on, this place will be yours exclusively. When Sang Chu took out the water source, Jialong looked at this thing that was not even as big as his palm. Can this thing produce water? Well, all the water in the car comes from this water reservoir. After she connected the water source, bubbles began to appear at the bottom of the pool. Jialong was so excited that he went straight in. Sang Chu saw that he was having fun. Then you can soak here. Call me if you need anything. My name is Sang Chu. I'll go out first. Let's go. Just bring me food later. After returning to Xinshi with Sang Chu's optical computer and house-building device, Tio immediately found Lin Muxue and said, "My beautiful lady, let's build the base quickly. Ah Chu and the others will be back soon." Muxue was frightened by the name of a beautiful lady. "Who are you calling? Didn't you say that you are beautiful and everyone loves you?" When Lin Muxue heard this, she shuddered and got goosebumps all over her body. I can just say it myself, but I'm scared when you call me like that." "Miss, hurry up, they're already on the way." Lin Muxue glared at Tio with her big round eyes. "I know, I've chosen the address, come on." At this time, Grandma was still sleeping. Lin Muxue left her a message and got off the car with Tio. "Muxue, do you think this is suitable?" The place she chose was a valley surrounded by high mountains. It was not easy to get down, and it would be very dangerous if she wanted to build a high-rise building. But it is indeed suitable for building dungeons. "Here then, Muxue. I think it's okay." Both the man and the rabbit were very satisfied and immediately started the house-building machine. When Tio was operating on Sang Chuguang's computer, Muxue beside him exclaimed, "Duck, that's fast." Hearing the sound, Tio looked up and saw a 2-story simple stone house had been built. So fast. He had never expected this. "Muxue, it's a pity that we can't see what it looks like underground otherwise. Sure, it can be monitored in real time on the optical computer." "Wait for me." Muxue was interrupted before she could finish her words. Then Tio turned on the real-time monitoring mode. She was stunned when she saw the house-building robot constructing the house from top to bottom and even finishing the interior decoration. The man and the rabbit looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened to the half-month we agreed on? It feels like it won't take at all. 1 month to build a city is calculated based on the time of the monster world, and the land and plants in the monster world are very difficult to clear, so it is very troublesome to build. But the end of the world is different. Although there are viruses in the land of the end of the world, it is soft. Even if there are stones, they are easier to remove than the soil in the monster world. Therefore, in the end times, directly building a house does not require any extra energy, which is why it is so fast. Sliding directly into the underground city from the passage, while walking on the street, Muxue swallowed in disbelief. This, it's done. Rabbit Yo. Muxue, is it true that I am not dreaming? Tuyo, that shouldn't be the case. I saw it too. Oh my god, didn't Chu say it would take a month to build a city? That's only a short time. Tio looked at the build time displayed on the computer with a dull expression. 2 hours and 35 minutes. The underground city was empty, like a ghost town. Even though there was a little rabbit flying around, Muxue still felt spooked. She reached out and hugged the rabbit into her arms. "Little rabbit, how about we go out first? This place is too weird, empty, and a little scary." After the surprise, all that was left was fear. Tio looked at the empty space and said, "Don't worry. It will take some time before Chu and the others come back. Let's try to make the greenhouse that Chu mentioned. Mu Shui. Are you talking about the greenhouses we used to grow vegetables in before the end of the world? Tuyo. Yes, that's right. The fewer people know that Chu can travel to other worlds, the better. Otherwise, she will be in danger. But if your base is this large, and there are plant-type mutants and there is food and drink, then people won't find it strange. Mu Shui was silent for a while, then nodded repeatedly. You are right. Then what should we do now? Draw it. Tio handed Sang Chu's laptop to Mu Shui and asked her to draw it. What are you doing? Tio. Draw it. As long as it can be recognized, the robot can be built immediately. It's very fast. Mu Shui took the light computer. Her eyes were completely unfocused. I feel I'm not doing well. Why? Of course it's because I'm not good at drawing. Why else could it be? Mu Shui glared at him unhappily, but still picked up the paintbrush and slowly started painting. Sorry. The work cannot be recognized. Looking at the words that appeared on the computer, Mu Shui scratched her ear awkwardly. There's something wrong with this computer. Tio rolled his eyes at her and said, Why don't you tell me there's something wrong with your hand?
Get out of the way.
I'll do it. Although he had never seen what a greenhouse looked like, he had heard Sang Chu describe it as having pillars, soil, and plastic film. After a while, a painting that looked like a baby appeared out of nowhere. But the computer displayed, recognizing, please wait. Although the drawing was childish, it contained everything that needed to be drawn and described, and the robot quickly created a piece of land covered by a greenhouse. Mu Shui. No. What's the difference between your painting and mine? Why can yours be recognized but mine can't? It means I have talent and you don't. Rabbit held its little bunny head high proudly, and its big ears flapped happily. This made Mu Shui jealous. It's obviously the same. Song Song's brain is biased towards you. Lady Lin, facts speak louder than words. Just accept your fate. You are just like Chu. Both of you are clumsy. I don't want to bother with you. I'll tell Sang about what's going on here and ask them to come back first. After saying that, she threw Tio into the air and took out her own light brain to send a message to Sang Chu. As a result, Tio suddenly asked, Lady Lin, is that thing on your neck a decoration? You stupid rabbit, I've tolerated you for so long. Why do you always blame me? Tio raised the light computer in his hand and said, Chu's light computer is in my hand. Are you blind? Mu Shui. I completely forgot about this. She rolled her eyes and sent a message to Lu Minfeng. Looking at Lu Minfeng, who was in a daze, Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen asked curiously, Minfeng, what's wrong? Mu Shui said that the base has been built. It's completely built. After saying that, everyone present looked at Sang Chu, as if waiting for her to explain why it was so fast. Sang Chu, why are you looking at me like that? I don't know. This is what Dr. Li told me when he gave it to me. Build one. At this point, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something important. Maybe the land is different. The land in the monster world is a special kind of photosynthetic mud, which is very hard, so it is difficult to build. But the rocks and soil here are relatively soft, so it may be faster. Xiao Yifei, sister, this is not just a little faster, it's a lot faster, Sang Jingwen. Forget it, Sang doesn't know about this either. Let's go back first. Anyway, the end of the world is always night. If we don't keep calculating the time, we won't know how much time has passed. When we get to the base, we will wake up Baoyu and Annie, and then we can all agree on the same story. Sang Chu. Okay, then return to the camp at full speed. Is this a newly built base? When Xiao Yifei was walking in the underground city, her eyes widened. It had only been a short time, and there was already such a big underground city. If this place wasn't the same as Sang Jingwen's design, Xiao Yifei would have thought that there was already a city of this size in this place. Tio. Chu this way. Tio's entire body was glowing in the dimly lit dungeon. A group of people walked towards him and saw him flying in a greenhouse and excitedly said, Chu, look, are these the vegetable greenhouses you mentioned? There are planting troughs and a water supply system in the greenhouse, and all the water that Tio took away before can be used here. Tio. After I drew the greenhouse you mentioned, the optical brain recommended this transformation to me. It seems that the people of Guangxing grow fruits and vegetables in this way. Many things are planted directly on energy stones. Come and see. There were plants on Mushua's body, so they tried to transplant them, and it worked. Lin Mushua, sang, this function is so powerful. Although it's not perfect, there's no land for planting, and each plant has limited space to grow, but it's good enough for them right now. Xiao Yifei, is it okay if we don't need the sun? Lu Minfeng said worriedly. I'm afraid we need to find some wood-type mutants, sang Jingwen. Well, I agree. Just like Yi said, without the sun, we only have Sang, a wood-type mutant. Over time, these things will definitely be exposed. We can regard this base as something we discovered accidentally and then occupied and transformed, but planting things is not acceptable. Some of them may still have relatives alive. Once they settle down and have the conditions, they will definitely go look for their families. And building a base is not possible with just a few of them, especially with so many hidden masters who might show up at any time. Therefore, for now they must remain stable and develop their power quietly. Sang Chu, I think it's enough for us to know about the underground city. Let Jiaolong stay in the underground city, and we will go to the surface. Lin Mushua looked at Sang Chu in surprise. Why, Lu Minfeng? Chu is afraid that we have no way out. Sang Chu nodded. Everyone should know about Xinshi's affairs, but I want everyone to see the power of that psychic again. Sang Chu put on her light brain again, took control, and replayed the scene in which the psychic attacked her and even controlled her. Although Lu Minfeng, Sang Jingwen, and the doctor had met before, this was the first time they saw so directly how Tu Yo chopped Sang Chu into pieces before he escaped. After watching the video, Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu in fear. Let's not go to Xinshi anymore, brother. There's no way to hide. He knows me, so he will definitely find a way to find me. He has already spread my portrait. It won't be long before they know that I escaped from Zhao Feng's base. Xinshi is my home, and we have a hovercraft, so he should be able to guess that we are here soon. So, we must not tell anyone about the underground city. Sang Jingwen. I agree. Do you think this will work? We set up a few emergency passages that only our own people know about. If there is a trustworthy person, we can tell him about it. Once the underground city is in danger, this normal passage can be closed directly. Lu Minfeng nodded. I think it's possible. I just tried it. The top layer of the protective shield in this underground city is very hard and cannot be broken by superpowers. So I want to turn the valley on the ground of the underground city into a large greenhouse to grow fruits and vegetables directly. Superpowers can enter at will and build houses on the greenhouse. In this way, our base can be divided into 3 sections. Sang Jingwen, you mean to say that the base is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower? The top layer is just a cover, and the greenhouse in the middle is also a cover. The purpose of their existence is to cover up the underground city and increase concealment. Sang Chu, yes, anyway, the house-building robots can build houses very quickly. I think this plan is completely feasible. If an emergency occurs, everyone can just drive away. Lin Mushua suddenly raised her hand and whispered, well, I have a question. A psychic can see the hovercraft. What if he controls us and we can't escape? He can see us. What if he finds out that we have entered the underground city? Sang Jingwen fell silent. This is indeed a problem. Tio looked at them and couldn't help but ask, have you forgotten that we also have a psychic? Suddenly, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, which made Tio feel creepy, and he stepped back several times. What are you doing? Seriously, we have a psychic here. We just need her to give you special training. Besides, you all have learned psychic powers, so isn't it a good thing to have a psychic to train you? Hearing this, Lu Minfeng subconsciously looked at Sang Chu. To be honest, he still had a grudge against Xiao Yifei's mother. Her methods were really too terrible. If she wanted to do something bad to them, it would be hard to guard against. Sang Chu faced Xiao Yifei, staring at him with his eyes fixed. Brother Yi, you are my brother's friend, and you have taken good care of him in the last days, so I trust you. But is your mother worthy of our trust? When Xiao Yifei heard Sang Chu's words, she was dumbfounded. Why do you ask like that? Lu Minfeng knew what Sang Chu meant, sighed, and said directly, Brother Yi, we are all in the same boat now. If one person has a problem, everyone may be finished, so we must be of one mind. I have seen your mother kill people. All she needed was one sentence, just one sentence, and the captain was like a puppet in your mother's hands, killing everyone. This method was too terrible, and her ability level was probably comparable to mine. Xiao Yifei was so shocked that her pupils widened. What did you say? My mother's ability level is about the same as yours. Lu Minfeng. Yes, that's why I'm a little worried. If your mother is the same as your father, we're all doomed. Xiao Yifei didn't know what to say in his defense. He didn't expect his father to do such a thing, and he couldn't guarantee anything for his mother. He really didn't dare to gamble and was a little scared. Sang Jingwen looked at him like this and gently placed his hand on Xiao Yifei's shoulder. Sang and Minfeng are just worried that Auntie's ability will be out of control. It doesn't mean that Auntie will be like your father. Sang Chu glanced at Lu Minfeng and suggested, Brother Yi, I think only a few of us should know about the underground city. As for Auntie and Baoyu, we can wait and see for now. If they have any problems, we can deal with them later. The most important thing for us now is to find the wood-type mutant first. Lu Minfeng. Well, I agree. As long as the underground city is not exposed, we will be safe. Currently, there are only 4 hovercrafts brought back by Chu. We will not use Chu's. I suggest that we use the remaining 3 in a mixed way, Lin Mushua asked curiously. How do you mix them? Lu Minfeng. Actually, this flying car has been discovered, so there is no need to hide it. However, if we want to drive it out, 2 of us must go out at the same time. At least one car must be used normally, and the other must be used as an emergency escape tool. Sang Chu, are you saying that we need to rationalize our weapons and food? Lu Minfeng nodded. We escaped from Zhao Feng's base, and he is the most suitable candidate. Mu Shui suddenly realized. I know. Zhao Feng is narrow-minded and conceited. He never trades with anyone in the base, and even keeps the gate of the base tightly closed. As long as we say that these things were stolen from Zhao Feng, he will have no way to defend himself. Sang Jingwen also understood Lu Minfeng's idea. You want to go to Zhao Feng's base to rob people, and then deliberately reveal the fact that we are building a base. Once Zhao Feng finds out that we have a large amount of weapons and food, he will definitely want to take the initiative and may even unite with people from nearby bases to besiege us. As long as we can secure the source of these weapons and food to rob Zhao Feng, we can not only gain a large number of followers, but may even be able to divert the trouble away. Lu Minfeng. Yes, that's what I mean. The affairs of Zhao Feng's base can be handed over to the 3 of us men. Chu and Mu Shui will take Grandma to build the greenhouse and the camouflage base. When we come back, there may be a big battle. When Zhao Feng and the others come, try to stay. Seeing Lu Minfeng's fierce look, Sang Chu and Mu Shui didn't say anything. Tu Youfei stood aside and nudged Sang Chu's cheek with his big ears. Chu, since you want to kill these people, why not just release the dragon, let it hide on the particle-like flying car, and then sneak attack and eat them? Lu Minfeng. Is this okay? A dragon flew out from nowhere and roared angrily at Lu Minfeng for doubting his behavior. Tuyo. The dragon said that if it weren't for the delicious food you cooked, he would eat you to prove himself. Sang Jingwen. It will be more convenient this way. Jiaolong will go with us and see what he can deal with. If he can't deal with it, we will find another way to set up traps to lure people over. If we can't use them, we will kill them all. Anyway, they are not good people. At least they can divert the group of people's attention away from Sang Chu and stop them from staring at these good things that came from nowhere. Mu Shui. But, brothers, have you ever thought about what if they are targeting Sang Jingwen? Xiao Xue, this is why Tuyo suggested letting Jiaolong take action. Before they are confident of defeating Jiaolong, they dare not come in. In this case, who will be their target? Seeing her still confused expression, Lu Minfeng explained softly, after we spread the news, Zhao Feng will definitely come to our door. But when he sees that there are dragons and a lot of food in our base, he will definitely try his best to unite people from other bases to encircle us. What we need to do is to try our best to prevent anyone from leaving our Taiyuan base, but now that he's dead, won't others still focus on Sang Jingwen? Xiao Xue, if we kill everyone, who knows whether they are dead or alive? Lu Minfeng. Brother Wen is right. As long as we don't let anyone go, the message is that we have no say in what we say. At first, nearby supernatural beings will come to our door. Once they find that they cannot defeat them, they will leave and look for the dead Zhao Feng. After hearing what they said, Mu Xue still felt a little worried. But if they can't find Zhao Feng, won't they still come to trouble us? Sang Jingwen. Yes, but they will be more cautious. Unless they can kill the dragon, they won't dare to come rashly. Those superpowers who came to besiege us are a lesson for us. Mu Xue suddenly realized. Oh, I see. It's just to scare the monkeys, right? Sang Chu. That's right. It's just to scare the monkeys. I will set up some traps and cages nearby. When Brother Yi said that his superpowers couldn't break the protective shield set by the house-building robot, I was thinking about this problem. The monsters in the monster world are very powerful, but this house-building machine can survive in the wild. I think if I use its special material to build a cage, it shouldn't be easy for ordinary superpowers to break free. Lu Minfeng. Then let's do this. Brother Yi, Brother Jingwen, and I will drive 2 hovercrafts out. Jiaolong will follow us, and Ah Chu and Mu Xue will stay behind. As he spoke, Lu Minfeng glanced at Sang Chu and saw her nod slightly. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to take this opportunity to let Sang Chu test Xiao Yifei's mother. If there was any problem, it would be better to deal with it as soon as possible. If the base was in danger, he wouldn't be able to leave the base to find his family. A group of people acted separately. Mu Xue looked at Sang Chu and always felt that there was something weird between her and Lu Minfeng, so after Lu Minfeng and the others left, Mu Xue took Sang Chu's arm. Sang Xiaochu, don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Are you and Lu Minfeng planning something that you haven't told me? I saw you two winking at each other. Sang Chu looked around and took her to the house in the underground city. Lu Minfeng suspected that there was something wrong with Yaij's mother. I was a little worried too. Her ability was ridiculously high. Look at how many good things we got. Lu Minfeng and I used so many spiritual stones and jades to barely climb to the 4th level. But Yaij's mother could actually control a 4th level psychic. No way. Although Lu Minfeng said before that it would be fine as long as he could use it, he did not dare to stay for a moment since Sang Chu asked them to practice their spiritual power. He just did not dare to use the spiritual stone jade left by Sang Chu. When he knew that zombie crystal cores could be used for cultivation, he frantically hunted zombies to obtain crystal cores for cultivation. Even so, he only barely touched the threshold of level 4. How could Yaij's mother control a level 4 superpower without any resources? Mu Xue, what should we do now? No wonder Lu Minfeng suspected Ege's mother. After listening to Sang Chu's analysis, she was also suspicious. Don't worry. Since Lu Minfeng chose to bring the person back, it means that he just felt suspicious, not that there was really something wrong with Brother Yi's mother. So he wanted to take the opportunity to let Brother Yi leave so that I would have room to operate. Let's not talk about her. Let's take a look at the dungeon first. After the plan is completed, I will buy a ticket to the other world. Now, let's see what I need. Yeah, okay. Zhao Feng's base boss, do you think this woman looks like Sang Chu? A thin psychic walked up to Zhao Feng holding a portrait. He took a look and frowned slightly. How do I know what Sang Chu looks like? Where did this thing come from? He took a closer look and said, Boss, this really seems to be Sang Chu. She doesn't look outstanding, so you may not have any impression of her. Zhao Feng looked at it carefully again, but still couldn't recognize it. Why did you show me this ugly picture? Boss, do you know about the bombing of the base in Xinshi? Zhao Feng nodded. Yeah. Zhu Ling held the portrait with a very obscene smile on his face. Boss, this portrait of Sang Chu came from Xinshi. I heard that she has flying cars and many new weapons. More importantly, she took away the latest research results of the high-level psychic doctor from Xinshi. Zhao Feng, are you sure? Zhu Mao. Boss, this is true. It has spread throughout the bases. I heard that the doctor is offering a reward for Sang Chu, offering 100 crystal cores. Zhao Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. 100 crystal cores? Do they have that many crystal cores? Zhu Ling. Boss, why do you care whether they have it or not? The key is what Sang Chu has in his hand. Zhu Mao. Yes, Sang Chu left from our base, so her things should all belong to us. As long as we get hold of all these things, we won't have to stay in this small place anymore. Zhu Ling. That's right, boss. Think about it. The thing in Sang Chu's hand can actually destroy Xinchi. It means it works for high-level psychics, but it may not work for us. As long as we can get it, do we still have to hide like this and dare not go out? The three of them are all mutants with special abilities who have mutated from zombies. They dare not leave the base and even seal the base off to anyone else, for fear of being discovered to be special. Zhao Feng was silent for a while. Do you know where Sang Chu is now? Zhu Mao. Brother, Sang Chu and Lin Muxiue are both from High City. They might be in High City. Although we are far from High City, it is not a problem for us. Looking at Zhu Mao, Zhao Feng had a plan in mind. Well, you go and gather our people, let Lao Er stay to watch over the base, and the others will follow me to High City immediately. Once we find Sang Chu and the others, we will immediately control them and take away all their things. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. Zhu Mao and Zhu Ling ran out excitedly. Zhao Feng touched the thing between his legs that was crushed by Lin Muxiue and said with a sinister smile, My little beauty, when I catch you, I will let you know that even if you lose your treasure, I can still make you live a life worse than death. Lu Minfeng, Sang Jingwen, and the other two, who were hiding in the dark, looked at each other in surprise when they heard his words. Xiao Yifei looked at Lu Minfeng in surprise, only to see him smile awkwardly and said silently, he wanted to bully Mu Shui, but ended up getting hurt. Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei trembled all over. The word, painful, was so painful to hear. Lu Minfeng, what should we do now? Sang Jingwen looked at Xiao Feng and operated on his light brain. I will contact Sang Sing first. Xiao Feng and the others should have some means to quickly get to High City, so let her be on emergency alert, and we will go back immediately. Sang Chu, who received the message, was standing on the top of the hill watching the building robot build the house. Mu Shui, Sang, what's wrong? My brother said there's something wrong with Xiao Feng, and asked us to be on emergency alert. Where's Grandma? Mu Shui couldn't help laughing when talking about this. Grandma is holding the little rabbit and feeding it. She said the little rabbit is too thin, and she wants to help you fatten it up. Sang Chu laughed and said, Why, Grandma wants to fatten up the rabbit for me as reserve food. That's hard to say. The two of them were laughing and joking, and suddenly Mu Shui pointed to the mountainside and said, Sang, do you want to build a driveway or something like that on this mountainside? It looks like a waste of space. Sang Chu took a look and said, In fact, I prefer to build a small townhouse, hollowing out the mountain and building around the entire valley. In this way, the housing problem is solved. The upper and lower floors of the valley can actually be used as a breeding farm, where chickens, ducks, fish, and other animals can be raised separately from fruits and vegetables. When Lin Muxiue heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. That's good. Sang, let's do it this way. Sang Chu nodded, and immediately had the robot transformed, then said to Muxiue, take Grandma and Yai's unconscious mother and brother to the underground city for a while. I will set up some traps. If Zhao Feng comes over, I will stop him directly. Then you have to be careful. If there's anything I can do, just call me and I'll come up right away. Okay, I know, let's go down. Mu Shui nodded. She knew that if she didn't hold back, she would be helping. So, as long as Sang Chu didn't let her participate, she would not act stubbornly. After Mu Shui left, Sang Chu frowned and walked to the periphery. The alienated plants here seemed to be no different from those before the apocalypse. But Sang Chu had not forgotten what Tio said about the death of the high-level psychic. She was able to get on the bus because a high-level psychic had died, but there were no high-level psychics in Shangjing, at least she had never seen one. If that was the case, then how did the psychic die? Although there were zombies where she was at the time, they were all ordinary zombies. Even she, who had no superpowers, could kill them. How could she be a match for someone with high-level superpowers? Before she met the doctor, she might have thought that she might have been killed by zombies, but now she feels that zombies don't have that ability. Then there is only one possibility, that the person to be picked up where the train stopped was not on the ground, but underground. But since that high-level psychic dared to hide underground alone, it means that he thought that place was safe. But if it was safe, why didn't he wait for the train? After much thought, Sang Chu felt that there was only one possibility, and that was these alienated plants. Only they can catch high-level psychics off guard, and only they can kill a psychic silently, or even eat him without making any noise and leaving no trace. Sang Chu poured wind energy into his legs, allowing himself to float, and flew to an alienated tree. He released his spiritual tentacles and slowly extended them into the tree. Crystal core? Sang Chu suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the crystal core in the heart of the tree that was emitting green light. Its pure wood energy made her body feel boiling. She quickly extended her spiritual tentacles towards the crystal core, slowly covering it. Suddenly, the whole tree began to shake, and it was like a living thing, with its branches flexibly attacking Sang Chu. The vines clinging to the tree also whipped Sang Chu frantically to drive her away. Sang Chu quickly used his supernatural power to fly away. Seeing the vines coming, Sang Chu quickly rolled over to avoid the attack. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. If you can, let's make a deal. Some superpowers will come later, and I can help you subdue them and let them serve as your nourishment. We can live in peace and be neighbors. I won't touch you, and you don't touch us either. Snap! With a loud bang, the vines broke the rocks on the ground.
Sang Chu Flowen Salai.
He didn't expect these plants to be so powerful. She took out a flame gun and threatened coldly. This is a flame gun. It is powerful enough to burn you all. I ask you again, are you willing to be neighbors? But the tree had no intention of stopping. It seemed that Sang Chu's behavior had angered it. Its branches and vines lashed at Sang Chu without any scruples. Boom! Sang Chu did not hold back and fired his flame gun directly at the tree, instantly smashing its trunk. Her fingers turned into vines, flew towards the location of the crystal core, rolled it up, and absorbed it directly.
Huh.
After exhaling heavily, Sang Chu discovered that his wood-related ability had risen to a higher level. The feeling was very mysterious. Seeing that the fire was about to spread, Sang Chu quickly used his water power to put out the fire. I know that you all should have crystal cores like this tree and have your own consciousness, but you probably can't leave this land, so why don't you make a deal with me? I am a water-powered person and also a fire-powered person. I can burn you all to get the crystal cores, and I can also give you water resources. In the end times, you should have your own opportunities to grow, and I don't want to do anything extreme, so why don't you all be good neighbors and win together? In fact, Sang Chu herself didn't know whether these plants could understand what she said. She just thought that these plants should have their own abilities, just like she didn't dare to use her fire ability to burn these plants just now. Her subconscious told her that it was useless. These alienated plants should not be afraid of superpowers, so the burned tree would continue to attack her unscrupulously when she heard her say to use fire. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The leaves rustled, as if agreeing with her. Sang Chu looked at the leaves around him that were blown by the wind in confusion. If you agree, just stretch out your branches like the big tree just now. If I want to harm you, I can just burn you all directly. There is no need to look for you one by one. The big trees thought about it and seemed to agree with this logic, so they stretched out their branches towards Sang Chu. Sang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. She was just about to take out her laptop to send a message to Sang Jingwen and the others, asking them to send back a photo of themselves so that she could show it to their new neighbors to avoid being accidentally injured. They actually came back. Sang, what are you doing? Sang Jingwen and the others were still in the hovercraft. When they saw Sang Chu talking to herself for some reason, they got out of the car and walked towards her. The dragon also flew to Sang Chu's side, sniffing around her curiously. Human, why do you suddenly smell so good?
Scent?
Sang Chu raised his arm and smelled himself, but he didn't find any smell. No smell? Jialong, didn't you smell it? It smells so good. Sang Jingwen was very confused when he saw Sang Chu's sudden question. Little sister, what are you talking about? Is there any smell here? Xiao Yifei sniffed around. I don't smell anything? What smell is there? Could it be that Lu Minfeng didn't take a shower? Lu Minfeng rolled his eyes at him. Brother Yi, hey, it's just a joke. Mu Shui isn't here. It's okay. Almost everyone could see that he liked Mu Shui, and Xiao Yifei brought it up whenever she had the chance, leaving Sang Jingwen speechless. Okay, I won't say anything. By the way, sister, what were you mumbling about here just now? I almost forgot to tell you because of Jialong's interruption. Let me introduce you to our new neighbor. Sangchu pointed at the big trees, and they excitedly waved their branches, making rustling sounds. Xiao Yifei was startled out of nowhere. Are these trees spirits? Sangchu. It's the crystal cores. They have mutated just like us, and they don't seem to be afraid of superpowers, which is a good thing for us. Sang Jingwen nodded and said, My name is Sang Jingwen. I live in the valley behind the mountain behind you. Please give me your guidance in the future. Seeing Sang Jingwen introducing himself seriously, Xiao Yifei was numb, but she still followed suit and introduced herself. Hey, neighbors, I'm a fire-type superpower. My sister said that you are not afraid of superpowers. I wonder if you can give it a try for me. He spoke cautiously, not because he didn't believe it, but because seeing is believing. Walalelol. After a series of noises, Sangchu found that he seemed to understand what they were saying. I don't know if it's because of the crystal core just now. Xiao Yifei. Sister, what do they mean? Sangchu pointed to the big tree on the left where the noise was the loudest and said, Brother Yi, attack it. Xiao Yifei swallowed and asked again. Really? I'm coming. Well, let's try it. It was just her subconscious feeling that the mutated plants were not afraid of superpowers, so she took this opportunity to try it out. Seeing Sangchu nod, Xiao Yifei gathered his strength and attacked the tree. Who knows, it swung its branch and actually blew away the fire. At this moment, a big red flower suddenly grew on the ground, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the sparks in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiao Yifei felt a chill down her spine and stepped back repeatedly. Oh my god, this neighbor is so fierce. Sang Jingwen nodded and agreed very much. Seeing the scene, Sangchu was very grateful that he had learned the psychic power. The feeling just now should be the risk avoidance perception after practice. She intuitively knew that using supernatural powers was dangerous, but she didn't expect it to be so dangerous. These big trees are connected together, each performing their own function and protecting each other as they grow. It seems that their base is safe for now. Sangchu. My dear neighbors, your food looks like our superpowers. In this case, we can cooperate with each other. As long as you can help me defend this first line of defense and prevent people from crossing, we will feed you superpowers regularly. What do you think? Walalelol. After getting a positive answer, Sangchu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Minfeng stared at Sangchu in a trance for a long time before he said, Ah Chu, can you hear them talking? I can sense what they want to say. By the way, why did you come back so quickly? She had no intention of telling these alienated plants in front of them that laser guns could attack them. Sang Jingwen. Zhao Feng is a zombie. What? Sangchu was shocked. How could Zhao Feng be a zombie? Lu Minfeng opened the image on the optical computer and said, It's true. Zhao Feng and his zombie group are running towards Haisher at full speed. The speed is very fast. If we didn't have a flying car, we would probably fall behind. They should be able to reach Haisher soon. Wow. The wind rustled the leaves. Sangchu's heart tightened, and he listened carefully. Everyone hide. Zhao Feng and the others are coming. What? Sang Jingwen and his companions were originally curious about how Sangchu knew this, but the next second, they saw the leaves of these big trees pointing in one direction. Sangchu, let's go back to the underground city first and leave this place to our new neighbors. Sang Jingwen quickly took out the hovercraft and the group left the underground in the vehicle. The leaves of the big trees densely covered the entire mountain, and Zhao Feng and his friends couldn't find a way into the mountain at all. Are you sure Sangchu and the others are in this mountain? Zhu Mao. Brother, it's true. There are zombies in this mountain who have seen them. They also said that they have a lot of strange weapons in their hands. They are very accurate. So many zombies have fled. Zhu Ling. Boss, the alienated plants here are so strange. Could they be related to those new weapons of Sangchu and his team, Zhao Feng? We can't clear out the alienated plants. It seems we need to find someone to cooperate with us if we want to enter. Zombies are unable to destroy mutated plants, and the mutated plants can even cause fatal damage to them. In order to avoid being noticed, everyone avoids the mutated plants. But I didn't expect there would be so many mutated plants on this hill. Gumiao. Boss, there are 5 major forces in High City. All of them are second-rate. I don't know if we can clean up these mutated plants. Zhao Feng stared at the mutated plants with his cloudy eyes and casually condensed dozens of golden bullets and threw them at them. Bang, bang, bang. The branches waved their dense leaves as if playing badminton to hit the bullets back. Wind shield, earth shield. Zhu Mao and Ge Miao used their special powers to block the rebound and saw bullets embedded in their shields. Zhu Ling, brother? Zhao Feng's face was gloomy. Let's go and find the superpowers here. The group turned and left, heading for a nearby base. Chuanjian's base, Quanjian. You guys said you came from Beijing, so I believe you for now, but you said Sang Chu stole your supplies and left. That's a bit far-fetched. He didn't know Sang Chu, nor did he know who Sang Chu was, but a woman could snatch supplies from Zhao Feng, a third-level superpower, and escape. What a joke. Zhao Feng. If it weren't for this, why would I have come all the way from Shangjing to Haisher? Now they are hiding in the mountains, and it is very difficult to find them. If Boss Quan is willing to cooperate with us, I am willing to share the things we find with Boss Quan. Quan Jian looked at Zhao Feng. He had heard of this man and their base. They never traded with outsiders. No one knows how they get the supplies, but it is rumored that he has many supernatural people and can produce and sell them by himself. There are very few wood-type supernatural beings in the last days, and they cannot catalyze fruits and vegetables out of thin air. They all need seeds, and these seeds are their blood. In other words, if there are no ordinary seeds to catalyze them, if you want to have something edible, you must use the blood of a wood-type mutant to condense into seeds and then stimulate their growth. This will undoubtedly accelerate their death. Therefore, there are two types of wood-type mutants. One type is strong, and no one dares to force them to drop blood to transform into seeds. In this way, they will be responsible for the birth. The second type is weak pure blood bags. According to what Quan Jian, knows, Zhao Feng's base never trades with outsiders, so there is only one possibility. His base is blood bags, and there may even be more than one. He is an absolutely ruthless person. Boss Zhao, it's not that I don't trust you, but how can I ensure that you won't destroy the bridge after crossing it? Zhao Feng smiled with wrinkles on his old face. If Boss Quan doesn't believe me, you can bring in another person. If a few of your high city forces join in, they won't be afraid of me who came from the capital anymore, right? Looking at Zhao Feng like this, it seems that he really just wants to get his supplies back, but he would rather divide them up to find out how much this woman named Sang Chu has taken away. Zhao Feng looked at him examining himself and said with a smile, Boss Quan, this Sang Chu and the other woman are both space users. If he says yes, then Sang Chu must be two space-powered people. Quan Jian was shocked. This might really take away a lot of things. Quan Jian, okay, as long as Boss Zhao keeps his word, I will help you to defeat the traitor. Wait a minute, I will get someone to notify Lu Kong Boss Lu. The people from the three bases will go together to find him, even if we have to search the whole mountain. Zhao Feng. Okay, as long as we can find that witch Sang Chu, I will share all the supplies we get back with the two bosses. Quan Jian. Boss Zhao, you are too polite. Boss Zhao and his party must be tired after the long journey. You should go and have a rest first. When Boss Lu comes, we can discuss how to attack Sang Chu. Okay, I'll follow Boss Quan's arrangements. Quan Jian asked someone to take Zhao Feng and his group to rest. After watching Zhao Feng and his group leave, Jueming walked up to Quan Jian and said, Brother, what Zhao Feng said is not very credible, right? Quan Jian, this Zhao Feng has never cooperated with anyone. He came to me now. It must be because this woman named Sang Chu is very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid she may not be the space ability user he mentioned. Otherwise, how could he, a third-level ability user, let Sang Chu, a space ability user, get away? What do we do now? Quan Jian sneered. He wants us to help him find Sang Chu, and he will reap the benefits in the end. So, let him die first. You go talk to Tsonga in person. After we find out where Sang Chu and his men are on the mountain, find a way to join forces to kill Zhao Feng and his men. After that, our two families will split the money equally. Kasha, that's a good idea, big brother. Wait, I'll go find Brother Tsong right away. No one knew that Lu Tsong and Quan Jian were brothers. On the surface, The bases they established were just adjacent to each other, and they did not have much personal relationship, but in fact they had a close relationship. When Lu Tsung saw Jueming, he was stunned for a moment. Under normal circumstances, Jueming would not come to see him. Kasha? What do you want from me? Your third brother? Jueming explained in detail what Zhao Feng said, and Lu Tsung agreed without much hesitation. This Zhao Feng was able to occupy a place in Shangjing without exchanging materials with outsiders. I believe he must have a lot of things in his hands. For him to find someone to cooperate with, this Sang Chu must have good things in his hands. Go tell my third brother I will bring people over right away. Okay, Brother Tsung, I'll go back and tell the boss. When Jueming returned to the base, he didn't notice that a zombie lurking in the bushes had a faint red light flash in his eyes, and then he instantly became invisible and followed him. Their every move was under Zhao Feng's surveillance. They are in this place. Aren't the alien plants in this place a little too lush? Following Zhao Feng, they arrived at the mountain where Sang Chu and his team's base were located. Looking at the dense jungle that covered the entire area, the group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Even though they didn't come here to clean up the alienated plants, they wouldn't have grown like this without knowing it. Zhu Mao whispered in Zhao Feng's ear, "Brother, there's something wrong with these alienated plants. They're more lush than when we came here just now." Zhao Feng nodded slightly. "Let our people be careful when necessary." He glanced at Quan Jian and the others, then winked at Zhu Mao. Zhu Mao understood, smiled slightly and nodded, then immediately told his brother Zhao Feng about his plan. Quan Jian and Lu Tsung were walking in front. Although they did not hear what Zhao Feng said, they were very alert. Lu Tsung, AMU, take some people to clean up these alienated plants. Got it, boss, you guys follow me. AMU asked a dozen psychics to go with him to clean up, but they disappeared as soon as they entered the jungle. Time passed by little, but there was no sound at all. The dim light under the blood moon made it impossible to see what was happening inside. Quan Jian frowned and said, "Why did AMU take so long to enter?" "Jueming, you should also take someone in to take a look." "Good." Kasha let a group of people in, but there was still no news. Quan Jian, "Brother Tsung, what's going on?" Lu Tsung looked at Zhao Feng, who was standing beside him, and said, "Brother Zhao, our people haven't come out since they went in. Could it be you who did this?" Zhao Feng, "I'm so bored. I just want the things that Sang Chu stole. Why would I harm you?" Lu Tsung, "In that case, let's trouble Brother Zhao's people to clean up the mutated plants together. Otherwise, it will be hard not to make people suspect you. If only our people went in and never came out." Zhao Feng, "Since we all know that we can't get out once we go in, then we should think of another way. There's no need to keep dying. There must be a trap here." Even if there is no trap, he would not let his people in. Lu Tsung stared at Zhao Feng with his sinister eyes, and suddenly, a voice came from inside. "Brother Tsung, Brother Quan, we have cleared a small area inside. You can come in and take a rest first." "Brother Quan, these mutated plants are too difficult to clean up. You guys come in and take a rest first, and we'll continue cleaning inside." After that, it seemed that their voices could no longer be heard. For a moment, Lu Tsung and Quan Jian didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Tsung and the others, then took a step back. But then Lu Tsung and Quan Jian's men shouted, "Boss, look! Boss, these plants! The sawtooth vines grew very fast, and no one knew where they came from." Suddenly, they surrounded them all. Zhao Feng, "Let's go." He didn't care about anything else, and quickly called his brothers and turned to leave. Ah! Screams of misery rang out one after another. Zhao Feng turned his head and saw that the serrated vines were like nimble poisonous snakes, attacking people and lashing them with blood.
"Boss,
save me!" Zhu Ling screamed in fear. At this moment, his legs and hands were trapped by a vine, and his back was pressed against the ground. Zhao Feng quickly drew out his golden sword and chopped at the vines. He was sweating profusely, but the vines didn't move at all. Bang! Zhu Ling was actually torn to pieces by the vines, and his face was covered in blood. The sudden attack made Zhao Feng stand there in a daze, watching the vines come towards him after they had eaten their fill. Zhao Feng used his supernatural powers crazily, as if he was risking his life. But these alienated plants are not afraid of superpowers at all. Fire, ice, golden swords, daggers, and vines all come together to fight. But more and more people are dying. Zhao Feng wanted to run, but unexpectedly, a vine grabbed his waist. He turned around and chopped, breaking the vine. "You're ducking sick. Why are you attacking me instead of the mutated plants?" Zhao Feng angrily scolded Lu Tsong, who was covered in blood. He smiled sinisterly. "You trapped us here, and you want to run away? Dream on. I can find help if I go out." "Quan Jian, duck your reinforcements. I'm going to kill you first." After saying that, he quickly avoided the vines and ran towards Zhao Feng. The ice cones flew towards him without mercy. Zhao Feng's golden shield instantly blocked in front of him, but who knew that a vine behind him would pierce his heart? With a muffled groan, Zhao Feng's blood slowly flowed out along the vines, and he slowly fell to the ground. Quan Jian didn't have time to be happy. He felt a sharp pain in his foot, and when he looked down, a huge flower jumped up from the ground and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Third brother, Lu Tsong, kept dodging the attacks of the vines, but saw Quan Jian being eaten by a flower that suddenly appeared, and he screamed out. But the next second, he was hit by a branch and flew away. The dragon had been waiting in the woods for a long time. It opened its bloody mouth, and Lu Tsong was accurately thrown into the dragon's mouth. When Sang Chu and his companions walked out from the darkness and saw corpses everywhere and strange flowers cleaning the battlefield with relish, they were stunned and felt a chill down their spines. If their weapons were not from this world, they would be simply helpless against these alienated plants. Sang Jingwen, these alienated plants are so powerful. Why was Xinshi able to clean them up so well and even use these plants to research medicine? Lu Minfeng suddenly thought of Xiao Yifei's ducking superpowers. Could it be related to the psychic superpowers? At present, they really know nothing about psychic powers, but if there is nothing wrong with Xiao Yifei's mother, then the problem should be the psychic powers. Sang Chu, it's possible. Since our neighbor is so powerful, I think we will be safe for the time being. Everyone should improve their mental strength as soon as possible. She suggested that everyone focus on cultivating mental power, which has a bonus effect on supernatural powers, and she has personally tested that it is effective. Xiao Yifei, what about my mother? Sang Chu, don't worry, brother Yi. Except for the underground city, everything else about the base is confidential. You can go back and have a rest. I have something to ask the new neighbor, Sang Jingwen. Then be careful, we will go back first. Watching them leave, the dragon flew to Sang Chu and looked at her with anticipation in his eyes. Take me to find the old tree first. The dragon nodded and let Sang Chu sit on it. When she climbed onto the dragon, it was so slippery that she almost fell to death. Slow down, you're too slippery. Before Sang Chu could finish his complaints, the dragon flew away in an instant. It was so fast that Sang Chu could only turn his hands and feet into vines and tie himself to the dragon. Slow down, slow down. The speed was too fast and the wind was howling, making Sang Chu dizzy. When the dragon stopped, Sang Chu's eyes turned red and his vision was so blurred that he saw double. What is this thing? Sang Chu was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't close his mouth. Seeing her frightened look, the dragon nudged her forward with its head in disdain. Sang Chu, who was trembling all over, was pushed hard and staggered forward a step. Looking at the terrifying tree, he couldn't help swallowing hard. You are our new neighbor. The other person's voice was hoarse like that of a 90-year-old man. There was no light underground. The only source of light was the faint light on Sang Chiguang's head. Following the light, he could barely see what was in front of him. There were dozens of tree people intertwined with a big tree. There were men, women, old people, and children. I didn't know how to describe the scene. In short, there was only one word. Weird. Sang Chu had seen zombies and monsters, but this was the first time she had seen such a strange creature. Sang Chu, what do you want to see me for? Hearing Sang Chu's words, the tree man's branches stretched out like its hands and pointed at the dragon. I want the food you give him. There were several different tones of voice in one sentence, including those of women and children. Listening to the voices in the dim underground was even more creepy. Sang Chu clenched his hands tightly, his nails leaving red marks on his palms. I can give it to you, but you have to tell me, what are you? The tree people all suddenly looked at Sang Chu, and their eyes almost cut Sang Chu into pieces. I don't know either. We became like this after we woke up. Our legs were entangled with branches and grew deep underground. We could only survive if we worked hard to grow out and touch the moonlight. But it's different for him. As long as he has that thing, we can survive even without moonlight. This is why it cooperated with Sang Chu. Why was it afraid of her new weapon? Bullshit. That thing can only kill newly grown saplings. I wonder what kind of expression Sang Chu would have if he knew that the sapling it was talking about was the towering tree from before. Sang Chu, you want Ling Xiu? I don't know what it's called. I only know that the blood moon is changing. When it's at its strongest, it can allow us to break out of the ground, but its power is weakening. You have many enemies, and you need my help. And I need the kind of jade you mentioned. The power of the blood moon is weakening? It seems that she was not mistaken. The red moon is really moving. Since the end of the world, the silver moon has been hanging in the sky after being gradually dyed red, and has never moved a bit. But when the alienated plants grew, she clearly felt that the position of the blood moon had slightly deviated. When she told Mu Shui about it, Mu Shui still didn't believe it. But now it seems that her feeling was right. The blood moon is really changing, but the change is too subtle to be seen with the naked eye. However, the alienated plants can be seen because they rely on the power of the blood moon to grow. Sang Chu, what will happen to you if the power of the blood moon weakens? The tree man shook his head. I don't know. He might become weaker or he might die. Their eyes were fixed on Sang Chu, not missing the slightest change on her face. The dragon was also looking at her, as if waiting for her decision. Sang Chu, I can give it to you, but I want the wooden core that grew out of your body before. The tree man spat out several crystal cores emitting green light. Sang Chu was stunned for a moment and asked, I see that you are not afraid of superpowers. Can you tell me why? The tree man shook his head. I don't know, but our instinct tells us that thing is not scary. Sang Chu, how many species like you are there? Tree man, I don't know. I've never been out, but this piece of hilltop is my territory, and the trees growing on it are my branches. I need to keep splitting out trees, vines, and flowers to absorb the moonlight. Sang Chu suspected that the ticket holder mentioned by Tio might have been killed by such tree people. These tree people were hiding under the Earth's core and could not be seen by ordinary people. Why are those mutated zombies so scared of you? I don't know. We usually don't attack others. We just want to absorb the power of the moonlight. But some people will be attracted by our scent and attack us. We will fight back. We are not afraid of your methods, but they cannot escape from our power. Is it just like Zhao Feng can cut off the vines of the psychic, but cannot cut off the vines of the tree man? It seems that the end of the world is more dangerous than she imagined. This is no longer like the end of the world, but more like the revival of a strange world. All kinds of demons and monsters have come out. Thinking of this, Sang Chu couldn't help but look at Jialong. After seeing Sang Chu's gaze, he held his head high and looked quite proud. I don't know what he was so proud of. Sang Chu, okay, I get it. I will give you the spiritual stones and jade, but I need you to help me surround the entire mountain. The tree man shook his head. My current strength can only occupy the periphery. My strength cannot cover the place where you build the base. It doesn't matter. We can defend only the perimeter, both above and below. Only in this way can they not cross the perimeter and enter the base. The tree man suddenly said, for the sake of our cooperation, let me tell you one thing first. We are not afraid of many of your methods, but we are afraid of the mental abilities that can control people. Sang Chu, what? Treeman, your mental tentacles scared us. That's why we wanted to attack you at that time. Later we found that the dragon was beside you, and you didn't continue to attack us, so we wanted to make a deal with you. The mental tentacles scared them? In that case, then the high-level psychic that Tio mentioned might not have been killed by them? This was what scared Sang Chu the most. If that was the case, it meant that there were even more powerful psychics in the end times, and she didn't know about it. I can give you the things, but the premise is that you must do what you promised me. This thing is currently only in my possession. If something happens to me or my family, you won't get it. Treeman, don't worry, as long as you keep your promise, we can do it too. Good. It seems that the journey to another world is imminent. Sang-Chu only feels that the person who killed the high-level psychic is like a mountain pressing down on her. It was so heavy that she could hardly breathe. She threw out a small piece of spiritual jade and collected all the wooden cores that the tree man gave her. I can give you this small piece for a month. If you want more spiritual jade, you have to exchange the wooden cores with me. Ken, this piece of spiritual jade is equivalent to the power of the blood moon they have absorbed for several days. They are not at a loss. Riding the dragon all the way from where the tree man is to the underground city, crossing layers of rocks. Finally, it was blocked by a large stone wall. I can't get through this place. The dragon's deep voice came. Sang-Chu, is there no place to go? I don't know. Do you want to go around and see? Sang-Chu threw him a piece of spiritual jade. The dragon excitedly swallowed it, shook its tail, and continued to fly. Going full circle, this huge stone wall seemed to divide the underground into two worlds. The power of the tree people could not cross this huge stone wall. Their base was built just behind this big rock wall. Let's find a way out. The dragon nodded and flew back to look for an exit. After returning to the ground, while the dragon was flying, Sang-Chu asked the optical brain to record all the terrain. There are many alienated plants outside, and I don't know whether the zombies here have been cleared out or they are afraid of the alienated plants and have escaped. In short, since Sang-Chu came here, he hasn't seen a single zombie. Little sister, Sang Jingwen and others stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at her. After Sang-Chu got off the dragon, he saw the stairs built by the robot. Walking down from the cliff, a circular building has now been built at the original valley. Sang Jingwen, according to your idea, this circular building is a breeding farm. Let's go down and take a look. Good. Following Sang Jingwen down the cliff toward the farm, Lu Minfeng said, Brother Wen just had the robot build a movable protective shield. Once activated, the entire valley will be covered. Check on the optical computer to see if you have permission to open one for us. Although Sang Jingwen can give instructions to the robot through his own optical computer, the ultimate authority of the robot lies in the hands of Sang-Chu. Sang-Chu nodded, looked at the permissions for the house built by the robot on the optical computer, and opened them for Lu Minfeng, Sang Jingwen, Lin Wuxue, and Xiao Yifei. I see this protective shield has a wide range. Is it ready now? The protective shield designed by Sang Jingwen can cover the entire valley, making it impossible for a drop of rain or a bug to fly in. It's done. I saw an introduction on the optical computer saying that this type of material can resist various attacks and can also be soundproof. So, I made it. In case of acid rain, it might be safer with this thing. Yes, and there was also acid rain. She hadn't seen it for a long time and had completely forgotten about it. Brother, this is a good idea. By the way, have you found the wood-type mutant? Lu Minfeng. We found a few, but we still need to keep in touch with them. Although this farm is a cover, it's better to be safe. Well, I'll leave things here to you. I'm going to ask the little rabbit to buy me a ticket for time travel. The time it takes to travel to and from each world is different and cannot be estimated, so you should be careful during this period. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang-Chu worriedly. Why are you so anxious? Brother, I suspect there are even more powerful supernatural beings in the end times. While the people from Xinshi haven't come to find me yet, I'm going to go to other worlds to have a look. If there are any powerful weapons or something like that, I can bring them back to continue building our base. Lu Minfeng. I agree with Sang-Chu's approach. Now that Zhao Feng is dead, not many people know that Sang-Chu attacked Xinshi, and our new neighbor is so strong. We are safe for the time being, so it is best to go to another world at this time. But you have to be careful. I know. Then I'll go find the little rabbit first, and then give Aunt Jane treatment before going to the other world. Xiao Yifei was silent for a long time and couldn't help but said, or let her fall asleep. He was afraid that his mother would wake up and become like his father. He didn't want to lose his mother after losing his father. He felt that as long as his mother didn't wake up, nothing would happen. Sang Jingwen patted his shoulder gently. Actually, this is a good thing. My younger sister is not here. If Auntie's supernatural power erupts again, none of us will be able to control it. However, We can wake Baoyu up first. Otherwise, if he keeps sleeping, it will be difficult for us to explain. Everyone remained silent about this proposal. Sang Chu knew Lu Minfeng's concerns, so he said, I'll use the optical computer to examine Baoyu. If there is energy in his body, it can be detected. If Baoyu also has psychic abilities, then we'll have to wait until I come back. Xiao Yifei. Okay? The group walked down the stairs into the living area in the cave, put the people on the beds, and scanned their bodies with a light computer. First, Jian Xiuying, it was very strange. Her body was full of small cubes, and the white energy body was all in these small cubes. There was only a palm-sized green thing in Xiao Baoyu's body, which was very blurry and hard to tell what it was. Sang Chu tried Sang Jingwen's body again, and his body was normal, without any strange objects or colors. There was a brown thing and a black mist in Lu Minfeng's body, which should be related to his supernatural power. The brown thing should be soil, and the black thing was the invisibility skill. Xiao Yifei was a ball of fire. It was a pity that she didn't have Dr. Li's glasses, otherwise she should be able to analyze more information. Looking at everyone's data, Lu Minfeng stared at Xiao Baoyu for a while and said, Baoyu may not even know that he has wood-type abilities in his body, but this is also good. At least in addition to Ah Chu, we have one more wood-type ability user. Sang Chu nodded. As long as you are not a psychic, there is no danger for the time being. Psychic power is very important and has a bonus effect on superpowers. You must practice diligently, brother, you too, sang Jingwen. I know, little sister, then you treat Aunt Jian first. We will take Baoyu to another room and wake him up. Good. After they took the people out, Sang Chu sat next to Jian Xiuying and slowly extended his spiritual tentacles into her brain. Tuyo knew that Sang Chu was going to travel through time and space and flew over from his grandmother's hands. Sang Chu happened to finish her treatment. Achu, do you want to buy a ticket now? Well, what's the top time? You can only stay in one world for a year at most now. Then buy it for me for a year. Okay, I'll go check out the tickets. Wait for me. After saying that, Tuyo disappeared completely. Sang Jingwen leaned against the door and looked at Sang Chu. Sang, you must be careful. Brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Wait for me to come back. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang Chu worriedly, took a step forward and hugged her tightly. You must come back safely, brother is waiting for you at home. Okay, I know. If there is anything wrong with the base, just find Lu Minfeng. He is a very cunning man. You can discuss anything with him. After thinking for a while, Sang Chu leaned over and whispered in his ear. Take care of yourself. No matter what happens, you are the most important. If necessary, you can abandon the base and hide until I come back to find you. Good. Sang Chu and Tuyo were walking in a blue world, with blue stars floating around them within reach. What is this place? In the unknown place, Sang Chu didn't dare to talk to Tuyo openly and could only communicate with him privately. Tuyo was a little tired from flying, so he landed on Sang Chu's shoulder. This should be the Yin-Yang Butterfly Valley in the demon world.
Yin-Yang Butterfly Valley?
Is it a site? Tuyo, that's about it. Be careful. Usually, unmanned sites are very dangerous. Sang Chu nodded and walked forward cautiously. I don't know how long I walked, but I still saw the road dotted with blue lights. Sang Chu stopped walking, panting a little. Why are there no butterflies in this Yin-Yang Butterfly Valley? It's always this straight blue starlight road? Tuyo, I don't know either. I only know that this Yin-Yang Butterfly Valley is named after the rare Yin-Yang double-faced butterfly. It is a very strange place in the demon world. As he said this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and pointed at the blue jungle beside him. Ah Chu, look quickly. Is there a person over there? Sang Chu looked in the direction his big ears were pointing. It looks like a person, but it should be a dead person. She stretched out her finger, and a thin vine flew towards the man, checking his breath and pulse. He is dead, but how could he die in the jungle? Ah Chu, look at that thing hanging around his waist. Sang Chu's eyesight was not as good as Tuyo's, so he could not see anything. He could only control the vines to go to his waist and attach his mental power to the vines. It is a token. Tuyo shouted excitedly. Get it quickly. What is that? Sang Chu was very confused, but he still took the token off. When he held it in his hand, he found that it was a token with the words Tianshi written on it. On the back of the token is a painting of a bamboo with plum blossoms in full bloom. Tuyo. This is the Celestial Master's order. With the order, you can enter the demon world. You don't have to wander around outside. Since the Celestial Master is heading into the jungle, shall we go in as well? Hearing this, Sang-Chu couldn't help but pour cold water on him. He just lay there unscrupulously. Tuyo, you have a bit of adventurous spirit, and besides, you have wood-related abilities in your body. You can just change your appearance and become a wood demon to enter. Do you want to die on this road? Sang-Chu hesitated for a while before covering his body with the wood attribute ability, and vines grew all over his head and body. Is this okay? After Tuyo sniffed Sang-Chu, he shook his head and said, "Why is there no demonic aura on you? I am a human. Where does the evil spirit come from?" Sang-Chu was speechless. Tuyo said, "You should be able to release the wood power in your body. As long as you don't have any human aura, you should be able to fool people with your appearance. People really laugh when they feel helpless. I don't know if this big rabbit is reliable or not. It says there is no evil spirit on her, and then it says it's fine as long as there is no popularity. You'd better not cheat me. It won't be good for you if I die," Sang-Chu said helplessly. She mobilized the wood power in her body to cover her whole body. Suddenly, the vines on her body began to bloom small white flowers uncontrollably, and Sang-Chu's whole body exuded a faint fragrance. When Tuyo smelled it, he felt so intoxicated that he shrunk his body and lay in the flower, saying in an intoxicated voice, "Achoo, you smell so good." As he spoke, he took a long breath, and the sweet fragrance made him feel comfortable all over. This reminded Sang-Chu of the big, white dragon. He seemed to have said that he smelled good. Could it be because of this flower? But there was no flower on her body at that time. Could it be that wooden core? Sang-Chu thought for a while, took the wooden core in his hand, absorbed it directly, and asked, "What about now? Is there any taste?" Tuyo lost himself in the fragrance of the flowers. "It smells even better. No. I need to sleep for a while. Be careful." Tuyo had no fighting spirit at all, and just wanted to indulge in the fragrance. This made Sang-Chu fall into deep thought. This fragrance seemed to be able to control people's minds, making them drowsy and defenseless. Sang-Chu didn't know if there were any drawbacks to this fragrance, so she quickly twisted Tuyo up. Seeing that he was still sleeping with his mouth smacking sweetly and even drooling, she couldn't help but slap him. "Wake up. Huh? What's up? You're so annoying. I want to sleep. Bunny, if you don't wake up, I will strip all your hair off and make you a real bald man." Tuyo instantly opened his big watery eyes and glared at Sang-Chu, his two ears angrily stuck on his round belly. "You dare!" Seeing that he was fine, Sang-Chu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't dare, okay? Don't lean on me. Let's go in and see what's inside." Tuyo also came back to his senses. He looked at the little flower on Sang-Chu's body with a little horror. He didn't say anything, but he already had a plan in his mind. He flew beside Sang-Chu, and the man and the rabbit walked into the jungle. Chirp, hiss, there was a rustling sound coming from somewhere. Sang-Chu looked around but found nothing. When they walked to the body of the Taoist priest, they found that only his head was intact, and there was only a skeleton under his clothes. "Tuyo, how about we bury him? Since we have taken his heavenly master's order, we should bury him so that his body will not be left exposed in the wilderness." She got to work right away. She used vines to make something shaped like a shovel and started digging next to the corpse. Why is this kid helping others dig a hole? This seems to be a child of the Wood Clan, but why would a child of the Wood Clan come to the border? That's right, it's so strange. Why don't you go and ask? You go. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourselves. When Sang-Chu and Tuyo heard these conversations, they subconsciously looked at each other. Sang-Chu, can they see you? Tuyo, of course, I didn't hide it since I knew it was the demon world. Sang-Chu nodded and didn't say anything. She continued with her work. After she finished, she stood up and said, "Hey, Rabbit, how could I forget the way home? It's a pity that I found so many good things." Tuyo was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded, "Don't look at me. I don't know where your home is either." You just made me walk on that blue light road for so long, and you even tricked me into thinking you were from some big family. I think you were just lying to me. Hurry up and give me the spiritual jade, and we'll go our separate ways. I just forgot about it. Besides, can I still steal your spiritual stone jade? Here you go, you dead rabbit. As she spoke, she took out a piece of spiritual jade the size of a little fingernail and threw it to Tuyo. He pretended to eat it neatly but actually put it into his stomach. After a while, Sang-Chu felt something pulling at her pants. I looked down and saw that it was a dead leaf butterfly. I know the way to the demon world. The voice of the dead leaf butterfly is soft and sounds like a child. Sang-Chu, really? Yeah, I know. As long as, when we get there, you give me 2 pieces of spiritual jade. I only want 1 piece. An ice butterfly flew over and looked at Sang-Chu proudly. Dead leaf butterfly was on the ground, tugging at Sang-Chu's trouser leg tightly. I was here first. Bing Dai, but I'm cheap. This was also the first time that Sang-Chu had communicated with a monster. She subconsciously ignored Tuyo. Don't argue for now. I can give you 2 pieces of Yaidi, but you have to tell me who this person is, why he is here, and where is this place. Since I'm pretending to have amnesia, I'll just have to lose my memory to the end and see what happens to these 2 little demons. Dead leaf butterfly. He is a demon hunter. He should have come to the demon world after the announcement, but she seemed to be hesitant and spoke hesitantly. Bingdai couldn't help but say, he accidentally entered the peach tree area in front, ate the peach tree fruit and died. Sang-Chu lowered her eyes and looked at the place where Bingdai was pointing. That was the road she and Tuyo came from. It was a highway before, but looking back now there was no road at all, it was clearly a jungle. Is that Taoyao's territory? Bingdai, yes, Taoyao is a great demon and the Butterfly Valley is guarded by her. Anyone who enters the Butterfly Valley will be bewitched by her and will be trapped until death, unable to get out. Aren't you trapped just now as well? Dead leaf butterfly. Yeah, you were so stupid just now. You just kept walking around in the same place. Bingdai, if this big rabbit hadn't seen this person, and you were a demon from the wood tribe, Taoyao wouldn't have let you in. Sang-Chu was choked by these words. She didn't even realize that she was just standing still. How stupid. However, this reminded her of the base. If the base planted this kind of Taoyao tree, would it also have the same effect? Can you take me to find Taoyao? The dead leaf butterfly climbed onto Sang-Chu's pants and said, to get to the demon world, you have to go through the Taoyao forest. I don't know if Taoyao will see you, but we can go there first. Bingdai, let's go. Bingdai flew ahead, full of energy, leading the way. Suddenly, Sang-Chu seemed to hear the sound of gurgling mountain spring water. Is there a spring here? Bingdai said nonchalantly. Of course there are. There are many spiritual springs in Inyang Butterfly Valley, large and small, countless. I don't know what you are surprised about. Tuyo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly to Sang-Chu, Achu, go buy some spiritual spring water from them. Hurry up. What's wrong? Tuyo, this spiritual spring water is very beneficial to cultivation. I didn't expect the demon world to be so dismissive of spiritual spring water. Buy it quickly. Sang-Chu understood and said hurriedly, Bingdai, does this spiritual spring water have an owner? Can I buy some spiritual spring water from you? Bingdai stopped in confusion and turned to look at Sang-Chu, thinking she was so strange. Why did you buy spiritual spring water? Sang-Chu smiled and said, I don't know either. I always want to carry some things with me. I can pay with Ling Xiu, okay? Dead leaf butterfly. Oh, I see. Did you go to Xiaoxian Academy to study? Xiaoxian Academy? Sang-Chu looked confused. I can't remember. I just remember that this place seemed to be my home, so I came here in a daze, but after I got here, I didn't know where to go. Dead leaf butterfly. You are so pitiful. I heard from the little demons in the demon world that recently many demons from big families have sent their young ones out to study. You must be the same. I heard that people in the immortal cultivation world like the spiritual spring water here very much. Bingdai, TSK, isn't this spiritual spring water just everyone's bathwater? What's so good about it? Dead leaf butterfly. I don't know. Xiaolon said so. Sang-Chu, bathwater. Bingdai had a very good impression of Sang-Chu and thought this little cub from the Wood clan was sweet and soft. Seeing that she was curious, He took her to the direction of the spiritual spring water. It's the bath water. Grandpa Shun, Uncle Lingji, Sister Taoyao, they all like to soak in the spiritual spring. Look over there. Looking in the direction pointed by Bingdai, there were many herbs, Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, and other things lying densely in the crescent-shaped spiritual spring. Bingdai flew towards the ginseng. Grandpa Shin, this kid from the Wood clan wants to buy some spiritual spring water from us. The ginseng, which looked like a big white radish, opened its round eyes and looked at Sang Chu. Are you a little demon from the Wood clan? Sang Chu. Hello, Grandpa Shin. I actually don't remember if I am a wood demon, but I know that I am a wood demon. In order to make his words credible, Sang Chu transformed himself into a vine tree on the spot. The vines on the tree kept blooming small white flowers. The flowers exuded a sweet and elegant fragrance, which immediately won the favor of all the monsters. Grandpa Shin looked at Sang Chu and smiled until his face was covered with wrinkles. You are really a little kid from the Wood clan. If you want spiritual spring water, just pretend to get it. There is plenty of spiritual spring water in Butterfly Valley. Sang Chu returned to his half-human, half-demon form and approached Grandpa Ginseng. Grandpa Ginseng, I may want a little too much. Grandpa Shin, it's okay. Even if you take the whole pond away, just don't take the water spirit beads. Water spirit pearl? Seeing that Sang Chu didn't understand anything, Grandpa Shin patiently explained. This water spirit bead is the source of the spiritual spring water. There is a water spirit bead in every spring. As long as the water spirit bead is still there, the spring water will never run out. So, just take as much as you want. Sang Chu. Grandpa Shin, what if I want the water spirit pearl? She said this carefully, fearing to offend the other party, but if the transaction could be fair, she didn't want to steal other people's things in a sneaky way. Grandpa Shun hesitated for a while and said, You must be having a hard time out there. Withered Leaf Butterfly said softly, Grandpa, her brain is not good. She can't remember anything, even the way home. Just now, she was trapped in the maze by Sister Taoyao for a long time. If Sister Taoyao hadn't discovered that she was from our demon clan, she would have been trapped to death in the Taoyao formation now. Grandpa Shin stood up from the pond, and Sang Chu's eyes widened. This big white radish was actually taller than her. It must be more than 2 meters tall. He was really not noticeable at all when he was lying in the pool just now. Grandpa Shin, logically speaking, I can't give you the water spirit pearl, so you have to bring something in exchange. Even if he wanted to give it to Sang Chu, he had to consider the rules. If everyone wanted to take it, then Butterfly Valley would be in a mess. Sang Chu nodded and took out a few thumb-sized pieces of Lingshire jade. Grandpa Shin, do you think this is okay? When he saw the spiritual jade, Grandpa Shun's eyes widened. Wah, are you really going to use this thing to exchange for the water spiritual beads with us? Really, Grandpa, can you? Of course you can. A gentle voice came, with a hint of urgency in the tone. Sang Chu turned around and saw that the person coming was a woman in a scarlet silk dress. She has a graceful figure and a pretty face. She flew all the way from afar, with peach blossoms sweeping behind her, appearing like a flower fairy. As long as you have the spirit stone jade, you can have as many water spirit beads as you want. From what she said, it seems that this woman has absolute say over Butterfly Valley. Sang Chu, beautiful sister, can you make the decision for me? Hearing this, all the monsters burst into laughter. Grandpa Shin explained, Taoyao is the Valley Master's last disciple. The Valley Master does not see outsiders all year round. The entire Butterfly Valley is under Taoyao's protection. Of course, she can make the decision. Just tell her how much you want. As long as she says yes, no one will dare to object. Taoyao? Sang Chu smiled and said, Beautiful sister, can I have 2 or 3? Oh, I also want some spiritual soil or something like that. I want to grow medicinal plants myself, but unfortunately, I forgot everything. This big rabbit said that I wasted a lot of medicinal plants. As she spoke, her tone was inevitably tinged with a hint of grievance, and she looked like she was pretending to be strong, which made Tuyo's eyes widen. How could he not know that Sang Chu was such a good actor? Taoyao waved her hand and said, What's the big deal? You can dig up as much spiritual soil as you want. However, we have to agree on how much spiritual jade you will give us. Sang-chu took out a small bag of spiritual jade with difficulty. Beautiful sister, I only have this small bag. Can you exchange it for 3 water spirit beads and give me some spiritual soil? Grandpa Shin was not afraid of Tao Yao and spoke before she did. Of course you can. This linkshire jade is a rare treasure. Baby, if you want anything else, you might as well ask directly. I will give you whatever I can give you. Tao Yao looked at Grandpa Kan, who looked like he was afraid that Sang-chu would suffer a loss, and couldn't help laughing. Grandpa Kan, I won't take advantage of a little kid. Little kid, tell me, what do you want? Sang-chu is not interested in medicinal plants. She only wants the peach tree at the moment. Sister, I heard from Bing Dai and the others that the maze here was set up by you. You want to learn? You can't learn it. This is all due to the psychedelic effect of the Taorao tree itself. Sang-chu shook his head and said, Sister, I don't want to learn. I want to ask if you can sell me some seeds from these peach trees. I was thinking if I plant medicinal plants myself, what if someone covets them? So, I also want to plant some peach trees around the spiritual soil so that I don't have to worry about others stealing my things. Tao Yao was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. You are quite an interesting kid. Okay, I'll give it to you, but I have to make a deal. I'll give you 3 water spirit beads for your spirit jade. You can dig as much spirit soil as you want, and I'll give you dozens of Tao Yao tree seeds. Then the deal is done. Grandpa Shin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally chose to shut up. Sang-chu, well, then the deal is done. Tao Yao took the spiritual stone jade, threw a bag of seeds to Sang-chu, and disappeared. Grandpa Shin looked at Sang-chu and seemed to be hesitant to speak, but Sang-chu smiled and said, Grandpa Shin, I don't know where the spiritual soil is. Can you show me the way, Bing Dai? I know, I'll take you there. Grandpa Shin sighed quietly and said, Then let Bing Dai take you there, kid. Be more careful when you go out next time. Sang-chu smiled and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what's going on. I'll go then. Bing Dai led the way, and Sang-chu followed behind her towards the place where there was spiritual soil. Grandpa Shin shook his head, then lay back down in the spring and closed his eyes to rest. Why don't you order more? There aren't many things here. Sang-chu, we still need to leave this place. We can't get out without someone to lead the way. Moreover, there is Tao Yao's maze. Only by making them think that I am one of their kind and harmless can they let down their guard and take me out. Otherwise, she would have suffered the same fate as that demon catcher. The most important thing is that she can't defeat any of the monsters here. Even if Tuyo can steal, she may not be able to escape unscathed. Her intuition told her that she couldn't even beat the dead leaf butterfly lying on her trouser leg. Fortunately, they thought she was the same kind as Sang-chu and only cheated her of a little spiritual stone jade. If they really wanted to rob her, it would be a matter of minutes. After walking for a long time, Bing Dai brought Sang-chu to a wasteland. This is all spiritual soil, but no one likes it. Take as much as you want. After she finished speaking, she thought for a moment and then moved closer to Sang-chu. Did you give all the spiritual stones and jade to Sister Yao Tao just now? Sang-chu, I left the 4 pieces you gave me for leading the way, but I can only give them to you after you take me out. I really don't have any extra. If you take them and ignore me, I will have nothing to ask you to take me out. You really don't have any more? Sang-chu nodded. There is only this bag of broken spiritual stones and jade in my space. I don't know how much those things are worth, so I took them all out. Unexpectedly, there is nothing left. No, there are only 4 pieces left for you too. The dead leaf butterfly tugged at Sang-chu's trouser leg and said, Don't be sad. These spiritual soils and spiritual springs should be able to sell for a bit of money. I'll help you dig them. As she spoke, she suddenly flapped her wings and flew up, causing Sang-chu's pupils to dilate slightly. She thought this dead leaf butterfly couldn't fly, so it kept clinging to her. Turns out it was just a lazy one. She lay on the ground and lazily shoveled the spiritual soil with her wings. Sang-chu once again felt that it was the right choice to spend the spirit stones and jade to buy things. The dead leaf butterfly turned into an extremely huge monster. When she scooped up the spirit soil with her wings, there must be several tons of it. The dead leaf butterfly turned around and saw Sang-chu in a daze. Wooden boy, Where are you going to put the spiritual soil? Come quickly. Huh? Oh. Okay, wait a minute. Sang-Chu made an empty space bond into the shape of a ring. Senior, just put the spiritual soil in it. The dead leaf butterfly nodded, stretched out its big wings, and poured all the spiritual soil into the space bond. After a few shovels, the space bond was full. Dead leaf butterfly. More? She doesn't have any empty space ties. That's enough. Thank you very much, Senior. Bingdai was very disgusted when she saw the space that was filled up in just a few strokes. Your space is so small. You really lost a lot this time. Dead leaf butterfly. Yeah, ice butterfly is right. You are at a disadvantage. What are you two talking about? Sister Taoyao, you didn't go back. Taoyao suddenly sneered and said, How come I heard you guys teasing me behind my back when I got home? She walked towards Sang-Chu and the others in a charming and graceful manner, holding a bag of fruit in her hand. When Bingdai saw it, she became visibly excited. This is a demon peach. Yeah, didn't you say that this brat was at a disadvantage? I just went back to pick some demon peaches, and heard you gossiping about me behind my back. What? The cricket demon is unhappy if I don't gossip about him behind his back, right? Bingdai flew to Taoyao in a flattering manner, pinching her here and there, stepping on her. Sister Taoyao, we're just talking. You are a big person and don't bear grudges. Can you give me one too? Bingdai's tone was so twists and turns that it seemed like it was about to take off into the sky. Sang-Chu shuddered all over and got goosebumps when he heard it. Taoyao pushed Bingdai away and said, Go away, don't block the way. She walked up to Sang-Chu and handed her a bag of demon peaches. Don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. These demon peaches are not cheap. They are excellent supplements for you wood tribe demon cultivators. Here, these are all for you. Sang-Chu accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. By the way, is the spiritual soil you requested ready? The dead leaf butterfly lay on the ground with a groan and said, Sister Taoyao, it's done. This little guy has such a small space. It was filled up in 2 seconds. Taoyao had not expected this. She glanced at the ground and found that indeed not much spiritual soil was lost. Now she looked at Sang-Chu with even more pity. She really didn't expect that this brat didn't even have a decent space magic weapon, and he took away so many of her spirit stones and jade. My little jerk, I can't give you back the spiritual jade. How about you take a look and see if there's anything else you need? I'll give you some. Sang-Chu said in embarrassment. Sister, I have already used all my space magic treasures to store spiritual soil. If you think it's okay, can you give me some seeds? Any seeds will do, okay? Dead leaf butterfly. Yes, the seeds can be mixed directly into the soil. This is a good method. Bingdai also looked at Sang-Chu in surprise. I didn't expect that you, a little brat, are so quick-witted. Taoyao. You are going to the demon world, right? Sang-Chu didn't know why the topic suddenly changed so quickly, so he could only nod in response. After Taoyao got a positive answer, she said, In that case, you go with them to the boundary stone and wait for me. I will go find the seeds for you. After I find them, I will take them to the boundary stone and give them to you. Boundary stone? Shouldn't it be the gate to the demon world? Okay, thank you, sister. You are quite polite, kid. All right, hurry up and take your people there. If it's too late, you won't be able to enter the city. I'll go find some seeds for her now. Taoyao is really impetuous. She comes when she wants and leaves without stopping. The person was like a whirlwind, blowing away. Sang-Chu, Sister Taoyao has always been like this. Bingdai said nonchalantly, Of course not. Let's go. I'll take you to the boundary stone. You are so lucky. Sister Taoyao won't let any monster enter the monster world through the boundary stone easily. Why? The dead leaf butterfly turned back into a small one and clung to Sang-Chu's trouser leg. It takes demonic power to activate the boundary stone. Sister Taoyao is usually too lazy to help everyone open the passage, so everyone enters from the demon gate. Behind the demon gate is the demon corridor. It takes about 2 to 3 years to reach the demon world. We are all demons and our lifespans are long, so 2 to 3 years doesn't matter. So we usually only go to the demon world to play when there is a big demon market gathering. 2 or 3 years. If she walked in the normal way, she would have to return to the end of the world before she even got halfway. This time her ticket is only valid for 1 year. Thinking of this, She looked down upon Tuyo fiercely. You are such a jerk. Tuyo was immediately furious. How do I know that it would take 2 or 3 years to build this demon corridor? It's not even mentioned in the world Wikipedia. Sang-Chu rolled his eyes, but Tuyo said dissatisfiedly. Besides, how do you know they are not lying to you? Sang-Chu, what did you lie to me about? Did you lie to me about my low strength, my lack of money, or did you intend to sell me off or dismember me, or did you intend to eat my kidneys? Each of these monsters is stronger than me, and it would only take a few minutes to eat me. Is it really that troublesome? Besides, didn't you say that the Spirit Stone Jade was placed in your space and no one could detect it? As early as the beginning, Sang-Chu put all of Dadu's spiritual stones and jades into Tuyo's small space. Only a few fragments were left on her, and she only kept 4 of these fragments and gave the rest to Taoyao. Besides, even if these monsters can see Tuyo's space, if they want to plot against Ling Xiyu, they will look for Tuyo instead of her. After hearing what Sang-Chu said, Tuyo instantly calmed down. He knew that Sang-Chu was telling the truth, but he still felt a little upset and sulked to himself. After walking for a long time, Bingdai took Sang-Chu into a peach forest. The peach trees were growing well, with branches full of peach blossoms and large, round, heavy fruits hanging on the trees. Sang-Chu looked at Bingdai in confusion. Is this the Taorao tree? Yes, it's beautiful, but the more beautiful something is, the more frightening it is. Do you want to see what's under the peach tree? Bingdai's evil humor came back. Her laughter made people's backs cold. Kuaidi tugged at Sang-Chu's trouser leg and said, Wooden boy, stop looking. Let's keep going. Bingdai. No, just let her take a look. As she spoke, she flew in front of Sang-Chu and gently flapped her wings like an ice sculpture, blowing strange powder into Sang-Chu's eyes, hissing. After a sharp pain, Sang-Chu opened his eyes, and everything in front of him changed instantly. The peach blossom forest was still the same peach blossom forest, but there were no peach blossoms or fruits on the tree. All they had were human heads. There were white bones under the peach tree. These. The dead leaf butterfly quickly flew behind Sang-Chu and patted her on the shoulder, and the scene instantly became beautiful again. Dead leaf butterfly. Those you see are people who are trying to break into Butterfly Valley. No one knows where they came from. They suddenly appeared, and they all said they wanted to go to the demon world. Humans follow the human way, while demons follow the demon way. Just like the demon catcher outside, if he didn't come to break into Butterfly Valley, he would have gone directly to the demon world from the human world, and nothing would have happened. But he chose to come to Butterfly Valley, and Butterfly Valley doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Bingdai, that's right, our Butterfly Valley is full of treasures. Those demon hunters really think we don't know their purpose. Humph, they thought they could get a golden ticket of immunity from death after getting the Heavenly Master Order. How is that possible? If you dare to enter the Butterfly Valley, you must die. Sang-Chu took a breath. Could it be that the people who suddenly appeared in their mouths all got off the time and space train? There are so many people. When Sang-Chu thought of the white bones he saw, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Tuyo also felt a little scared. Luckily, your wood-type ability can disguise you as a demon. Otherwise, we would all be dead here. Sang-Chu. No. It should be fortunate that I ate a crystal core of an alienated plant before I came here. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. These monsters are very xenophobic. She is now following Bingdai closely, fearing that something might go wrong, and she would become one of the white bones. Seeing that she was very scared, the dead leaf butterfly whispered to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Those are people. Anyone who breaks into the Butterfly Valley will die. You are different from them. Sang-Chu. No, I'm the same as them, but different from you. Well, thank you. By the way, I want to ask, how long does it take to enter the demon world from the boundary stone? In the blink of an eye, Taoyao suddenly reappeared. She threw a purse embroidered with peach blossoms to Sang-Chu and said, This is a Qingquan bag. It was left behind by a cultivator who died before. The space is not very big. You can keep it for use. Unfortunately, most of the cultivators who died were poor. Otherwise, you can look for more. Maybe there will be some good things. Sang Chu took the Qianquan bag thrown by Tao Yao, opened it, and took a look. Wow, there were dozens of water spirit beads and a large part of spiritual soil in it. There were also a lot of things that looked like weeds and densely packed seeds thrown in the spiritual soil. There seems to be some kind of cocoon. Tao Yao, those spirit stones and jades you have are very valuable. I won't take advantage of you, a little kid. These are for you. There are also some butterfly and spirit bee larvae. You can take them back and raise them slowly. Come on, I will help you open a passage to the demon world. Sang Chu held the things in his hand, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were slightly red. Thank you. To be honest, strength is the most important thing. They don't have to do this at all. She was already prepared to suffer losses, but she didn't expect to get so many good things. Tao Yao patted her shoulder and said, I don't know which family you came from. You are so naive. Stop crying and stand still. I will send you to the demon world. Have a good rest before you move on. Also, don't be so stupid next time. The demon world is full of good and bad monsters. Thank you, Sister Tao Yao. I know. She thanked them sincerely and handed the remaining spiritual jade to Bingdai and Kuaiti. This is the money I promised you for leading the way. Thank you. Bingdai grabbed the spirit stone jade and ate it contentedly. Sang Chu was also sent away by Tao Yao. The dead leaf butterfly then stood up from the ground, shaking its body and transformed into a half-demon. Sister Tao Yao, this little brat may still have spiritual stones and jade on her. Do you regret letting her go like this? Tao Yao slapped her head fiercely. You are really promising a little brat is also scheming. All right, go wherever you need to go, the dead leaf butterfly said with a smile. I am not afraid that you will regret it, Sister Tao Yao. This wooden cub is really fragrant and makes the monsters have an appetite. The dead leaf butterfly looked at Tao Yao meaningfully, and after confirming that Sang Chu had really left and Tao Yao had no intention of forcing him to stay, he turned around and left with peace of mind. Bingdai glared at her fiercely. Darn you, face-changing monster. The wood aura on that brat was very pure, but she sucked it all away. Tao Yao. Alright, it's your fault that you can't beat him, but the smell on this kid is really strong, and I don't know whose family he belongs to. There must be a demon in the future, so disperse. At this time, Sang Chu had already appeared in the demon world. She didn't know yet that the wood scent on her body had been silently absorbed by the dead leaf butterfly. But when he was walking, he suddenly found that something was wrong with him. His feet went weak, and he almost fell on his back. Tio laughed happily and said, Achu, what have you done? Why are you so weak? Sang Chu sat down on the spot, closed her eyes, and regulated her breathing. Then she realized that all the wood energy in her body had been sucked away, but she was unaware of it. She smiled helplessly and said, You set up that place as a station. Don't you intend to let people leave alive? Fortunately, she got a lot of wood cores to replenish her energy, and she was not a single wood-type mutant. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to replenish the energy she absorbed. Rabbit, what's going on? Sang Chu panted hard. The wood power in my body was sucked away, but I didn't react at all. It wasn't until I left Butterfly Valley that the illusion slowly faded away. No wonder Tao Yao told me to have a good rest in the demon world and said that demons are all very bad. Now I really see it. Tuyo, I told you were stupid, but you still didn't believe me.
What should we do now?
Sang Chu. Buying things you look like a demon, it will be easier for you to move. You can first use the spirit jade to exchange it for the demon world's common currency at the pawn shop so that it will not be conspicuous when used. I will find a deserted place and absorb a few wood cores to restore my supernatural powers. Tio nodded. Okay, then you just be careful. How could she not be careful? The monsters in Butterfly Valley had already taught her a lesson. These monsters' methods of killing people and taking away their cultivation were simply hard to guard against. Originally, she was on guard against the ice butterfly, because the ice butterfly looked very strong and domineering and didn't look like a good monster. But she didn't expect that the always weak dead leaf butterfly was the one who killed people without bloodshed. He can absorb wood energy from her body continuously and also set up an illusion for her without her noticing. This method is simply amazing. If the wood energy in her body had not been pure enough, and the monsters in Butterfly Valley did not kill their own kind, she would have died there and turned into a pile of bones. In the final analysis, it was still because of her lack of strength. If the dead leaf butterfly wanted to kill her, 100 times would not be enough. Sang Chu sighed slightly, found a slightly hidden place at the edge of the demon city, took the wooden core in his hand, and absorbed it directly. Tio came to a magic bead shop. The waitress is also a rabbit, but she is a half-demon. When she saw the rabbit flying with its 2 big ears waving, she was very surprised. "You are such a strange rabbit demon. How come you can fly?" The red-eyed snow rabbit stared at Rabbit with its big round eyes, as if trying to figure out what breed he was. Tio snorted arrogantly. "What do you know? I am from the Flying Rabbit clan. Are you selling demon beads?" Flying Rabbit? Akame's Snow Rabbit's ears perked up in confusion. She had never heard of the Flying Rabbit clan in the demon world. But looking at him like this, he seemed to be quite similar. "Yes, we sell demon beads here. You can exchange anything for demon beads. Demon beads are the currency of our demon world. What do you want to exchange?" "This." Tio took out 3 pieces of linkshire jade the size of a fingernail. Akame's Snow Rabbit's eyes widened. This is linkshire jade. You are very considerate. Hurry up, I still have to go to the monster market," Tio said proudly, and Akame's Snow Rabbit responded repeatedly. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I will help you immediately. Hurry up." Tio flew to the stool and sat up. After putting away the spiritual stone jade, the red-eyed Snow Rabbit went straight to the backyard and said, "Boss, look at this." The big black bear was holding a fan, and his sleepy eyes suddenly brightened up. "Where did it come from?" "I'm going to exchange a rabbit for a magic bead." "How much do you think is a reasonable amount to give him?" The big black bear hesitated for a while, then sighed bitterly. "Just give it to him normally. There are many heavenly masters coming to the demon world recently, and the demon master has ordered that merchants are not allowed to cheat people. Just be patient and give it to him." Akame's Snow Rabbit. "Boss, the heavenly wolf demon hasn't been caught yet. How could it be so fast?" If the demon world had no way of dealing with the heavenly wolf demon, why would the demon lord go to the human world and offer a reward for human demon exorcists to come to the demon world? I don't know where this heavenly wolf demon came from, and even the demon lord can't do anything about him. Hey, I won't say any more. Quickly give the demon pearl to that rabbit. The more you look at it, the more distressed I will feel. Seeing the distressed look on Big Black Bear's face, Red-Eyed Snow Rabbit found it very amusing, but he did not dare to say anything, for fear that the shopkeeper would get angry and embarrassed. He quickly took out the things and exchanged the magic beads for Tio. "Guest, these are your 10,000 magic beads. Please take them." "Only 10,000. It's a bit little." It seems that the demon beads in this demon world are quite valuable. Akame Yakido. "Sir, this is the normal price." Of course he knew. Did the big snow rabbit really think that he would feel at ease if he took the magic pearl away? I had been following him stealthily and eavesdropped on him. I just didn't expect to get just this little bit of magic beads. The difference is so huge compared to when I exchanged them for money in the Space-Time Mall. When Tio took the magic bead away, he was a little unhappy. When Sang Chu saw him coming back looking listless, he thought something had happened, but it turned out that the magic beads he gave were too few. This demon bead is the inner elixir of a demon. 10,000 demon beads are the inner elixirs of 10,000 demons. How many more do you want? At least 20,000. Tio stretched out 2 round fingers in dissatisfaction. Sang Chu couldn't help but smile and took his hand back. "Okay, this is good enough. What do you think about the matter of the heavenly wolf demon?" "I don't know. I overheard it, but the big black bear didn't say much, so I don't know the specific situation. But you have the heavenly master's order, so we can go and take a look. If the heavenly wolf demon has any treasures, it will be ours." Sang Chu laughed and said, "Don't let us become his prey. Let's go to the monster market first, and we can talk about other things later. 1 year, buy some things first." However, she had a lot of spirit stones and jades, but she didn't dare to take them out. After all, it would be a crime to possess such treasures. Now I just hope that these scattered spirit stones and jade will not be targeted by anyone. The entire street in the monster market is filled with monsters setting up stalls. There are mermaids selling mermaid pearls. There are also mermaids selling pearl shells. There are dragon men selling strange fire, with spirits selling spiritual plants, and so on. At a glance, all kinds of strange creatures are selling strange things. Spiritual soil, rare 7-color spiritual soil. Don't miss it if you pass by. The crystal shell bed, the water princess' favorite crystal shell bed, is now on sale. Come and take a look. Among them, 2 particularly loud voices attracted Sang Chu's attention. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a big tiger with flame patterns on its body. He did not appear in a half-human, half-demon form like other monsters, but squatted on the ground, waving his 2 front paws, looking funny and hilarious. Sang Chu walked over, looked at the samples in front of him, and asked, "Brother Hu, how much do you sell this spiritual soil for?" The big tiger glanced at the demonized Sang Chu, then looked at her age, and frowned slightly. Go away. Go away. What are you doing here, little brat? If you want to buy spiritual soil, ask your elders to come and see. What can a little brat like you afford? A firefox next to him turned his eyes slyly and said quickly, "What are you talking about, you bug? Little sister, ignore him. I also have spiritual soil here. Come and take a look." As he spoke, he walked over very enthusiastically and pulled Sang Chu to a stall. At first glance, the things on the stall were all top-notch. Everything is polished to a shiny finish, making one want to buy it at first sight. The fox did not take out samples to show people the spiritual soil like the big tiger did, but kept it all in the spiritual beads. Little sister, this is a soil bead. There is a piece of spiritual soil inside. When you need it, just take it out. Take a look. Sang Chu took the earth bead in his hand, and when he stretched the vines on his fingers into it, he could indeed feel the presence of spiritual earth inside. But in her opinion, this spiritual soil is not as good as that of the big tiger. However, she was not interested in this. "Brother Fox, how much do you want to sell this spiritual soil for?" "1 magic bead is enough. Look, everything I have here is just 1 magic bead." "It's very cheap," the big tiger standing by frowned, and after a long while he managed to utter, "Cheap goods are not good." Firefox glared at him fiercely. "Yours is not a good product, so what if little sister likes to buy mine?" "Although my things are not the best, they are definitely the most cost-effective," Sang Chu. "Brother Fox, I want 3 earth beads." "What are these?" She pointed at a medicine bottle and asked. Seeing that she was not affected by the demon, the fox instantly became interested. "Sister, let me tell you, this is the elixir I got in the world of cultivating immortals. It's called the transformation pill. You see, you are now in the form of a half-demon, right? If you take this pill, you can completely transform into a human. I heard that it can also hide your demonic aura. Look at this. This is a skin transformation pill. It can change your skin color. This is a beauty pill. They are all first-class good stuff." Sang Chu's eyes widened, and he looked at him in amazement. "So magical? Are these all magic beads?" "Of course, this is all a magic bead." "Sister, feel free to look at it. Take whatever you want. Brother won't charge you for the expensive ones." "Uh-huh." Sang Chu squatted on the ground like a fool and picked it up. He even wanted beautiful colored glazed jade pendants and even those lifeless weeds, and asked for a lot of them. Finally, she turned her eyes to the bracelet that Tuyo strongly urged her to buy. He said that he felt a strange aura on this bracelet, which was very similar to the feeling given to him by the time-space train. It should be something sold in the time-space mall. It must have been taken away by the monsters in the monster world after a traveler died in the monster world. However, the things in the space-time mall need to be opened and owned by a special method, so it is useless for other people to take them away. Fox followed Sang Chu's gaze and saw a jade bracelet of good quality, but it was just an ordinary bracelet. He took it and said, "Sister likes this bracelet." Sang Chu nodded. "It looks so nice. The color is fresh and elegant." "Brother Fox, is there anything special about this bracelet?" Looking at Sang Chu's bright eyes, the fox stopped his long speech instantly. The big tiger beside him couldn't stand it anymore and said, "You darn fox, have some conscience." The fox glared at him, then smiled at Sang Chu and said, This is just an ordinary jade bracelet. I picked it up from a butterfly. I'll give it to you if you like it. Butterfly Valley? That's right. It should be the thing in the hands of the time traveler. But Sang-chu remained calm and said a little embarrassedly, This is not good. Brother is a businessman. I can't take your things for free. I really like this jade bracelet. It looks good. I will give you a magic bead as well. As she said this, she was about to pay for the demon bead, but who knew that a woman who came from nowhere was going to snatch it away? I want this bracelet. How much is it? The woman was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a heavenly master order on her waist. However, there was only one plum blossom painted on her heavenly master order, while the one that Sang-chu picked up had 3 plum blossoms painted on the back. I don't know if there is any explanation for this. The moment the woman reached out her hand, Fox took the bracelet back. He looked at the female demon exorcist with a half smile and said, The customer wants this jade bracelet. I will give you a demon bead in exchange. I don't have the magic pearl, so I'll give you money. Tell me how much you want. Fox. Sorry, dear customer, if I don't have this demon collecting bead, I can only sell it to this little sister. The female demon hunter glared at the fox. Didn't you just say that this jade bracelet was just an ordinary item? You still wanted to give it to this poor guy, but why can't I buy it with money? The fox explained with a smile. Customer, I gave it to this little sister because she bought a lot of good things at my stall. It's not good for you to come here and ask for my ordinary things without buying anything. The 2 followers following behind her shouted in dissatisfaction. How dare you talk to our young lady like this? Do you know who our eldest young lady is? My eldest daughter is the daughter of the Lord of Tianxia City and a top-ranked demon hunter. We are here to kill demons at the invitation of your demon lord. Why don't you pack your things quickly and present them to us with both hands? The fox was delighted when he heard this. Without saying a word, he stepped over from behind the stall, took Sang-chu's hand, and put it on. Sister, this jade bracelet contains a magic bead. Remember to give it to your brother. Sang-chu didn't want to get involved, thinking it didn't matter if the woman bought it, since she couldn't use it anyway, and he could just steal it back after nightfall. He didn't expect the fox to do this. Sang-chu smiled and handed the magic bead to him. Brother Fox, this is the magic bead, keep it well. Okay, come on, brother has a lot of good things here. The female demon hunter had never been treated so badly before. She was the daughter of the mayor of a city and was always treated with courtesy wherever she went. You are so brave. Grab the thing for me. Yes, miss. The 2 servants immediately used their own magic weapons to attack Sang-chu. Unexpectedly, the fox protected her behind him and roared, instantly sending the 2 servants flying. He shook his tail proudly, and 9 long tails like fireworks slowly grew out. Customer, if you want to force a sale in the monster market, you have to be strong. The big tiger didn't know why this woman was so stupid. He couldn't bear to see this fox cheating people, but he only dared to give a few words of warning. But she came up and robbed him directly. This is the 9-tailed fire fox, the patriarch of the fire fox clan. He is extremely powerful, and even the demon lord does not take him seriously. How dare she, a mere first-class demon hunter, snatch him away? She must be tired of living. Sang-chu couldn't help swallowing. Oh my god, why are all the demons in this world big guys? This is an advanced world. Otherwise, why do so many travelers die here? You should be careful. I always feel that this world is very dangerous. Sang-chu. Don't worry, this is a dangerous world. It seems that these street vendors are all big guys. What should a weakling like her do? Fortunately, her acting skills are pretty good. The female demon hunter was so scared when she saw his 9 tails that her face turned pale. She didn't care about the servants who were beaten away at all, and ran away in a panic. Fox, how dare you come here to cause trouble, you blind thing? As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Sang-chu, and his expression changed again, and he performed the face changing to the fullest. Sister, look around. Is there anything else you like? I'll give you one, Sang-chu. Brother Fox, I am from the Wood Clan. Do you have any magical tools that I can use? Just now, she saw the 2 servants using magical weapons, which made her think that she could buy some magical weapons and return to the end of the world, so that her brother could also use them. The fox looked Sang-chu up and down and said, Sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you. but you are too weak. Even my newborn cub is stronger than you. Even if I give you a good magic weapon, you can't protect it. How many magic beads do you have? Sang Chu's heart skipped a beat, fearing that he would rob him, but then he changed his mind and realized that if he really wanted to rob him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Only 5,000. I just spent 100 to buy your things. Hearing her words, the fox was stunned for a moment, and the big tiger next to him was also shocked. The fox then burst into laughter. You are an interesting kid. I haven't seen such a stupid kid in a long time. You are indeed the offspring of those idiots of the wood tribe, sang Chu. I have never seen a demon fox that speaks so bluntly. How about this? If you want to buy something else, I will go with you to buy it. After you buy it, you can give me the rest. Come to the demon market to find me at this time tomorrow, and I will bring you a magic weapon. Brother Fox, after I give you everything, I have no money left for accommodation. The fox was choked by this, and the big tiger next to him said, Little cub of the Wood clan, don't you want spiritual soil? I'll give you all the spiritual soil here, and you give me 100 demon beads. Before he could finish his words, the fox said, 100 demon beads. Why don't you go and grab them? This is 7-colored soil. How can it be the same as your broken soil? The fox was furious and walked up to him to argue. Why did mine break? Explain clearly. What's wrong with you not knowing the truth? You dug this waste soil from Butterfly Valley, and you're still selling a demon bead to that kid. What's wrong with selling my exquisite 7-color soil for 100 demon beads? I didn't stop you from selling things, so don't interfere in my business. You darn stinky bug are really full of shoot and blood. Tell me, what's wrong with the things I gave this brat? Look at this beauty pill, isn't it what she needs? With this beauty pill, the wound on her face will be healed immediately. Which girl doesn't like to be beautiful? With my skin-changing pill, won't she become fair and beautiful immediately? What's useless? Tell me, which one is useless? This, Sang Chu didn't know why the two of them suddenly started arguing. Brother Fox, I'd better buy some 7-colored spiritual soil. This thing is really rare. Then I'll buy some small things like dragon pearls and shell lamps. Can I give you the rest of the demon pearls? The 9-tailed fox's target should not be the magic pearl. Although I don't know what on me can make him look at me differently, it seems that at least before I get what he wants, the 9-tailed fox will protect me. The fox didn't know what Sang Chu was thinking. He looked at Sang Chu with cunning eyes and smiled. Okay, since my sister wants to buy it, then buy it. Sang Chu nodded, walked to Tiger's stall, and handed him the magic beads. Brother Tiger, here are 100 magic beads. Please count them. The big tiger counted the magic beads and then gave the 7-colored spiritual soil to Sang Chu. If you want to buy the dragon beads, it's best to let the fox take you to buy it from the fish master, Mr. Yu. Sang Chu was stunned for a moment. This big tiger must be pointing at her. I see. Thank you, Brother Tiger. Sang Chu breathed a sigh of relief after getting the spiritual soil. He didn't know if it could be used to grow things in the end times, or if it would be corroded by acid rain. I hope it can be used for planting in the end times. The fox closed his stall and walked over to Sang Chu. Sister, what kind of dragon pearl do you want to buy? I want a dragon bead with high illumination and some small things like shell lamps. Just now when she walked over, she saw some mermaids selling glowing dragon beads and glowing shells. The kind that light up when opened and darken when closed are very suitable for dungeons. Although there are lights in the end times, they are basically maintained by people with special powers. If there are these lighting devices, there is no need to waste special powers on daily, trivial matters. There are no lights in the weird world. All lighting is self-adjusting after the special materials of the house sense the light. Even a building machine cannot simulate the light-sensing lighting equipment of the monster world. Leading Sang Chu all the way to the end of the monster market, he said, Sister, let me tell you, many things in this monster market are just for show. The things you saw before are probably from the sea monsters who have added a layer of magic power to deceive people. If you want to buy good things, you have to buy from the old man, Sang Chu. He said it as if an old man would never lie. Brother Fox, I seem to have heard that the Demon Master once ordered that vendors are not allowed to cheat, so why are there so many vendors cheating? The fox smiled lightly and said, Those are the rules for the shops that have stores. We small vendors may set up our stalls today, and we may not know where we are tomorrow. Who cares? Sang Chu nodded thoughtfully. Brother Fox, are they all as powerful as you? The fox didn't respond to Sang Chu, but just looked at her and smiled. That smile made Sang Chu startled. She felt that the fox seemed to have seen through her disguise, but didn't say it out loud. We're here. This is Old Fish's stall. Just ask Grandma Fish for anything you want to buy. The place the fox brought her to was a small stall under a big tree at the end of a street. The stall owner was an elderly mermaid with wrinkles all over his face but a kind smile. Hello, Fox Sway. I want to buy something for your little baby today. Who Sway smiled and squatted in front of Grandma Yu's stall. Old you, today I brought a little girl to buy things from you. Little sister, take a look at what you want to buy. Don't look down on Old Yu's things. They are all first-class quality goods. Grandma Yu's Junshuo eyes looked at Sang Chu, which made Sang Chu feel a little scared, as if under these eyes, her disguise was not worth mentioning. Sang Chu's palms were sweating, fearing that she would be discovered that she was not a demon from the demon tribe, but Grandma Yu smiled at her kindly and asked, What do you want to buy, little kid? Sang Chu. Grandma Yu, I want something like a shell lamp that can provide lighting. Then come and look at these. As she spoke, she took out many small shells of various shapes from a large shell. Each palm-sized shell contained a sparkling bead. This is a pearl oyster. This bead is the magic pill of the pearl oyster. After failing to survive the tribulation, the physical body died, and the magic pill became the lighting bead in the pearl oyster. It is best to soak these lighting beads in the spiritual spring on a daily basis. This way, their useful life can be extended. Otherwise, the pearl magic pill will lose its luster and become unable to illuminate without its magic power. Demon pill? Sang Chu looked at Grandma Yu in confusion. Grandma Yu, is there any difference between this demon pill and demon bead? It's not much different. It's just that the magic power of the pearl shell is weak, so it can't be ranked. The best magic pearls belong to the fox and wolf tribes. The magic pills of our sea tribe can only be regarded as ordinary magic pearls among the magic pearls. They are not valuable. Is there such a saying? Sang Chu nodded and said, Grandma, how do you sell these? How many pearl shells do you want? Sang Chu roughly calculated and said, Grandma Yu, are these pearl shells expensive? If they are not expensive, I will want about 20 of them. If they are expensive, I will want fewer. Not expensive. I have 30 pearl shells in total. If you want them, I'll give them all to you. Just give me one demon pearl. But this mermaid pearl is more expensive. One mermaid pearl costs 3 demon pearls. Grandma Yu put all the pearl shells into a small water drop, which made Sang Chu's eyes widen slightly. Can this water drop be used as a chinquin bag? Then, Grandma Yu took out 3 mermaid pearls that could blind people from the big shell on the other side. These 3 mermaid pearls are 10 years old. They are not very effective in helping with cultivation, but they are bright. If you want something to illuminate, this is just right. If you don't mind the price, I will install them all for you. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Grandma Yu. You're welcome. I'll pack them all up for you. I'll also give you these water spirit herbs. When you go back, find a small spiritual spring and plant these water spirit herbs there. Then put the pearl oysters and mermaid pearls there to keep them. Take them out when you need them. Remember to keep them in the spiritual spring water, otherwise they won't last long. Sang Chu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. Grandma, what are those things? Sang Chu pointed to another strange big shell. When Grandma Fish opened it and took out the small water droplets, Sang Chu took a glance at it. It seemed that they were all weapons. Grandma Yu smiled and opened the big shell. These are all waste fished out from the deep sea. When Husui saw it, he was delighted. Little sister, these are just scraps of copper and iron. If you really want weapons, give me all the magic beads. I will find the right weapon for you. Grandma Yu glanced at Sang Chu and said, Little kid wants a weapon. Sang Chu nodded seriously. Grandma Yu took a look at the rags in the big shell and said, These are all garbage from the deep sea. I plan to sell them to the Tianshi mansion after closing the stall. There are people there who specialize in collecting these things. If you want weapons, Husui can really help you. Forget about these things. But Sang Chu's eyes were fixed on the so-called deep-sea garbage. Grandma, since you are going to sell it anyway, why not sell it to me?
Husui. What?
Are you crazy? What do you want these junks for? Grandma you. Baby, these are really useless now. Even though they were once powerful weapons, they are broken now, sang Chu. Brother Fox, Grandma Fish, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really like these things, so please sell them to me. Grandma you hesitated for a while and said, well, then all right, just give me one magic bead for these. Yeah. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma you felt that she had taken advantage of Sang Chu, so she directly gave the large shell for waste to Sang Chu. But this was a problem because her space bond was full and could no longer hold anything. Seeing Sang Chu's ugly face, Grandma Yu asked with concern, Baby, what's wrong? If you don't want it, Grandma can return the magic pearl to you. Sang Chu, no, Grandma, I don't want it, but I have no place to put it. Originally, I thought a few space links were enough, but who knew that she was the only one who could hold the soil, and later on a lot of other things were put in. Now, the space is really running out. Hu Sui was amused when he heard this. You little wooden boy are really interesting. There is a fellow tribesman of yours selling space rings in front. Why don't you go and buy one? Space ring? Grandma you. No. Grandma will put it away for you. As she spoke, she used another drop of water to help Sang Chu pack up the pile of waste. The space in this drop of water is also a square. You can use it as you like. You don't need to spend that money to buy a space ring. Sang Chu watched as the fish lady condensed a drop of water and then operated it, and it turned into a space artifact. This is amazing. Hu Sui. Okay, little sister, what else do you want to buy now? Sang Chu shook her head. She just wanted to find a place to live and study the jade bracelet that Tio mentioned. She gave all the remaining 4,000 demon beads to Hu Sui. Brother Fox, are these enough? I'll take the 4,000, and you can take the rest to find a place to stay. Remember, come to me tomorrow, and I'll bring you weapons. Sang Chu nodded repeatedly, and Hu Sui turned and left. Grandma Yu looked at Sang Chu and said, Little kid, this is your first time in the Monster City, right? If you want to stay overnight, go to the East Street. There is a flag with a black moon dog head. Just go in and say you want to stay overnight. The owner there is a 9th-level howling moon dog. The price is affordable and safe, much better than the inns outside. Sang Chu smiled and said, Thank you, Grandma. I'll go now. Grandma Yu waved her hand and said, Go ahead. After saying goodbye to Grandma Yu, Sang Chu walked towards the place she said. Along the way, Sang Chu kept thinking about her eyes. Little rabbit, do you think that she and the fox look at me in a weird way? Could it be that they see through my disguise? Tio said with a look of surprise, Of course, they are all a bunch of scavengers. You can't hide it with your disguise, but they don't think you are a human. At most, they think you are a half-demon, half-human hybrid. Anyway, it's good that they are willing to make things convenient for you. Jerk? Sang Chu rolled his eyes at Tio. Although this word is not wrong to use here, it doesn't sound good when said out loud. Forget it as long as I can survive. By the way, do you think that Hu Sui can give me a weapon? Aren't you ready to be cheated to death by him? Don't worry, there are still 5,000 demon beads. I will go out and buy things for you tomorrow. Sang Chu, you're talking as if he doesn't know you. Tio said proudly. Then you underestimate me. You can become a half-demon. So can I. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the inn Grandma Yu mentioned. Before Sang Chu could ask what Tio could become, a demon with a black dog head came up to him and asked, Little girl, what are you doing here? I'm here to stay the night. Grandma Yu told me I can stay here. Mr. Yu asked you to come? The boss seemed very unhappy, but when he heard that it was old Yu who introduced them, he still said, Okay, 1 demon bead per night. Don't go out at night. Remember to put down the protective array when you enter the room. Here is the key to the protective array. It's on the 2nd floor. Just pick any room. As Sang Chu handed over the demon bead, he asked, Boss, is it because of the heavenly wolf demon that we are not allowed to go out at night? Yes, this heavenly wolf monster is very powerful at night, and even the demon lord cannot catch him. During the day, his magic power is weak and he will hide away without leaving any trace. As a result, the demons in the demon world are in a panic, and everyone is afraid of being killed by this heavenly wolf monster. If you hadn't said that it was Boss Yu who asked you to come, I wouldn't bother to take care of this trivial matter. Don't go out at night. If you run into the heavenly wolf monster, don't blame me for not protecting you. Sang Chu. No, don't worry, boss. At least she won't go out until she gets a weapon. She cherishes her life very much. After Sang Chu opened the protective array as his boss had said, he found that the entire room was covered by a transparent cover. This looks so weak. Can it be useful? After hearing what Sang Chu said, Tu sat down on the bed and said, Don't underestimate this protective shield. It's very powerful. No wonder that old fish asked you to stay here. I guess this boss must be very powerful, all right. Suddenly, Sang Chu's eyes lit up, and she looked at Tio. You just said you can turn into a half-demon. Turn into one and let's see. Tio rolled his eyes helplessly at her. No change. As he said this, he lay down on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Hurry up and sign the jade bracelet and put all the things in it. I will transform and help you buy things tomorrow after I go out. Sang Chu understood and lay beside him. He closed his eyes and followed the method taught by Tuyu to inject his mental power into the jade bracelet. After signing the jade bracelet, Sang Chu realized that the space bond he had before was nothing. This small world is so big. The blue sky and white clouds, even though there is nothing inside, the blue sky and white clouds alone make Sang Chu feel that it is worth it. Little rabbit, why is there nothing inside? Tuyo, after the original owner dies, the space will be cleared and restored to the state it was in when it left the mall. Didn't you buy a lot of spiritual soil and seeds? Just plant them directly. Is this possible? In other words, she is not afraid of putting more things in it now. After I die, will everything I put in the jade bracelet also be cleared out? Tuyo, yes, I do this because I don't want outsiders to take advantage of me. Sang Chu nodded. This function is good, very good. She directly used her mental power to pour the spiritual soil she got from Butterfly Valley into the field. Soon, the fields were ready. Sang Chu then planted the seeds given by Tao Yao into the pot and threw in 2 drops of water. By directly using the supernatural power, the small space instantly became full of vitality, and even butterflies and bees slowly hatched. Tuyo and Sang Chu shared the same vision. When he saw the lively appearance inside, he couldn't help but sigh. What a great thing to store things in, Sang Chu, little rabbit. This jade bracelet is from the Space-Time Mall. Do you have any more? I want to buy a few more. Tio rolled his eyes at her. Do you think this is cabbage? You can get it whenever you want. This thing is hard to come by. I haven't seen it in the mall yet. You should be happy if you can find one at such a low price. A wolf howled from outside the window. Sang Chu quickly stood up and looked towards the window, only to see a ball of gray light attacking the window and being bounced back the next second. Tuyo, are you being targeted by the wolf demon? Ouch! There was another wolf howl, and this time, the light and shadow seemed even more ferocious. The sharp claws attacked the protective shield one after another, crackling, and Sang Chu was afraid that the weak protective shield would be shattered. Why is this demon wolf looking for me? Bunny spread his ears and said helplessly. Who knows? Maybe he thinks you are rich, or maybe the wood breath on you is too strong, so he wants to eat you. This protective shield can withstand the attack. Tuyo, if you can't handle it, the fish master wouldn't let you come here. I guess she must have noticed something. Sang Chu suddenly remembered Yu Lao's sharp and brilliant eyes and nodded. Then I am quite lucky. Tio looked at Sang Chu seriously. Are you serious? I am here. Why don't you leave quickly? Before Tio could finish her words, she was scared back by a casual scolding with an echo. Looking at the startled Tio, Sang Chu stretched out her hand and Tio shrank directly into her arms, with her big ears drooping. This sound is so loud that it makes my brain hurt.
Sang Chu not dead.
Indeed, the pressure of the echo was so strong. This innkeeper was so strong. Isn't it said that this wolf demon doesn't even take the demon master seriously? Why could this small innkeeper just whistle away the wolf demon? Now Sang Chu has only one thought in her mind. I wonder if I can become his apprentice. She can stay here for a year. Although she can't travel to the demon world for the time being, there will always be a chance. In a year, she should be able to learn some skills. Thinking of this, Sang Chu wished that time would come to the next day immediately so that she could go out and tell her boss that she wanted to become his disciple. After hearing the threatening sound of the howling moon dog, the wolf demon outside really disappeared without a trace. When the sun rose, Sangchu opened the door and walked out. Unexpectedly, Howling Moon Dog was standing at the door. He still looked like a half-human, half-demon with a black dog head, and he didn't look like a senior master. Sangchu clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, boss, for helping me last night." Xiaoya looked Sangchu up and down, puzzled. How could a half-human, half-demon hybrid like you attract the wolf demon? Sangchu thought about it for a long time last night and decided to take out the Spirit Stone Jade and take a gamble. If it doesn't work, he will immediately buy a ticket to another world at a high price. Tuyo has gone to the Space-Time Mall to help her exchange money. I think this is what made him target me. The spiritual jade that Sangchu took out were just some broken stones. Xiaoya glanced at her and said, "You just took it out like this to show me. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it from you? If you hadn't saved me last night, I would have been eaten by the wolf demon. I value my life, so I want to use these broken stones to ask you for a favor." Xiaoya looked at Sangchu curiously. "What?" With full sincerity, Sangchu knelt on his knees and presented the spiritual stone jade. "I want to worship you as my master and practice with you. These are my gifts. Please accept me as your disciple." Haha. Xiaoya laughed loudly. "You little half-demon. Do you know what you are talking about? I also know that I am just a hybrid of the Wood Clan and the Human Clan, but it is right to want to live, and it is even more right to admire strength. Senior is so powerful. As long as you can give me some pointers, it will be enough for me to benefit endlessly. I dare not expect to learn all your skills. I only hope that you can teach me a few self-defense skills." Xiaoya stared at Sangchu, picked up the Lingshire jade in her hand and waited. "Since you are still sincere, I will." Etc. Hu Sui ran in directly from the door and snatched the Lingshire jade from Xiaoya's hand. Wait. I was the one who took a fancy to this brat first. Why are you, a big black dog, joining in the fun?" Xiaoya was amused when she heard Hu Sui's words. "You darn fox, I saved this little cub's life, and she also wanted to worship me as her master. How can you get in my way? Go away, don't make trouble in my shop, get out now." The fox's figure flashed, so fast that Sangchu couldn't see his movements clearly. Then the two afterimages instantly started fighting. Back and forth, Sangchu could only hear the sound of the wind whistling. Two seniors, how about I take you as my teachers?" She whispered that no matter how many masters there were, the more the better. But when they heard her words, Hu Sui and Xiaoyu were stunned. They stopped and looked at her in unison. "Do you know what you were talking about?" Sangchu couldn't help but trembled and took a step back under the gaze of the two people. Well, two masters, my strength is low. I am satisfied to be able to become your disciples. I just want to learn some self-defense skills. But if the two masters don't mind, Sangchu is willing to become your disciples." Looking at her sincere eyes, the two great demons Hu Sui and Xiaoyu looked at each other. "Xiaoya, I can do it. Hu Sui, I can do that too." Sangchu followed the two men to the strange mountains. The trees on the mountains are lush and green as dark ink. A white road winds up, connecting many mountain ranges, and finally climbs to the top of a distant mountain. From a distance, it looks like a giant white dragon sleeping in the mountains. Hu Sui, this is the Book of Monsters in the Mountains. If you want to become a disciple and learn skills, you must go into this mountain range. Xiaoya, only those who have been irrigated by the demonic power can successfully enter the mountains to practice. Hu Sui took out a small folding fan that was mainly black with some fire patterns painted on it. This is a fire jade fan. The fan bones are made from the fire spirit bone of the firefox, and the fan surface is made from the ink of the deep ink vine. It is made with the fire jade and is a heavenly artifact. It is a growth-type weapon. Hu Sui, you should be a mutated, formless spiritual root, among which the heavenly wood spiritual root is the most outstanding. This should be related to your Wood Clan bloodline. Generally, the formless spiritual roots are mainly wind type, so you should also have wind spiritual roots in your body. This fire jade fan has all 5 elements and is mainly fire and wood. It is the most suitable for you. Sangchu was slightly suspicious. Does this sound like a magic weapon for fire and wood dual element spells? Sangchu guessed that they knew his disguise, but He didn't expect that he was like a transparent person in their eyes. If she hadn't eaten the wooden core of the alienated plant, she would have been in great danger coming to this demon world. No wonder so many people died in Butterfly Valley. Seeing that she was in a daze and didn't move, Husui said, "You don't think you are hiding well, do you? Come on, sign the contract quickly. This fan is just right for you. Hurry up." Sang Chu nodded repeatedly and didn't dare to say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. After she dripped her blood to acknowledge her master, she held up the small folding fan and asked curiously, "Master, how do I use this?" Husui, "Wind and fire are not easy to control. Try to use the power of the wood spirit to inject it into the fire jade fan first." "Okay." Sang Chu injected wood energy into the fire jade fan bit by bit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of wooden needles flew out from the fire jade fan at the same time, and the scene was very spectacular. And it doesn't require any special powers. "Master, this fan is so powerful," Sang Chu said excitedly. Husui smiled and said, "This fan was originally prepared for my son, but who knew that he was born with an incomplete heart meridian and could not practice? Originally, I gave you this fan because I wanted to ask you for some Mu Xian to extend my son's life. Now, you have become my apprentice. What about this Mu Xian?" "Mu Xian." Xiaoya frowned slightly. "I knew you, a dead fox, had bad intentions. This wood heart is the origin of the wood spirit. You are so shameless to ask a little kid for it like this." "Origin?" Sang Chu couldn't help but think of the wooden core. Could it be that Mu Xian was talking about the wooden core? She quickly contacted Tuyo. "Little rabbit, is there any difference between the wood heart and the wood core mentioned in the demon world?" Tuyo was exchanging money for Sang Chu when he suddenly heard her voice. He thought for a moment and said, "There is no difference. They are all the original energy of the tree." "Why are you asking this?" Husui said that his son was born with an incomplete heart meridian and could not practice cultivation, and needed Mu Xian to prolong his life. "He must have targeted me because he wanted Mu Xian." Tio thought about it and said, "Then you can trade with him using the wood core. The wood heart can only be 100% effective if it is taken out by the wood tribe members themselves. He is so powerful that he didn't kill you to take your heart. I guess his son's illness can only be cured by 100% wood heart, but the wood core has no such restrictions. Okay, I'll tell him about this." Husui was very anxious when he saw Sang Chu was silent, but he had no way to kill this kid and take his heart. "My little disciple, as long as you can condense a drop of wood heart for me, I can give you all my skills." After hearing his words, Sang Chu hesitated for a while before saying, "Master, I seem to have a wooden heart like the one you mentioned, but I forgot who gave it to me, and I don't know if it has anything to do with me. In fact, I came to the demon world entirely by my instinct, and I have forgotten many of my memories." As she spoke, she took out the wooden core. In fact, she was still a little nervous, fearing that it would be discovered that there was a difference between the wooden core and the wooden heart. But who would have thought that when he got the wooden core, he smiled so happily that his face wrinkled into a ball. "This wooden core doesn't have your scent, so it must have nothing to do with you. It must be something you got from some secret realm. Master, I won't be polite with you. Come on. I'll teach you how to use the 5 elements technique." Xiaoya watched Sang Chu take out even such a good thing as Mu Xian and couldn't help but hit her head hard. Hiss. Sang Chu was hit without any defense and held his head in pain. "Master Xiaoya, why did you hit me? I'm going to beat you, you mindless idiot. Do you know how precious this wooden heart is?" Sang Chu. "But Master Husui's son needs it, doesn't he?" Her words made Xiaoya and Husui silent. Husui had discovered her strangeness and wanted to give her the magic weapon and then slowly charm her to voluntarily give her her wooden heart. He had asked his wife to prepare the magic fruit. Once the magic fruit was ripe, they could do 2 things at the same time. The reason why he asked this question today was actually just to plant the word Mu Xian in her mind, so that he could use it to charm her in the future. But he didn't expect that after he just mentioned it, Sang Chu actually gave him Mu Xian directly. Even though it is not her original wood heart, it is still a rare treasure. Husui had nothing to be embarrassed about. He just felt that this half-demon from the Wood clan was really naive. All right, Xiaoya, she's not smart to begin with. What if you beat her up and make her stupid? Xiao sang. Let's go. Master will take you to the Fox Clan Mountain Book. As he spoke, he instantly turned into an enormous nine-tailed fire fox. He wrapped his tail around Seng Chu and flew directly towards a high mountain. Passing through the dark inky bushes, we entered a strange white mountain. There were blue starlight dots in the cave, and on the ground was a long scroll with all kinds of strange words painted on it. Hu Sui took Seng Chu in and said, "This is the Fox Clan Mountain Book in the Monster Realm Mountain Book. Once you enter, the formation will be activated. With the monster power in you, corresponding magic will appear. You can learn slowly. Master will help you to hold the formation. When you want to get out, call me, and I will let you out immediately." Xiaoya, who followed closely, seemed unable to enter the mountain. He just stayed at the entrance of the cave outside the mountain and said, "Little guy, come find me after you get out of there. I will take you to Xiaoya Mountain to practice." After saying that, he left. Seng Chu looked at Hu Sui curiously. "Master, what is the Xiaoya Mountain that Master Xiaoya mentioned? Without a master to lead you, you can only slowly climb up the 100,000 demon mountains from the first level. Only when you have received the corresponding demonic power can you enter the mountains to practice. This is the Fairy Demon Mountain range of my Fire Fox clan, and it is called Fire Jade Mountain." Hu Sui introduced Seng Chu and activated the formation to let her go in. Seng Chu looked at the huge scroll that suddenly appeared above his head and turned curiously to look behind him, only to see a flash of calculation in Hu Sui's eyes. Seng Chu immediately became alert. It seemed that this practice was not safe. He had to think of a way. No matter how uneasy he felt inside or how quickly his mind was working, Seng Chu remained calm. "Master, what is this scroll?" Hu Sui, "This is all the mental skills and spells of our Fox clan. Please sit down and meditate. I will leave for a while. This formation can protect you. Just practice in peace." "Thank you, Master." Seng Chu sat down with her back to Hu Sui. Although she knew that he had something in mind for her, since he had opened the formation to let her into practice, he would not be so quick to kill her. She calmly sat cross-legged, mobilizing all her energy to move far away. After a while, a piece of red jade flew down from the scroll. When she closed her eyes unconsciously, all the spells related to the fire spirit root flooded into her mind. Hu Sui, who was standing behind Seng Chu, saw that she had started practicing. Then he smiled, made seals with both hands, sealed the cave, and left. Tio waited until his aura completely disappeared before he dared to appear in front of Seng Chu. "Ah Chu, there's something wrong with this fox." Seng Chu opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "Well, he should still want to use me to gather Mu Xin. He should have been eyeing me since the first time he saw me. Rabbit, is there any way to replicate this training place?" Tio's eyes gradually widened. "You want to move all of this away? Well, I just tried it. I don't need demonic power to learn. As long as I have spiritual roots and supernatural powers and can activate this formation, I can do it. If I can copy all of this practice place, I can take it back and practice slowly." "Tuyo, it shouldn't be possible, but don't you have a computer? It should be able to record all of this." Seng Chu, "Okay, I'll try. If I can, I'll go through all of this monster mountain and find a way to escape before Hu Sui kills me. Then I'll go buy something for you now. What do you want?" Tio took out a lot of demon beads and showed them to Seng Chu. "I went there for so long just to wait for the mall to exchange these demon beads for me. It was very difficult to wait, and the price was more expensive than in the demon market, but at least it was safer." Seng Chu thought for a while and said, "We need everything: weapons, plants, spiritual soil, living creatures, the more the better, and space rings and the like. We can prepare some. If these things are not available in the next world, we can still sell them." Tio nodded. "Okay, I'll go buy these. Be careful. I'm leaving." "Yeah, you too, be safe." After Tio left, Seng Chu started the optical computer, turned on the scanner, and scanned the entire cave. After operating the optical computer for a while, Seng Chu opened the second blue fragment copied by the optical computer. The words on it were very small. Unlike in the cave, he could not directly use his supernatural power to open it and input all the contents into his brain. Just as Sang Chu was thinking about what to do, the optical brain suddenly prompted, Master, this blue fragment has an unknown energy. In order to achieve a state of synchronization with it, a raw stone with the same power as it is required. A rough stone of the same power? Expand the scanning range and search for rough stones with the same energy. Optical computer. Yes, please wait. In intelligent mode, the optical brain directly scanned the entire cave and continued to expand outward from the cave. The formation set up by Hu Sui seemed to have no effect on it. When the optical computer scanned the milky white stone in mountains, it stopped. Master, the same substance is detected. Do you want to start the energy collection mode? Can it also collect energy? Sang Chu was shocked and quickly agreed to let it collect the information, while he continued to study with his eyes closed. When the power of the optical brain attached to the milky white stone, it extracted its energy and then analyzed it. When it found unknown substances, it tried to restore it and record it. After a long time, when Sang Chu was learning Firefox's dragon taming technique, a message came from the optical brain. Master, the power of the energy stone has been replicated and can only be used in virtual places. If you want to build a physical training ground, you will need a large amount of energy stones. Virtual place? You come back first. After summoning the optical computer back, Sang Chu put it into the small world of the jade bracelet and let it replicate a virtual place. After a while, a training ground exactly like the one in the cave was built. Sang Chu put her spirit body in and tried to use the virtual training ground. It was different from the one outside, but similar. As long as she activated the corresponding power, she could find the cultivation method and martial arts that suited her. It was simply a cheating artifact. Sang Chu left her spirit body in the small world to practice, and she stood up and prepared to leave. However, she found that she was completely unable to break the formation set up by Hu Sui. But at this time, Tio went to sweep again. How could she let the optical computer copy all the cultivation methods of the whole mountain? These formations would only appear when they were activated. Although the optical computer could detect energy and copy these, it was still just a robot. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared and said, Little boy, why are you standing at the entrance of the cave instead of practicing hard? Sang Chu smiled and looked at Xiaoya. Master Hu Sui just left, but I found that these techniques seem a bit too profound for me. I want to climb the mountain from the first level by my own strength. Master Xiaoya, can you help me open the protective formation set up by Master Hu Sui? Xiaoya hesitated for a long time. He knew that Hu Sui was still planning to take advantage of the little boy, Mu Xian. However, if she was strong enough, Mu Xian would not ruin her future. Okay, come out. He placed his hands on the formation and forcibly tore it apart to let her out. Hu Sui paused holding the wooden core, with a murderous look between his brows. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to come and cause trouble. Father, a half-fox, half-wolf demon was lying on a furry bed, calling out, Hu Sui, in a soft voice. Hu Sui handed him the wooden heart in his hand and said, Don't be afraid. Eat this wooden heart first. I have an agreement with the Demon King. He won't attack you. It's okay even if Xiaoyu recognizes you. He won't dare to attack you. Don't touch those low-level demons. The Demon King has released many low-level celestial masters. Just eat them to maintain your demon power. The little demon nodded weakly while lying on the bed. Hu Sui stroked his head lovingly and said, I know you have taken a fancy to that little girl from the Wood Clan. When her cultivation level is higher, Father will personally help you capture her. Her aura can calm the wolf blood. Father, if Hu Sui sighed softly, she has taken Xiaoya as her master. If I had used the fire jade fan to confuse her mind and brought her to the Fox clan before she took the master's position, it might have worked. But now that she has taken Xiaoya as her master, it's not easy to take her blood. But don't worry, son. I will make her willingly condense the wood energy in her body into a wood heart for you to use. Hu Sui said this with determination, and the little wolf demon nodded and snuggled in his arms. On the other side, Tio was originally sweeping the monster market, but unexpectedly received a bounty that he could not refuse. He was so confused. Chu, something big has happened. Sang Chu was meditating on the demon mountain when he suddenly heard Tuyu's weak words and asked worriedly, "What happened?" "The time-space train has sent a designated mission, a bounty that cannot be refused, for the wolf demon." "Wolf demon?" "The one from last night," Tio responded, and Sang Chu couldn't help but fall silent. Strictly speaking, this was her first world, and there shouldn't be any mandatory tasks. How could a bounty be suddenly sent to her? This didn't make sense. Sang Chu, did the train give any explanation? Tuyo, this bounty has been on the market for a long time. Many people who came to the demon world died here, even level 3 travelers died, so the bounty amount is getting higher and higher, which also means that he has a lot of lives on his hands. This is also the duty of the time traveler. As long as there are unscrupulous criminals in the world, the time traveler is obliged to take on the mission issued by the time train and capture the criminals. But these are usually things that travelers at level 2 or higher would do. It's not her turn. Tio knew what Sang Chu was thinking and explained. The train messenger said that all travelers who entered the demon world died, and you are the only one still alive, so this bounty falls on you. It is a mandatory task and must be completed. If you cannot get the wolf demon on the train, you cannot return. Unable to return. This is a big deal. Then you can help me check the matter of the wolf demon first. I will speed up my training. Rabbit. Okay. Sang Chu opened the optical computer's permissions to the maximum and scanned all the practice places as much as possible. At the same time, he placed his spiritual energy body in the small world to practice, while his main body was outside in the demon mountain, without falling behind on either end. After scanning a mountain, Sang Chu immediately changed seats. When she walked into the cave that looked like an ink painting, she actually saw a blue ocean of stars inside. Grandma Fish was lying in the sea, timidly stretching her tail. "Fish Grandma," Sang Chu called out softly as he approached her. She opened her eyes slightly, and when she saw that it was Sang Chu, she smiled and said, "It's you, little kid. Did you get the magic weapon that Husui gave you?" "Yes, I got it. It's a fan." As she spoke, she took out the fan. When Old Yu saw it, his expression became unnatural for a moment, and then returned to normal. "The little doll is not from the demon world, right?" When she said this, her voice was so light, as if no sound was made, but the sound went directly into Sang Chu's ears. Seeing that Sang Chu didn't say anything, Yu Lao smiled and said, "I have seen outsiders like you before. They all come to trade things. Some will come to help capture the evil demons that the demon world can't do anything about, but they have rarely been seen in the past 100 years. Grandma knew it when she saw me." Old Yu nodded. "Are you here for the wolf demon?" Sang Chu shook his head. "I just want to buy something and leave after buying it." When she said this, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sang Chu. "Do you know why the wolf demon is so unscrupulous?" "I don't know." "Because of his special status. The strength of this demon king is not top-notch, and he cannot suppress those big demons. Therefore, he can only do his best to protect his people. This is why there are so many outsiders. The blood of the Heavenly Master is a great tonic for demons. With the Heavenly Master, he will not attack demons." Sang Chu looked at this old man who seemed to know everything and asked curiously, "So, you deliberately asked me to stay at Xiaoya's inn?" "Well, Xiaoya is very powerful. I thought that your wood aura could lead him to Xiaoya's inn so that he could subdue the demon wolf. But I didn't expect that Xiaoya would just stand by and watch." At this point, Old Yu sighed helplessly and continued, "Ever since the wolf demon started causing trouble, I dare not let the younger generation step out of the water tribe for fear of being killed. If you have a way, please help us." Sang Chu, "Grandma Yu, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I'm too weak. Even with the magic weapon Husui gave me, I can't defeat an enemy that even the Demon King can't defeat." "Old Yu, little kid, do you know why Husui gave you the fire jade fan?" Sang Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Yu Lao with his eyes slightly lowered. She said faintly, "He has been targeting you since you entered the monster market. The rich wood spirit energy on you is exactly what he needs. The fire jade fan has a special feature, which is the monster fox pill. This fox pill can confuse people's minds. Over time, the user will become a puppet of the fire jade fan. He will not let you go. Sang Chu looked at the fire jade fan in his hand and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Such a good weapon, but unfortunately, it had a fatal flaw. Although he was not sure if it was true, Sang Chu still put safety first. Since old you told me about this, there must be a solution. There's a way, but my condition is that you take the wolf demon away. Sang Chu. Okay, I promise you, but you have to help me too. I need to go out with a new look, and I also need someone who looks exactly like me here to attract his attention. Old Yu nodded and saw her holding the seal with both hands, and the water vapor in the air gradually gathered into the shape of a person, lying in the water with her. Then he threw a pill to Sang Chu and said, "This is a disguise bead. After you eat it, you will become a demon for my fish tribe. You can walk out openly without being discovered." When Sang Chu got the medicine, she hesitated for a moment. During the period of hesitation, she asked the light brain to scan the pill. Only when she saw that there was no substance harmful to the human body did she swallow the pill. Then her facial features began to change slowly. Her legs turned into blue fish tails, her black hair turned into big blue waves, her facial features gradually became delicate, and her skin became whiter. Old Yu, Xiao Yu, Sang Chu was in a daze for a long time before she realized that Yu was always calling her name. It seemed that the name of the monster she transformed into was Xiao Yu. Will it not be exposed? Old Yu shook his head and said, "The gate of the water tribe is closed, and the young generation can't get out. You can walk outside with Xiao Yu's identity without worry." Looking at Sang Chu turning away, a smile flashed across Yu Lao's eyes. A small fish swam over to her, rubbed her tail affectionately, spitting bubbles from its mouth, and asked in a baby voice, "Grandma, why did you let her become like Sister Xiao Yu?" Old Yu stroked the little fish's head and said softly, "I just want her to use Xiao Yu's appearance and identity to kill the murderer who killed her." "Be good, little fish. Go back quickly and tell your brothers and sisters not to come out. Soon, the murderer who killed you will be caught." "Really? When has Grandma ever lied to you?" "Go back now." The little fish nodded, flicked its tail, turned around, entered a whirlpool, and disappeared. Sang Chu, who was standing at the entrance of the Demon Mountain, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the image transmitted back by the optical brain. No wonder so many people died here. These monsters are more cruel and powerful than each other. Light Brain, have you figured out the composition of that pill? The optical brain was running at a high speed at this moment. Tio found a lot of information about the demon world and supplemented the optical brain with knowledge. It has been detected whether to make a potion to remove the transformation effect. Sang Chu did not leave immediately, but found a place to sit. Xiaoya passed by her, just glanced at her, did not notice anything, and left. This made Sang Chu even more convinced that the effect of this elixir could be concealed. When the optical brain was making the dispelling potion, Sang Chu also asked it to research and make such a disguise bead, but unexpectedly, the optical brain hesitated. "Master, there is a powerful force in this elixir that the optical brain cannot replicate. The effect of the elixir it makes is not as good as the one you took." Powerful force? In other words, is this the reason why this elixir can be hidden from the world? Sang Chu hesitated for a long time before saying, "If we use Spirit Stone Jade, can we create such an effect?" She threw the spiritual jade directly into the small world for the optical computer to study. Suddenly, the optical computer became robotic, and two small hands stretched out from the round sphere to catch the spiritual jade. After scanning it with his eyes, he said, "You can try it." It found the materials for making it from the spiritual plants planted in the small world, allowing Sang Chu's spiritual body to directly catalyze growth, and then extracted the power of the spiritual jade to directly combine the energy and the potion. The power of technology cannot be underestimated. Sang Chu witnessed the birth of the potion with his own eyes. "Master, this potion can be drunk directly." Sang Chu did not use it immediately, but let the optical brain continue to study it. She also threw the rejuvenating pill that she had bought from Hu Sui's stall into it for it to study. Despite her current appearance, she followed the instructions given by Tu Yu and found the Tianshi mansion. "Huh? It's actually a mermaid. What are you doing here in our Tianshi mansion?" Sang Chu looked at the first-grade Heavenly Master in front of him and smiled slightly. "Little Heavenly Master, I want to find the person in charge of the Heavenly Master's mansion. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone. Gao Shuming stared at Sang Chu with his eyes fixed on him. What are you planning on doing by looking for my master? Sang Chu, little Heavenly Master. You are joking. I am weak and have no intention. I just want to tell the great Heavenly Master about the news of the wolf demon. The demons in the demon world are in a panic now. I am a little demon of the Sea clan, and I am naturally afraid. So as soon as I got the news, I immediately rushed to the Heavenly Master's mansion. I have to rush back to the Sea clan before dark, so please let the little Heavenly Master know for me. Suyu's voice was soft and sticky, and sounded particularly pleasant. The little master was bewitched by the charm that unconsciously came with the mermaid's voice. Even Sang Chu himself did not expect this. The little Taoist priest said in a daze, "Then you wait here for a while, I will go find the master." "Okay, thank you, little master." Looking at his back, Sang Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could cooperate with the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master Mansion, half of the task of capturing the wolf demon would be accomplished. Not long after, the little Heavenly Master came down and said that the great Heavenly Master wanted to see him. I followed him up to the 3rd floor and opened the door. There was sandalwood burning on the table, and the great Taoist priest was sitting behind it in a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk in his hand, looking like an immortal. Sang Chu, Xiao Yu from the Sea clan has met the great Heavenly Master. He just waved his hand gently, and the little Taoist priest bowed his head and left. Great Heavenly Master, tell me, do you have any news about the Heavenly Wolf Demon? Sang Chu nodded, thinking that she had met very few Heavenly Masters along the way, which was very different from before, and there were not many people in the Heavenly Master's mansion, which made her more certain that what old Yu said should be true. Does the great Heavenly Master feel that there are fewer Heavenly Masters recently? The great Heavenly Master looked at Sang Chu with sharp eyes and asked in a dignified voice, "What do you know?" "I only know that the Heavenly Wolf Demon is related to a 9-tailed fox named Husui. This 9-tailed fox is a great demon from the Fire Clan and has extraordinary strength. If we want to capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon, this 9-tailed fox is the key. Great Heavenly Master, how did you know? And why did you come to me instead of looking for your Demon King after you got the news?" Sang Chu smiled helplessly and said, "If Suyu hadn't been desperate, why would she come to the Heavenly Master's mansion to ask for help? The monsters of my Sea clan are all weak, and my sister died at the hands of the Heavenly Wolf monster. The Monster King didn't want to conflict with the big monsters of the Firefox clan, so he invited such a powerful foreign aid as the Heavenly Master, hoping to capture the Heavenly Wolf monster and restore a pure land to the monster world. I heard that the Heavenly Masters are kind-hearted and have helped the weak all their lives and never killed monsters in vain. That's why Suyu came here with courage and asked the Heavenly Master to save my life and capture that monster." The great Heavenly Master was silent for a long time, and then he slowly said, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Xiao Yu knows what he is talking about. If the Heavenly Master doesn't believe it, he can investigate before making a decision. Xiao Yu will not disturb the Heavenly Master and will leave first. Goodbye. After saying that, Sang Chu dragged her big fish tail and left the Tianchi mansion. When she was leaving, she bumped into Tio, who came to look for her. Sang Chu blinked, totally unable to believe that the person in front of him was actually a rabbit in human form. With delicate facial features, a lean body, and a height of 1.9 meters, was this still the little rabbit with big ears fluttering all day? Oops, now he couldn't look directly at the rabbit form of Tuyo. You. The two looked at each other's unfamiliar appearance and fell silent. Sang Chu, how about we leave first and talk later? Tio nodded and hid in an invisible place. Sang Chu couldn't help but ask, why can't I enter the small world? The spiritual body can enter, the optical brain can enter, any living thing can enter, but she cannot. Tio explained, in order to prevent the traveler from hiding in the critical moment of life and death, the small world has set up a blocking formation. Any living creature can enter, but the contractor cannot enter. You should give up. What a thief. While walking towards the monster mountain, Sang Chu and Tuyu told each other about their plans. After listening to this, Tio turned around and stared at Sang Chu blankly, saying inexplicably, "Sang Xiaochu, you are the thief." "I can't help it. Who made me weak? By the way, how are your purchases?" Tio handed all the things she bought to Sang Chu. She put the things directly into the space of the jade bracelet and handed the jade bracelet to Tio. "This jade bracelet is too obvious in my hand. Please keep it for me." Her spiritual body and optical brain are both in the jade bracelet space, so she can communicate with them even if she is not wearing the jade bracelet. After Tio got it, he looked at Sang Chu and said, "There are no living things for sale in the market, and almost all other things that can be bought have been bought. What are you going to do next?" "Continue to replicate the cultivation methods of Yaoshan. The more cultivation methods there are, the more likely it is that I will find one that suits my brother. I don't believe that my brother has no special abilities, not even spiritual roots." Although Tio didn't want to pour cold water on him, he couldn't help but say, "It's really possible. Unless he has a mutated top-grade spiritual root such as the Void Spiritual Root or the Holy Spirit Root, it's impossible that he can awaken his supernatural powers." Is there any explanation for these two kinds of spiritual roots? Although it has been explained in the novel, this is reality after all, and it is different from other novels, so Sang Chu doesn't quite understand what Tio's definition of these two spiritual roots is. Tio explained as he walked, "Empty spiritual roots are also known as useless spiritual roots. They are different from other spiritual roots. Let me use you as an example. You are a mutated heavenly spiritual root, and your heavenly spiritual root contains the power of the 5 elements. So no matter what power you use to stimulate the spiritual root in your body, you can gain the corresponding power. When your power fills the spiritual root, you will unlock the power of other spiritual roots. In your words of the end times, this is awakening. As the name suggests, empty spiritual roots are empty and have no attributes. Therefore, a large amount of spiritual power needs to be poured into them to stimulate them. Even so, they may not awaken. Therefore, empty spiritual roots are also called useless spiritual roots. Speaking of this, it is a bit like my brother's situation." Sang Chu looked at Tu Yu and asked, "What is the Holy Spirit Root?" The Holy Spirit Root and the Void Spirit Root are similar, but the difference is that the Holy Spirit Root will definitely awaken as long as there is spiritual power to stimulate it, and can even leap 1,000 miles. People with the Holy Spirit Root have no bottleneck in their cultivation. These two spiritual roots are two extremes. The Void Spirit Root is difficult to awaken, and even if it is awakened, it is difficult to practice. But once the Holy Spirit Root awakens, it will be unstoppable on the road of cultivation. Sang Chu, "If that's the case, I hope my brother is a Holy Spirit Root, but just in case, I have to replicate the entire Monster Mountain. Let's split up. I have a few optical computers here. You can bind them to me and let them scan synchronously. My optical computer is researching elixirs, so let it concentrate on the research. Let's replicate this monster mountain as soon as possible." Tio looked at Sangchu's robbery and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" "What's there to be afraid of? Even if I'm discovered, no one would suspect me. Who made me weak? If those white energy stones couldn't be moved, I would have wanted to dig them up and build a demon mountain in the apocalypse. But I can't." The optical brain said that there are strong unknown powers on these stones. Once activated, they will definitely attract the big guys in the demon world. Tuyo, luckily you didn't move. If you had dug these stones, I would have turned into slag in an instant. There are countless big guys protecting this place. If there is any unusual movement, they will kill it directly. It's very dangerous. Sang Chu, don't worry, I cherish my life very much. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. Reality is not a game. If you die, you can't reload the save file and be reborn. If I'm not 100% sure, I won't take risks with my life. She is not alone. She still has relatives and friends waiting for her to return in the end times, so she cannot die. Okay, cherishing life is a good thing, then I will act separately from you. Sang Chu nodded, and he and Tuyu entered the monster mountain one after the other. But when Sang Chu entered a cave for practice in the demon mountain, the effect of the elixir on his body disappeared. How could the time be so short? At this moment, a message came from the optical brain. Master, the rejuvenating pill you asked me to analyze has been analyzed, and there are corresponding spiritual plants in the space. Do you want to make a potion? Production. These two simple words made Sang-Chu heave a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to take the pills given by Husui, but if it was a potion with the same effect made by the optical brain, she could try it. After all, the optical brain is just a robot with high IQ, unlike Husui. Not long after, the optical brain showed that the potion had been made, and Sang-Chu took the potion out directly from the optical brain and used it. Slowly, she felt a little warm and itchy on her face. She couldn't help rubbing it with her hands, and found that a layer of black skin was stuck on her hands. Sang-Chu was shocked, and quickly took out a mirror. She thought she was disfigured, but when she looked in the mirror, she found that the epidermis on her face had all fallen off, and the new skin was white, delicate and shiny, and even the scars disappeared. Sang-Chu was stunned by the rosy cheeks. She hadn't seen herself like this for a long time. After the end of the world, she suffered a serious injury on her face. The scar was so deep that even the healing device in the monster world couldn't repair it. But now, in less than a minute, her skin turned white and the scars disappeared. In her current state, not only Husui and the others, even she herself doesn't dare to recognize herself. As long as she could hide the wood, they would never find her. Thinking of this, Sang-Chu quickly contacted Tuyo and told her everything that Yulao had told her about the fire jade fan. Tuyo fell silent for a long time before saying, "If that's the case, I'll buy you a purifier to seal your weapon. It should be almost purified by the time we leave the demon world. Can you take out the fox pill inside?" "Tuyo, you don't need to take it. Just eliminate the extra power on it. This way you can use the power of the fox pill in the future." "Wait a minute. I'll help you. Be careful and hide well." He originally thought that Sang-Chu was too cautious, but he didn't expect that he was too careless. If Sang-Chu really died in the demon world, he would have to die too. Now think about it. Sang-Chu should be more careful. At least his life can be saved. Sang-Chu sat cross-legged in the cave, mobilizing the wind power in her body, and saw a white jade flying in front of her. On it was a martial art that used wind, which made Sang-Chu's eyes widen. Whirlwind. With a light shout, Sang-Chu tried to circulate his spiritual power according to the mental method on the jade pendant. The whirlwind condensed in his hand flew towards a mountain wall, like a sharp blade. She saw the whirlwind slash transform into countless clones, and the continuous attacks were more powerful than the last, which really opened her eyes. It took Sang-Chu and Tuyo nearly a year to replicate all the places for practice in the entire Demon Mountain. Even the entire Monster Mountain was restored in the small world. Sang-Chu left his spiritual body in the small world to continue his practice, while she went to investigate the matter concerning the Heavenly Wolf Demon. There is still about a month left until departure. But when she and the human-shaped Tuyo walked to the market, they found her wanted poster. "Tuyo, it seems that this Husui is really at his wit's end. He can even think of this trick." Sang-Chu did not use any potion to transform. She could not guarantee that the potion made by the optical computer could escape the detection of these big monsters. So she just covered up her wood ability with wind energy. During this period of time, she practiced mainly on fire. She had left behind a fire crystal core. After absorbing it, her demonic aura now carried a strong breath of fire spirit, which was completely different from the breath of a wood demon. Even if Husui knew the state of her spiritual roots, she had the fire spiritual pattern tattooed on her face, which did not have the characteristics of the Wood clan at all. Sang-Chu did not believe that Husui could still recognize her. This was the disguise technique she learned on the Demon Mountain. She thought it was perfect. But when she saw the monsters in Butterfly Valley all looking at her, she was shocked. "Sang-Chu, why did the demons from Butterfly Valley come out? I wonder if they will recognize me." Tuyo also noticed it, and seeing that their gazes were too intense, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Don't worry, we'll go after them, and you should make your throat a little hoarse, just in case." Sang-Chu responded with a shallow voice, and the two walked towards the ginseng grandpa of Butterfly Valley. Looking at his stall full of large and small wild ginsengs, Sang Chu, whose throat was burned by the raging fire, asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Grandpa Ginseng, how much are these for?" Grandpa Ginseng smelled a familiar scent on this young man, but he also felt it was very strange. It felt very much like the breathing camouflage technique of their ginseng clan. But even with the breathing camouflage technique, he couldn't completely transform himself into a monster from another monster clan, right? Moreover, they are an opposing group like fire and wood. After thinking about it, Grandpa Ginseng shook his head and discarded the strange idea in his mind. A mountain ginseng that is more than 100 years old has 10 demon beads. A mountain ginseng that is more than 1,000 years old has 100 demon beads, and this 10,000-year-old ginseng has 1,000 demon beads. Sang Chu was stunned for a long time when he saw Grandpa Ginseng pointing at a shriveled and dull-looking wild ginseng and saying it was 1,000-year-old ginseng. Tuyo said quickly, "These ginsengs are all dead things, without any vitality. Although they have good medicinal properties, they are of no use to cultivation. It is not worth it." Sang Chu, "I know, I just think it's a little strange." "What's strange?" Sang Chu didn't say anything. He just looked at the ginseng and hesitated for a while. "Master Shin, I want all these wild ginsengs, and I also want some of your ginseng soil." Grandpa Ginseng did not object when Sang Chu asked for ginseng soil, and he packed it up calmly. "These ginseng soils can preserve the medicinal properties. I'll give them all to you, a total of 5,000 demon beads." After Sang Chu pointed the demon bead to Grandpa Ginseng in front of him, he turned and left. Grandpa Ginseng stared at Sang Chu's back in a daze, always feeling that they looked very similar. But they were obviously two little demons from different demon tribes, so why did they feel so similar to him? This made him feel very puzzled. Tio totally didn't understand Sang Chu's behavior. Wild ginseng is only valuable when it is alive. These dead things can be considered as tonics for people to eat, but they are of no benefit to monks. Chu, why did you spend so many demon beads to buy these?" Sang Chu, "I don't know either. I always feel like these ginsengs are asking me for help. It's a very strange feeling. Forget it. Just consider it as spending money to buy peace of mind. Let's go and see how the heavenly demon wolf is doing." When Tio heard Sang Chu say that these dead ginsengs were asking her for help, her eyes widened. That's impossible. Even the old ginseng man sold them. That means they really can't be saved. Why would they ask you for help? That's why I find it strange. I won't say anything more. Let's just leave it at that. If it's useless, I'll take it back as a tonic for my brother and grandma. When she was practicing in the Monster Mountain, she not only learned a lot of skills from the monster world, but also knew a lot about the history of the monster clan, so now she is very good at disguising herself. That's why she was stunned when she heard the faint cry for help. The two walked all the way to the Tianchi mansion, only to find that the heavenly wolf demon was still at the top of the bounty list. Sang Chu frowned slightly. Didn't the people from the Tianchi mansion find Husui? Rabbit, I don't know. What are you going to do now? Sang Chu was silent for a long time, then walked in. The little Taoist priest who received her changed this time. Why did this Taoist friend from the Fire Clan come to the Taoist priest's mansion? Sang Chu, I noticed that the bounty for the heavenly wolf demon outside seems to have increased again. Can you tell me why, little Taoist priest? At this point, the young heavenly master's originally gentle voice suddenly turned cold. It's because of this heavenly wolf demon that he is so cruel that he even injured the old heavenly master so badly that he fell into a coma and has not woken up until now. The great Taoist priest was seriously injured and unconscious? Was he injured by Husui? Sang Chu, young Taoist priest, I have a healing potion that may be able to help. I wonder if you can recommend it to me. The little Taoist priest looked at Sang Chu with suspicion. Before the great Taoist priest fell into a coma, he asked all of them to evacuate the demon world. But the demon lord had already closed the gate of the demon world, allowing only entry but not exit, saying that it was to prevent the heavenly wolf demon from escaping. Bullshit. He didn't believe what the demon king said. It was obvious that he was trapping them while the great Taoist priest was seriously injured. But they had no choice. The little Taoist priest said, You are a demon from the demon clan. I don't believe you. Leave quickly, or I will activate the demon-subduing formation. The young Taoist priest was angry, but Sang Chu lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, young Taoist priest, I have no ill towards the Taoist priest. I will put this potion here, and I can also be kept by you. If the potion is useless, you can come and claim my life." "What is your purpose?" Sang Chu. "Revenge. The heavenly wolf monster killed my people, but I am weak and the monster king cannot be trusted. That's why I found the heavenly master's mansion. I bought this potion when I was in the immortal cultivation world. It was condensed by a 9th-grade alchemist. It can detoxify and heal wounds. Even if it is useless, it will not cause any harm to the human body. Anyway, we are all trapped in the monster world now, so we might as well give it a try. What do you think, little Taoist priest?" The gate to the demon world was closed. This was something Sang Chu found out after he came out. He just didn't expect the Demon King to do such an outrageous thing. The little Taoist priest glanced at Sang Chu, then looked at the potion, gritted his teeth, and called 2 Taoist boys. "You lock her up in the basement. Open the formation and lock her up. I'll go test the potion for Master." "Brother? No way. Little Heavenly Master. Master's health is getting worse day by day." "She is right. We might as well give it a try. If Master dies, we will all be buried with him, especially this fire demon." Sang Chu and Tu were both imprisoned. Tu totally didn't understand why Sang Chu did this. Even though the heavenly wolf demon was difficult to deal with, the two of them would not be completely without any confidence if they joined forces. Thinking this way, he asked this question, but Sang Chu just laughed and said, "Capturing the heavenly wolf demon is not just a matter for you and me. Why do you want us to risk our lives?" Tuyo looked at her in confusion. "Then why did you fight so hard in the monster world before?" "It's different. At that time, I had no money. If I didn't fight hard, how could I buy things in the end times? Should I steal or rob? In a world with rules, I don't want to do that. But now I have money, so why should I fight hard?" "Rabbit. To go back? If you don't get on the bus when the time comes, you will die." Sang Chu is very clear about this, so Tio doesn't understand why Sang Chu can still be so leisurely. There are many ways to go back, but fighting desperately is the most undesirable and stupid thing to do. Just wait. They will come to cooperate with us. After the young master took the potion upstairs, he was still hesitant, but then he realized that they now had no way out. Pushing open the door, he walked towards the bed where the great Taoist priest was lying. Taoist priests were still coming in from the outside world, and more people died than came in. If this continued, they would really have no way to survive. "Master, I want to take a gamble. I bet that the demon really wants to cooperate with us." "Master, you must wake up. The monsters in the monster world invited a witch doctor to treat the great heavenly master, but the more he treated him, the weaker the great heavenly master became. He really had no other options. What's happening here cannot be spread out, and if it keeps going like this, I'll just be waiting for death, so I might as well give it a try." He gritted his teeth and walked up quickly, fearing that he would regret it, so he drank the potion directly. As time passed, the little Taoist's eyes gradually turned red. He sat on the ground helplessly, his eyes blank. "It's over. Everything is over." The little Taoist priest collapsed and hugged himself, letting the tears flow out. "Xiaoni, Xiaoni?" "Ahem, little heavenly master," and Ayu blinked his dry and swollen eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating, and smiled bitterly. "How could I hear master calling me? Haha, I must have missed him too much to wake up." Xiao and I look up. The great master looked at his little disciple helplessly, only to see him suddenly stand up, his face full of tears, his eyes gradually widening as he looked at him. "Master. Master, you are okay." After making sure it wasn't his hallucination, Anayu rushed directly into the arms of the great heavenly master and hugged him tightly. "Master, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay." He had a lot to say, but he swallowed it all down at that moment. He knew he couldn't hide it from his master, but at least when he just woke up, he didn't want to pollute his master's ears with these dirty things. But how could the great heavenly master not know? How many people are left in Tianchi Mansion? Hearing the words of the great heavenly master, Anayu lowered her head with red eyes. "Only master, me and 2 little Taoist children are left." The great heavenly master sighed quietly. It's all my fault. This demon king wants to tear up the contract between the previous demon king and the human world. Master, the demon king is a big liar. Master, I understand. After we deal with the matter of the heavenly wolf demon, we will leave immediately and have no further dealings with the demon world. And Ayu looked at the great heavenly master in confusion. Master, why don't you just leave? The great heavenly master stroked Ayu's head and sighed softly. If we don't solve the heavenly wolf demon, the demon king will probably not let us leave easily. He is using us to remove the obstacles to his promotion. Go and call the little Taoist boy. And Ayu knew that the great heavenly master wanted to give it a try, so he couldn't help but say, Master, the strength of me and the two little Taoist boys is too low to help you, but a fire spirit demon just came, and it seems to be quite powerful. You were able to wake up thanks to her potion. She seems to have a prejudice against the demon king. Why not bring her over to join forces with us to eliminate the demon, fire spirit demon? The great celestial master murmured in confusion. Why did another demon come? Go and invite her up, and Ayu nodded repeatedly. I'll go right away. Master, you should have a good rest first. After saying this, he ran out in a hurry. When Sang Chu followed Ayu up, the great Taoist priest immediately noticed that something was wrong with her and quickly asked Ayu to leave. After the door closed, the look in the great heavenly master's eyes when he looked at Sang Chu changed. You are the mermaid from before. The great heavenly master did not see through Sang Chu's disguise, but he knew that the fire monster in front of him was the same as the mermaid before. Sang Chu smiled and said, Sure enough, I can't hide it from the great heavenly master. It's me. I hope the great heavenly master can forgive me for my various actions. I really can't help it. The great heavenly master nodded to show his understanding. It's because of your demon king, Sang Chu. I think you also know that if the demon king wants to achieve balance in the demon world, he must eliminate the big demons of several major forces, but it is difficult to do it with his own strength. The sudden appearance of this heavenly wolf demon is a breakthrough. I only know that this heavenly wolf demon is related to Husui, that is, the Fire Fox clan, so I came to the great heavenly master, hoping to help, but I didn't expect to harm the great heavenly master. After I found the treatment potion, I immediately disguised myself and came to your door. The great celestial master nodded. Actually, he suspected that the mermaid was her after he saw Husui wanted a little demon from the Wood tribe. The demons have many tricks, and disguise is not a difficult task, but he didn't expect that this little demon's disguise skills were so good that it could even deceive Husui's eyes. This heavenly wolf demon is the son of Husui and Huji, the youngest daughter of the heavenly wolf king. He was born with 2 royal bloodlines, which also caused his bloodline power to be very unstable. During the day, he is a fire fox with an incomplete heart pulse. At night, he will transform into a wolf demon. When I found Husui and the heavenly wolf clan, I was injured by them together. Fortunately, the mermaid chief of the sea clan rescued me, otherwise I would have died. Mermaid leader? It should be Grandma Yu. I didn't expect her to save this great heavenly master. Sang Chu, great heavenly master, now the gate to the demon world has been closed. If the heavenly master's mansion fails to capture the heavenly wolf demon, it will surely not be able to leave. Why don't we cooperate? What do you want? We can set up the trap first, and then I can transform into the heavenly master of the human race and lead the heavenly wolf demon to the trap. The 2 of us will work together to subdue him. As long as it is at night, Husui and the heavenly wolf demons should not appear, and they don't know that the heavenly master has awakened. This may be our chance. The great heavenly master looked at Sang Chu and said, But my injury cannot be healed that quickly. Sang Chu smiled and said, It's normal for the great heavenly master to doubt me, but for now, cooperating with me is the best choice. At least our goals are the same. The great heavenly master was silent for a long time. His sharp eyes watched Sang Chu's every move and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Then I won't bother you anymore. I hope you can take good care of yourself during this time. Well, then please stay at the Tianchi mansion. After saying that, he called out to the door, Xiao and Ayu hurried in. Master, are you looking for me? Well, take this fellow from the Fire Clan to rest first. And Ayu glanced at Sang Chu and nodded. Okay, fellow Taoist, please follow me. Thank you very much. After saying that, Sang Chu turned around and followed Anayu away. The great heavenly master's eyes were always on Sang Chu and never left her. He didn't know what Sang Chu wanted to do, but at the moment, just like she said, he could only cooperate with her. Otherwise, no matter how many people come into the Tianchi mansion, they will die. Thinking of this, he was deeply worried and hoped that no one would come to the demon world anymore. The demon world is no longer the same as it used to be. Tuyo followed Sang Chu and looked at her calm expression. He was very anxious. What are you thinking? Why didn't you discuss with him carefully what to do? Sang Chu, if I discuss this with him, he will only be more wary of me. So I just suggested that he handle the rest of the matter on his own as long as he has no problem with his brain. Tuyo, what if he cheats you? Sang Chu sighed lightly. Do you know why the treatment I gave him was not a strong one? Have no idea, Sang Chu. With this treatment, he has recovered 70% to 80%, but it will take at least a few days to fully recover. When he recovers, he will find a suitable place to set the trap. However, he needs to avoid everyone's sight to avoid the wolf monsters from being alerted. Therefore, he will definitely do it himself. In this way, it will take at least 10 days to set the trap. Hearing this, Tuyo suddenly realized, no wonder you repeatedly confirmed the arrival time of the train with me before. It turns out you were calculating how to bring the heavenly wolf demon directly on board. Sang Chu nodded. That's right. Although my current strength has increased a lot, I know my own limitations, and I will never be able to win in a head-on fight. Even if the great heavenly master recovers to his heyday, who can guarantee that the heavenly demon wolf will not have bodyguards following him when he travels? The second generation of demons like this are the most typical example of beating the younger to get the older. What I need to do is not to compete with them to see who is stronger, but to let the great celestial master help me hold back the heavenly wolf demon as much as possible. As soon as the train arrives, you immediately turn invisible and drag him onto the train. This way, you can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Tuyo suddenly stopped and looked at Sang Chu with a meaningful look. You are really a ghost. It's a normal way to save your life. However, just in case, you should leave first and come back in stealth. Don't let anyone know of your presence. I'm worried that the Tianling tribe will send many experts to protect Tianling Yao, the second generation of the demon. Go to the space-time mall and see if there is any rope that he can't break free of. Tuyo, this should be available. When a level 2 traveler accepts a mission, he can usually open the mission store, where there will be corresponding magical instruments. Although you are not a level 2 traveler, you have been forced to take on a mission. Logically, you should be able to upgrade as an exception. Wait a minute, I will help you negotiate with the people above. Good. Although Sang Chu didn't know who the person above Tuyo was talking about was, he was not a simple character after all, and she shouldn't know it, so it's better not to know it. Tuyo glanced at Anayu, who was looking confused and wandering between him and Sang Chu, and said loudly, Okay, since you are already here, I will leave first and come to see you later. After saying that, he walked out straight away. Anayu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He just left like that. Don't worry, he is trustworthy. Let's go. After following him to the guest room, Anayu looked at Sang Chu hesitantly but finally turned around and left without saying a word. Tuyo left directly and went to the space-time mall, while Sang Chu sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated, trying his best to increase his mental strength. Only when her mental strength is improved to a certain level can she ensure that she will be aware of the train when it is about to arrive. It won't be like in the weird world, where you get on the car and know nothing. 10 days passed, during which the great Taoist priest never looked for Sang Chu, and Anayu took care of her daily life and diet. That night, Tuyo was originally watching Sang Chu, who was meditating, but suddenly he sensed a strange aura floating out. He looked at Sang Chu, who was still meditating, thought about it, and did not disturb her. He just left a message on her light brain and followed her out. The breath drifted all the way to the border between the demon world and the human world.
There was no one around on the barren plain.
When Tuyo was wondering why he couldn't see anyone, the great Taoist priest tore off the invisibility talisman on his body. Tuyo couldn't help but laugh. This great Taoist priest has the skill. The great Taoist priest looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he took out the talismans he had drawn during this period and placed them one by one according to the positions of the 9 dragons demon subduing formation. But this formation required too many talismans, and it was almost dawn when he finished arranging the talismans he had drawn. He was seen sweating profusely as he looked at the half-finished formation with a smile on his face. He used both hands to hold the seal to hide the formation, and then immediately disappeared. After Tio confirmed that he had left, he looked around at the formation. What a magical formation! Sangchu just woke up from meditation and heard Tio sigh, and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Achu, you're awake.
I want to tell you something."
I just smelled a strange scent, and then I followed him out and found that it was the Great Master. He set up a very strange formation at the border. Even I can't smell all the scents of this formation. I'm from the elf tribe, and I'm naturally very sensitive to smells. No scent can escape my nose, but this formation, even I might be affected. Sangchu couldn't help but worry when she heard what Tio said. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Is the blasting array disc of that array shop still out of stock?" "Tio, I don't know. Last time they said they were out of stock. The trend in the demon world has been very strange recently. Trade with the outside world has decreased. I have already bought everything I could find. The only things that merchants basically don't sell are magic tools and blasting bead array magic plates." He got angry when talking about this. Now, he doesn't even sell the waste products he processes, saying that he can find a weapon refiner to continue refining them. Sangchu, do you know where the territory of Hu Sui and Tian Yaoling is?
No.
Then go and rob them. They should have these things in their hands. Loot as much as possible to divert their attention from the Tianchi mansion, okay? The excited rabbit quickly flew to the territory of the fox tribe. Have you heard? The king bought a lot of pheasants from the human world. Grass pheasant? Is it the kind of grass pheasant that is fed with Tianji spiritual grass? Yes, that's right. Even though the demon king locked the gate to the demon world, in order to let the young master eat the pheasant, the king directly tore through space to escape. The king is so kind to the young master. Yes, I'm so envious. The little foxes went in groups of 3 or 5, not knowing where to go. They kept discussing the pheasants, which made Rabbit very interested. There is no place in this demon world where poultry is sold. Even if you want to buy some, there is nowhere to buy them. All the major demon families raise them at home and never sell them to the outside. Even if you want to have a delicious meal of meat in an inn, you can't do that. They are all kinds of grass. The more Tio listened to what they said, the brighter his eyes became. He even put aside what Sangchu said about stealing weapons. He sniffed around and quickly found the fox breeding farm following the smell in the air. Achu, the fox tribe raises a lot of poultry. There were tens of thousands of pheasants, pigeons trapped in cages, and buffalo-like 9-foot-long cattle walking around. There is also a big pond on the side. There are all kinds of fish in the pond, which makes Rabbit's eyes pop out. If he wanted to pack everything up, he would have to tell Sangchu. After all, these living creatures had to be put into the space of the jade bracelet. When Sangchu saw the images synchronized by Tio, he couldn't help swallowing. He had thought that he couldn't buy any living things, but he didn't expect there were so many in this place. It seems that what Lu Minfeng said about raising zombies can be put on the agenda. Little rabbits, find a way to fit them all into the jade bracelet space. I will ask Xiaoguang, the optical brain robot, to build a breeding farm inside right now. As soon as Sangchu gave the order, the small light robot active in the jade bracelet space quickly planned the space and roughly calculated the place Sangchu needed. In a short while, the farm constructed using energy was built. Tio and Sangchu share the same vision and can see what the other sees. Xiaoguang had just finished setting up the farm when Tio rushed in and loaded up all the things at once. Fortunately, there is no one guarding the farm, otherwise it would be difficult to steal. Huh? Tio suddenly cried out, and before Sangchu could ask him what happened, he had already flown into a warehouse.
Wow.
Oh my god! Sangchu and Tuyu, one rabbit, exclaimed in amazement. This huge warehouse was filled with chicks and many eggs, as well as a lot of rice, corn, soybeans, and some cabbage seeds. These are all soaked in the spiritual spring. I think they should have turned into spiritual plants. Tuyo, we are getting rich, we are getting rich. Chu, we are going to become the richest people in the end times.
Sang-chu note that.
These seeds were not like those in the monster world where only a single plant could be catalyzed. It looks no different from the ones before the end of the world, except that their spiritual energy is more valuable. Take it away, Xiaoguang, plant rice, corn, etc. immediately after you get the seeds. Sang-chu excitedly asked Xiaoguang to start planting rice. The rice in the monster world was very similar to glutinous rice, but she didn't like it very much. She preferred to eat slightly harder rice. She hoped that the rice planted by the demon clan would taste better. The robot Xiaoguang was almost buried by the things thrown into the space. Its plump and round body struggled to crawl out from the pile of seeds, its voice trembling slightly. Master, the rabbit threw too many things in at once. Sang-chu was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Why did she feel that the optical computer became more human after entering the space and turning into a robot? Not sure if it was an illusion, Sang-chu shook his head and dismissed the idea. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoguang. It's not hard. I will help the master plant the spiritual rice right away. Although the voice sounds the same as before, I can inexplicably feel the excitement in it, as if I have awakened my consciousness. Sang-chu felt a little uneasy. Perhaps it was because she had seen too many robots hurting their owners after awakening their consciousness. She was really worried at the moment. Xiaoguang was in the space, scattering the spiritual rice into the spiritual field little by little. He looked very well behaved, which made Sang-chu wonder if he was overthinking it. Tio wandered around again and finally locked onto an underground treasure house, but it was a little difficult to get into. Chu, this place is surrounded by formations. I can't get in. Sang-chu, how about trying the hovercraft? When Tio heard what Sang-chu said, his eyes gradually widened. It should be possible. The hovercraft can particleize and fuse its own energy with any matter. It should be possible. I'll try it, Sang-chu. Well, you can do whatever you want. I plan to continue to cultivate my spiritual power. I still have 10 days left, so I won't contact you anymore. You can make your own decision no matter what happens. Rabbit, yeah, okay. After losing contact with Sang-chu, he drove the car straight in. I didn't expect that this strict defense can't prevent high-tech things, ha ha ha. Tio laughed loudly and cleared out the entire treasure house. When he finally got the blasting array disc, he smiled so cunningly that his teeth were showing. Chu told them not to disturb the great heavenly master from setting up the formation, so let's make a big scene. As he said that, he laughed and threw the array disc in his hand away immediately. When he left the treasure house, he immediately detonated the array disc. Hu Sui was the first to arrive at the treasure house. Who? Who dares to come to the fox tribe to steal? The deafening roar made Tio tremble all over, and the next second he slipped away happily. Let's go to the next place. The Tianling tribe was his second target. Unfortunately, the Tianling tribe didn't have any magic weapons. The most they had were their wolf skins and wolf fangs. With the intention of grabbing everything, Tio took away all the discarded waste and garbage, not leaving even the slightest residue for them. The bracelet has a lot of space. There is room to store things. So capricious. When the chief of the Tianling tribe arrived at the breeding farm, he looked at the empty place and was furious. Are you all dead? So many things were taken away and you didn't react at all. Chief, the most urgent task now is to find the thief. I heard that the Fox tribe also lost a lot of things. Let's go find the Fox chief first, and we will discuss how to catch the thief. Luo, go call your uncle over. Okay, Grandpa, I'll go right away. Lang Luo turned around and left. Lang Ying looked at the clan leader Lang Mu and said, Father, could it be that someone from the Tianchi mansion did this? No, that old guy was severely injured by Hu Sui and I. It is impossible for him to have the ability to move freely. Otherwise, he would not have been saved by that immortal old man from the Sea tribe when he was about to die, but I always feel that this matter may have something to do with him. What did the witch doctor say? Hearing this, Lang Ying knew that the Wolf King did not believe him. The witch doctor said that he was seriously injured and had been taking butterfly hallucinations. He probably would not wake up. That's enough. Don't pay any extra attention to him. Catch the thief quickly. Lang Mao looked at Lang Ying with a look of disdain. Lang Ying also knew that Lang Mao would not believe him, so he could only lower his head and say, "It's father." Looking at Lang Ying's cowardly look with his head down, the Wolf King snorted in dissatisfaction and walked away. In order to make things worse, Tio moved away almost all the monster farms nearby. The great Taoist priest quietly set up the formation while Tuyo's thefts attracted the collective attack of all the monsters. He came to Sang Chu's guest room, looked at Sang Chu, who had just finished his training, and said, "Action tonight." Sang Chu calculated the time and said, "Master, you have worked hard to set up the trap. You may as well take a day off. I will go find the demon wolf tomorrow night." The great heavenly master frowned slightly. "Can you guarantee that the demon wolf will take the bait?" Sang Chu. "Don't worry, great heavenly master. When the time comes, you can ambush where the trap is set. I will have a way to lure him over there." The great heavenly master was still a little worried. "I hope you will keep your promise." After saying that, he turned and left. Sang Chu looked at his back and always felt that this great master seemed to have some unspeakable secrets. But it didn't matter. All she had to do was to find a way to bring the wolf demon onto the time and space train, and then there would naturally be experts to deal with him. Sang Chu continued his previous practice and slowly condensed strange spiritual bodies. Red-green like water mist with electric sparks. There are 7 thumb-sized little people with tentacles. Sang Chu looked at them in a daze. "Is this a spiritual body? It looks a little weak." These 7 little figures were all crystal clear, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. Sang Chu let out a faint sigh. When she thought about how hard she had been cultivating her spiritual power for these little guys, she felt upset. Her fingertips gently touched the spiritual body that was filled with electricity. Sudden, the electric current passed through Sang Chu's body, causing him to twitch all over. She quickly moved her hand away, and the little spirit raised its head smugly and looked at Sang Chu arrogantly, as if saying, "Let you say I'm weak. Huh." In an instant, the little spirit body suddenly turned into a thumb-sized, transparent little deer with a spirit body filled with various powers. The little deer flew around, and Sang Chu's eyes widened. You can change your appearance at will." The 7 little deer looked at Sang Chu proudly. The wood spirit deer seemed to be more obedient. It came close to Sang Chu and rubbed her cheek with its head. It didn't say anything, but Sang Chu could clearly feel what it wanted to say. Master, I don't know if this mutated spiritual root has other supernatural powers." In any case, after she cultivated her mental power, she gained the power of lightning. If this is the case, will these spiritual elves increase in the future? Of course not. After receiving Sang Chu's message, Tio hurried back. Although she was happy to see that she had cultivated a spiritual body, she was also worried that she was improving too fast and her physical strength could not keep up. Sang Chu looked at him in confusion. "Why? Don't I have an extra little spirit of the lightning element now?" Tio sat beside her, returned the jade bracelet to her, and then slowly explained, "Although you are a mutated spiritual root, which also contains the power of the 5 elements, only the original power of the 5 elements can condense into a spiritual body, and this spiritual body is also evolved from the original spirit of the power in your body. Unless the original power in your body continues to increase, it is impossible to keep increasing the spirits. Each original power can only be condensed into a spiritual pet with spiritual power." Spirit pets? These little elves are spirit pets? Tio nodded, and his chubby fingers kept stirring these small spirit pets back and forth. It takes a huge amount of mental energy to condense a spirit pet by yourself. You have condensed 7 at once. You are indeed the ticket holder chosen by me, Tio. It's so impressive. The big rabbit was so happy that he kept shaking his ears and excitedly played with several small pets. Seeing him like this, Sang Chu did not disturb his interest. He directly probed his spiritual power into the space of the jade bracelet and saw that it was full of vitality, with flowers, plants, and trees growing very well, and chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs walking everywhere. There was a large pond with all kinds of fish swimming around in it. Xiaoguang was diligently taking care of everything. When he saw Sang Chu, he waved at her excitedly. Unlike Sang Chu's leisurely side, the great heavenly master called Niu and two little Taoist children with a worried look on his face. This is an invisibility talisman. Each of you take some. And there are also teleportation talismans. Although you can't teleport away from the demon world, at least you can stay away from the battlefield and save your life. Listening to the words of the great heavenly master, Niu's eyes turned red. Master, we don't want it. Even if we perish together with the heavenly wolf demon, we will not leave. That's right. Master, we won't leave. Niu and the two little Taoist boys knelt directly in front of the great Taoist priest. Their eyes were red, as if they were about to cry in the next second. The great heavenly master sighed. Why bother, children? You are still so young, the future. Master, if we can't leave the demon world, how can we talk about the future? Moreover, the demon king keeps tricking other heavenly masters to come in. If we can't get out, the demon king's trick will succeed. By then, we don't know how many heavenly masters will die. Master, let us go together. Although our strength is low, we want to do our best. The two little Taoist boys also looked at the great Taoist with determined eyes, as if they were ready to be sacrificed at any time. Seeing this, the great Taoist did not know what to say. Okay, if you must go, I won't stop you, but you must obey me, understand? Master, don't worry, we will definitely follow your instructions. Well, don't worry, Master. Master, we will. The great Taoist priest also understood that if he let them go, these three little fellows might secretly follow him, so it would be better to teach them some self-defense skills as much as possible while there was still one day left. On the monster market, Sang Chu transferred all the magical powers in her body into the body of her spirit pet, so that she had no magical powers and would not be discovered by others. She hung the heavenly master's order around her waist and walked openly on the streets of the monster market on a dark and windy night. Tio looked at her walking down the street like a gangster and couldn't help but complain. Can you lure him out like this? Sang Chu pointed in a direction and said, Of course not. Look what that is. Looking in the direction Sang Chu pointed, Tio then discovered that the wood pet elf was flying towards the Tianling demon clan. Isn't this too risky? Sang Chu smiled and said, No, the little spirit pet can come to my side in an instant, or enter the space of the jade bracelet, so there will be no danger. Let's go to the place where the great Taoist priest is ambushing first. The little spirit pet will probably attract many monsters later. Hearing this, Tio was horrified. What if we can't hold on? Sang Chu, no. The demon king will not really sit back and do nothing. Guess why the demon wolf didn't take advantage of the great celestial master's illness to kill him? Isn't it because Mr. Yu saved him? Sang Chu shook his head. That's because the great heavenly master cannot die, so the heavenly wolf demon and Hu Sui simply did a favor. This is also why old Yu knew that Hu Sui's son was the real murderer who killed her granddaughter, but still kept good friends with him. The world is bustling with people, all for profit. If there is no profit involved with old Yu's ability, this sky demon wolf would have been chopped to death 800 times, but he is still alive today because he has a deep background and a strong background. Therefore, the great heavenly master cannot die. Once the great heavenly master dies, and his master finds out that his life card is broken, the peace between the demon world and the outside world will be destroyed, and the sky demon wolf will become more rampant, and no one can control it. Tuyo, but that's not right. The great heavenly master's life tablet is broken. Wouldn't the heavenly master come in to help him get revenge and desperately hunt down the heavenly wolf demon? Sang Chu said with a smile. The great master's cultivation was destroyed here. Will there be any other masters coming in? The more powerful the character is, the more afraid of death they are. Except for the masters who really care about the world, the others will save themselves. After listening to Sang Chu's explanation, Tu suddenly realized. So, what you mean is that as long as the great heavenly master is not dead, no one will know what happened here. Other heavenly masters also think that as long as the great heavenly master is here, it will be safe. There will be a steady stream of heavenly masters coming in. The demon king now wants to use the heavenly master to destroy the current balance of the demon world. So, He doesn't care what happens to the great heavenly master as long as he doesn't die, right? Yes, that's right. Tuyo, I thought you humans were complicated, but I didn't expect monsters to be that complicated too. Hey, Sang-Chu said. It's the same for all. Those in a higher position don't want to be unsettled in their position. Okay, let's hurry over there. Hide yourself and make sure to seize the time. When the train arrives, tie up the heavenly wolf demon and get on board immediately. I know. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes. The two walked all the way to the border, and at this time, the sky demon wolf had already smelled the scent of the wood spirit pet and followed the smell to the border. It was a desolate place with no human habitation or vegetation, but the shadows of trees were swaying on the mottled ground. The wolf demon roared, and black air rose from its huge body, transforming into countless sharp claws, and pounced fiercely towards the shadow of the tree. The great Taoist priest was wearing an 8 diagrams Taoist robe and holding a peachwood sword engraved with talismans. He was hidden in the center of the formation, with majesty between his brows. He suddenly closed his eyes, and the formation moved with him, like a giant beast waiting for its prey. The great master opened his spiritual eyes, as if he could see through everything. Under his control, the shadows of the trees suddenly changed, like shadows rising from the ground and flying towards the wolf demon. The wolf demon pounced towards the black shadow like a black lightning, its sharp claws leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and each claw accurately tore the shadow of the tree into pieces. The great heavenly master responded calmly. He took the flowing cloud step, and his figure was as graceful as a swimming dragon as he shuttled through the formation. You evil beast! Today I will make you pay for your punishment, the heavenly master shouted in a low voice, and it echoed in the wilderness like thunder, shocking the wolf demon so much that he involuntarily took a few steps back, with a trace of fear in his eyes. The great Taoist priest flashed, and with the help of the formation, he hid his tracks like a tree shadow. The sword energy flew towards the heavenly wolf demon, and the wolf demon was forced to retreat step by step. Sang-Chu hid aside and watched the great heavenly master almost subdue the heavenly wolf demon with the formation and sword energy. He was very surprised. It is true that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If there had not been other monsters helping him before, the great heavenly master should have been able to capture the heavenly wolf demon long ago. Tuyo, if it could be easily solved, this heavenly wolf demon would not be wanted by the space-time train. The criminals wanted by the space-time train are those who cannot be executed in their own space-time, Sang-Chu. In simple terms, it means someone who has power and influence. Tio nodded. In a sense, the travelers on the time and space train can be considered law enforcers. Only after passing the test and proving their character and ability can they survive. This is something he did not tell Sang-Chu, and she was forced to carry out this task because the ruler of time and space felt that Sang-Chu was useful, so he made an exception. As long as she can do this well, she might be promoted directly. Thinking of this, Tuyo was instantly filled with longing for his future. You darn Taoist priest, how dare you hurt my son? Whose sway suddenly came running over, and under his control, a number of fire dragons flew towards the great heavenly master. Sang-Chu immediately took action, and the water spirit pet directly raised huge waves. The water dragon leaped out from the waves, and with the help of the formation, it barely blocked Whose sway's fire dragon attack. Niu and the 2 little Taoist children held seals in their hands and continuously injected spiritual power into the water spirit pet. The water dragon bit the fire dragon's neck in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire dragon disappeared in an instant. Whose sway looked at Sang-Chu and felt that she looked familiar. Who are you? Niu looked at Sang-Chu nervously, then looked at Whose sway and quickly helped her to stand firm. This is our new junior sister from Tianshi Mansion. Humph, fox demon, your wolfish ambitions will not succeed. Whose sway glanced at them and sneered. Then let's see what you can do. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a large group of people came from behind him. The great heavenly master was still restraining the heavenly wolf demon and controlling the formation, and was unable to split himself to help for the moment. So he hurriedly said, "Be careful, those are demons from the fox and heavenly wolf tribes. Last time, he subdued the Heavenly Wolf demon without using any formations, but at the critical moment, the demons from the Fox clan and the Heavenly Wolf clan rushed over and seriously injured him. Sang-Chu looked forward and sent a message to Tuyu. How much time do we have left? There is about half an hour left. With so many monsters, can we make it? Sang-Chu said, it has to be done. Half an hour is fine, just don't move, hide well. Tio didn't know how Sang-Chu would survive this half hour, so he nervously ran to the Heavenly Wolf demon, ready to tie him up and put him in the car at any time. Sang-Chu held the seals with both hands, and the Thunder Spirit pet instantly flew to her side. When her hands held the Thunder Spirit pet, the Spirit pet instantly turned into a long whip, with electric sparks flashing all over its body. It makes the monster afraid. Husui took a step back cautiously. Are you a thunder cultivator? The demon race fears thunder the most, and Sang-Chu also knows this. So when he knew that she might have thunder abilities, he practiced his mental strength desperately in order to awaken the power of thunder and lightning. Sang-Chu didn't say much, and beat the fox and wolf monsters fiercely. The rising thunder flowers instantly knocked down the monster with low cultivation level. Suddenly, a huge white wolf descended from the sky, stepped on Sang-Chu's thunder whip, and waved its claws. Tens of thousands of phantoms flew towards Sang-Chu one after another. Earth Shield. With a light shout, Sang-Chu raised his Earth Shield with both hands to intercept, but he and the Earth were all knocked away. What a shame. Husui, hurry up and save my darling grandson. Husui's fox eyes drooped in dissatisfaction, and he walked straight towards Sang-Chu, who was knocked away. Seeing that he didn't save his grandson, Longmu roared angrily, hitting the ground fiercely with his thick tail. What are you doing? I want you to save my grandson. Husui suddenly came to his senses and quickly flew away, but it was too late. The 4 spirit pets of wind, fire, lightning, and water turned into a silk net that surrounded him. What is this? Sang-Chu slowly stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth casually with his hand. A great gift for you. As she spoke, she also took out the fire jade fan, and Husui immediately recognized her. It's you. You are Sang-Chu. It's me, master. I didn't expect that the mine you planted would be used on myself. A vast fantasy. With a light shout, Sang-Chu quickly waved the fan in his hand, and white mist rushed out of the fan in an instant like a beast. A raging fire ignited on Husui's body, and the flames merged into hundreds of evil dragons that flew towards Sang-Chu. But who would have thought that she disappeared without a trace the next second? Husui did not dare to be careless, and was alert everywhere. But who knew that his actions would make Longmu so angry that he attacked Sang-Chu with his sharp claws. At this time, the great celestial master, who had completely sealed off the Heavenly Wolf demon, flew over in an instant. With a flick of the whisk, a ray of golden light directly shattered the claws that were condensed with all the demonic power. Fellow Taoist, let's join forces to subdue Longmu. Sang-Chu walked out from the darkness and looked at Longmu. Okay. As she spoke, the folding fan in her hand transformed into a long whip, with flames and lightning all around. Tio looked at Sang-Chu from the dark and said, Ah Chu, the Space-Time Management Office has given the answer to the question you asked me to look up. This Longmu can also be worth 1,000 points. It is said that as long as you successfully capture Longmu, Husui, and the Heavenly Wolf demon Hulang, you can get 10,000 points and become a formal space-time traveler. Points are used for upgrades, and these points upgrades can only be obtained by completing tasks issued by the Time and Space Train. There is no way to earn money. After getting the answer, Sang-Chu's eyes changed when he looked at Longmu. She originally thought that it would take a long time to become a formal traveler. After all, she knew from Tuyo that many travelers died every year, and some even died before they could become formal travelers. And becoming a formal traveler also required a lot of points. These points can only be earned by completing tasks, but now, as long as these 3 are taken away, you can become a regular employee, so you can't miss it. Longmu stared at Sang-Chu unhappily, not understanding why this human kid would look at him with the expression of looking at prey. Court death, he roared, and his huge body instantly pounced towards Sang-Chu. She waved the long whip in her hand, but Longmu casually slapped it away. The fire gently attached to his hair. Longmu sneered and waved his hand casually, and the fire went out instantly. He looked at Sang Chu mockingly. What a trifle! As he spoke, he quickly swung his claws at Sang Chu. The great heavenly master held a whisk in one hand and a sword in the other, and instantly blocked his attack. Suddenly, Longmu's body paused.
Done.
Sang Chu smiled slightly, and while the great heavenly master was attacking him, he immediately launched a sneak attack. Mu Ling hid behind him silently and stabbed a long thorn directly into the back of his neck. Longmu screamed in pain towards the sky. At this time, the fox and wolf monsters that had lost consciousness upon entering the formation seemed to have been awakened. One by one they began to move. The great Taoist priest frowned and stepped back repeatedly. I didn't expect that Longmu could actually wake them up. Sang Chu looked at an IU and the other two calmly. Shoot. After she finished speaking, she retreated hastily, taking out her flamethrower. The four of them shot wildly at the demons of the demon clan. But this weapon could not break through their body protection and could not cause any harm to them. Longmu was waiting for Sang Chu fiercely. Little jerk, when I catch you, I will make you live a life worse than death, Sang Chu sneered. You can only think about it. She glanced at the great heavenly master and saw him nod in understanding, keeping an eye on Longmu's movements. With a loud bang, Husui actually broke out of the formation. His fur was burned black, with mottled marks from the electricity. His originally smooth and soft fur was electrocuted in patches, and he looked very embarrassed. Husui's expression was very ugly, but he still said calmly, I really underestimated you. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the 9 tails behind him slowly stretched out like 9 fire dragons. Each tail was wrapped with blazing flames, lighting up the originally dim wilderness, as if it were daytime. Sang Chu held a long whip, his posture was straight, and he was very calm. She kept calculating the time. Even if she couldn't take all 3 of them away, she had to take at least 2 of them away. As long as they got on the car, there would be experts to deal with them. Sang Chu waved the long whip in his hand, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Husui, you will pay the price for looking down on others. As soon as she finished speaking, she pounced on Husui like a cheetah, her long whip drawing a sharp arc in the air. Husui sneered, and the 9 tails behind him were like living things, facing Sang Chu's long whip head-on. Time passes, by second. Sang Chu panted and stared at Husui, who was biting him tightly. His hands were shaking. Her supernatural power is in urgent need of help. But the opponent's power can be used continuously. This is the difference between a master and her. Sang Chu clenched her fists unwillingly, secretly calculating the supernatural powers she could still use. The great heavenly master was pestering Longmu, and even though he knew about Sang Chu's situation, he was powerless to help. Even if NIU and the other 2 wanted to help, they had no way to do so. They had to hold back the small fry from the demon clan. Little Rabbit, how long will it take for the time-space train to arrive? Tuyo was ready to tie up the sealed sky demon wolf. There is about 1 minute left. It's almost time. Hold on a little longer. Sang Chu nodded, called out the small treatment chamber from the light computer, fastened it in his hand, and started the high-intensity treatment mode. My life is in your hands. You must catch up. As she spoke, she actually ran towards Longmu. The great celestial master was shocked. What are you doing here? Sang Chu did not answer him. Instead, he looked like he was looking for death. He turned his hands into wooden vines and flew towards Longmu. He sneered and said, looking for death. Longmu roared and stepped arrogantly on Sang Chu's vines. An afterimage of a heavenly wolf flew out of his body in an instant and bit Sang Chu's neck. Blood was all over the ground, and in a small treatment chamber where no one could see, she was desperately healing her wounds. Little Taoist friend, the great Taoist priest was horrified and rushed forward to save her, but was intercepted by Husui. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. She heard the whistle and could vaguely see the train approaching from far away. Sang Chu lowered his head and smiled with satisfaction. His feet turned into vines and attacked Husui. He just gave Sang-Chu a sneerful look, knocked down the vine, and then stepped on it nonchalantly. At that moment, his spiritual power followed the vines and directly entangled his feet. When the great Taoist priest chopped down at Husui with the long sword in his hand, they disappeared. The great Taoist priest stared blankly at the land that was split by his sword. Hey, where's Husui? Husui, Lang Mao, and the heavenly wolf demon had all disappeared. When the other demons saw this, they knew they were no match for the great heavenly master, so they ran away like a group of loose sand. Niu and the two little Taoist boys looked at each other in bewilderment as they looked at the weapons in their hands. Master, what's going on? Where's Sang-Chu? And her magic weapon? They thought that this thing that could spit fire continuously was a magical weapon, and it felt a little hot when they held it. Keep it, it's your good fortune. We're going to find the Demon King. We should be able to leave now. As he spoke, he glanced at the abrupt little water droplets on the grass not far away, then turned and left with Niu and the other two. Old Yu stretched his body and stood up from the soil. The small water droplets that he had used to hide disappeared. I didn't expect that she could really do it. Now the demon tribe can have some peace for a while. A shadow under the moonlight turned into a huge black dog. He crawled on the ground and said in a low voice, I originally wanted to help my little apprentice who has no status, but I didn't expect that she could actually do it. Mr. Yu, thank you very much. Old Yu called Xiaoya to help, but after they arrived, they found that Sang-Chu didn't need them at all, so they didn't help. Xiaoya. After all, she is my first disciple. Even though she doesn't recognize me, I still recognize her. Since everything is fine, I will leave first. After saying this, he hid in the moonlight again and disappeared without a trace. Veteran General Yu crushed a water ball in his hand with his spiritual power and scattered it into the air. Xiao Yu, the enemy who killed you, is dead. Please forgive me for not being able to kill him and avenge you. May you be safe and healthy in the next life, and have no worries. On the time train, Sang-Chu was lying on the ground, and standing in front of her was a tall man. He was wearing a golden tang suit embroidered with a black nine-clawed dragon. It looked lifelike, as if it would take off into the sky in the next second. The man's facial features were incredibly delicate, and his skin was fair and translucent, but his peach blossom eyes were full of indifference. He looked down at Sang-Chu, as if he was looking down on everyone. The waist-length silver hair was scattered casually behind her, making her look lazy and casual. Seeing that Sang-Chu had been staring at him, he said without any extra expression, Sang-Chu, well done. This is your ID card. From now on, you will be a formal employee of the Space-Time Administration. The Space-Time Administration? Not a traveler? He wanted to ask what was going on, but looking at the man's cold eyes, Sang-Chu swallowed the words back and planned to ask Rabbit later. Sang-Chu looked down at her chest and saw a golden identity card attached to a golden chain. Her name, Sang-Chu, was written on the front and a relief of a train was on the back. The train was golden in color, the carriage was also magnificent, even the man was wearing golden clothes, and now even the chain and ID card were golden. Sang-Chu didn't know what these people's aesthetic taste was. He just felt that they were really generous. Sang-Chu, what about them? The three demons Husui have been in a coma since they boarded the space-time train. Yu explained as if nothing had happened. It's like this for outsiders who board the train. It was the same when you first boarded. Only by learning the spiritual power unique to the space-time train can you maintain your sanity on it. You're already pretty good. At this point, the tall man nodded slightly and said, well, you must have worked very hard to achieve this level of cultivation in such a short time. Not bad. They will have someone special to deal with you after you get on the bus. The end of the world is coming soon, so you should prepare to get off. Sang-Chu nodded. Looking at this cold and emotionless man, she quickly stood up and prepared to get off the car. The train door opened, and a strong whirlwind whistled past. Just when Sang-Chu felt that she was about to be torn to pieces by the hurricane, the man kicked her off the train. There was a loud bang. Sang-Chu fell from midair and rolled several times before he managed to steady himself and lay on the ground. This reminded her of the first time she came back from the monster world, when she felt like her internal organs were shattered. Rabbit, was he the one who kicked me out of the car last time? Tio laughed and said, yeah, Brother Mian said that most of the time travelers don't dare to get off the car. They're so annoying because they hesitate. The reason is that the hurricane makes them instinctively afraid, so he can only help. You just get used to it. Brother Mian? Gene Simeon, the boss of the Space-Time Bureau, who manages the deployment of personnel, verifies and issues tasks. He is also the top decision-maker of the space-time train. He is a very powerful character. Sang-Chu nodded. She knew how powerful he was after being kicked by him and still hadn't recovered yet. At least, he was many times stronger than Hu Sui and Lang Mu combined. Sang-Chu, what the heck is this space-time administration? That's not what you told me before. Tio, different identities give different information. Before it is confirmed that you can be converted to a regular employee, the affairs of the Space-Time Bureau are confidential. Now that you are also an employee of the Space-Time Bureau, there is no need to hide it. Our mission is to ensure the normal circulation of materials in each world. For example, the first world you went to was a monster world. They don't have gold, silver, copper, iron, etc. It is difficult to kill monsters and survive. Therefore, outsiders are needed to bring what they lack to trade with them. Your doomsday needs food, water, and soil sources, which also need to be brought back from the outside world. Only in this way can this world be given a glimmer of hope, Sang-Chu. In other words, the existence of the time-space train is to give a glimmer of hope to the world that is about to disappear. Tio nodded. That's right. Without our intervention, the monster world will gradually lose its land, and humans will become food for the monsters. Eventually, the monsters will kill each other, causing the species of a world to completely disappear and perish. In the end times, there is no energy that normal people need, so ordinary people who cannot complete mutation will die one by one. Zombies and mutants will kill each other to steal each other's energy, leading to extinction. As for the demon world, the sky demon wolf will gradually become stronger and only have animal nature left, which will eventually lead to its destruction. Such things are within the jurisdiction of the Space-Time Bureau. Sang-Chu lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. It sounds like your space-time administration is pretty good. Tio squatted on Sang-Chu's shoulder and said proudly, it's more than good, it's simply too good. In order to ensure the smooth completion of the time and space mission, we have to select people with high talent, and we must also make sure that the people we choose are not cruel and heartless. Otherwise, if we can't become regular employees, we elves will also die. After all, we chose the ticket holders ourselves, so we must be responsible for our choices. This made Sang-Chu curious about the person he had originally chosen. So what kind of person was the one you chose before who died? Tio sighed and said, what a good man, what a pity. Good people don't live long. I observed him for a long time before deciding to bind him. I just came out of the chaos zone to give him the notification to start the binding, and he died. Tio shook his head helplessly, and Sang-Chu asked again, you said you have been observing him for a long time? In other words, the people who got on the bus may not be the ones you chose, and only the ones you chose could be the real time travelers. Of course. Otherwise, how can we find people in so many worlds? We all travel after getting on the bus, and then choose the people we want to bind from among these travelers. Sang Jingwen had just come back from outside when he saw Sang-Chu walking on the road. He hurried over and looked her up and down carefully. I'm glad I'm not hurt. Although Sang-Chu has recovered her appearance now, in Sang Jingwen's eyes it is just his sister who has returned safely from another world. Brother, why are you out here alone? Sang Jingwen stroked her hair and said, let me tell you about what happened recently. You've been away for about half a month. Nearby bases basically know that I have started a new company and are still recruiting people, so some people came to Zhao Feng's base. Lu Minfeng and I went to deal with it. They said everywhere that Zhao Feng hid a lot of good things, and even robbed you and ran away. The news has now spread to Xinshi. Because we have powerful neighbors and Jiaolong in our base, the spies from Xinshi can't get in, so now the target is on Zhao Feng. I came out on patrol. Minfeng found a few available wood-type ability users, but they all have families. He is considering whether to accept those ordinary people in. After all, our Taoyuan base is a bit special. After saying that, he just looked at Sang-chu, waiting for her decision. They did not make a decision on their own about accepting ordinary people, and they were all waiting for Sang-chu to come back and make the decision. Sang-chu thought of what Tio said. If it was really like what he said, ordinary people could not mutate into zombies, could not awaken their special powers, and would slowly die without energy supply in their bodies, then what would happen to her brother? Thinking of this, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Accept it. It's the end of the world, and we should all work together. If there really are people with evil intentions, we can deal with them when the time comes." Minfeng said the same thing. People are always a mixture of good and bad. As long as the rules are strict and everyone is not soft-hearted when dealing with things, there shouldn't be any problems. Sang-chu nodded. Once unfaithful, never again. My attitude is that a superpower can bring family members in, but once the family members commit a crime, or the superpower commits a crime, then they will be punished together. Don't say that you are responsible for your own actions. If you don't want to be kicked out or executed, you must take care of yourself and your family. Brother, this is my attitude. I hope you will. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang-chu helplessly. He knew that Sang-chu was worried that he could not accept this kind of thing, so he could not help but laugh and said, "Do you think that I am such a saint in your heart? I have also experienced a lot in the last days. I know what you are thinking. I will always stand by your side. If anyone who made a mistake is killed, I will personally help you do it." Elder brother, when Sang-chu looked at his brother, he breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Sang-chu faced him and looked at him seriously. "What do you want to say, brother? When did you and I become so distant with each other?" Sang Jingwen found it difficult to speak, so Sang-chu asked, "Is it about Brother E, you know?" Sang Jingwen looked at Sang-chu in surprise, only to see her smile and say, "Although I don't know what you want to tell me, I have more or less guessed something about Brother E. I have been waiting for you to come to me, but I didn't expect that none of you said anything. I don't know how to put it. We don't know what your situation is in the other world, but we know it's very dangerous. So, we don't want to add extra risks to you. Sang-chu, brother, the journey to another world is dangerous, so we must do our best to make the most of it. If you don't tell me, what if I guessed wrong?" Sang-chu had some guesses about Xiao Yifei's physical condition, but not much, so she had been waiting for Sang Jingwen and Xiao Yifei to speak out. Sang Jingwen looked at Sang-chu with a smile. "Why don't you guess that your brother E and I are a couple?" Sang-chu looked at him jokingly. "So you guys are? Your brother E and I are very good brothers, but his situation is very special, and we can't let him live alone. If it weren't for the end of the world, I don't have superpowers, and your brother E didn't let me follow him, I wouldn't let him carry out missions alone. It's too dangerous." Sang-chu. "Does it have anything to do with his inability to feel pain?" Sang Jingwen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Well, when I first met him, I just thought he was annoying. He ran around behind me every day, as if he had no friends, and he had no sense of boundaries. Everyone in the dormitory was annoyed with him. I found out something was wrong with him, because he was injured in a basketball game. His knees were all swollen, and the blood stained his pants red, but he was still cheerful, like nothing had happened. I just thought it was a bit strange at the time, but I also thought he was just like that, like a fool. Later, an accident happened, and then I realized that he had no sense of pain." Sang-chu discovered that Xiao Yifei had no sense of pain when they first met. At that time, he was covered in blood and wounds, but he had no problem walking. He even had no strength left and was supported by the Tang sword, but he could not feel any pain on his face. It was as if he was not the one injured. But when Sang Jingwen talked about an accident, Sang-chu knew that the accident must be very serious, even so serious that it left a deep shadow in his heart. Otherwise, with Sang Jingwen's personality, he would not allow a man to have such a lack of sense of boundaries with him. Although Sang-chu didn't want to dig into other people's privacy, she really had to know this matter. Otherwise, in the end times, Sang Jingwen would be the only one paying attention to Xiao Yifei, and she would still be in danger. "Brother, Can you tell me what's going on? Sang Jingwen took a deep breath and said, Ai is a man with no restraint in his words. Although he has changed a lot in the past few years, he is still a bit annoying. Not to mention before the end of the world, I was one of the people who disliked him. So I applied for a single dormitory at that time, but there were no single dormitories left. I thought, then I should apply for a double room, as long as I can move out. Hearing this, seeing Sang Jingwen stopped and looked helpless, Sang Chu smiled and said, Could it be that he has moved in too? Sang Jingwen nodded. This guy has money, so he moved in directly. I don't know why he has to follow me. At the beginning, he kept chattering to me, which annoyed me, but at that time I couldn't change the dormitory anymore, so I started to avoid him. I had to work so I could avoid him. Maybe he knew that I didn't like him, so he gradually stopped coming to me. At that time, I was really relieved, and I started to go back to the dormitory to rest normally. One night, I found that he went to bed unusually early, and I thought he was tired from playing, but in the middle of the night, I heard the sound of dripping water, which was very strange, so I got up to see that it was dripping from Ai's bed. I was furious at the time, and I directly lifted his curtain and started to scold him, but who knew that the more I scolded, the more I felt something was wrong. Is it Brother Yi? Sang Chu asked with a slightly frowned brow. Sang Jingwen sighed and nodded. If I had still avoided him at that time, I would not have returned to the dormitory. I might have stayed at the place where I worked for the whole night. I forgot how badly I cursed him at that time. The lights in the university dormitory were still turned off. I couldn't see what was dripping, but I smelled something strange. I took a photo with my phone and found that it was all blood. I was shocked and called 120 immediately, then ran to find the dormitory manager. He tried to save me for a long time in the hospital. The doctor said that if it had been a little later, he would have died. It was then that I realized that he had no sense of pain. He had been sticking to me because he had seen me saving a stray cat. He thought I was so kind to a kitten and was so careful to find the wound on the stray cat. If he became friends with me, he would definitely find out when he was injured. But because I hated his self-rescue behavior, I almost killed him. This incident has always made me feel guilty. Basically, whenever I see him, I will think of the scene that night. And my bed was covered in blood. Sang, not only does Ai not feel pain, but his wounds also heal slower than most people. The wounds on his body are in places he can't see, so he won't notice them at all. By the time he can find them himself, it's already too late. Sang Chu looked at his brother's guilty expression and patted him on the shoulder gently. Brother, this is not your fault. No one knew he was in this situation. I know, but I just can't get over it. After this incident, he and I gradually became familiar with each other, and it was only after getting to know each other that I realized that he had no sense of boundaries because he was too scared. He wanted to stick with everyone. That was his silent request for help. He didn't want people to think he was sick, so he didn't want to talk about his own affairs. Even his parents didn't know about his physical condition. Sang, if your other world sees medicine that can cure this, please help him. He is suffering. Sang Chu nodded and said, I know, brother, don't worry, I will pay attention. Sang Jingwen, brother is not telling you this to add burden to you. It would be great if he can be cured, but it's okay even if he can't be cured. I just want to give him another chance to live well. Okay, I'll pay attention. By the way, brother, have you brought back all the wood-type mutants? After Sang Chu knew the whole story, he didn't want Sang Jingwen to be immersed in the past events, so he changed the subject. Sang Jingwen said, Not yet. If you have no objection to those people with special abilities bringing their relatives, I can contact Minfeng and Ai to bring them back now. Sang Chu, bring it back. I just got some things and want them to help plant them. Okay, I'll contact them now. Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu continued chatting about family matters as they walked towards the base. When I walked down the stairs, I happened to see Mu Shui and Xiao Baiyu busying around in the farm, so I walked up. When Mu Shui saw Sang Chu, she ran towards her excitedly. Sang, you're back. Sang Chu, well, I just came back. What are you doing? Mu Shui happily took Sang Chu's hand and said, These are the plants that Baiyu helped to grow. Look, although they cannot be planted on a large scale, with the presence of wood-type mutants, they can be harvested quickly, and the next batch can be grown. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Sang Chu. Xiao Baoyu curled his fingers nervously and didn't dare to say anything. Sang Chu saw Xiao Baoyu's awkwardness and didn't say anything either. He just looked at Mu Shui and said, "Have all our food been transplanted yet?" Sang Jingwen walked up and said, "Basically everything we have now is here. Baoyu's ability level is a little lower, so the birth is a little slow, but we have enough food for now." After Sang Chu's trip to another world, they had already transplanted some plants to the farm. The plants in the underground city were taken care of by Grandma Lin and Mu Shui, but neither of them had wood-type abilities, so it was a bit troublesome. On the surface, the food they are eating now is all produced by Baoyu. Fortunately, Sang Chu bought a lot of things in the monster world before, so he didn't finish it all at once. Sang Chu took out the chicks from the cage from the space link in front of Xiao Baoyu. "These are the chicks I found outside. Let's get the second floor of the farm to raise them. Baoyu, can you take care of them?" Xiao Baoyu's eyes lit up instantly. "Of course, Sister Sang Chu. I can do it." Sang Chu nodded and smiled. "Don't be nervous. Although your ability level is lower, you can still take care of these chickens. Just pay more attention to them on weekdays. If they have any problems, you can just use wood energy to heal them. Let's go down first." "Yeah, I know, I will." Xiao Baoyu wanted to let Sang Chu see his value right now. Sang Jingwen looked at him like that, smiled helplessly, and patted his shoulder gently. "Let's go." A group of people followed Sang Chu to the second floor of the farm. After selecting some chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep and placing them in the farm on the second floor, Sang Chu took out a shell lamp. This is called a shell lamp. When you need lighting, just turn it on. When you don't, just turn it off. It's very convenient. From now on, the lighting equipment in the base will not consume supernatural powers to make it. When she saw the shell lamp, Mu Shui's eyes widened. "Wow, this thing is so beautiful." Seeing how she couldn't let go of it, Sang Chu took out one and handed it to her. "Change it for your room as well. It's a waste to use your superpowers to make lighting equipment like candles. With these things, you don't have to waste your superpowers." "Yeah, Sang, you are so nice." Mu Shui hugged Sang Chu tightly and spoke to her with gratitude. Sang Jingwen looked at this thing. Although he didn't know what world Sang Chu had gone to, he still gained something. Sang, these animals. He was afraid that these were just ordinary animals and they would not be able to survive long in the apocalypse. Animals without energy in their bodies would not survive for more than a day. This was also the reason why all animals and plants disappeared before the mutated plants appeared in the apocalypse. Ordinary people with poor physical fitness will die soon. Those with better health can survive longer, but no one knows how long they can live, so they can only live one day at a time. "Brother, don't worry. If you die, it will be considered a meal for everyone," Baoyu said at the side. "Brother Jingwen, Sister Sang Chu, don't worry. I can take good care of them. As long as I raise them carefully and transfer superpowers to them in time, I will definitely be able to keep them alive." Seeing his confident look, Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen didn't know what to say. "Sang Chu, then I'll trouble you. I'm a little tired after just coming back. I'll go back and rest for a while. Please keep an eye on them here." "Don't worry, Sister Sang Chu, leave it to me, no problem." Sang Chu, Mu Shui, and Sang Jingwen went directly into the underground city. Grandma Lin was taking care of the plants by herself at the moment. When she saw them coming, she greeted them with a smile. "Sang is back. Well, Grandma, are you used to it here?" Grandma Lin looked at her two granddaughters, each hugging one of them, and smiled. "What's there to be uncomfortable about? It's very safe here, so just rest assured." Sang Chu looked at the dim dungeon. Although they had placed as many candles as possible for lighting, the dungeon was still too big. She took out a dragon bead casually. She thought that the dungeon would need a lot of dragon beads, so she was ready to put all the dragon beads in the dungeon. Unexpectedly, once the dragon pearl was taken out, the entire underground city became as bright as day. Mu Shui's eyes gradually widened. "This bead is so bright." Grandma Lin's eyes were pierced by the sudden bright light. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands and said, Sang, what is this?" "Yes, little sister, what is this? Why is it so bright?" Sang Chu asked the building robot to create a thing in the air to hold the dragon pearl, and then put the dragon pearl on it. "This is a dragon pearl. I originally thought that I would need a lot of them to illuminate, but now it seems that this one is enough to illuminate the entire underground city. Mu Shue suddenly let go of her grandmother's hand and ran into the house. She entered a building, opened the window, and called out excitedly, "Sang Sang, Grandma, Brother Wen, the house is so bright. It's just like daytime." Hearing her words, Sang Chu and Sang Jingwen couldn't help laughing and supported their grandmother and walked towards where she was. Only after I walked into the room did I realize that she was not exaggerating. Sang Jingwen, "It's really bright." Mu Shue, "Sang Sang, can this dragon bead keep lighting up?" Sang Chu nodded and said, "Of course, but if you don't use it normally, you have to put it in the spiritual spring water. Let's go out first." I brought back some spiritual soil and spiritual spring water. "Let's finish the dungeon first and then take out the rest." "Yeah, Grandma, and let's go." Mu Shue was very excited and felt like she had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Although she was in a dungeon, her life now was no different from that before the apocalypse. Sang Chu asked the house-building robot to build the breeding area, poured the spiritual soil dug from the butterfly valley on the ground, and then asked the robot to build it row by row. At this time, Mu Shue took out watermelon seeds from the greenhouse next to her and looked at Sang Chu. "Sang Sang, do you want to transplant these plants? You can try."
They did what they said.
The four of them manually transplanted some plants into the soil for an experiment. "Grandma, please help take care of these things. Just make sure they can grow on their own. Don't worry, Grandma will take good care of you." Sang Chu nodded repeatedly and then put a water spirit bead into the pool built by the robot. "Grandma, you can use the water here to water the plants, or drink some of this water. These are all spiritual spring waters, which are good for your body." Seeing that there was both water and soil, Grandma, who had been farming for most of her life, was very excited. Okay, Grandma got it." Mu Shue squatted by the pool and saw the robot was still building the sink. She asked in confusion, "Sang Sang, why do you need so many sinks? I plan to dig a well." "The water in the pool will be used by Grandma for daily use. The water in the trough will be connected to the side of the field. This way, it will be more convenient for Grandma to irrigate the field. She can just turn on the switch and sprinkle water directly. The water in the well will be used for drinking." Grandma pointed to the enclosed pool nearby and asked, "Sang Sang, what about that?" "Grandma, I will use that pool to soak these dragon beads every day. The dragon beads can only be used continuously if they are soaked in spiritual spring water, otherwise they will lose their luster." "Grandma, I'm afraid we can't stay in the underground city all the time, so I have to trouble you here." Grandma patted her hands gently and said, "What's the trouble? I'm already very happy that I can help. I know you are all busy, so I will help you guard this place. No matter what happens, I will help you guard it so that you don't have to worry about anything." Mu Shue and Sang Chu clung to Grandma, one on the left and one on the right, leaning on her shoulders. "Grandma is so nice." Sang Jingwen looked at the scene, as if he had returned to his childhood. At this time, Lu Minfeng and the others sent a message. Sang Sang, Minfeng and the others said that they have received a call from the superpower person and are rushing here. However, the speeding car is too obvious, so they are using the off-road vehicle mode. "I am afraid it will be delayed for a few days." Sang Chu, "It's okay. I have something to tell you while we still have time." Just now, she had asked Xiaoguang, optical computer robot, to set up the virtual training room of the demon world in the dungeon. She took Sang Jingwen and others to the training room. "Brother, Grandma, I got this thing from the demon world. Although I don't have anything to test spiritual roots, as long as you have spiritual roots in your body, I can find the corresponding techniques and mental methods. Maybe you can't awaken your superpowers, but you can start the immortal cultivation mode. As long as you get out of the body of an ordinary person, you won't be afraid of those messy viruses in the end times." What she meant was that she would not die suddenly due to lack of energy in her body. What she fears most now is that her brother and grandmother will suddenly die because they are not psychics or zombies, then everything she has done will be meaningless. Sang Jingwen looked at the strange scroll in the room. "Sister, this." Sang Sang, "I'll let it go and let your brother try." Grandma Lin felt that she was too old, and even if she could practice, it would be too late. It would be better for her to let Sang Jingwen concentrate on learning. They didn't know that ordinary people could suddenly die, and Sang Chu didn't intend to tell them. After all, she was not sure whether her brother and grandmother could practice. Grandma, you don't have to give this thing away. Everyone can use it. I made it specially for you. You and my brother can just sit on the white mat and close your eyes. Grandma. This Sang Jingwen took his grandmother's hand and walked towards the white mat. Grandma, Sang, Xiao Xue, and I still need you very much. Let's practice together. Mu Shui. Yes, Grandma, we do so much just to keep our family together. Come quickly. Looking at her grandchildren, Grandma Lin sighed. Then don't have too high expectations. Sang Chu. Grandma, don't worry. Let's try it first. After Grandma Lin and Sang Jingwen sat on the mat, Sang Chu immediately asked all 7 pets to come out and directly activated their spiritual power. As long as Grandma Lin and Sang Jingwen have spiritual roots in their bodies, they will be able to easily find the appropriate mental method under the guidance of their spiritual pets. But time passed, and there was no progress. Mu Shui looked at Sang Chu anxiously. Sang, Grandma and Brother Jingwen. Bang! There was a loud bang, and a cloud of white mist suddenly exploded from Grandma's body. Tuyo blinked his eyes and said, It's broken. Mu Shui and Sang Chu looked at him nervously. What's broken? Tell me quickly. What exactly is broken? Tuyo found that what he said was ambiguous and quickly explained. Don't be nervous. It's the barrier that is broken. I didn't expect that the virtual demon stone is so powerful. If I had known, I would have risked my life to dig some back. Ah Chu, we have suffered a great loss. Sang Chu gnashed his teeth and said, If we dare to dig, those big guys will appear immediately in the next second. You want to die, but I don't want to die. But now, can you tell me the point? What's the situation with Grandma? Tio, don't worry, shouldn't you be most familiar with Grandma's situation? It's just that the barrier on ordinary people's bodies is broken. Grandma's barrier is very thick, but the power of this magic stone can help her break through it directly, you see. As he spoke, Tio quickly pointed at Grandma. After the white mist dissipated, a faint green light emanated from her body. Then, a green scroll appeared directly in front of her. Unfortunately, this virtual place is not as convenient as the one on the Demon Mountain. The skills and mental methods can be directly entered into the brain. The grandmother, who realized that something was wrong with her body, opened her eyes and saw the scroll floating in front of her. This is. Tio flew directly to Grandma's legs and squatted. Grandma, take it down and have a look. This is the practice method of the wood's spiritual root. Grandma has broken through the barrier and can practice from now on. Hearing this, Sang Jingwen was extremely anxious. His grandmother had already awakened, but why couldn't he? Could it be that he not only had no special powers, but also no spiritual roots? He continued to sit there without giving up. His grandmother didn't take the scroll but looked at Sang Jingwen worriedly. Sang Chu walked up to her and held her hand and asked her to take down the scroll. Grandma, please read this scroll first. I will let Tio teach you how to start practicing. Looking into Sang Chu's eyes, she looked at Sang Jingwen again and could only nod. Without saying a word, she walked aside holding the scroll in one hand and Tio in the other. Lin Mushua looked at Sang Jingwen with eyes full of heartache, holding Sang Chu's hand tightly, very worried. It was unknown how long it had been before Sang Jingwen opened his eyes. His expression was momentarily disappointed, but after seeing the worried looks on his 2 younger sisters' faces, he smiled gently and said, It seems that I don't have any spiritual roots. It doesn't matter. I still have the air bombs that Sang gave me. You don't have to worry about me, elder brother, Brother Jingwen. Sang Chu and Mu Shui looked at him with slightly red eyes, but Sang Jingwen stood up and took them both into his arms. It's okay, brother, don't be sad. At worst, I can come here every day to try. Maybe my barrier is too thick. Mu Shui took a deep breath. Brother Jingwen should be the saddest at this moment, but he was still comforting them. It must be like this. Brother Jingwen, you have to come often in the future. I will keep an eye on you. Well, I'll have to trouble Xiaoxue then. Sang Chu was silent for a while and said, There's another possibility. That is, I don't have enough spiritual roots at the moment, and I can't use them as attraction, just like Xiaoxue's spatial ability and Lu Minfeng's invisibility skills. I don't have them. Brother, if this is the case, you can try to practice your spiritual power here in the future. Maybe it will be useful, Mu Shui. Yeah, that must be the case. I can help. I have been practicing my mental power recently, and it has been somewhat effective. Sang Xiaochu, how to make this thing.
You can also teach me.
Maybe Brother Jingwen is a space ability user like me. Good. Sang Jingwen hugged his two younger sisters and felt warm in his heart as he listened to their words. For a moment, he even felt that there was nothing to be afraid of without superpowers. As long as the family continued to be together, everything would be fine. Grandma came over and looked at the three siblings hugging each other. She stretched out her arms and hugged them. It doesn't matter if we have superpowers or not. As long as our family is together, that's fine. Mu Shui, that's right, Brother Jingwen. You protected me and Sang Xiaochu when we were little. Now that you've grown up, no matter if you have superpowers or not, you're still our brother. Now it's our turn to protect you. Just like Grandma said, we're all family, and you're not allowed to be mean to us just because of your superpowers. Sang Jingwen tapped her forehead lightly in annoyance. In your eyes, Brother Jingwen is so fragile that he would abandon you just because you don't have superpowers. Sang Chu smiled and said, she is just afraid that there will be no one in her family. What if Lu Minfeng bullies her in the future? When she said this, Lin Mushua's cheeks and ears gradually turned red. She let go of the hands that were holding Sang Jingwen and Grandma and glared at Sang Chu angrily. Sang Xiaochu, what are you talking about? I'm going to sue you for spreading rumors. Seeing her like this, Sang Chu knew that she actually had feelings for Lu Minfeng, but she just didn't dare to take a step forward. Oh, are you so angry? Brother, Grandma, look at her like this. She still has the nerve to accuse me of spreading rumors. The dragon pearl was so bright that it couldn't hide Mu Shui's blushing face and ears at all. Seeing her like that, Sang Jingwen couldn't help but laugh and said, don't worry, I will definitely be your strong supporter. If Lu Minfeng treats you badly, I will ask Brother Yi to beat him up. Seeing that Sang Jingwen was also laughing at her, Mu Shui pouted and walked to her grandmother. Grandma, look, both of them are bullying me. Grandma Lin looked at her cheerfully and said, Minfeng is a good kid. Look, he has been taking care of you for so long. Although he is getting better now, he still runs around to help you. If you really, no one knew what she was struggling with or hesitating about. Seeing that her emotions were fluctuating greatly, her grandmother quickly comforted her. No, it's just that he is unlucky. Our Xiaoxue doesn't like him at all. Mu Shui. Grandma, it's not that absolute. But she didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Sang Chu smiled and said, Okay, I know you are not well, but I remind you first, if you are together in the future and want a baby, you have to take off the physiological suppressor on your neck in advance, and then soak in spiritual spring water or go directly into the treatment chamber to adjust your body. After the suppressor is removed, it will take about 1 or 2 months for your body to return to normal, and you can have a baby. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui's face instantly turned redder. You are so good, Sang Xiaochu. You are deliberately making fun of me, right? I will beat you to death. With that, she ran straight towards Sang Chu, punching her with her little fists as she ran. Sang Jingwen was a little unhappy at first, but when he saw them playing around, his depressed mood slowly subsided.
Grandma, I've fine.
You go and practice first. I'll sit here for a while and let those 2 monkeys play, okay? Grandma is here with you, don't worry. Take your time. Grandma believes in you. Yes, I understand. Outdoor Lin Mushua worriedly held Sang Chu's hand and said, Sang, what if Brother Jingwen really can awaken his superpowers? He is such a strong person. Even if we divert his attention. I'll find another way, don't worry. All right. Tio squatted on Sang Chu's shoulder and looked at them helplessly. My 2 sisters, instead of worrying about him, why not take a look at that big white dragon? He's about to destroy the house. What? Suddenly, hearing Tio's words, the 2 looked towards the place he pointed to in confusion, only to see the big, white dragon flying around excitedly. The huge body plunged into the spiritual spring water and then suddenly flew up. He made a mess of everything, as if it had been demolished. Jialong, stop it, stop. Sang Chu loudly rebuked him for his behavior, but he pretended he couldn't hear him and flew even faster in excitement. Tio, Achu, to subdue a spirit beast. You need to use both kindness and force. He was obedient before because all the spiritual stones and jades were in Sang-Chu's hands, but now the spiritual spring water was outside, and he could get it without going through Sang-Chu, so he didn't take Sang-Chu seriously at all. Tuyo's words reminded her that this big white dragon was too out of control. Xiaoxue, find a place to hide. Mu Shui stared at Sang-Chu, who had turned cold, and nodded. Be careful, After Mu Shui found a place to hide, Sang-Chu swung the fire jade fan in his hand, and a fire whip appeared instantly. The long whip, which faintly emitted the power of thunder and lightning, lashed towards the dragon mercilessly. Ouch! With a cry of pain, a deep scar was left on the big, white dragon's body. He looked at Sang-Chu angrily. Why did you suddenly attack me? Look at what you've done to the dungeon. Why didn't you listen when I told you to stop? Jiaolong was a little afraid of the long whip in Sang-Chu's hand. He originally thought he was right, but he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I just want to drink some of this water for a while. Don't make excuses. I know you look down on me and think I'm too weak, but if you don't want to stay here any longer, you can leave. I won't stop you. But if you want to stay, you have to abide by the rules. If you want to drink the spiritual spring water, no one can stop you, but you shouldn't be in such a mess. The big white dragon looked at the weapon in Sang-Chu's hand, as if calculating his chances of winning. Sang-Chu did not hold back and put all his supernatural powers into the long whip. When all the fire energy was poured into the fire jade fan, dozens of fire dragons flew out of the long whip, hovering above her like living creatures. When Sang-Chu's lightning energy was input, dozens of fire dragons were instantly covered with lightning, which made the big, white dragon more and more frightened. He quickly admitted his mistake and said, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Lightning is his Achilles heel. Every time it thunders, he hides well for fear of being hit. But now this hateful man actually has lightning abilities. Sang-Chu, then clean up all the mess you made. The big white dragon glanced at Sang-Chu and landed on the ground with its huge body. It gathered up the soil that was all over the place when it got excited just now, and then put the plants in. The big white dragon dared not speak out in anger. Sang-Chu glanced at Tuyu, walked to the big white dragon, and took out a transformation pill. This thing is for you. Looking at the candy beans in Sang-Chu's hand, the big white dragon asked weakly, What is this? He didn't dare stop his hands and kept cleaning. Sang-Chu, this is a transformation pill. It can help you skip the dragon transformation step and directly transform into a human. Become a human?
Sang-Chu note that.
The big white dragon tilted its head and looked at Sang-Chu. It was silent for a long time before it raised its head and swallowed the pill in her hand.
Ah!
The big white dragon suddenly groaned, and then its whole body rolled on the ground. It hurts so much. What on earth did you give me to eat, you darned person? Sang-Chu took several steps back. Mu Shui, who was hiding nearby, suddenly heard the big, white dragon talking, and her eyes gradually widened. Finally, amidst the wailing, the big white dragon slowly turned into a young man with skin as white as jade, and even his hair, eyelashes, and eyes were white. Sang-Chu quickly took out clothes from the space bond and covered him with them. Put on your clothes. Humph, I won't wear your clothes. The big white dragon's voice at this moment sounded childish, and he obviously didn't sound like an adult. He didn't seem to realize that he had turned into a human now. Water curtain. With a light shout, Sang-Chu waved his hand, and instantly a water curtain mirror appeared in front of the big white dragon. The big white dragon stared at itself in the water curtain. His hands kept groping around. This is me, huh? What's wrong with my voice? He got closer and closer in confusion, and finally confirmed that he had really turned into a human. He stood up excitedly, and Sang-Chu was numb. He quickly closed his eyes. You have become a human being. Can you have a little shame? Put on your clothes quickly, the big white dragon said aggrievedly. I won't wear your clothes. Little rabbit, go teach him. Tio resigned himself to his fate and flew towards the big white dragon. While teaching him how to put on his clothes, he looked at him curiously. Strange, why are you different from ordinary dragons, big white dragon? Of course it's different. How can I be an ordinary Jiao Jiao dragon? This narcissistic look made Tuyo speechless. Okay, you think you are special, but you shouldn't go out for a stroll right now. Get used to the underground city first. Sang Chu, are you dressed? Tuyo, I'm dressed. Sang Chu opened his eyes and saw the neatly dressed Bai Jiao. By the way, you have become a human now. If you want to go out, you must have an identity. The big white dragon's attention was not on Sang Chu. No matter what she said, the big white dragon just nodded and responded casually. Sang Chu said, your external identity is our younger brother, right? As for your name, Bai Yuqi, my name. The big white dragon kept his eyes on the water curtain. When he heard Sang Chu's words, he was afraid that they would give him a random name, so he took the lead in saying the name he remembered. Sang Chu and Tuyu both looked at him in surprise. That look made Bai Yuqi look down upon them fiercely. Why? I can't have a name? Sang Chu, I'm just curious why you're called this name. Bai Yuqi, I don't know. I remember someone calling me this since I was born, but I was too young at the time, and I can't remember what the person who called me looked like. She just asked me to remember this name and said my name is Bai Yuqi, White Jade Qilin. Tio looked at his white body and a thought flashed through his mind. Ah Chu, this guy might have the blood of the White Jade Qilin. Your brother can be saved. What's the meaning? Tuyo, the White Jade Qilin is an ancient mythical beast. Its bloodline has powerful strength. Just one drop of it can stimulate the birth of spiritual roots and allow mortals to embark on the path of immortality. Therefore, the White Jade Qilin is very rare and was almost extinct in ancient times. I didn't expect to see one here. Although its bloodline is not very pure, it is enough to stimulate the birth of spiritual roots. Sang Chu had never thought that this big white dragon had such a history. Seeing him looking at himself through the water curtain, Sang Chu walked up to him and asked, Bai Yuqi, I want to discuss something with you. The big white dragon looked back at Sang Chu warily. What are you going to do? I want a drop of your blood. You can set any conditions. As long as I can give it, it's all fine. The big white dragon's eyes turned cunningly, looked at Sang Chu, and then looked at the water on the ground. I want one of your space links and this water. Sang Chu looked at the big white dragon, and without much hesitation, he cleared a space link and handed it to him. You can take as much of this spiritual spring water as you want. After the water spirit pearl turns into water, it needs to be taken out using a specific technique, and it can only be seen with the naked eye after it is taken out. Therefore, Sang Chu is not worried at all that the big white dragon can take the water spirit pearl away. Bai Yuqi saw Sang Chu readily gave it to him, closed his eyes, and stretched out his white and tender hand. Take it yourself. Don't ask for too much. It will hurt. Well, don't worry. It's just one drop. He still had some trust in Sang Chu. Sure enough, after he felt a tingling sensation, he heard Sang Chu say, Okay. After saying that, she turned and walked into the training room. When Mu Shui saw Sang Chu, she hurried forward and said, Sang, what are you doing? Sho, wait here for me. Oh, okay. Seeing her mysterious look, Mu Shui still squatted beside her. After Sang Chu walked into the training room, she found that her grandmother had entered the training mode and her 5 senses were closed. She did not speak, but flicked the blood in her hand into Sang Jingwen's forehead. The cold touch made Sang Jingwen subconsciously touch it with his hand, but he found nothing. He looked at Sang Chu in surprise. Little sister, Sang Chu smiled and said, Brother, don't worry, it's a good thing. Close your eyes, don't think about anything, and concentrate on using your mental power to mobilize the energy in your body. Sang Jingwen has absolute trust in Sang Chu, and he does whatever she says. After a while, he felt a heat wave surging in his body, rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and his whole body felt as if it was being roasted on fire. Suddenly, the entire training room was filled with mist, and Sang Jingwen sat in it, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. He was soaking wet and couldn't help but smiled at Sang Chu. Little sister, congratulations, big brother, you have spiritual roots. In fact, Sang Jingwen also had spiritual roots, but his spiritual root barrier was too thick and the spiritual power of the end times was too thin. so he had never been able to awaken. If he were really an ordinary person, he would have died long ago because of the coming of the blood moon and would not have survived until now. Most ordinary people who are still alive now have the spiritual roots to awaken superpowers, but the barriers are too thick. The thicker they are, the harder it is to break through, and the harder it is to awaken. Thank you, Sang Sang. Brother, there's no need for us to be so polite. You can continue to practice here. All the martial arts and mental methods here are first class. Tio suddenly flew in and reminded. Did you forget about your pile of junk? Yes. Sang Chu quickly poured out all of his weapons from the jade bracelet space. Mu Shui followed Tuyu in and saw many strange weapons on the ground. Mu Shui quickly squatted down and asked curiously, Sang Xiaochu, what are these? These are all magic tools I found. I don't know how many of them are usable. Everyone look around. If you find one you like, try to see if you can use it. Sang Jingwen came over and saw a broken knife among a pile of things. There were many strange water ripples and flame patterns engraved on the blade, which was very strange, and he had a feeling that this knife should have been broken. Little sister, what's the story behind this broken sword? Sang Jingwen took out the broken knife. Sang Chu took a look at it and shook his head, then looked at Tuyu. Do you know? Tio flew back and forth. I can't tell what it is. If you like it, just take it. All cultivators have a magical sixth sense. Maybe you are destined to have this broken sword. Lin Muxiue. Then I must be destined to this thing. She held a strange silver ring in her hand, the size of a palm. When she held the silver ring, it glowed white. Tuyo was also very surprised. This thing seems to be the deep-sea garbage that Yu Lao mentioned. Why doesn't it look like it? Rubbish. Mu Shui frowned slightly. She suddenly felt irritated and subconsciously waved her hand towards Tuyu. No, Miss Lin. What are you doing? Tio dodged her attack by turning sideways, but the next second, he was knocked over by an unknown force. Tio rolled over several times on the spot and looked at Lin Muxiue angrily. Are you sick? Why are you suddenly so angry? Mu Shui was also stunned. I don't know what happened. I just felt annoyed when you said it was garbage, and then my hands moved by themselves. I could feel the direction you were avoiding, and then the next second you flew out. I don't know what happened. Sang Chu looked at the silver ring in her hand and said, could it be related to this weapon? Mu Shui, try dripping blood to recognize the owner. Huh? Oh, okay. Lin Muxiue nodded repeatedly and bit her finger directly, but when the blood dripped onto the silver ring, it actually slid directly onto the ground, and there was no trace of blood on the silver ring. She blinked and looked at Yin Huan with a puzzled look on her face. What's going on here? Tio flew to Sang Chu's shoulder and said, Ah Chu, it seems that these deep-sea garbage are not simple at all. This is because the spirit of the weapon does not allow Miss Lin to make a contract. Weapon spirit. Mu Shui looked at Tuyu blankly. He patiently explained, well, weapon spirits. Generally, only heaven-level magic weapons or divine weapons have weapon spirits. The one that was dissatisfied with me using your hand to attack me just now should be a weapon spirit. But its power should be very weak. Shouldn't we be able to make a contract if we are weak? Tuyu rolled his eyes at Lin Muxiue and said, even if the weapon spirit is weak, it is still stronger than you. You can't recognize it as your master before it recognizes you. You should keep it for now. It should have a lot to do with your spatial ability. With it, even if you don't recognize it as your master, you can still use some spatial means. Just like I was able to attack you continuously in that space just now, but you didn't notice it. Yeah, are you satisfied? Tuyo said this in annoyance. He had just been beaten to the ground by this weakling space user. It was really embarrassing. Grandma has been meditating and has entered a wonderful state. She is not affected by any noise outside. After Sang Jingwen and Mu Shui got the magic weapon, they had no way to acknowledge its master by dripping blood, so they could only continue to learn martial arts. Sang Chu couldn't stay in the dungeon forever, so he left Tuyu behind to look after Bayuchi and then left the dungeon. In the farm, Xiao Baiyu takes care of the chickens, sheep, cattle, fish, and other animals diligently. They are all growing well and are very lively. When Sang Chu came, he was taking care of watering the plants on the top floor. Sister Sang Chu, you have a good rest. Well, why don't you go and take a rest? I'll take care of this. Xiao Baiyu shook his head. No need, Sister Sang Chu. I'll just take a nap here if I'm tired. I've slept for a long time before, and now I'm full of energy. Seeing his nervous look, Sang Chu didn't know what to say. He just helped him take care of the plants and watched him skillfully grow fruits and vegetables. Sang Chu couldn't help but sigh. If there hadn't been the end of the world, he would be at school age now. But he didn't expect the end of the world to come. It was sad to see him living cautiously at such a young age. Baoyu, go and have a rest. Otherwise, when your brother comes back and sees the dark circles under your eyes, he'll think I'm abusing you. Sister, I'm really fine. Well, since you don't want to rest, come with me and do something. Let's go. As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Baoyu towards the residential area in the cave. Although the residential area has hollowed out the caves, the materials used by the house-building robots are first-class durable and wear-resistant. Even if the entire mountain collapses, it will not cause any impact on the houses inside. Looking at the neatly arranged rooms on both sides, Sang Chu took out a space link and handed it to him. Baoyu, there are about 200 shell lights in here. Put them in the corridors and rooms. There are few people in the base at present, so they are mainly placed in the corridors. They must be able to illuminate the entire corridor, understand? When Xiaobai got the space link, he seemed a little excited. The young man couldn't hide his feelings on his face. Yes, Sister Sang Chu, don't worry. I'll do it right away. After he turned on a shell lamp, he took down the candlestick on the wall and replaced it with a shell lamp. Then he walked into the room and turned on another shell lamp and placed it on the bedside. Sister, is this okay? Sang Chu smiled and said, well, it's okay. From now on, you will be responsible for this shell lamp. You should replace a batch every week or so, and give the replaced ones to your sister Muxue or brother Jingwen. Also, if anyone dares to take this shell lamp and disobeys you, you should find your brother or brother Minfeng. Don't be afraid to find someone, okay? Xiao Baiyu lowered his head. Sister Sang Chu, am I still too weak? Sang Chu did not offer too much comfort and said in a matter-of-fact way, it is indeed a little weak, so you must also work hard to practice while managing daily chores. In the end times, we may not be able to protect you all the time. The base will become larger and larger, and there will be more and more people. With more people, it will become more complicated, so you must learn to use the power of others to make others dare not look down on you. However, you must also improve your own strength, understand? Yes, I understand, Sister Sang Chu. Xiao Baoyu felt a little inferior in his heart, and he lacked the confidence to speak. Sang Chu didn't want to criticize him too much, as everyone needs encouragement. Come on, everyone has come this far step by step. You are no worse than others. Really? Xiao Baoyu instantly looked up at Sang Chu, only to see her smiling and saying, of course, everyone is unique. No one is worse than anyone else. If you are not as talented as others, then just try harder to outdo them. Everyone has their own shining points. Don't always look at other people's strengths and let yourself be drowned in the halo of others. We have to live our own lives. Yes, Sister Sang Chu, thank you, I will. Okay, I'll take care of you. Go put your things away and take a rest after that. You can practice better if you have a good rest. Hearing this, Xiao Baiyu looked at Sang Chu expectantly. Sister, can you teach me how to practice? Sang Chu, sure, but now you should finish the things at hand first and then get your spirit back and then come and talk to me about cultivation, okay? Yeah, okay, I'll go now. Thank you, Sister Sang Chu. Looking at his excited back, Sang Chu shook his head helplessly and smiled. She looked towards Jian Xiuying's room and sighed deeply. This psychic is too troublesome, and she currently has no idea what to do with her. Take a gamble? But can the base afford it now? Bite. A message from Lu Minfeng came on the optical brain. Chu, we're almost there. Are you in the base now? I'm here. How many of you are coming? 17, 5 of them are psychics. Then there are 12 people who are not superpowers. Okay, I understand, you can come back. Sang Chu walked to the first floor of the farm, opened the door, and walked in. Only this place had not been planned yet. The second floor is for raising animals, the top floor is for plants, and the first floor was previously intended for storing things, but now it seems that it can only be used to store water. She asked the building robot to quickly build a pool, and then poured all the ordinary water in the reservoir into it. She was too lazy to use her supernatural power to store water for the time being, so these would be enough for a while. Then we can find some water-related supernatural beings and let them be responsible for this water storage area. As for the spiritual spring water, it can only be used to feed animals and plants. The people with special abilities and their families who were found used this ordinary water. Sang-Chu thought for a while and locked the door directly. From now on, the water storage area, poultry farm, and greenhouse will need to be managed by dedicated people, and no one can enter or exit at will. Otherwise, the spiritual spring water on the second floor will easily be targeted by others. Suddenly, there was a very noisy noise outside. Is this the base? It looks like it's quite large. That's right, Brother E. I didn't expect your new base to be so well designed. That's right. Sang-Chu walked up from the first floor. When the group of people saw Sang-Chu, they stopped talking instantly. Along the way, they already knew that the person in charge of the entire base was a woman, and whether they could stay or not depended on her. So now when they saw a woman walking up from below, everyone was very cautious, fearing that their noisy behavior just now was a bit disrespectful. Lumen Feng. Ah Chu, let me introduce you to these people. They are all wood-type mutants and their families. I have already told them on the way here that they cannot leave the base unless there are special circumstances. Xiao Yifei. Yes, I also told them that they have to work to get food and drink. They are all hardworking people. Sang-Chu glanced at them and nodded. Well, Brother E, take them to the housing area. Each family can live in one room. Here is the key. When she handed the key to Xiao Yifei, he was stunned for a moment. The base before didn't have locks? Looking at Xiao Yifei's eyes, Sang-Chu smiled and said, Brother E, go quickly. I have something to tell Min Feng. After you have identified the room, bring the psychic to the top of the mountain to find me. Xiao Yifei led a group of people into the cave. When they were walking on the road, they thought that living in the cave would be very dark and damp, but who knew that when the door of the cave on the mountain wall was opened, it was brightly lit inside. Brother E, this cave is so bright and warm. Yeah, it's different from outside. The temperature in the end times is like an elevator. Sometimes it is extremely hot, and sometimes it is extremely cold, but the superpowers have energy in their bodies to protect them. Normal temperatures are not a big deal for them, but they are very unbearable for ordinary people. It is common for people to die of heat or cold. But now the air in the cave is warm, and this suitable temperature makes people feel as if they are back in an air-conditioned room before the end of the world. And the light emitted by the shell lamps in the aisle is different from the lamps or candles made by psychics. The white light makes people feel nostalgic as if it were a lifetime ago. Xiao Baoyu had just placed the shell lamp in the room when he saw his brother and a group of people in the corridor. Brother, you're back. Well, Xiao Bao, what's going on? He didn't know much about these lighting things, and they clearly didn't exist before. Xiao Baoyu glanced at these outsiders and explained, This is what Sister Sang-Chu brought back. It's very bright. Almost every room in building 1 has it. Brother, let me show you. He took out a shell lamp. The light disappeared when he closed it, and came back on when he opened it. Is this available in every room? Zhang Xiao, a person with special abilities, looked at them in amazement. Xiao Baoyu opened a door with a key, and there was a shell lamp inside. Sister Sang-Chu said that it would be enough to put one in a house. When the door is closed, it can block the light, and when it is opened, it can illuminate. Xiao Yifei handed them the keys and said, the 5 families should choose 5 houses. The one with 3 peach blossoms painted on the door is a 3-bedroom house, 2 is a 2-bedroom house, and a single room is a single room. This is more convenient. Go all the way to the end of the residential area to find the canteen, water source area, shower room, and toilet. At present, our base only has 1 water-based superpower, Ah Chu, and she will divide the water into edible and daily use. In order to save water, you should shower in the water tank as much as possible. After showering, you can collect the water and take it to the bathroom for further use. Although it is a bit troublesome, the conditions here are much better than many other bases. Zhao Xiao. Of course, the accommodation conditions are already very good. Don't worry, Brother E, we all know what to do. Zhao Qian is Zhao Zhao's sister, dark and thin. She stood behind her brother and asked in a low voice, Brother E, can these be used casually? What do I need to do to exchange them? Xia Han, superpower, yes, brother E. How do we exchange this food? In order to have food in his base, in addition to killing zombies, the wood-type mutants have to provide blood to cultivate seeds. He wants to follow brother E because he doesn't want to be a blood bag anymore. At least brother E doesn't treat them as human beings like Quan Jian does. But now that this issue was mentioned, his heart was in his throat. Xiao Yifei, don't worry, although I'm not the top leader of the base, I won't go back on my words. No one here will use you as blood bags. However, the entire base belongs to Sang Chu, the woman you just saw. You must abide by the rules of the base, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. No, don't worry, brother E. Xiao Yifei. Okay, hurry up and choose a room. Chu is still waiting for us. Hey, okay, let's choose right now. Xiao Yifei gave them 5 keys and let them choose their own room. The locks and keys of each room are specially made by robots. When the room is not locked, the keys can open the door at will. But once they have made their choice, they can operate on the optical computer to change and lock their keyholes and key patterns so that their keys can only open their own doors. There was also a wooden sign in each room. When Xiao Baoyu followed them into the room, he pointed at the sign and said, "Write your names and the names of the people in your family on this wooden sign, and then hang it on the door. Those with special abilities, please go with my brother to find Sister Sang Sang. For the rest of you, you can take a rest first or get to know the place. I live in the first room in front. My name is Xiao Baoyu, and you can come to see me anytime." Xiao Baoyu is now the dormitory supervisor. Xia Han, then I'll go out first. Mom, Dad, brother, you guys hang the wooden sign on the door and then take a rest. Xiaoru, you go ahead, I'm here with my parents. Okay, brother, if you need anything, go find Xiao Baoyu and try to wait for me to come back. At present, they didn't know what the situation of this base was. They only followed Xiao Yifei and the others because they trusted him. I thought that with his strength, he should be able to have a say even if he was not the top leader. But when I got here, I found that things were not as simple as they thought. This made him feel a little unsure. Among the 5 people with special abilities, there was a girl. She was disheveled and walked at the end of the team with her head down. On the mountaintop, Lu Minfeng looked at the seeds that Sang Chu took out and asked curiously, "Achu, what are these?" "This is something I found in the demon world. On the surface, it looks like a peach tree, but in fact, it's a very powerful killing weapon. Don't you want to turn this place into our end-of-the-world Peach Blossom Spring? Since our base is called Peach Blossom Spring, why don't you plant some peach trees? We can use these peach trees as a second line of defense." Lu Minfeng, are you on guard against psychic users? He already knew that their neighbors were afraid of people with special abilities. Although those mutated plants were powerful, they seemed a little vulnerable when facing people with special abilities. It would be good if these peach trees could really serve as a second line of defense, as Sang Chu said. At least their safety would be more guaranteed. Well, we don't know how strong psychics are at the moment, so I plan to plant peach trees around our base. This way, I'll have more confidence in awakening Aunt Jane. Lu Minfeng knew what Sang Chu was thinking. It was indeed not a solution to keep her asleep. They needed to find the weaknesses of the psychic, and they also needed her to give everyone special training. This way, they would not be helpless when encountering psychics in the future as before. Looking at the people walking not far away, Lu Minfeng winked at Sang Chu. The two turned around and saw Xiao Yifei walking towards her with the psychic. "Xiao Yifei, sister, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Xiao, a level 4 wood-type mutant. Ma Yaru is level 4, the only girl in the group. Gao Qiu is level 3. Xia Han is level 3. And Hao is level 2. This is the boss of our base, Sang Chu. I won't introduce Lu Minfeng to you all since you all know him. Hello everyone, you just arrived today, and you should have been allowed to rest first, but the base's protection is still a little lacking, so let everyone start working now. I hope you don't get upset. Brother E, Minfeng, go find Grandma. I'll prepare a table of delicious food for everyone tonight as a welcome dinner." When they heard Sang Chu ask them to go find Grandma, they were both stunned. Didn't they agree not to let Grandma appear in front of these people? It was Lu Minfeng who reacted first. "Okay, we'll go now, you guys get busy first," Sang Chu nodded. After the 2 men left, she cut open one of the 8 demon peaches, big peaches, in her hand and handed each of them a piece. Eat this first to prevent you from getting hurt by mistake later. The Taorao tree will bear magic peaches, but almost always only 1 or 2 will grow on a tree. The magic peaches are the thing that can dispel the enchanting fragrance of the Taorao tree. Zhao Xiao has a high level of supernatural power, so he doesn't seem to be as restrained as the others. Boss, what is this? Just call me Sang Chu. This is a demon peach. What I'll let you plant later is a special peach tree with a bewitching effect. Once you're touched by the fragrance of the flower, you'll immediately fall into a coma, and this demon peach can remove this effect. I only have this one demon peach at the moment, so each person can only get one piece to temporarily resist the bewitching fragrance of the peach tree. Everyone should plant them as soon as possible. To ensure the safety of the base, I will plant these peach trees around the entire base, and each of you will be responsible for an area. Try to get it done as quickly as possible. Tell your family about this after you go back. The demon peach cannot be spawned by supernatural powers. It can only grow on its own. One tree may not grow even one demon peach, so you must come out and wander around to avoid being hurt by mistake. Maya Ru, Sister sang, in this case we won't go out. She spoke in a very low voice, and if it wasn't for the quietness of the place, Sang-chu wouldn't have heard it. Well, normally we don't go out. Of course, if you want to go out, you can go directly to Brother E or my brother, Lu Minfeng is fine. After the demon peach grows out, I will give them some regularly. In the end times, safety is still the most important thing. Of course, if you feel that you can't accept it, you can bring it up and I will let Brother E take you out. Maya Ru didn't say anything this time. Xia Han looked at Sang Chu and said, "What about the zombies? Don't we need to clean up the zombies?" Sang Chu smiled and said, "Our base is not on track yet. As long as there are no zombies running into the base, we don't need to pay attention to it for the time being. We just need to build the base in all aspects. By the way, the second floor of the breeding farm has nothing to do with you. No one can go in without my permission. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded, and after receiving the Taorao tree seeds, the 5 people dispersed and each claimed an area to start planting. Dungeons looking at Grandma Lin and Sang Jingwen, who were practicing their supernatural powers, Xiao Yifei and Lu Minfeng were dumbfounded. Mu Shui walked towards them with a smile, holding the fair and tender little boy Bai Yuqi by the hand. "Are you stupid? Sang Sang brought back good things. Grandma and Brother Jingwen have both awakened their special abilities." No, I think it should be called spiritual roots." "Well, it's almost the same anyway." Xiao Yifei. Spiritual roots? The kind in immortal cultivation novels. Unlike his surprise, Lu Minfeng looked at the big, white dragon Bai Yuqi that Mu Shui was holding. "Xiao Shui, who is this child?" Xiao Yifei then saw the white and soft little ball. "Yeah, where did this child come from? He looks so small and white and soft." "Bai Yuqi. You are younger, I am Bai Yuqi." Mu Shui thought he was actually quite cute when he looked angry. She really wanted to pinch his chubby little face, but she really didn't dare to. Holding his soft little hand was already too much. This is the Great White Dragon. The transformation pill that Sang Sang brought back allowed him to transform into a human. Although he is very big in beast form, he is actually still young, so he looks like a child. Bai Yuqi. "I will grow up." Mu Shui took out the spiritual spring water very skillfully and said, Yes, drink it quickly. Drink more spiritual spring water, so that you can grow better." Lu Minfeng couldn't help but smile as he watched the interaction between the big and the small. Xiao Yifei looked around, and it was as bright as day. I was just about to say this underground city seems a little too bright." Sang Jingwen walked over from the newly opened martial arts training ground not far away, holding a broken knife in his hand. This is the dragon bead that Sang Sang brought back from the demon world. It is very bright. Almost every house can be illuminated as long as the windows are opened. It is very convenient. Xiao Yifei looked at Sang Jingwen and said with an excited smile, Wen, have you also awakened your superpowers?" "What is it?" Sang Jingwen. "This is not a supernatural power. Tuyo said that I have a spiritual root and I barely have a little bit of fire element, so he suggested that I learn swordsmanship." "Ethereal roots? That sounds so powerful." Sang Jingwen smiled and said, "It's actually the most difficult spiritual root to cultivate, but I believe as long as I work hard, it'll be fine. By the way, you are all back. What about the superpower? Lu Minfeng. Chu had something to ask them, so she asked us to come to Grandma, saying that she would hold a welcome banquet for them later. I was wondering why she asked us to come to Grandma, but it turns out that Grandma has also awakened her superpowers. Grandma Lin looked at them cheerfully. Well, my ability is also wood-related, so I can help you grow plants in the future. If Sang Sang wants to hold a banquet, I'm afraid there won't be enough things outside. Wait for me, I'll go to the warehouse to get some things. Lin Muxiue let go of Bai Yuqi's hand and ran over quickly. Grandma, I'll go with you. Bai Yuqi glanced at Sang Jingwen and said, I want to go out with you too. Xiao Yifei looked at Bai Yuqi, who had red lips and white teeth, like a New Year picture doll, and couldn't help squatting down and pinching his little face. Are you really a big white dragon? No matter how you look at it, you don't look like one. Bai Yuqi half closed his eyes in displeasure, but his big round eyes didn't look lethal at all, and they looked cute no matter how you looked at them. Xiao Yifei was not afraid at all. Bai Yuqi put his hands on his shoulders and let out a long whistle. The strong wind blew towards his face. He wanted to avoid it, but Bai Yuqi's hands held his shoulders tightly, and he could not move. Xiao Yifei's face was blown out of shape. Sang Jingwen hurriedly said, Yuqi, Ai has no ill intentions, let him go. Bai Yuqi glanced at Sang Jingwen, then threw Xiao Yifei out with a flick of her hand. He rolled on the spot for a few times and then stood up as if nothing had happened. Wow, you really are that awesome, Sang Jingwen. Please be more careful and come with me to the treatment room. Xiao Yifei. It's okay, it's okay. Since everyone is a superpower, let's all go out. It's boring to hide in the dungeon all the time, Lu Minfeng. Well, that's it, Brother Yi. Chu said Aunt Jian has woken up. You go see Aunt Jian first. I'll help Mu Shui and the others move their things upstairs. Xiao Yifei was stunned. My mother's awake. In the room, Jian Xiaoying couldn't help but tear up when she saw Xiao Baoyu, who was a little fatter than before. Xiao Bao, I'm sorry, Mommy is sorry for you. Mom, it's all over. Things are fine in the base now. All the unhappy times are over. Seeing Jian Xiaoying's red eyes and tears, Xiao Baoyu couldn't help but have red eyes too. Sang Chu stood aside silently and watched them. When Grandma came over with them, she happened to see this scene, and her eyes unconsciously welled up. Mu Shui was holding something in her hands and called softly, Grandma. Grandma is fine, but I feel sad seeing everyone like this. I don't know when this apocalypse will end. After hearing her words, everyone fell silent, because being separated and dying due to the end of the world had become a common occurrence. Xiao Yifei did not walk up to her directly, but stood beside Sang Chu and looked at her. Sang Chu, I know my limits. You guys just get together. Grandma and I will prepare food and ask Aunt to come out to eat later. Good. Xiao Yifei nodded silently, and after watching them leave, he closed the door and had a good chat with his family. Outside the door, Mayara's younger brother Ma Siyu was wandering around. When he saw Sang Chu and his group carrying a lot of fruits, vegetables, and a large pile of meat, his eyes widened. He quickly came up and looked at them with a playful smile. Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Ma Siyu, and I am Maya Ru's younger brother. Is there anything I can help you with? This ordinary person seems to be living a more comfortable life than Maya Ru, the psychic. He is fair and tender, and still has baby fat. Sang Chu looked at him scrutinizingly. What can you do, sister? I can do anything. As long as you tell me, I will do it to your satisfaction. Sang Chu didn't hesitate and said directly, in that case, please follow us to the kitchen first. Hey, okay. Ma Siyu is really a community hero. He made Grandma smile in a short while. Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu looked at Lu Minfeng unconsciously. He sent a message to them on the optical brain. There is nothing wrong with Ma Siyu. It's just that his family situation is a bit complicated. Everyone in the family dotes on him. It's the end of the world. He gets all the delicious food first. No matter how much you persuade him, he won't listen. So he often relies on his eloquence to make connections everywhere just to get more things, at least to prevent his family from starving to death. After reading the news about Lu Minfeng and then looking at Ma Siyu, I felt that this person didn't seem so annoying. If they were those who were ungrateful and only knew how to suck blood to make themselves live well, then they would have to consider whether to throw them out. But now it seems that the problem lies within their family and has nothing to do with outsiders. Ma see you, there are kettles and cups over there. Fill a kettle with water and go to the top of the mountain to find your sister and the others. Let them take a break and drink some water. Check on their progress and tell them that if they are tired, they can come down to rest and continue after dinner. Ma Siyu was originally chatting with Grandma Lin. When she heard Sang Chu's words, she quickly stood up and responded loudly, I know, sister. I'll go right away. His movements were quite neat and tidy. He loaded the water and ran out without stopping. Grandma Lin looked at his back and smiled. This child is a good one. Fortunately, he is not spoiled. Grandma Lin has seen many spoiled children, but this child is obviously spoiled. He is not impatient at all when chatting with her, and he will respond to you seriously no matter what you say to him. This is really rare. Sang Jingwen. If Grandma likes it, let him spend more time with you. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. What matters is you guys. Grandma always speaks to the point. She is old and cannot take advantage of her seniority to make decisions on many things. Mu Shui couldn't help laughing when she saw her grandmother's expression. She walked over and took her grandmother's hand. Grandma, our base is called Peach Blossom Land, which means we want to build a doomsday home for us. Of course, it has to be liked by everyone. As for people, you will know whether they are human or ghost after spending more time with them. An old person in the family is like a treasure. What's most important is that Grandma likes him. You. Grandma pinched her nose lightly and continued, don't say nice things. Come and help Grandma wash the vegetables. Hey, okay, Mu Shui shouted happily, then walked to the sink with the vegetables. Although she didn't know how to cook, she knew how to wash them. Sang Chu watched the interaction between his grandmother and Lin Mu Shui, and the smile on his face never stopped. Lu Minfeng was also very happy watching them from the side, and hurried over to help his grandmother prepare the meat. Sang Jingwen and Sang Chu were not idle either, and joined the ranks of washing vegetables. On the mountaintop, a group of psychics lay on the ground panting, having never felt so tired before. Where do you think the boss of this base found this kind of stuff? It's delicious. That's right. I've never been so tired before. It's killing me. Gao Qiu looked seriously at the peach tree that had just sprouted a little after using up almost all of their superpowers. These things may be fatal. Maya Ru. Well, I discovered it when I was inducing labor, just now. They seemed to be constantly trying to plunder the superpowers in my body, but they were concerned about something and didn't kill me. Zhao Xiao. It should be the peach that Sister Sang gave us. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Brothers, Sister Sang asked me to bring water to everyone. Ma Siyu ran over excitedly but was scolded by his sister. Stop, Siyu. Stand over there and don't move. Don't come over here. Sister will go over. Ma Siyu had never heard his sister speak to him in this voice before, and he stopped in his tracks, not daring to move. Sister, what's wrong? Maya Ru walked up to him and whispered, over there is the peach tree that Sister Sang asked us to help grow. It's very strange and dangerous. Don't get close to it easily. When you go back later, tell your parents not to leave the base casually. Just stay under the mountain and don't come up. Ma Siyu looked at his sister's serious expression and couldn't help trembling all over. Is it that scary? His sister is a person who would not lie. Otherwise, she would not have been ostracized as a 4th-level psychic and constantly treated as a blood bag. If he had not discovered it quickly and Brother E came to recruit people, he would have hurried to find Brother E, and his sister would have died now. Maya Ru nodded. At this time, and Hao came over and said, you said you were here to bring me water. Where's the water? I'm dying of thirst. And Hao was from Zhao Feng's base, but he didn't know Sang Chu and the others before. He had always been kept in the basement by Zhao Feng as a blood carrier. Fortunately, he was still alive when Lu Minfeng and the others went there, and they rescued him and his grandfather. Here, big brother, the water is here. Come and take a rest and drink some water. Ma Siyu poured the water into cups and handed them to them one by one. Xia Han drank several cups in a row. Great. Can we drink this water casually? I just went to the kitchen and checked. I don't know where the faucet is connected to, but water comes out as soon as I turn it on. It doesn't look like there are any restrictions, so I should be able to drink as much as I want. After hearing Ma Siyu's words, a group of people began to have some beautiful yearnings for the future. Drinking water is a luxury in the end times. Except for those with water-related abilities who can use water at will, everyone's daily consumption is fixed, and they can only ensure that they will not die of thirst. Now there was a full pot of water in front of them, and several of them gulped down several cups. Zhao Xiao. After we finish drinking, let's quickly make this peach tree grow. This way we will have more protection. As soon as they drank the water, they felt it was different from the water made by the psychics, so there should be a clean water source in the base. Since the boss allowed them to drink it freely, he treated them as his own people. Then he might know why Boss Sang cares so much about the security measures of the base. Mayaru nodded and said to her brother, Xiao Yu, put your things down and go back first. Take Mom and Dad to the kitchen to see if there is anything they can help with. Since Sister Sang said she would host a welcoming party for us, I'm sure they will be busy. Ma Siu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will, sister. You should take care of yourself. There are a lot of meat and vegetables in the kitchen. Although I don't know if they will be given to us, I think they will not treat us unfairly. These words made Zhao Xiao and others stunned. Food and meat. There aren't many people in the base right now, so what they're thinking about is, if they do a good job, they'll have a share of these things? Gao Qiu. Your brother's name is Xiu, right? My name is Gao Qiu, and I'm from Beijing. Can you please ask my parents to go to the kitchen and see if they can help? They were chefs before the end of the world, so they should be able to cook. Ma Siu nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, I'll go there in a moment. Brothers, do you need me to help you pass on a message? Zhao Xiao. Well, please help me, Brother Xiu. My name is Zhao Xiao. Please also go find my sister and parents. Although they are not chefs, they can still help in the kitchen. Me too? Well, that's troublesome. Ma Siu wrote down their names one by one and turned to walk towards the stairs. Zhao Xiao and his team worked hard to make the peach tree grow. Originally, Sang Chu thought it would take several days, but unexpectedly, these people actually made it grow in half a day. Seeing the psychic being carried back by his family, slumped in a chair and staring at the food on the table with greed, Sang Chu was speechless. Although she was also anxious, she didn't seem to put any pressure on them. She just handed the matter over to them and left. She didn't expect that they all invested a lot of money. Seeing them look listless, but their eyes were bright, Grandma Lin smiled and said, You must be hungry. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Ma Siu is now familiar with almost everyone. He has also visited each room one by one. The number of people is written on the doorplate. After counting the people, he said, Grandma, there is also Brother Yi and his mother and brother. Brother Yi said he will be here soon, sang Jingwen. Then let's start eating. I'll go take food to Ai. Aunt Jian isn't feeling well, so. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Baoyu and Xiao Yifei had already come over with Jian Xiuying. Sorry for being late, sang Jingwen. Aunt Jian, are you feeling better? She only knew that she had slept for a long time. When she heard Sang Jingwen's caring words, she said softly with a gentle smile on her face, Much better. Thank you, Jingwen, for your concern. Don't wait any longer. Let's eat. She had already heard what Sang Jingwen said when she came, and she felt a little embarrassed when everyone looked at her. Ma Siu said, Aunt Jian, we are all family, you are welcome. It is only natural for you to wait. Please sit over here. Zhao Qian saw his behavior and despised him very much, thinking he was a lackey, but she lowered her head and the emotion in her eyes only flashed by. Xiaoru's personality is just like his name, very elegant. Even though he is wearing shabby clothes and is a little unkempt, he is still gentle and elegant. Although Xiaoyu's words just now were a bit arrogant, they also expressed our thoughts. We all know what kind of life everyone has lived since the end of the world. Although I am not a mutant, at least I have all my limbs intact. Although I may not have been in the base for a day, I also sincerely want to treat this place as my home. He is so warm and makes people fall in love with him at first sight. Sang Chu, thank you for giving us the opportunity to join this big family. Xiaoru's voice is very pleasant. Although it is a little hoarse, it does not prevent his magnetic voice from being like a spring breeze that makes people feel good about him.
Sang Chu, you are welcome.
As long as everyone abides by the rules, Taoyuan base will always welcome everyone, sang Jingwen. Later we will write down the rules that the base must follow for everyone to see. Now, let's eat first. You must be starving, Grandma. Yes, yes, yes. Eat first. Eat first. These are all made by Az and his wife. They are great chefs. It's delicious. Xiaoqi, come. Try this braised pork. Bai Yuqi sat next to his grandmother, holding a large chicken drumstick in his hand, his mouth full of oil. Seeing him stealing food, Grandma paused for a moment, then happily put the meat in his bowl. Is it enough? If not, Grandma will give you another one. Originally, he felt a little embarrassed about being caught eating secretly, but after hearing what his grandmother said, he immediately nodded shamelessly. Fortunately, the chicken legs were braised a lot, so it would be okay even if he ate more. Meeting room and housing area Sang Chu, Sang Jingwen, and 5 other aliens were all there. Lu Minfeng handed out the written base manuals one by one. Sang Chu sat in the main seat and slowly spoke. Everyone has just arrived, and I don't want to put pressure on you, but there is no order without rules. If the base wants to develop in the long term, it must abide by the corresponding rules. Even if everyone has just arrived for a short time, I believe you have discovered the differences of the base. Zhao Xiao. Sister Sang, is there a clean water source at the base? This was what he wanted to know the most. Sang Chu nodded and said, yes, but not many, so we still have to find some water-type superpowers in the future. Of course, other superpowers are also needed. If you have any recommendations, you can be a recommender, but you must be prepared to be punished together. It is written in the punishment column of the manual that people with special abilities must manage their own family affairs and their own private affairs. If they are found to be unfaithful, or if their family members are suspected of causing trouble or having an affair with outsiders, they will all be expelled, including the special ability person himself. Of course, whether it is the people you recommend or the people who recommend you, they are all within the scope of expulsion. Sister Sang, is this too serious? Xia Han originally wanted to recommend his good friend to come in, but when he heard Sang Chu mention this rule, he couldn't help but ask. Lu Minfeng, it's a little harsh, but it's the best guarantee for people who follow the rules. If you can't accept it, we won't force you. I can send you back. And how? I can ensure that I abide by the rules, but what about others? If the person I recommend is fine, but his family is problematic, and I have done nothing but am also subject to expulsion, this is not fair. Zhao Xiao. Yes, this might cause dissatisfaction among others. Sang Chu didn't say anything, looking at them coldly. What is fairness? In my case, what I say is fair. If you don't agree, you can leave. I don't care. Besides, the base won't change without you. It will just be one less mouth to feed. With you, there won't be any change either. It will just be one more person to do things. Tell me, in this case, are you qualified to negotiate with me? And Hao saw her cold face, and his heart skipped a beat. Sister Sang, that's not what I meant. I just considered that people who come in later might have this idea. Sang Chu, it's not easy to get into Taiyuan base, and it's even harder to get out, so you don't need to consider other people. You only need to consider the present. Just like Minfeng said just now, if you don't want to stay, you can leave. Each room has a simple timer. The time in our Taiyuan base is calculated according to the timer. It's 9 o'clock in the evening now. Everyone can come to the meeting at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Whether you want to leave or stay, come and say so, and then we can discuss future matters. Lu Minfeng. The shower area is now open for long hours. You can go and take a shower if you need to. Just be careful not to waste water when taking a shower. After taking a shower, collect the water and put it in the storage area outside the public toilet. When you need it, take it to the cubicle. You can go back and discuss it with your family first. Come to us tomorrow after you have made a decision. At this time, Maya Ru and Gao Qiu, who had been listening to everyone's conversation in silence, said at the same time, "No need to discuss. Our family has chosen to stay." After saying that, they all looked at each other in disbelief. Gao Qiu was picked up on the road by Xiao Yifei, Lu Minfeng, and others. He didn't want to be used as a blood bag, so he tried his best to take his parents away from the original base. The same goes for Ma Yaru. If Ma Siyu hadn't found Xiao Yifei, she would probably be dead now. As long as she and her family could have a place to settle down, it didn't matter where they were. Sang Chu, don't worry, you can all go back and discuss it with your family. There is a hot water area in the bathing area. You can take a bath and have a good sleep. The rest can be discussed tomorrow. Suyu knows the way. You can ask him to take you there. Maya Ru looked at her for a while before saying, okay. She would not leave, but now that Sang-chu had said this, there was no need to stay. She stood up and leaned forward slightly. Thank you. After saying that, she turned and left. This thank you came out of nowhere, but Sang-chu knew what she wanted to express, and that was enough. When the others saw her leave, they left too. Xiao Yifei sighed. That's not what they said when they came. Lu Minfeng happened to be sitting next to him and patted his shoulder gently. People's hearts are easily changed, which is why I strongly requested them to leave with us secretly. They are superpowers, and they will be the same no matter what base they are in, so when we send them back, we can just come up with an excuse and they won't be embarrassed. Xiao Yifei looked at him. Did you know they would leave? I'm not sure. I just want to give them a choice. As long as they don't fall out with their base, it will be easy for them to go back because of their identities as psychics. Besides, our base is indeed different from other bases. What we need is not a large number of people but elites, at least those who can stand on their own. In this way, when we are besieged, at least everyone can contribute. Xiao Yifei still felt a little disappointed. They had clearly agreed on it, but these people wavered just because they had to follow the rules. Doesn't that mean they are afraid that they or their families can't follow the rules? That's betrayal. Sang Jingwen. I don't think too much. Aunt Jen just woke up. You should spend more time with her. These outsiders are not worth your attention. Sang Chu. That's it, brother. You take Brother E back to rest first. Okay, you guys should get some rest early too. There is nothing fun to do in the end times. People just go to bed when it's time to go to bed. It's a pretty healthy way to live. After seeing them all leave, Lu Minfeng looked at Sang Chu with a gloomy face, only to see her nod, which meant she agreed with his approach. Sang Chu, you and I know this. Don't worry. By the way, what about the underground breeding farm? Sang Chu glanced outside the door and seeing no one there, he said, let's go take a look. Good. The two of them avoided everyone and quietly came to the underground breeding farm in the underground city. This place is 2 floors below the underground city and is a completely enclosed space. Sang Jingwen and his colleagues' optical computers do not even record the existence of this place. Looking at the zombies in the cages, Lu Minfeng threw a few chickens he brought from above to them. They ran madly towards the unconscious chickens and swallowed them whole. There are about a dozen ordinary zombies here. I didn't tell them. I moved them here secretly. Although the reason you gave last time was very good, but before he finished speaking, Sang Chu already knew what he wanted to say. She was also very embarrassed. I know. Let's keep this a secret for now. If we can cultivate zombies with superpowers, we can directly take the crystal cores. If they don't have superpowers, we can also trap them in this place, at least to prevent them from going out and causing trouble. Lu Minfeng. Well, if anyone is leaving tomorrow, you can find an excuse to keep Xiao Yifei and the others, and I will send them out myself. Sang Chu. Okay, I know. Let's handle it cleanly. The base is not on the right track right now. The news must not be leaked. Lu Minfeng sighed. I just hope they don't make the wrong choice. Sang Chu. It's the end of the world. Good intentions will only put us in danger. Although my brother and his friends are used to the end of the world, they still have a bit of a saintly heart to save the world. So, you and I can't do what they don't do. Only we can do it ourselves. Lu Minfeng, the more blood on your and my hands, the cleaner their hands will be. Don't worry, I won't be lenient. Well, I'll go check out the peach tree they helped to grow. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the training room in the dungeon. Next to the training room, I set up a weapons area. I bought all of them from the demon world. There are good weapons and some defective ones, but they are all extremely rare treasures for us. Finding a weapon that suits you can double your strength. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, what do you think about that joint punishment? Xia's father and mother didn't say anything. They just looked at Xiaoru, who was studying the manual. Xia Han said, why don't we leave? He said this in a low voice. Although this base is very good, the rules are a bit too inhumane. Xiaoru, who had been silent, suddenly said loudly, because of Xia Han's words, no. Xia Han and the others were startled. Father Xia. Aru, what did you find? Dad, we can't leave, otherwise we will die. Xia Han was frightened by his words. Brother, no, Brother E is a good man, quite righteous. He said he would send us away. There would be no violence. Xiaoru looked at him and asked, Ahan, what do you think of this base? Then he looked at his parents and said, Mom and Dad, what do you think? Xiaohan, very good. Xiao's father and mother nodded repeatedly. Xiaohan said, So, why did they let us leave safely after we saw the benefits of this base with our own eyes? Seeing that they were all looking at each other in silence, Xiaohan continued, Aren't they afraid that we might leak the news and attract the attention of other experts? Xiaohan said timidly, Will it be possible? Yes, do you have the confidence? Their confidence is to not let anyone leave. Ahan, I know you can't bear to leave your friends in the base and hope they can come in, but now is the end of the world. We can only protect ourselves. Brother, maybe you are overthinking it. Knowing that Xiaohan couldn't accept this for the time being, Xiaoru said helplessly, Well, when you go tomorrow, don't express your opinion yet. Ask them who will see you off if you want to leave. If Xiao Yifei is there, I won't stop you. But if there's no one there, and there's only that man named Lu Minfeng, then you should give up all thoughts of leaving. Otherwise, you'll be the murderer who killed your parents and brother. Xiaoru's voice was very soft, but Xiaohan shuddered when he heard it. Brother, no. Ahan, who do you think is the real boss of this base? Xiaoru did not answer his question directly, but asked softly. Xiaohan thought for a long time and said uncertainly, Brother E? He is a 4th-level fire ability user. Isn't it normal for people with high powers to make the decisions? Although they all said that the base belonged to Sang Chul, she looked very weak. Xiaoru shook his head. Although Sang Chu doesn't talk much, I can see that she has absolute say among this group of people. This is not something that can be done easily. The entire base is probably built by her. And Lu Minfeng should not be underestimated. He looks weak, but he is definitely a tough guy. On the contrary, Xiao Yifei seems to be the strongest in the entire base, but I think the ones who should be paid the most attention to are Sang Chu, Lu Minfeng, and that child. When Xiao's mother heard him talking about the child, she said, Aru, maybe you are overthinking it. That child looks white and chubby, like a New Year's picture doll. How can he need attention? Mom, it's the end of the world. How can a child like him be so fair and tender? He is fair and chubby, which is suspicious. Father Xia knew that Xiaoru was always suspicious, but his analysis didn't sound like a big problem. Ahan, just listen to your brother and forget about those friends. Xiaohan lowered his head dejectedly. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. After Mayaru returned to her residence, she told her family about this matter. Ma Siyu immediately said, Sister, we can't leave. He was the first to express his opinion. His parents didn't say anything and looked at Mayaru. Well, I also meant not to leave, but Sang Chu said he would come back to discuss it with you, so I'm telling you this, Mom and Dad. You must not leave. If anyone asks for your opinion, you must answer firmly, understand? Ma's father and mother looked at her in confusion. Why? Didn't you say you wouldn't force it? Mom and Dad, believe me, this base is great, but it's great only if you don't betray it. Once you do something that's detrimental to the base, you'll end up miserable. From this rule, you can tell that the people who made it are definitely not kind. When we step into this base, our life or death has been decided. Leaving means death, and staying put is the best solution. Although Ma Siyu is the favorite of the family, he is used to listening to his sister. I think your analysis makes sense. What do you think, Mom and Dad? Ma's mother pinched his nose in annoyance. When did you ever say that what your sister said didn't make sense? Ma Siyu suddenly glared at his sister. When she awakened her superpowers and said she was going to look for that Quan Jian, Ma Yara suddenly lowered her head in guilt. Ma's father said, Okay, since Yara said so, let's listen to her. I think this base is pretty good, at least better than Quan Jian. It's the end of the world, and it's good to have a place to settle down. Ma Siyu nodded in agreement and said excitedly, Dad, you are absolutely right. Do you know how big this base is? The other three shook their heads in bewilderment. As someone who had already visited the entire base, he raised his head and chest and gestured. Except for the farm that was closed and I couldn't go in, I visited the entire base. It's extraordinarily large. This was supposed to be a valley, and the farm was built in the center. It has 3 floors and each door is locked. When I walked into other mountain walls from the corridors and stairs around it, I saw townhouses like this. Can you imagine that there are big houses in the mountains on all sides? I think as long as we perform well, we may be able to have one each in the future. Maya Ru's eyes widened in shock. Are all the mountains of this size? Ma Siu nodded repeatedly. I asked Baoyu, there are more than just farms between the mountains. There are bridges between each mountain, but both sides of the bridge are locked and cannot be opened without a key. In other words, the mountains we can see now are all filled with houses, and they are all our bases. Mama, that's really big. Ma Siu, that's right. To be honest, if I were Sister Sang and the others, I would also make such rules. Water can be used freely, and food is not restricted to everyone. If there are traitors in such a good place, I would want to kill them and chop them into meat paste. Ma's father nodded and said, it seems that the boss of this base has really put in a lot of effort. Everyone should be more clear-headed and not get carried away by a little profit. If you miss such a good place, you will lose it forever. While standing in the peach forest, Tio flew around and wandered around. Don't mention it. This is quite presentable, Sang Chu nodded. These people are all good. I hope they will all stay tomorrow. Tio, why do you care about them? By the way, how is your learning of the leaf vein floating life technique going? It's a bit disorganized. This technique is hard to control. This is the heavenly level skill she obtained in the Yaotze Mountains. It is the Wood Clan's secret technique that is not passed on. If she didn't have the Wood Core and used it madly in the Wood Clan's practice mountains to cause the technique to resonate, she probably wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Tuyo, you've been practicing for so long and you're still not well. Sang Chu was the most talented psychic he had ever seen. No matter what technique it was, as long as he studied it, he could master it immediately. But now she actually said that she hasn't learned the leaf vein floating life technique yet. Sang Chu looked at his hands helplessly. I always feel that something is missing. It only has the form, but it can't bring out its true effect at all. How about you show it to me? You're the chief accountant of the two. Good. Sang Chu nodded, held seals with both hands, and adjusted the wood-type ability in her body to the highest level. Vines stretched out from her feet and spread, gradually wrapping around her body. The snow-white flowers slowly bloomed, and the sweet fragrance spread with the breeze. When the peach trees smelled the fragrance of the small white flowers, it began to grow wildly, becoming visibly thicker and splitting, and finally it blossomed and bore fruit in an instant. But there was still no progress on Sang Chu's side. The leaf veins on her body were unable to grow smoothly. As the fragrance of the flowers became stronger and stronger, the branches of the peach trees stopped immediately when they were about to approach her. Tio looked at the peach tree, which suddenly looked like a century-old tree, with fear and trepidation, and swallowed unconsciously. Oh my God, even though you only practice the form of this leaf vein floating life technique, the effect is really amazing. These peach trees were originally just the size of normal peach trees, but now each one is extremely strong, and the fruits they bear are even bigger than his. Sang Chu trembled all over and sat on the ground panting. It is said that this leaf vein floating life art can revive the dead and repair the soul, but it consumes too much energy. I have only practiced the form, and I am already so exhausted. If I really want to achieve the effect in the book, I am afraid I will have to exchange my life for another. Tio, not necessarily. This leaf vein floating life spell belongs to the healing category. As long as you don't do anything to change your fate, it is still good for healing. I have a healing chamber. Tio was choked by her words. Before he could say anything, he saw Sang Jingwen coming up with a bunch of weapons. He didn't expect Sang Chu to be here. Seeing her sitting on the ground, he hurriedly walked up to her and said, Little sister, what's wrong with you? Sang Chu, I just practiced the martial arts I brought back. I took a rest when I ran out of energy. Brother, how did you get up here? Sang Jingwen gently stroked her long hair and placed the swords in his hands in front of her. These 13 swords were found by Min Feng and I in the armory just now. He found a magic weapon he liked and went into the practice room to look for a technique. I was afraid that practicing with these 13 swords would make too much noise and disturb him, so I came up to practice. I didn't expect you to be here. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to find out before he's mastered it. Sang Chu did not expose his statement, but just whispered, Brother, can your mental power currently control so many swords? Sang Jingwen just smiled, then closed his eyes and mobilized the spiritual power in his body, attaching it to the swords bit by bit. The first one to fly up was the first magical weapon he got, the broken sword, followed by a fancy-looking, pink and tender butterfly sword. The third and fourth swords and long knives all flew up and stopped in the air, which made Sang Chu's eyes widen. Brother, you are so powerful. Sang Jingwen looked at the peach tree in front of him and suddenly had an idea. Sang, can you ask those mutant plants outside to give me some practice? Sang Chu nodded. Okay, let's go out. By the way, brother, please stretch out your hand. Sang Jingwen cooperated by extending his hand. Sang Chu operated on his palm for a while, drawing something unknown. Then he pulled him through the peach tree forest to the outer alien plant area. Little sister, what was that just now? This is a secret method that can prevent Taoyao from attacking. With this thing, I don't have to eat peaches like other people do to resist Taoyao's attacks. Well, but I'll still pretend to eat a little to show others. Sang Jingwen had been carefully controlling the flying sword. When they reached the periphery, Sang Chu directly told the mutated plants about his demands, and they attacked Sang Jingwen without any warning. Sang Chu quickly flew away, stepped on a branch, used the force to jump, and sat on the branch. Sang Jingwen was on high alert, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. When the branches came at him, he quickly used his sword to resist. But he was unskilled and forgot to take care of his back and feet. Branches attacked from the ground, and he was caught in the act. Sang Jingwen narrowed his eyes and said, Sword! With a light shout, the broken knife instantly flew in front of him. Sang Jingwen grasped the broken knife, flipped in the air and spun, then swung the knife cleanly and neatly. The broken knife, with psychic powers, instantly cut through the vines that bound him. Mental power is useful. He increased his strength and attached his mental power to the flying swords, controlling them to continuously attack the branches, while he himself held the broken knife in his hand and stayed away from the battlefield, controlling them remotely. Time passed little by little, and the attacks of the mutated plants remained fierce, but Sang Jingwen had become weaker, even sweating profusely, and his face was pale. Bang, bang, bang. Flying swords fell to the ground one after another. Sang Jingwen could no longer hold on. He stood up weakly, holding on to the broken sword. Thank you. The branches were waving in the air. He couldn't understand what they were saying and could only look at Sang Chu in confusion. She casually threw a piece of spirit jade, and the branches flew towards it like crazy. Sang Chu jumped down from the tree, walked to Sang Jingwen, and handed him a glass of spiritual spring water. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Well, I just feel like the strength in my body has been drained. However, this mental power is really useful. It really complements the cultivation of spiritual roots and supernatural powers. Sang Chu is quite satisfied with his brother's current situation. It feels like he has seen his brother before the end of the world, and now he no longer has that sad feeling as before. As long as my brother thinks it's okay, let's go back first. You need to have a good rest. Sang Chu helped him stand up, but Sang Jingwen looked at her hesitantly, wanting to say something. Sang Chu asked in confusion, What's wrong? Sang Jingwen said with difficulty, Sang, those swords. She looked in the direction of Sang Jingwen's finger and saw the ground in a mess, with swords scattered all over the place. I'll go pick it up for you. Wait here for me. Let's go together. Although I feel weak, I can still pick up things. Taoyuan Base Day 2. Sang Chu and Lu Minfeng were already waiting in the conference room. When Xia Han arrived and saw that there were only the two of them, his heart skipped a beat, and he instantly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Gao Qiu was the first to speak up. Sister Sang, Brother Feng, I have discussed it with my parents, and we are all willing to stay. My parents said that their cooking skills are not bad. If Sister Sang agrees, they can help in the kitchen. Sang Chu nodded and looked at the others. What about you, Mayaru? My parents and brother all agree that we will not leave, and we will not betray the base or do anything disloyal. Zhao Xiao was a little hesitant. Seeing that no one was talking, and Hao asked, Sister Sang, If we are leaving, will Brother E still be the one to send us off? Lu Minfeng. Brother E has something to do. I'll take you out. After hearing what he said, and Hao fell silent, while Xia Han lowered his head in horror. Zhao Xiao. Then please take the trouble, Brother Feng, and send our family away. And Hao. And me and Grandpa. Sang Chu. Min Feng, please take the trouble to send them back. Those who want to stay can follow me. After saying that, she turned and left. Zhao Xiao didn't expect Sang Chu to agree so readily, but when he thought of what his sister said, the seeds in his heart began to float again. Zhao Zhao's family, and Hao, and his grandfather all followed Lu Minfeng away. Lu Minfeng led them all the way down the mountain. Zhao Qian said, Brother Feng, why is this different from when we came here? Lu Minfeng patiently explained, because there are peach trees on the top of the mountain, it's dangerous to people. It would be safer to go down the valley. There is a road leading outside here, and our car is usually parked here. He opened a door and saw several cars parked inside. A hint of greed flashed in Grandpa and Hao's eyes, but unfortunately Lu Minfeng, who had his back to him, didn't notice it. My car is over there, get in, I'll take you back. After getting in the car, Grandpa and Hao looked at the window and said, Minfeng, can you open the window? I feel a little stuffy. Lu Minfeng smiled and said, Sure, Anhao, please help your grandfather drive it. After saying that, he started the car, and it was Grandpa and Hao's action that made him realize that something was wrong. This and Hao was found in the basement of Xiao Feng's base, and he thought he would not leave. But now it seems that what they found may not be comprehensive. Lu Minfeng turned on the car lights. On the dark road, only a weak light illuminated the way. The surrounding scenery was completely unclear. The whole road was a dark, long, and very narrow passage. People couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Lu Minfeng, everyone please bear with it. It's a bit dark here. It will be fine after passing the section of the road and getting outside. Xia Han and the other two followed Sang Chu to Area 2 in the cave. When looking at the words, Area 2, on the wall, Maya Ru suddenly realized why her brother Ma Siu wanted them all to stay so much. They had been walking for about 10 minutes. Along the way there were row houses and dormitories. It was warm as if they were walking in an air-conditioned room. This is the bridge to the other mountain. This is the lock. This is the key. Sang Chu held a round ring in one hand and a key in the other, and pressed down on a place without patterns in front of them. The keyhole popped up automatically, and she used the key to open the door. This is a special lock and key. If there is an ID card on the door, it means someone lives there. Unoccupied rooms will not be locked. So if you find anything unusual, you can immediately put your hand on the peach blossom on the door and slap it hard. The room will be locked immediately, and the air and oxygen in the room will be sucked out instantly. No matter who is inside, they will fall into a coma, just like this. She walked to a door, closed it, and tapped it gently. Try attaching the vine to the door. Maya Ru was the first to take action. Among the people present, she had the highest supernatural power except for Sang Chu. However, as soon as the vine touched the door, it immediately turned back. Has it been emptied out? Sang Chu smiled and said, yeah. Afterwards, she opened the door and found everything was fine. If Sang Chu hadn't asked them to check the situation inside, no one would have thought that there would be such a method in the end times. Sang Chu, I know that because of the rules of the base, you are very nervous. You may wonder what kind of place this is. In fact, I am also nervous. I wonder if you are worthy of my trust. But I want to take the first step and tell you my trump card. I didn't expect that you decided to stay after reading the manual. At least you stayed a little more than I expected. You also saw that it is not an easy thing to build such a large-scale base in the end times. So, I don't want to put my family in danger. I guess you are the same, but we can't work behind closed doors in the end times. This is unrealistic. So before we develop, we have to trust each other. Maya Ru. As long as you don't treat me as a blood bag, I won't betray the base. Sang Chu. Of course, if you are worried, I can take you to see our farm now. Gao Qiu. Sister Sang. Wood-type mutants are always treated as blood bags wherever they are. I escaped from another base and was saved by Brother E. In fact, I have the same idea as Maya Ru. As long as you don't treat us as blood bags, I will not betray you. Xiaohan looked at the two of them and said, "You make me sound like I'm betraying you." Sister Sang, "Don't worry. Since you've chosen to stay, we've already made plans to treat this place as our home." Sang Chu, "Well, I'll take you to see the farm." Just as she was about to leave, she paused as Lu Minfeng's radio message came over her brain. "Ah Chu, come to the underground breeding farm. And Hao's grandfather is a mutant zombie with level 7 superpowers." Sang Chu's face changed drastically, and he turned to Maya Ru and said, "Here's the key. You can go to Area 1 to find Bao Yu or Mu Shui. I need to leave for a while." Seeing her ugly expression, the three of them looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. After Sang Chu gave the key to Maya Ru, he used the instant step and disappeared without a trace. Xiaohan. Fa, what happened? Gao Qiu and Maya Ru both had their own ideas in mind, thinking that something must have gone wrong with the cleaners, but they would keep it to themselves and would never say it out loud even if they were beaten to death. Looking at the two silent people, Xiaohan said speechlessly, "What should we do now?" Maya Ru, "Let's go back and talk about it first." The three of them returned the same way, and when they passed by the cafeteria, they saw Xia Ru and others busy in the kitchen. Grandma Lin, Mu Shui, Bao Yu, and his mother were also there. Maya Ru, "Bao Yu, Sister Sang just gave us the key and asked you to take us to the farm." When Xiaohan saw his brother, he quickly pulled him aside and told him what had just happened. However, his brother seemed to have realized something just like Gao Qiu and the others, and his face looked very ugly.